no press charge. We no send back to land of sauce. Have vodka. Have vodka. It help you and baby forget about a sewer trip. So Maria does not press charges. Even worse, she kept living and working in the same housing project as Pashushka. This is the fucking bananas part of the story to me. And she ran into him all of the time. Like just trying, she keeps seeing this guy. How fucked up and awkward is that? You're running into the guy who tries to kill you over and over for years. God, what if he talked to her? Oh, hello, Maria. Look, I feel like I need to dress pink elephant in the room. Tension thick enough to cut with knife. I probably, in hindsight, should have used to stab you a few times before tossing you in the well pit. Listen, yes, I try kill you. You know it. I know it. But that was many months ago. I want you know, I have no hard feeling about you not dying with unborn child in despair pit I wish had happened. So, no need for you to not say hi or avoid eye contact. Let bygones be people who try to kill but fail. See you tomorrow. Unreal. I cannot get over that part of the story. Just having to continue to see that son of a bitch over and over. Years later, when he was finally caught, Shushkin would tell the court that he almost had a nervous breakdown when he saw her for the first time. You know, just back in the apartment complex after the attack. I bet he did. He walking out with his mom. Sasha, what's wrong? You look like you see ghosts. I think maybe I do see ghost, mother. You see, lady? Yes, I see a pretty girl with baby. You know her? Yeah, yes, my mother. I once tossed her down the well. Leave for dead. It's a long story. Let's go home. Pashushkin gets over the initial shock. And then it's just... He
Oh.
makes the story even crazier. He eventually asked her if she would like to head back to the park with him. He actually asked her if she wants to take another walk. They both verify this later in court. Oh, my God. No thanks,
Ugh.
Alexander recalls her saying later. One time was enough for me. The fucking balls on this guy. Hey, Maria, it's me, Alexander. Guy pushing well. Guy I wondering what doing next Saturday. We maybe like hang out in park. Maybe we walk back to well. I curious how you live. Maybe you explain to me so I can become more effective murder person. And did she really just say no thank you? I have a hard time believing that's the actual word she said. Maria, can I try kill you again sometime? No, thank you. I politely declined the murder offer. How crazy was life in Russia? I was talking
I
to a
gotta
friend just the other day, Johnny Ayers,
fix all
also a
these.
hard rock metal morning show DJ in Kansas City. He told me he spent New Year's Eve in Moscow recently, like in the last few years. He said it's still crazy, and he's been all over the world. And so it takes a lot. This is a guy who has flamethrowers and cannons on his property. I'm not even joking. And he was like, "Oh, it's crazy, crazy." Still a city where you know a lot of shady, crazy shit goes down. Odds are you are not listening to this episode while living in a despair-inducing Moscow government housing project.
Oh.
You know, our Russian listener numbers, while they do exist, are not just off the charts. And if you're not in Russia, there's a very good chance you, in addition to having more hope in your life than the average bear, can also take advantage of today's sponsor. Do you see what I did there? Today's Time Suck, brought to you by Hims. As I've said before, I've used finasteride for years. This medicine that, while initially used to only treat enlarged prostate glands, also determined to be very effective in preventing hair loss in men. And compared to my dad and granddad, and then just a few weeks later, Pashushkin almost murders again, and almost but does not get caught. His murder spree should have for sure ended in 2002. On March 10th, 2002, 27-year-old Alexander sees a group of teenagers at the train station that he goes to head to his grocery store job, and he approaches one of them, 13-year-old skater Mikhail Lobov, offers him some vodka and cigarettes. You know, that's not creepy. Let's go drink in park, kid. Let's go drink and smoke in park. It's fun. The kid goes with him. And then when they go to Pashushka's, preferred killing spot, he follows the procedure, hits the kid over the head, a surprise blow, pushes him down the well, and then takes off. Well, luckily, Mikhail's jacket catches on a piece of metal inside the well, saving him from a plunge into the icy waters. He's able to climb out. First thing he does is find a police officer. He informs of the assault, just like Maria a few weeks ago. He describes the assault and describes Alexander Pashushkin in detail. And again, the police just do not give a shit. Why so many people fall down the well? Why can't some people be more careful around the well?
General!
You don't want man to throw you down the well? Well, here advice. Don't go near well. Why you want to give me paperwork?
General!
I tell
Hope you've been doing well.
You need to push hard.
Hope you got some sleep.
If going to murder,
Hope
sure,
everything's
no trace,
going
no
well.
trace, no paperwork.
Ho,
That's
ho, ho.
murder I like. One who leaves no trace.
Hope everything's
no
going well.
No one bothers to
I'm just drawing
Mikhail
comics.
doesn't forget about it.
Hope you're having a good day. I got to see my dad.
Just, hello, Mikhail.
He's good, by the way. My mom is doing better. She is now in rehab.
You two get along
Oh,
well.
thank you. Thank you for the dab. Sec. All right. I'll give you a sec.
How about we play best of three? Mikhail waits for Pashushkin. Accompanied by his friends, Mikhail returns to the metro station, that train station where he first saw Alexander. They wait until they see him again, and they do. They see him getting off a train. He's headed home after finishing his shift. And then Mikhail excitedly tells a police officer nearby what happened, points at Pashushkin. That's the fucking guy right there. That's the guy who did it. Again, he's ignored. So then Mikhail runs up to Pashushkin and attacks him, screaming, clawing at his face. And then the police take action against Mikhail. They grab this kid and tell him to go home before he's arrested. And then the chessboard killer just fucking calmly walks home. How enraged and disgusted are you if you're Mikhail Lobov in that situation? How disheartening. First police officer doesn't care if you're attacked. Second police officer doesn't care. Then the police threaten you. When you attack, you're an attacker. And then Pashushkin himself. And then this is, to add to the craziness of 2002. So now, two people in a few weeks have been like, that is the guy who did it. And no one cares. Then he himself goes to the police station in this weird drunken night in 2002. He's already killed at this point anywhere from 20 to 30 people. He stumbles drunk into the local police station and loudly proclaims that he has killed a lot of people and that he will continue to kill a lot of people because that is what I must do. That's a quote. He goes in there, this is what I must do. I must continue to kill. Do you hear? Do you understand? I've killed so many. Instead of arresting him, or at least questioning him, the on-duty police officers literally laugh him off. They say, get out of here. Go on. You silly goose. Get home. He had to have felt invincible at this point. No one touched Pashushkin. I am above law. Police want me to kill. Russia wants me to kill. A dead dog in park wants me to kill. Oh, man. I hope my neighbors can hear that. That's fun. People working above the suck dungeon can be like, what in the fuck did we just hear? Who is he talking about killing? In 2003, Pashushkin's sister, Katya, gets married, but doesn't move out. We mentioned this earlier a little bit. She marries a man also named Alexander who also pushes people down wells. He would be known as the sewage strangler. Katya's husband would be charged with killing 11 people between 2004 and 2007, now sitting in the same prison as his brother-in-law. And that's not true. Katya's brothers continued to kill. You would never
That's not true.
If your brother and husband were pushing people down wells in a park. Katya and her husband, they share Katya's room with their young son. And now there's 5 people living in this little tiny flat of, Mother Natasha's. Ugh. It was already crowded with 3 people. Now there's 5 people there. The spring of 2003 finds Alexander Pashushkin on the lookout for his 32nd victim. The man he found was a local, another drunk person in the park, like many of his previous victims. And honestly, like Pashushkin himself, when he's not killing, he's just getting drunk, off and alone, just, watching porn, stocking shelves at work. Pashushkin asked his new companion if he had a wish, and the man replied that he wanted to stop drinking. I wish I could stop drinking. And then Alexander calmly told him that this would be the day. Oh, you are for sure going to stop drinking today. Then he smashed him in the head with a vodka bottle. And then he kept hitting him, and hitting him, and hitting him, and eventually caved the defenseless man's skull in. A little more aggressive with that kill. And then he shoved the vodka bottle into the dude's head, into his skull, and then threw the body down the well and took off. Why is he doing this? Well, because he feels like he's good at it. Just like he loved the feeling of playing and winning chess matches in Bits of Park when he was a teenager. He loved to beat the old drunk men in chess. Well, now he enjoys, beating these same old drunk men to death in a new game. Another strategy game of sorts. Can I kill you and not get caught? And he was even better at this game than he was at chess. No one was safe around Pashushkin. He killed both total strangers, acquaintances, neighbors. His first kill was one of the only friends he had. On November 15th, 2003, Pashushkin's neighbor Konstantin Polokarpov left his apartment to buy cigarettes before watching a football match on television, and Pashushkin invites him to the park for a drink. Smashes him over the head 3 times with a hammer this time. Changes it up a little bit. Throws him down the murder well. And then, incredibly, this guy also lives. 3rd person now. Third person in just a little over a year who has survived an attack and a toss down a well. This guy manages to climb out of the sewer, but due to the head trauma, he doesn't remember the attack. Jeez, only his relatives testified in court about what happened to him. And then Pichushkin sees this guy in the street about 2 weeks later and offers him to take him out to the park again for another drink. He declined, Pichushkin would later tell the court, also saying, I asked others to go drink, and they accepted the invitation. There's a lot of freeloaders. That shows kind of what he thinks of people. You know, if they accepted his offer, nice offer for a drink, then they were freeloaded to him, and then they're worth killing. This guy's unbelievable. I can't think of another murderer I've ever read about who so openly keeps trying to kill the same people he tried to kill previously and didn't. I can't.
Fucking Russia.
I was hoping that you,
fucking
me,
Russia,
a nice single mother named Maria, this cool skate kid Mikhail. I'd love to take all three of you to well. We could drink to finishing business. If only Alexander had access to Audible, maybe he would have spent less time killing. Why can't that sentiment be incorporated into maybe a new slogan for Audible? Can you imagine? Audible, better than pushing strangers down a death well. Time Suck is brought to you today by Audible, who are regularly scheduled, constant Russian murdering. One cold night in November 2005, the police were finally called to Bitsa Park for one of Pichushkin's murders. Finally, an investigation. A body has been discovered. Nikolai Zakharchenko, 63 years old, former policeman. Nikolai is thought to be Pichushkin's 41st victim. That means that at least 40 people vanished before the police were even aware that there have been some murders going on in the same fucking park. I mean, Pichushkin's already come into the police station confessed. You know, 2 of his almost murder victims begged the police to question him. So maybe they should have been kind of aware something was going on. But now they can't blow it off any longer. The detectives at the Interior Ministry.
I don't even know if they're detectives at this point.
Realize there is a serial killer in Moscow. They take over the investigation, take it away from the police, the local police.
Whoa!
Why did this guy get tossed down the well? This latest victim?
Whoa!
Well, it seems like
Hey!
was either being lazy or tired of people not realizing he was killing other people.
Hey! We're listening to a podcast right now.
More people than Chikatilo.
How's everybody doing? Witherling, hey! Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for coming in. Just saying, hey, I totally understand if you are. I draw comics and whatnot. Thank you so much, Nick Sucksky.
Pichushkin reportedly stood up in the apartment and shouted, "Fuck yes! That is me! Mother, I am on TV. You see, mother? I be bigger star than Chikatilo. And my cock is rock hard. I prove it." He pulled his pants down and he pointed his erect penis first at his mother, then at his sister. Knowing about Larissa's disappearance,
let's get back to the actual thing, because people fucking don't understand that fucking joke at all. God damn it. Amazing character. Thank you. This is my hilariously fun and
They crave dick.
Yes.
As we all do.
You had to have heard of the Beats Apart.
I am listening to
not the best
thank you so much, The Withering.
You know, after work. That night with Pichushkin.
Thank you guys so much for coming in.
For all we know,
I'm drawing a comic right now. This is page 29 of when the chapter gets done.
Marina returned to her flat, and unbeknownst to Pichushkin, left a note for her son, telling him where she was going, with whom she would be heading there with.
Had a coming stream. Okay, coming in. Oh, okay.
To an empty house, finds a note.
What were you doing? Let's see. What were you doing? Let's see, Witherling. Let's see.
The woman's body had been found in Bitsa Park. So he calls Pichushkin, and Pichushkin tells him that he hadn't seen Marina in 2 months, which was a stupid lie to tell someone, even a kid, because they worked together. Of course, they had seen each other. But so now he looks guilty. Pichushkin then claims he's too busy to talk to the kid and hangs up.
Let's see. Were you doing some Minecraft? Were you doing some Minecraft?
He's told about all this. He knows he has this guy, but he knows he also needs more info than the note to bring Pichushkin in on. More evidence, I guess. So the note itself, interesting but not damning, not completely. So he starts watching closed caption television footage of Marina.
I just want to. she is a woman, and she is my main character, and it's a very fun little thing of like hitting the chair and stuff like that, but I want to make sure that it's not, you know, she's not just showing her crotch to people, drunk or not. I don't think that's funny. I think that the action is funny of getting into the chair and being like, hey, I'm so cool, hey, but her spreading her crotch to people, it's not comical. So I've got to work that in.
As he would claim in court later.
Witherling reminds me he is not child friendly. We had an art stream. Oh, cool! If you want, you can show your stuff. I am very excited to see people's stuff. Show me what you got. I would love to see it. I would love to look at it. Give it a look-see-loo if you want me to. If you don't and you need to head on out, I totally get it. If you're like, oh, I'll do it later, I totally understand as well. I do that all the time. I've been there. I've done that.
Of his trial, Natasha found it odd how he preferred to kill people he knew.
But yeah, I just want to make sure that she's not flashing everybody.
Befriend people.
She wears pants, but you get what I'm talking about.
One of his favorite books was Dale Carnegie's How to Win Friends and Influence People, like for real.
So the action is she's drunk. She's very drunk. She's jumping into a chair, and she's covered in beer, and she's still trying to act real, like, cool and shit like that in front of total strangers and stuff like that. And you know, doesn't work out how she expects it.
Hero. How did Pichushkin rationalize that?
It's hard to prevent crotch showing without a solid back chair or a skirt that should cover the junkage. She has a skirt. She does. But it would be pulled up slightly. See, it would be like that. Because she's got...
And then Pichushkin began to tell us that he'd killed more than 60
people.
Oh,
nice! Hey, everybody's an artist?
Yeah. And had a personality disorder, but ultimately was sane.
Everybody's an artist. Oh, geez. Well, you got a tablet, Nix. I don't think, Nix. If you buy a tablet, I would say that gives you the right to call yourself an artist. To be like, I spent more than $20 on art supplies. I would consider that artistic.
Was very, very easy. Pichushkin just gave them all.
Because I'm pretty sure an Uggy is not cheap.
He wanted them to find the bodies.
Pretty sure an Uggy is not cheap.
So, so he could pass.
Nix drew his character.
Just like his hero.
I don't know if he drew his dicks.
Is now going to be must-watch TV.
A four-armed bastard.
His arrest, Pichushkin said he routinely invited his victims for a drink.
A four-armed bastard.
Before attacking them when they were drunk. He would say,
like, how much of a bastard is he? Does he have no father? Is his father out of the picture?
I felt like a father to all these people, since it was I who opened the door for them to the afterlife.
Because that's normally what that means. Is there no papa in the picture?
Come on, come back to well with me.
His mama all alone, and that's why he's like,
I help you through
Daddy left me, and now I have to be an asshole. Or are you just saying bastard because it's fun saying bastard, which is totally legitimate as well.
Found guilty of murdering 48 people. They couldn't get he confessed to more, but they just couldn't find evidence. They couldn't find the bodies. They couldn't, charge him with the other murders. Took the jury only 3 hours to come to that conclusion. Sentenced to life in prison because Russia no longer was using the death penalty.
This is about the chessboard killer who is a fuckwad.
Served in solitary confinement.
He's a bastard angel, has 6 eyes, 4 arms, and a big meanie. Bastard has a good mouthfeel. Yeah, it does.
Was convicted of, so he didn't reach his goal. This what is big deal?
Yeah.
More like who big deal? Not Pichushkin. He nothing. Yeah, he nothing.
Pichushkin, or the chessboard killer. Literally, his idol was Chikatilo, who is another Russian killer. He was marking down all of the numbers on the chessboard, all of the spaces on the chessboard of how many kills he got. And what he did was he knocked people over the head and threw them into a well that was into a giant sewer system that literally killed people from that. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I don't know why Stream Elements is not sounding off, but okay, thank you. Thank you, Stream Elements. I appreciate it. Isn't that incredible? Love that. And thank you so much, Witherling. That was very sweet of you. You know you didn't have to. And Ghost Kid Jim. Oh my goodness, you guys. Too sweet. Too sweet. But I'm just explaining to you, this motherfucker.
Take that Harden dick amateur. You take him out of here. No, you know Chikatilo, Pashushkin. You know even Russell. You sneaky, tricky guy. You're not even eat one part of person. What point? You're not even come one time. I would find you. I eat you for breakfast. Maybe literally. I fuck you, Pashushkin. For sure, literally in that case. Why even suck Pashushkin? Weak, no strong Russian. Not even a jerk cock. Not really. Maybe I missed that part. I fall asleep for a little while, Cummins. Yes, I call you that person. I call you by name now. I watch you from window. A shadow Chikatilo. Sometime when you suck, you know better than Chikatilo. You put in Pachushkin instead of me, I kill you. Unlike Chikatilo, Pachushkin also never killed any prostitutes.
Yeah.
Which does make another weird Dark Times character happy. Mbak bak, playboy. Mbak bak. Appreciate taking it easy on easy prey. Now adding darkness to dark days. No rough stuff or degradation. No copulation, relation, penetration. No voyeuristic masturbation, or even post-mortem ejaculation. You feel me? You dig your hair? You follow the word, chicken.
But thank you guys. You guys are awesome. Thank you guys for coming in. If you got any art, I would love to see it. If you guys just want to show yourself or promote yourself, I would definitely love to see it.
That was 70s pimp.
No, you.
Way of saying that
what? By the way, everybody, if you didn't know, Big Battle Barracks is a good friend of mine, IRL friend, great friend. Secondly, Hart is also an amazing person. I don't know him IRL, but he is an awesome person. He's also an amazing artist. He is stupendous and is pretty cool. I had my Froggo boy. Yeah, you got your Froggo boy.
Attorneys file an appeal. Requesting a more lenient sentence. He has just been convicted of killing 48 people, and they're like, "Yeah, we'd like to ask the court for some leniency." The court announces their decision about the appeal on Valentine's Day, 2008. While his mother does not appear in court to hear this verdict, Natasha, that neighbor, you know, the Fidi Silva, Pashushkin's lawyer, Pavel Ivankov, excuse me, the panel of 3 judges, the prosecutor. They're all there. Bunch of teens, I guess, whispering into cell phones.
But yeah,
scared.
Why I love Time Suck, and also like when he talks about like serial killers and all these crazy people, it's like,
thank you so much for playing my game.
Thank you, Nix.
Someone no one can see.
Thank you, Nix.
Is his little black and button-down shirt, black T-shirt, lasts for a moment, and then grin turns into a frown. Turns into a look of incredulity, morphs into another stare, and
let me check on this rabbit. Hold up.
There's flash bulbs, newspaper reporters people wailing, one woman screaming, "Where is my body?" talking about her husband, some other person who disappeared in those woods. And then the judge asks Pashushkin if he wants to say anything before his the final verdict on his appeal, and he just says, "Niet." Just no, there's nothing. And then his lawyer, Pavel, loosens his tie. And his
I was wondering if he was okay.
Why his
little
why
boy
have mercy, and why they should reduce the sentence 25 years. That's fucking crazy. So about 6 months for every person he was convicted of killing. How big of a piece of shit do you feel like in that situation? If you're the defense attorney asking for that, how do you even do that? Yeah, Your Honor, I understand that my client has been found guilty of killing 48 people. That's not cool.
But I personally, I think that these scumbags deserve, what they got and stuff like that. I'm glad that they were caught. It's just so fascinating to me.
He said for me
of like,
murder is like life
it's
without
very
parole. But,
interesting.
hear me out. I just feel like he good candidate to be given second chance. He listen.
It's
he
like
has
all those
positive
crime
qualities.
shows. You're
He's
like, I
very
can't believe
good
people are into
at
that. It's
stalking
like,
girls before
yeah,
sheriffs. He
Dexter is popular
the
and stuff
popular
like that.
fan
It's
of
just,
soap
it's
opera.
seeing the world
And
from a
look,
different
while
angle.
his store does not want
It's
him back
very
because he
interesting.
murdered some of their employees, I'm sure another store would be happy to have him. It took the judges less than an hour to rule
Let me
his
look
appeal.
at.
They
Let me
declared,
go
of
to
course,
the
his
picture.
original sentence stands.
Hold
Can you
up.
imagine if they were
Let me
like,
grab
"All
it. Let me
right,
grab.
25 years, that's fine. Pajushin will never go free, as he should not. They announced that soon
Where
he's going to
it
be moved from
be?
his jail in Moscow, where his
Damn it.
mom was able to
Where
visit him
it
twice
be?
a month and bring him cigarettes, cheese,
Where
and
it
salt from Mars.
be? Where it
Which
be?
I guess was something he actually wanted. I guess that speaks to how terrible food is in Russian prisons. Just, mother, you must bring me food. I'll starve here. Please bring me something better to eat, like rancid skunk meat or perhaps salted lard. Pachushkin is taken to the impossible to escape, quote unquote, polar owl penal colony at the Karp village in the Arctic north of Siberia, a notorious maximum security prison where he is
Yeah, there it is.
sitting there in solitary confinement.
There it
where
is.
He is not even allowed a
There we
chessboard
go.
for
So I
company,
have
and that
her
takes us
shoes
out
and stuff like
of
that.
today's
Okay.
Time Suck timeline.
Good job, soldier. You made it.
Yeah.
Barely.
Yeah. Thank you, Hard. Thank you guys for coming in. Thank you guys.
Well, I have some more
Really
thoughts
does
to
make me
share
happy.
on the
I
chessboard
really
killer,
do appreciate
and I'll
it.
share some of his thoughts as
What
well.
you guys been up to
Little insight
today?
into how his
I know that I
mind
went to
works.
work and it was
Before I share them, I want
it's
to
a bit of
head
a
over to
day.
YouTube and check in with the idiots of the internet.
Idiots of the internet.
There is surprisingly little media available, at least written in English, about Alexander Pichushkin. I did find a shitty BBC documentary on YouTube called Russia's Serial Killer Alexander Pichushkin. And the BBC is usually so good. I'm usually a huge fan. This is not their finest work. There's a couple hundred comments underneath though. I started peeking in there. Figured I could find a few comments that would provide some laughter, and I did. And I did. I right away I found Nathan Yeager 2, who cracked me up, posting, "I'm surprised everyone in Russia isn't a serial killer. It's a country containing only snow, Adidas clothing, and unfinished apartment buildings." And then Kaylee Beth cracks me up further, posting, "Also bears and gymnasts." I love Russian jokes. Love them. But Island Mike does not. User Island Mike does not think it is funny and replies with, "Talk that shit you just did behind a screen, but in Russia, out in the open, and see what happens to your snowflake ass." Easy, Island Mike.
Good
Yeah,
choice.
you hear a name like Island Mike, and you expect to
Did
chill
my
out.
whip,
Island Mike has zero
your
chill
whip
in him.
piece. Not sure if
And
I
how
want to
is what
draw
he did,
or play more
that
Bayonetta.
was
I
what,
woke up and watched
this
the
original poster Nathan did.
Witherling, then
For
came
being a
here and I'm
snowflake.
eating
Snowflake is
breakfast.
a
Might
slur
do
for someone
some
who's super liberal,
animation practice
being
today.
easily offended.
Hell yeah!
Nathan didn't say he was
Hell
conservative or
fucking
liberal.
yeah!
Didn't
Nice.
express being
Let's
offended in
see.
any way.
Let's
You're a
go,
snowflake,
Nix.
Mike.
Let us
Island
go.
Mike, you whiny, soft-skinned, soft-headed baby.
Let's watching that.
User Banana Split was as confused as I was about Pichushkin not getting caught after throwing that pregnant woman down the well. Only
Thank
to
you,
have her survive and
Nix.
report him to police.
Oh my
He posted,
goodness.
"Why
Oh my
on earth
gosh.
didn't police
Yes.
do anything when he was named
So what's that
after
in front of
pushing the
him?
pregnant woman
It's a
down the
question.
sewer?
Is that a
She
bed?
was a survivor
Is
of
he
a horrific
standing
killer and
it?
gave graphics
I
tape,
just gotta
yet they
know.
decide
What
not
is
to
he
investigate. Very
standing
troubling.
in front
I
of?
can't even.
That's the question
And
that you gotta
Arshad
ask.
Butt has the perfect
Each
answer
piece
because they are lazy
is
fucks.
carefully
Ding, ding, ding,
created
ding,
and
ding.
crafted.
Nailed it, Arshad. Bonus points for being so succinct with your answer. That's exactly right. They were lazy fucks. That's why they didn't do it. User Link's dominance made me laugh out loud by posting vodka bottles don't kill people. People do. Ah, shit. I think you just won the thread, Links. I love it.
And
Vodka bottles don't kill people.
then
People kill people. User Kevin Cato also really cracked me up. The footage is horribly grainy on this video. I don't know. It's just recorded. It's terrible. This documentary. I mean, I'm sure the original footage isn't terrible, but whatever the YouTube stuff is real bad. And so Kevin posts, this was shot entirely on my 2005 Motorola flip phone. Thread. They're bringing the comedic heat today. I love it. And then we have, as usual, a virtue signaler, in the group, User Vortex, who posts, I hate killers so much. How dare you take someone's life and destroy so many lives? Just sick. Yeah. No, I think we can all agree. Yeah, pretty sick. Pretty hateable. And then immediately, troll Mike Nicky tries to rile up Vortex, replying with Hillary Clinton. I know that's dumb, but this post is only from 2 months ago. And it is hilarious to me that some people are still shitting on Hillary. She lost. We all know that. Whether you love her or hate her, yeah, it's been a while now. Let it go. But if you don't let it go, please keep posting Hillary Clinton. It's so silly and juvenile, but it does make me laugh every time I hear it. Hillary Clinton. I thought this thread was going to be nothing but funny, or at least amusing posts, and that I wasn't going to find true idiot gold, but then I found it. Found a nice little nugget of idiot gold. There's gold in them there threads. There's gold down there, I tell you. To end on. User Sager Dillon does not seem to understand how war works and commits what I think is a big logical fallacy here. Posting such a waste. He would thrive in a war zone. Send him to kill Taliban.
Gotta work on the on that because it doesn't write because I'm good with angles and perspective. It's supposed to be a book. I need to pull up more books and try to figure out exactly why it doesn't look right to me. But Willow did point out the fun fact to me yesterday. What programs are you using? I'm using Clip Studio. I'm using Clip Studio and OBS.
To work cohesively, with his use.
Let's see. Who do we have? Let's go to the top. Let's go to the podcast. Let's go all the way to this podcast. We have Boone Helm, which I haven't listened to yet. Probably will be pretty good.
Fame is a fickle food. Poet Emily Dickinson once wrote that in the mid-19th century. Maybe around the same time, Levi Boone Helm.
Say my name. General Lautus Ilunis.
True then, true now. Fame is fleeting.
I've heard good things about Clip Studio. Oh yeah, it's very nice.
Rational criteria. Why one person is famous and another is not. Often confusing. I'm sure you follow a band, comic, author, actor.
Let's see.
Podcast and wonder why so-and-so not famous, or why so-and-so not more famous. Maybe you think their music is clearly so much better than some other artist who is much more well-known. I get it. I did the same thing. When I first read a summary of the life and crimes of Levi Boone Helm, I immediately wondered why he wasn't much more well-known, why he isn't today much more well-known. I love stories of the Wild West. Thought I was pretty familiar with the major names of outlaws and gunslingers, but I only heard about Helm because our Patreon supporters, our beloved space lizards, they voted this topic up in the TimeSuck app, so we'd research him, and I'd do this episode today. And I'm glad they did. If you like Wild West tales or true crime, especially if you like both, you're going to be glad they sent this maniac our way. Long before TimeSuck, I was definitely familiar with the stories of Wild West outlaws like Billy the Kid, Jesse James, and Doc Holliday. So why not Helm, the Kentucky cannibal? Was his story just not as bloody or interesting? His story is actually more bloody. Men I just mentioned were hard men not to be trifled with.
Just memeing to that video of Heisenberg. I can give her good advice about how to draw to get the effect she's looking for, but I cannot put my own advice to practice. Like, I know exactly how to draw, but I can't put what I know into practice. So why I like this? Why go man? Why? I am the Merp. Danger. How are you doing? I'm doing good. I'm looking at Smash bottles.
Wild Bill ran his kill count to over 100 men, but contemporary chroniclers claim the real number was likely 6 or 7. Levi Boone Helm confessed to sending 18 men.
I'm doing good. Sometimes it's real difficult to follow your own advice. It's real difficult, to really follow exactly what you're trying to put out there and stuff like that.
Want them to be witty, handsome, charming. Levi was none of those things. He was mean,
So,
hateful, ugly inside
she
and out.
gets
He was
smashed
brute.
in the head with a
Didn't seem to exactly
bottle.
endear himself to any biographers, to anyone really.
It's
Didn't make friends
like
with any
if
Wild
you're
West
telling a
outfits.
friend,
Being in
hey,
the right
you
place at
know,
the right time
you
helps a lot
need
with
to
fame,
leave this
no's, and
person
benefits,
because
failures,
they
everything.
are
Crimes happen
not
to
that
big
good,
America's
and then
truth
you're
and
literally
success.
going
Wild West
to
men,
somebody's
quick
house
draws, other
that
outlaws.
is
He was hanged before the Civil
objectively
War
a
ended.
crazy person
He committed
that
a
you're
dastardly
like, hey,
deed
it's
up
pretty
in
good
Montana and
sex.
Idaho.
Humans
Not down
are
in the more
weird
popular
and
Wild West
fickle
town
like
of
that.
Dodge
I have
City,
seen it
Kansas,
more than enough
Tombstone,
times of
Arizona,
like, oh
where
man,
numerous
you
infamous
need
outlaws,
to
conflicts,
you know
lawless,
how to get
famous
you know
law,
how to lose
cities that were
weight.
wild, but not
Well,
as wild
easy
as
enough. You
parts
do
of
this,
Idaho,
this,
Montana.
you
Most Wild West
exercise
soldiers,
every day
built
and stuff
men's
like
legends,
that,
dealt
and then you
relatively
immediately
sacred
go
causes to
down
tombstone,
and
get
you're
in the violence
like,
on fire.
well,
Rough
it's
and
my
dirty towns
cheat
like
day,
Florence,
and it's been
Idaho,
your
and Boone
cheat
City,
day
Montana.
for
Who was Levi
2
Boone Helm?
years.
Most commonly
So,
referred to
you
as
know,
Boone
we
Helm.
humans are just
Wesley
like
Flagler,
that.
the
We're
Wild West
fickle
author
that way.
Emerson Ho wrote in his book, the only Wild West book written about Boone, I'm sorry, one of just a few, titled Levi Boone Helm,
I
Murder
gave
of
the bot
Cannibal
in your
Thief,
Discord
published
the
in
thumbs up,
1907.
but it
Boone
doesn't
Helm
want to
was
let me
bad,
in.
but nothing in the
Oh,
world could ever
you gotta
have
let
made
me
him anything
know.
but bad.
Sorry.
He
Hold
was
up.
by birth
Let me go
ruthless,
to
low, cold,
welcome.
cruel,
Hold up.
animal like, and utterly
Sorry
depraved,
about
and
it.
had no name but
Sorry
ruffian
about that.
to fittingly apply.
Let's see. New
Man known as the
rules. Where are the
Kentucky cannibal, an outlaw,
rules?
and murderer who terrorized many in mining
I've
towns
got to
across the
fix.
West, he was, as another
I've
source
got to fix
described,
that.
a gutsy
Sorry
outlaw
about
who
that.
refused
You
to take
guys
no
got to
for an
let me
instant.
in. You guys got to
the
let me
Wild
know.
West.
I don't know.
Born in Kentucky, he made his
Sometimes
way
they
west
just.
in the early 20s, or in his early 20s.
The
excuse me,
bot
after
had
his wife divorced him after
the
he murdered
bot
his
wasn't
cousin for
working.
essentially just
I've
not
got to make a
wanting
new
to go
bot.
west with him.
I could
He
probably do
proceeded to
that
commit
tomorrow
crime for the
sometime.
remainder of his
Hey,
adult life.
real
Robbery,
Kaz, thank you.
murders, horse thievery,
Like I tell
and of
her,
course, cocaine.
make the line thicker
Why?
or
Because he
add this
preferred
here and give you
cannibalism
the
to going
fluffy
hungry.
appearance, but I
He
don't
didn't seem
know
to give a rat's ass what other
how to
people thought
use
about
that
his
on my
actions.
own
Maybe,
works.
probably because he was very
Yeah,
brave.
see, we're
He
all
for sure
different.
marched to the beat of his
Oh
own
no,
drum.
broken bot. Yeah,
He
it's broken.
relatively
I've got
lawless
to
Montana
I've got to
territory.
fix it.
He joined up with a
I've
gang
got to
of men who
literally
called
fix
themselves
it.
the Innocents. They were anything but.
By the way, everybody,
They were
real
ruthless
Kazu
rovers who
Gaming
harassed,
is
robbed, murdered
real,
miners and merchants in Gold
and
Rush, Boomtown,
he's a
Bannock, and
pretty
Virginia City,
good
Montana.
gamer.
Innocents were led by Bannock Town
He
Sheriff,
is
the outlaw
awesome.
Henry
If you
Plummer.
don't know him,
Maybe. Plummer stories come.
here is his
We'll meet him
link.
today too. To picture the Innocents, think the bad guys, the cowboys, from arguably the greatest movie of all time, 1993's Tombstone with Val Kilmer, Kurt
Yeah,
Russell, Sam
there you
Elliott,
go.
so many other great names.
That's his real
Johnny
link
Ringo.
right there.
You look like
I
someone
am
who's
away
lost
from
all
my
your brains.
PC, which is in my
Johnny
home,
Ringo
and
was
I
doing
am
well
not
with
in my home
Boone
until
did.
next year.
A bunch
Got
of men
you.
just like him, including the cannibals for the
He
most
will
part.
not be streaming
That was
for
his
a
own
bit,
thing.
but
With his
just
crew,
know that
excuse me,
that
Helm
he
spent
loves
his
it.
final
What do you
years
mean?
terrorizing innocent people and causing as much chaos as possible. An old West sociopath, Boone cared only about pleasing himself, drinking, sex, fighting, murdering innocent people for their gold. Joining the Innocents allowed him to share his favorite pastime with like-minded men. These days, this gang.
Oh yeah,
including group of men
Chimera,
called
you
themselves
need
vigilantes,
to add
committed
back that bot.
vigilante
At
mob
least
decided to
leave a
fed up the
message.
innocents,
Yes, I
terrorized
should
their town.
put at least a
This now makes
message of
Kansas
like,
law, dog.
bot ain't working.
Law don't go around here.
Pinnacle
Daddy.
did it again.
Another Tombstone quote. Going to be several today. The Vigilance Committee joined together with one mission: identify, capture, and execute all road agents. Yet again, I think of Tombstone. One of Kurt Russell, Wyatt Earp's best scenes. All right, Clanton, you called down the thunder.
As we all do.
Well, now you've got it. The Cowboys are finished. You understand me? You tell them I'm coming, and hell's coming with me. That's a great movie. Vigilance Committee
I've
would
never
bring
seen
hell
that
down on
movie.
over
I
20
need
men
to
for
see
action.
Tombstone
Set the
so
stage for
badly.
future Western vigilante movements, an example to other towns that they could make a stand against outlaws and take justice into their own hands in towns and areas where the halls of justice just hadn't been built yet. These vigilantes would bring Boone's life, his violent life, to an equally violent end. On January 14th, 1864, when he and his fellow road agents
Well, I
were
can't
hanged in
believe
the middle
you
of town,
call me
roughly 6,000
fake.
witnesses to see.
Well, this might not be
Some stories of
right
rough
now.
and rugged
No,
ones
yeah,
look
no.
forward to telling you today.
Kazu
Another
is an
Wild West
amazing, amazing streamer from Japan. He's been super stupendous. He's an old follower. He was one of my first regulars that kept coming in. Him hanging out with me, and when I think it was less than 50. And he has been here the whole time. He's a wonderful person, stupendous. Always want to give him a shout out whenever he comes in. He's too awesome not to get a shout out.
What's going on with those Island boys?
How was my day? Not good. I was feeling sick. So sick I didn't want to stream last night. And then today I was still feeling that sickness. And then slowly got better during the day, got worse, got better, got worse, got better. It's just been all up and down. But then found out my mother has been put into rehab. So she is now getting full help, and she is going to hopefully get full restoration of her arm and full movement in her legs back.
She's 19.
Which is exactly what me and my siblings wanted, so that's good. So she is good. She's in the best care she can be. And they don't think it's going to happen again. They don't think she's going to have one of her episodes again anytime soon. So they're going to help her out.
On the 12th, and then it's off.
I'm going to go to the doctor just in case. I'm feeling better now, but that also means that I need to. This is a great time to go to the doctor tomorrow, since I'm off tomorrow, and see if everything's okay.
Atlanta, Charlotte, Phoenix, Salt Lake City, Davenport, Iowa, Chicago.
Wonderful in chat with a rec when streaming, yeah.
On April 23rd.
Up and down, yeah. At least now the chat not been cursed yet. We've had. How many dicks have we had? Let's see. How many dicks have we had?
Our art warlock is calling Dan the Great.
God damn it! It doesn't say how many dicks we've had so far. How many dicks have we had? Let's see. Let's see. We've had a few dicks, so I think it's pretty cursed. I mean, I have no problem with dicks.
Apparently, a bunch of people complained about the old Pizzagate episode.
Yeah.
Flagged that one of all things. The comment section there is Joe tells me it's anarchy.
I have one. I mean, it's been a while since the real the Kazoo curse. I mean, you can curse it.
Is not being able to shit on anyone's beliefs of any kind. That seems pretty terrible, but maybe I just think it's terrible because I'm old and out of touch, and I need to be I don't know, have my brain realigned or something. I don't know. Let's see if I can get this episode flagged too. If it's not okay to say a mass murdering outlaw was stupid, I'll be in trouble again. Now let's get wild. Let's play for blood. Say when. Right now. To set the stage for today's tall tale, I want to first give a brief overview of the first gold rushes of the 19th century West and discuss how a bunch of old mining towns became breeding grounds for crime and murder, perfect places for men like Boone Helm, the Kentucky cannibal, to hide in plain sight. Places, to quote Tombstone's Ike Clanton again, I won't be quoting them all this often for the show, but where law don't go around here. We met the real Ike in Doc Holliday suck, by the way. He'd be part of the next generation of outlaws, the historical Ike. Helm's exploits occurred about 20 years before old Ike Clanton's. Helm was a Wild West OG. We'll discuss when the West was wild, what exactly made it wild, a lack of law enforcement, and so many quickly thrown together gold towns. Towns that quickly became full of outlaws, often called road agents. I use that term going forward. A road agent was a term for a bandit or a highwayman back in the Wild West, particularly along stagecoach routes. They'll hide in the bushes, waiting to hijack a stagecoach.
Blip, 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 blip. How many times have you played dicks?
Other outlaws, Helm's contemporaries, more or less. Find out who Wild West tale tellers were.
I've been a good boy lately. Nah, I am a changed man. You surely look like an expert about it, JK. If it's a MILF, then it's my expertise.
Why did
Blip, blip, blip.
Cannibal killer want to head out west in the first place?
Give me those. You give me those blips. You give me those blips.
Really was make his fortune in gold. At least that's what he said.
I just don't know.
End up making
how many times have you played dicks? That's pretty cursed.
The skill set he had, it was easy
it's pretty cursed. Well, let's find out. Guys, how cursed can we get it? I don't even know if you guys want to curse this stream.
The Oregon Trail was that 2,000-mile-ish wagon route.
I mean, we're talking about serial killers. That's pretty dark. But I don't think it's cursed. So, like, what would really make it cursed?
One of the West's new gold rushes. In January of 1848, James Wilson Marshall, carpenter, found gold nuggets in Sacramento Valley. This is considered one of the most significant events in U.S. history in the first half of the 19th century, when the news spread thousands of
I don't know how cursed you want to go.
immediately traveling to San Francisco and the surrounding area.
How about
hoping to get
the
rich,
serial
hoping to
milk
make their
hunter?
fortunes. Many of them did.
Well,
Because I
it means
mentioned
you
before,
have a
this
type.
discovery
Cereal
skyrocketed
means you
before
have a
James
type
Marshall
of
fame,
MILF.
But sadly, not to fortune. Not at all.
Let's
This guy's life
see.
story is ridiculous.
How cursed
Ridiculously sad.
can we
I find
go?
it- I'm only laughing because it's not me. Marshall, and it happened a long time ago. Marshall didn't own the land he found these gold nuggets on.
Oh.
John Sutter did, so he didn't get to keep his commission.
Yeah.
Marshall's job was to build a sawmill, and he did that job. And then his
Hi,
job
I'm
was to run
Chandler.
that sawmill.
I make jokes
By all
when
accounts, he
I'm
did that job very
uncomfortable.
well. But once word got out about
Thank you,
the gold
Chandler.
he found, no one wanted to work for him at the fucking sawmill. He doomed himself with that discovery.
Thank you, Chandler.
Not that someone else wouldn't have found
Incredible
someone,
work,
doing it
as
anyway,
always, Chandler.
The discovery left him unable to keep anybody employed. Like all his workers just left to go make their fortunes. And so many prospectors wanted to gather up all the gold where his sawmill was that he ended up losing his job and got let go. The cruel irony, finding that nugget, those nuggets, cost him his job. Then the area around him so quickly got saturated with prospectors, he decided instead of prospecting himself to open up a vineyard. And he lost his ass. A bunch of others also decided around the same time to open up vineyards, and the competition was too much and he goes bankrupt. Now he tries prospecting, and he becomes a partner in a gold mine. But he's too late, and his mining claim sucks. It yields nothing, nada. It's a big old bust. Years later, here he's now destitute. The California government essentially feels sorry for him, takes pity on him, gives him a pension for his role in kicking off the settlement of the state. His pension begins in 1872. Then the state gets into financial trouble, and they drop his pension in 1878 and never renew it. Penniless again, he ends up living the last 7 years of his life alone, in poverty, in a shitty one-room cabin. Looks like someone's tool shed before dying at the age of 74 in 1885. Ain't that a bitch? Poor bastard. Imagine being the dude who kicked off the biggest gold rush in U.S. history. And then while watching hundreds, thousands around you become millionaires, you don't make shit. You struggle and struggle and struggle some more. This story is so sad. Never expected the dude who found the gold that kicked off the California gold rush to be such an unlucky son of a bitch. And he was unlucky before all that. Let me quickly finish sharing the rest of his story. I just find it so ridiculous.
That is quite an expression.
Grew up in New Jersey, then headed west as a young adult.
Well, the body can't curse. They stupid. Isn't that right? Hey, who turned out the lights? It's quite an expression. Well, hi, it's me who turned off the light. Good, is it just my imagination? Did you make no?
He ends up, getting himself.
No, I have not. I have not made that.
Present-day Sacramento,
That's not
California, where you
true.
find those nuggets later, and he gets a farm with a lot of cattle on it.
It's a bottle is smashing into her fucking head face of like, holy fucking shit. Like, I was not fucking expecting this.
So he leaves the fight. When he returns from helping secure California for America, he finds out that literally all of his cattle have been stolen. Or
I gotta make sure that it actually fucking works. Yeah, there we go. That's a way better expression. It's way better. Gives a like I was. This isn't what I was expecting.
Sitting in there alone.
Sobers her sobers anybody up most of the time.
Hey James, want to get out of this shed? I mean cabin, and I don't know, maybe go for a walk. Why? So I can get struck by lightning? So someone can sneak in here and steal my bed? No, thank you. All right, James. Well, how about you let me cook you up some lunch then or something? You don't look well. Why, so you can poison me? Is that your game? You want to take my lucky pair of boots, don't you? That's all I have left. Not today. Don't come around here at night, neither. I sleep in these boots. After poor cursed Marshall's discovery in 1848, California miners would proceed to extract $10 million in 1849.
Damn.
$41 million in between 41 and Jesus Christ. $41 million in 1850, which is $971 million in 2005 dollars. Wrote that in my notes in a weird way and couldn't figure out what I was saying. 75 million in 1851 and 81 million.
She
in
certainly
1852.
looks done.
And then after that, the yield gradually
All
declined.
I can see there
$2
is she got a
billion
doggy
precious
style
metals
and a
were
bit
taken out of
hurt,
the
but
area
happy
overall.
with it. Stunned, but big,
California gold rush was
big
hard,
he was.
but didn't last long.
No,
After
no,
its first
that is
few years,
not
miners began to
how
travel
that
north,
fucking goes.
east,
It
to
is
look for
a
new gold
bottle
deposits.
smashing into
Gold
her
was found in
fucking
southern Oregon
head.
in 1852 in the Rogue River drainage, and in
It's
1854
this. It's
on the
a
Sandy
bottle
River.
smashing
Was
into
found
her
east of the
fucking head,
Cascades on the
man.
John Day River.
I'm looking on how
Miners, shopkeepers, farmers,
guys who
teamsters,
got the
others left followed
go
gold.
to hoarding
Set up
jail.
these little quick little camps. A few miners continued further north, reporting gold.
Yeah,
deposits
there's the
in southern
curse
British
we were
Columbia,
looking for.
especially along the Fraser
Thank
River
you.
from 1858 into the early 1860s. The Hudson's Bay Company, a British fur trading company, found gold along the
Yeah.
Columbia River in 1852 and tried to keep it a secret. Did for a few years. By 1855, word got out. Groups of miners traveled across the Yakima Reservation to reach Fort Colville, present-day Washington State. Made local tribes angry because it violated a land treaty. The U.S. Army did then close eastern Washington to further settlement for a time in 1856, except for miners. They were allowed to keep coming in. So, gosh dang. Gold was first found in what is now the state of Montana by miner Francois Finley in 1852. Gone to California to try his luck, but not making the fortune he'd hoped for. He soon moved on to fur trading in Montana. On a whim, decided to look at
That's the
streams
curse
there.
we were
One
looking
day, to his
for.
apparent surprise, he found gold, sweet, shiny gold. Kept his discovery to himself. for 5
I
years.
was waiting for it.
Real good run. Then some miners returning from California in 1857 got word of his discovery, decided to go to the creek, prospect all winter. Which I knew how much gold old
Look,
Francois smuggled out of that area.
From this image
Might
only
force
makes
set.
me think that,
By the
damn,
early
where's my
1860s, discovery of gold in
AV
Idaho
magazine
also
go?
lured settlers. California
I mean,
miners
you're
from the
not
Snake River Valley,
wrong.
cities like Elk City and Lewiston now spring up around.
I'm
gold
trying to make it
deposits.
where it's just,
Covered this
it
little bit.
looks like a
War
smashing
buck,
bottle in
suck,
front of her
hell fuck
fucking
boy.
head. Just
Eastern
bam.
Oregon, Central Idaho gold rush lasted
The expression is when a female didn't expect that he got something so big and just slid it until the end.
1863, 22,000 men. 64, 36,000. So many men came to try their hand at mining because they could do
God
placer
damn.
mining instead of
I
hard rock
am
mining.
drawing the bottle right fucking now. You assholes.
Sift in that sediment. No explosive needed. Just a prospector's pan in its most basic, simplest form.
You guys are
And a mining
you
camp
guys
was
are
pretty damn
just the
economically
best.
accessible to almost any American. And getting the tiny
Should I
little
close
company
her
making big
other
little
eye?
sifters that are just
Should I close?
some wood and some
Like
wire.
I love the
This
like.
town
Oh my god.
mining was done at the start of virtually all the big Western gold rushes. When placer mining stopped yielding riches in
Oh God,
California,
why?
many of those pioneers who weren't interested in advancing their techniques, getting explosives, digging tunnels, all that, they took their simple gear. And moved to
I need a
Oregon
lot of
and dug these things.
dojins, so I know.
By 1864, there were 10 major mining districts in the Washington Territory, which included the modern boundaries
Hey,
of Western Idaho and Western
This is what I
Montana.
wanted.
Fort Walla Walla and the Dalles.
Listening to
Point for
history
trade
while
and
you
free mining.
guys are
In
cursing
1868,
my
the 90
stream.
Placer mines and the Clearwater and Salmon River drainages yielded 30 to 60 million in gold. A lot of these early mining camps became towns, but then sometimes became cities. And these boom towns, they grew fast, real fast. And the combination of a relatively large population based solely around building wealth in a territory that had either no or not enough local lawmen made these mining camps the perfect places for robbers and murderers to target innocent people. Miners and business owners were popular targets for highwaymen, of course, because they had money. And those roadmen coming to get them. When the towns first kicked off, they weren't holding it in a bank because there was no banks. Wild ass times, truly rugged. Take Virginia City, Montana.
If you
one of the
make
mining
it,
camps that
if you
would
make
terrorize
have
the most.
tears, it would have
Gold was discovered
been
in the area
worse.
At the end of May 1863.
I mean,
3 weeks later, a township was being established.
I could
miles
do
south
this. I
of
can
the new
do
mining
this.
district. Several weeks later, thousands of miners were in the area. In a few months, there was an estimated 5,000 people and over 10,000 within a year. And there were literally no courts or law enforcement officers anywhere nearby. Nothing within a several days' ride. When it first boomed, there were thousands of people, no bank, no jail, just saloons and brothels quickly thrown together, sometimes in literal tents to begin with. These towns, when they first got going, looked more like big campsites where a lot of people showed up to fucking party. And when the gold was gone, it looked more like that than a town. When the gold was gone, or at least when most of the easily accessible gold was gone, so was the town. On to the next big strike. Today, Virginia City only has about 200 people.
Could do
By
this like
1880,
this.
Just 17 years after booming, it was already down from over 10,000 to around 600 people.
I
There were
just
so many
wanted a
others similar. There one
surprised
day,
expression,
largely totally
but
gone the next town. Town
it's
with no
too
law enforcement
horny.
or
I'll
almost
do it
none.
like this.
You were a saloon keeper. Your sheriff was the double-barreled shotgun you kept under the bar. American West, largely a lawless land for many years. Although Western films, tend to exaggerate. Showbiz, that's how they do it in Hollywood.
Yep.
There are some accuracies in their portrayals of wild Western society. The lawlessness made legal sense because most of the land out west was territories and not states when all this was going on. They were not.
Now I get some Yamate. Nah, it was good, but just have a pervy chat. Yeah, I do have a pervy chat. I 100% have a pervy chat.
Subject to U.S. federal law, but that wasn't always the case. Also, even when there were laws, it wasn't always the bodies to enforce them. You can have all the laws you want in society, but if you don't have enough law enforcement officers willing and or capable, properly armed to enforce these laws, well, then the laws aren't worth, much more than the paper they're printed on. Some territorial areas had no form of government at all at times. For example, an act of Congress in 1864 gave Montana a territorial government consisting of 3 territorial Supreme Court judges, governor, and secretary of the territory. But towns were on their own to get law officers. And when Virginia City formed in 1863, when
It's just a bit, it's a tad bit, and that's because Kaz and I are dirty old men.
One source about life in the West in the latter half of the 20th century.
The Japanese laws.
The West was not easy at that time. There were no laws, no courts, little or no government, and because of this, it easily lured numerous criminals. Some of
Hey, I'm not dirty. I'm just an old ugly bastard who always searched for MILF. That's dirty, bro. If you're always searching, when will you ever find?
You don't want to start over, in a redemptive sense at least.
When will you just accept
law officials aren't looking
things as they are?
That kind of sense. And where exactly was the Wild West, and how long did this era last? The Wild West, generally considered the area from the Rocky Mountain states to Texas across the West Coast. Stereotypical version of the Wild West that we usually think of lasted roughly from the 1850s to around 1900. The entire area wasn't lawless for that whole time. Sacramento, California would elect their first sheriff at the start of the era in 1850, Joseph McKinney. He'd have a whole bunch of deputies. Things got relatively civilized, a little quicker there, thanks to it being where the first big Western strike hit. But it was still plenty wild for a while compared to a lot of East Coast cities.
Just hitting right in the head.
Idaho got their first sheriff in 1864, John G. Howell. New towns kept popping up throughout the rest of the century, and it took each of them varying amounts of time to acquire their own law enforcement. Fair amount of them, when they did get officials, ended up with corrupt ones. Men who found it easier and safer to make money with outlaws than to continually risk death trying to stop them. They were often outnumbered and outarmed. Settlers in small communities made their own laws and enforced them as they saw fit through largely vigilante justice. Lynch mobs quickly thrown together posses. Murders and robberies of innocent people were all too common out west. Murder and physical assault rates were at least 3 to 4% higher in the western states than in eastern states, according to some crime statistics, but that's just reported murders and assaults, and I think the real discrepancy was probably much, much higher than that. Hard to report
the
crimes
MILF King
when you don't have any local law enforcement to report
Dilf
to.
better.
Crime was especially common.
We're not having this debate. Everybody has their preferences. I find one and search for the other man. Hey, if I can get the Dilf and the MILF, why not both? Let's make No! Oh, yeah, I threw the whip of a bastard angel in your Discord if you are interested in seeing it. Of course I am. Let's see it. Let's give it a look-see-loo, as they say.
You either didn't.
Let us go to the whip.
Much trouble at all.
Let's go to the whip.
Wasn't a lot of middle ground. Just like it took a while for a lot of these places to get
nice.
Sheriff. It also took a while to set up a jail or a prison.
Guys,
usually you kill some people.
Pretty damn good art.
You get hanged.
Pretty damn good art.
Steal some horses, you get hanged. Rob a bank, you get hanged.
Ooh, I do love it.
The justice system not very evolved or nuanced.
I do love it.
Get hanged, or shot in the back, maybe gunned down while they were unarmed, whatever it took to.
I love the little symbols. I don't know what they mean, but I like them. They look good. I love the very clean in the background. I like that part.
Rebellious spirit of outlaws like Jesse James and Billy the Kid with their
I feel like I would love a full body of this,
danger, sexy, and
but I like what I'm seeing so far.
not as appealing if they're
I
fucking
like
up the
it.
town and
Love
their
it.
life.
Let's give it a reaction. Let's give it a
Famous
reaction.
Western outlaws now before we meet Helm
Hua,
later, so we can compare him up against them.
Hua,
We've met
and
these first two
Hua.
before in previous episodes.
Haven't drawn the
Outlaw
fourth
Jesse
arm
James was
yet
born in
because
Clay
I
County,
hate
Missouri,
hands.
1847.
Spoilered
James grew up in a
for
southern
Six
slave
Eyes.
family.
Oh yeah, I love it.
Civil War
I love it.
facing he and his brother,
Gotta say, I love it. For an angel, it looks pretty good. A lot of people keep forgetting that angels are fucking basically fucking nightmare creatures. They are Cthulhu monsters.
That's a total myth. There's no Robin Hood.
Dilf and MILF? The family that God no. Thank you. Nick Susky, like I said, Yokadon. I think only Barrick know what it means. I know what it means. The symbols are a fake language I made up. Nice. Nice. I make up I've made up a fake language before. It's called English.
Jesse James took part in somewhere between 19 and 26 robberies, including banks, trains, and stagecoaches. His crime stretched from Mississippi to West Virginia, Minnesota. Some have estimated he helped steal around $5 million in today's dollars. He was one of the few outlaws to frustrate the Pinkerton Detective Agency into giving up on catching him, an agency that built their initial fame tracking down some of the West's wildest outlaws. After Jesse and his brother Frank robbed a train at Gads Hill, Missouri, January of 1874, Pinkerton's National Detective Agency was called in to hunt him down. We've also sucked the Pinkertons before. Founded in Chicago in 1850 by Alan Pinkerton, a Scottish immigrant who served as the first full-time detective on the Windy City's police force, the private agency was experienced in capturing train robbers by the time they started tracking down James. In March of 1874, after the agency took on the case of the James gang, a Pinkerton detective searching for Jesse and Frank in Missouri wound up dead, while a Pinkerton agent who pursued the brothers, fellow gang members Cole and Robert Younger, in another part of the state, also killed. Catching the James brothers now became a personal mission for Alan Pinkerton, an abolitionist who had aided slaves on the Underground Railroad, uncovered a plot to assassinate President-elect Abraham Lincoln, and gathered military intelligence for the federal government during the Civil War. Shortly after midnight on January 25th, 1875, a group of Pinkerton agents, acting on a bad tip that Jesse and Frank were at their mom's farm, they weren't, carried out a raid on the place.
Don't like it.
They threw incendiary devices into the farmhouse, setting off an explosion that fatally wounded Jesse and Frank's 8-year-old half-brother, causing their mom, as a relative, to lose part of her arm. Following this raid, public support for Jesse and Frank increased, and the Missouri State Legislature even came close to passing a bill offering the men amnesty. Didn't get that amnesty, but they did launch an intimidation campaign against their perceived enemies near Zerelda's farm. And in April of that year, one of their mom's neighbors, a former Union militiaman who had assisted the Pinkerton agents in preparing for the raid, he got shot to death. Alan Pinkerton then decided to give up his hunt for Jesse and Frank James. That's some intense outlawing. And the biggest detective agency in the nation, is just like, all right, fuck it. Just let him rob. Send the army after him if you want him caught. We're done. Another big Western name, of course, is Billy the Kid. Cattle rustler, gunslinger, murderer, and escape artist. Allegedly, he murdered 21 people before his 21st birthday.
Damn.
Confirmed victim count, more likely around 9.
Hey, Yummy Wilson. Hey, Yummy.
Known as William Bonney, a.k.a.
English. Hey, Oyakadon is delicious, okay? Stop it.
Santa Fe.
No one knows what you mean, and I don't want to explain Oyakadon.
Make money. In 1876, he joined a horse.
Especially raw. So, is this a webcomic or a physical book you're making? It's not a comic. It is a graphic novel that is quite long. Part 1 is a few chapters, and I haven't even finished sketching out chapter 1. But the first few chapters will be free, and also I'm going to be doing it all through stream. So if you want to actually, read the comic and you do not want to pay, it's very easy by just coming to the streams and watching them. I think that is a fair compromise. If people want to support me and stuff like that, I'm going to set up a Patreon and people can support me that way. And I want to actually make this into a physical book eventually. But time will only tell.
Billy was already a true outlaw. He was wanted for the murder of a lawman. Also testified against
I've been looking since you started. How are you today? I'm doing good, Ayami Wilson.
Former regulators, group calls themselves
I'm
simply the Rustlers.
great, and thank you for the
New Mexico
lurk. You didn't
Territory
have
Governor
to,
Lou Wallace,
Ayame.
As we all do.
Santa Fe, Vegas, made sure everybody knew there was a $500 price on Billy's head. January 10th, 1880, a man named Joe.
Are you thinking about streaming?
And it didn't work out too well for him.
Are you thinking about streaming some more? Pay goat money, then comic.
Home today at the Billy the Kid Museum, halfway between Albuquerque and Lubbock, Texas, with friends. Wanted as he was, now he's still gonna pop into a saloon and grab himself some drinks. Me
and
pop into a saloon.
Barracks know exactly what you mean when you say Oyakadon. No, don't act like you're.
Man described as a bounty hunter.
Don't act like you're
tough guy looking to make
like you're being bullied. You literally, we know what you mean. No, don't. Don't act like you're the victim of something. We know what you're talking about. Trying to set up. Hell yeah, Nix.
Sounds like his balls may have been bigger than his brain.
I'm super tired this week. Been rough. No! Well, if you want to talk about it, you can. I'm here.
I don't know. Maybe he said it cooler than that. The kid steps up to him and says, "That's a beauty, Joe," referring to Joe's revolver. The kid then takes the pistol from Grant's hand, spins the cylinder, checking the time to see how much ammunition it contains, allegedly 3 cartridges, and this wily bastard, according to legend, purposefully moves the cylinder so that the next shot won't shoot shit, and then returns the revolver to Grant. Again, Grant not coming across as a genius here, letting the wanted man he supposedly wants to kill here, just grab and play around with his gun. Short time later, Texas Red threatens to kill cattle baron John Chisholm, not realizing that John isn't there and that he's talking to his brother, James Chisholm, who Billy's drinking with. Again, not a genius move. If your plan is to kill Billy the Kid and collect that reward, why are you now threatening a guy drinking with Billy? A guy who's not wanted, a guy who, if you kill him, could potentially end up getting you wanted. When Billy tells him to look for trouble elsewhere, Joe now aims his pistol at the real target, Billy himself. He bragged to some others earlier that he's going to collect that bounty. Billy not real worried about this dickhead. He just turns his back to Joe, continues drinking. Joe pulls the trigger. Billy hears the click of the empty chamber. Because he's a Wild West legend, full of so much he spins around, puts a bullet through Texas Red's brains, which is probably real hard to hit. His price small. And Billy walks over to the fresh corpse, looks down on it, and says, "Joe, I've been there too often for you." I think that's a good line. I think it's up there with Doc Holliday from Tombstones. I'll beg to differ, sir. We started a game.
I thought Texas Red was actually a really smart man.
Years old at the time, but he'd already faced death, taken lives too often to worry about the likes of Texas Red. That's a story, at least. Pretty badass if it's true. Now for an old gunfighter we have not sucked before, John Wesley Harden. Harden may have killed as many as 50 men. A lot of accounts have him killing over 40. His most famous quote was, "I never killed anyone who didn't need killing." Another man who was better about saying witty, cold-blooded shit than Joe Texas Red Grant. Harden considered by many to be one of the, if not the most dangerous outlaws of the Wild West, at least when it came to quick draws. Billy the Kid, although possessing more name recognition, considered by many
It's a
to be
food,
amateur
not an
compared to
issue,
Harden.
kids.
And if he was Billy the Kid, Billy would have lived a lot longer.
Yakadon, literally parent and child Don Burry. We all know what you mean. We all know what you mean, Kaz.
1878. And then he was in prison for 14 years. It didn't last too long once he got out. Harden was born in 1853 in the state of Texas, and in Texas he would build quite the
checking how much ammunition. Yeah, exactly. It's a food, not the issue, Cassie.
That's what most people
Yakadon, dead beat Bidon, Downtown Abbey.
And many of them in Clint Eastwood,
An absolutely crap ton of family issues, a lot of moving things around, having to hear them fighting. Also spent most of Monday at the vet with my dog, and she's sick and has to have special food or something. Discovered she was a heart murmur, and today has been super hectic doing things. I'm drained. You nasty, taking a wholesome dish and making it filthy. Hey, do raw milk and got the dip.
And on and on. He loved his guns, he knew them well. They were the tools of his trade. And here's a summary of a short sequence.
Oh man,
crazy,
no,
crazy bastard's most
that's really sad, Ayami. I'm so sorry that you have to go through that. Animals being sick. I'm glad that they can actually do something, because having a rabbit, if there's any issues with your rabbit, it's probably, even if you sent it to the vet, there's probably not much they can do. Like,
Main Street high noon type of face-off.
I'm glad that dogs can actually be taken care of, which is good. Even if it's shitty, it's good that you found it and you can deal with it.
And in the heart. Just a month
I'm sorry
later,
that you're having to go with
January
family
20th,
issues.
1870,
I've been there
in Thornhill,
before.
Limestone
I
County,
am very
Harden
sorry.
killed another man in a
I
gunfight.
I do want to
Two
say
guys
that
arguing
I'm
about the
so
fucking
sorry that you
circus
have
of
to
all
deal with
places,
that.
While watching it, love to hear that argument. Trapeze artists, or maybe they're still out there. You know, it's like their showdown. Trapeze artist show was a heat better entertainment than that damn human cannonball fella. The hell you say? That dark cannonball fella was bursting at the gills with entertainment.
Highlights of the day: the forbidden Yakadon. There's always a Yakadon in here. Yeah, rabbits purposely don't show their any signs. Now that we talking about food, I am hungry and I want some Yakadon. Go get some food then. Hey, Enerjog. Is there any MILF nearby here?
Nearby,
No.
Posse, Texas. He's escorting a saloon girl home, aka sex worker.
No, there is no MILFs, but go get some food then. And no for the Yakada.
Thief when he bent down to pick it up.
Yeah, you dirty fuck. Thank you for hanging out with us, Kaz. Go get some food.
Here you go.
I do appreciate it.
Why'd you have to go on toss it on the dirt like that? Then just bends down to pick it up. And I'll take that right back. Thank you kindly. Grabs the money, take a little interest, maybe picks his pocket. A year later, Harden's arrested for killing another man, Marshall of Waco, Texas. The only murder he was accused of that he denied. He was temporarily held in jail in the town of Marshall. Two guys then tried transporting Harden to Waco for his trial. When one of the guys rode away briefly from camp, he shot the other one with a gun he'd bought from a fellow prisoner in that jail cell back in Marshall, and then rode off on his horse. And according to a few sources, he soon gunned down 3 posse members who came to recapture him.
Goddamn.
15-man posse then headed out to arrest Harden, but he got the drop on him, captured 2 of them, stole their guns, and then fled to Kansas for a time. My God. Many years later, after his time in prison, on August 19th, 1895, while standing at the bar of the Acme Saloon in El Paso, Harden was shot in the back of the head by John Selman Sr. Not long after getting into an argument with John, pistol whipping the shit out of him in public.
Nice.
Pistol whipping a guy. That's a good way to motivate a man to shoot you in the back, get some revenge. All right, now that we've had a little fun going over some other Wild West men's dastardly deeds, let's get to know Boone Helm himself.
I'm the trash man. I come out, I throw trash all over the ring, and then I start eating garbage.
Yeah! Yeah! Damn no MILFs, I know. I need that Yakadon. Unfortunately, my family is the type to always be at each other's throats. They can agree on anything. I'm sure most here know exactly how that is. Yeah, I do. I do know that having to deal with my mother and also hearing that she was begging my dad to come stay with her while she was recovering. And his answer is exactly what it should have been, which is no. I love my mom, but that's what a physical therapist is for, is to take care of her while she is recovering. No. The answer is no.
Or, you know, something like that. Kind of cool showdown.
She doesn't need to be going in that house with lots of stairs to just fall over again and hurt herself. Like, no.
According to a 1992 article in the Victoria, Canada newspaper, The Times.
I'm gonna fix that head because it's bit smell.
Fate was not with them.
Hope you're doing well, Inner Joke. Thank you for coming in. By the way, everybody, Inner Joke also streams. Wonderful streamer. Give him some love. He is a small streamer. He is a great guy. Pretty funny. All of his jokes that he's entered so far have been laugh riots. So
Log Branch was for a brief time the epicenter of mid-19th century American intellectualism. Ralph Waldo Emerson, American philosopher who led the Transcendentalist movement.
Yeah, go get you
Man
some
credited with
food.
popularizing individualism. He was born and bred Log Branch. William James.
Need to call my Gia because I am away from my home. I need to call my girlfriend, and so while I am out searching for food, I'm gonna call her. Bye, bye, Cass. I need to find that Yakadon. Bye.
Child later would teach there at 3
I already know if I mentioned, but I hit 100 followers the other day. Hell yeah, Enter. People fucking love you, man.
Transcendentalism.
You are way faster at growth, upper growth,
Mahatma Gandhi.
which is very good. People fucking love you, man. Especially they love your personality. They love how you act. They love your comedy, man. Dude, you're growing so fast. Eventually, you'll be big streamer, and then I'll be like, man, I wish I was as big as Inner Joke over there. He's so cool.
Tiny place that was never a real town. Never had a post office.
Small streamer has more followers than Barracks. Going back to lurking, may doze off in case I accidentally fall asleep. Have a good stream. By the way, Yami also streams. Wonderful person. Give Yami some love. To be fair, I've been stuck in the 90s for a month. You will look at me. I got 200 followers in a month. They love what that you're not the Barracks.
He is the only notable person listed on
Kazu has been growing real fast. He's been growing so damn fast.
He was born just 8 years after Helm in Florida, Missouri.
He's so fast. He's so popular.
It's like some Abbott Costello who's on first shit.
Yes, of course, Ayami.
Florida. Where in Florida? Missouri. What? You from Missouri? Yep. Oh, where in Missouri you from? Florida. And around they go. Florida, Missouri was a smattering of houses back in 1835. Now it's no houses. Mark Twain was 4. He and his family moved to Hannibal, Missouri, neighboring Marion County. So he really didn't even live there that long. Not a lot of exceptionally interesting happenings happening in Monroe County, Missouri. It's a sleepy community. Sleepy area. Boone was a troubled child growing up there in a large, hard-working family. From an early age, he allegedly liked to drink, fight, disobey authority. Boone also had, quote, a lethal temper. Growing up in the country, became proficient with guns, knives, and horse riding at an early age. Awesome. Allegedly, according to an article in the January 11th, 1976 edition of the Billings Gazette, he also loved to torture younger and smaller children. Shocking. That kid would grow up to become a problem. According to Nathaniel Pitt Langford, one of the men who was part of the vigilante mob who would finally apprehend Helm in Virginia City, Montana, the guy who Mount Langford in Yellowstone Park is named after, he wrote, when Helm was excited by liquor, he gave way to all the evil passions of his nature. He was an ill-tempered psychopath who liked to drink, raised out in the sticks to be good with gun, knife, and horse, and also his fists. Source after source says this dude loved to fight. By the time he was a teenager, he started putting on exhibition matches, wrestling and boxing, where he'd take on grown men in the area and apparently just beat their asses on the regular. That must have been so fun for these guys, not emasculating at all. What happened to your face, Pa? Your schoolmate Boone Helm punched me about town again. Now run along, help your ma fix dinner while I sit in the corner and cry for a heap. Boone loved to show off how tough he was, how manly. His coolest macho trick from this era was apparently to throw his Bowie knife into the ground while charging along on horseback. He'd leap down from his horse at a gallop, snatch the knife up, remount again before the horse had a chance to slow. Dude could have been a trick rider in the circus, but that wasn't as much fun as whooping ass. By the time he made it to his late teens, Helm started hanging around at local taverns, getting drunk, challenging any man who'd take him up on a fight, fighting some of them who, tried to avoid him. He loved cracking skulls. It's not like he made life hell for a lot of people before he became a murderer. He was spotted towards, when he was spotted towards, as far as when he was walking towards the cavern, I bet you could hear just like an audible groan. Just like, oh, shit.
It has been 5 years and we still going. Hell yeah.
Fun, too. All these beatings landed him in jail.
Yami played Soma. I love that game. Now, of course I have, even though I am trash of the world. Hush you. Sweet, sweet liquor passions. It has been 5 years and we're still going, yeah. By the way, I don't know if I've mentioned, but I love the comic looks amazing so far. It's just sketches right now, but thank you. It will get better. It takes time.
There was an uproar as he burst into court, which was
this isn't even the end of it. This is just the beginning. This is just the beginning.
His screaming and threatening had the desired effect. The judge extended the order for his arrest and waved off the charges of contempt of court. Boone had, earned for himself. And then just rode out, out of court on his horse. What the hell? Hey, Judge, what fuck you think you're doing? You have a warrant for me for beating Johnny Doyle's ass. Well, guess what? I have a warrant for you then. The court of Boone fucking Helm just sentenced you to a busted jaw and a fine of no less than 6 missing teeth. Warrant? No, Helm, must be a clerical error. I've got no quarrel with you. And what a beautiful horse you have. Both of you, welcome to my courtroom anytime, of course. Not sure if that's a tall tale or not. That horse in the courtroom tale shows up in numerous sources. 1848, at the age of 20, Boone Helm marries 17-year-old Lucinda Brown. Sources say she was a respectable girl who thought she could tame this wild beast. So for a bad boy, she got pregnant. Oh, lucky lady.
You gotta fix it.
Marriage because of Lucinda's pregnancy, and they proceeded to live together.
Have you ever looked at a face, drawn it? I've probably asked this before. Drawn it, and then you're just like,
never around to care for his child. He was home. He was drunk.
Maybe I should change my name to Kazuto Smith. Are you gonna play Bayonetta, buddy?
Never worked. He drank,
oh shit!
Stole, gambled. His parents and Lucinda's parents supported the couple so that she and their child wouldn't starve. Lucinda quickly retired.
Of course, big battle. We can definitely play some after a bit. I wanted to stream till I wanted to stream for a bit. I wanted to get some comic book stuff done.
Soon leave and never return. Never see his daughter.
I just want to get this fucking thing done.
Sometime in between getting married and divorced.
I love this comic. This is my passion and stuff and all that, but also it would be good.
Not sure how he got away with this one. Maybe that other guy shot first or something. As I said up top, in his lifetime, it's estimated that Boone murdered at least 18 men and would eat at least 2 of them, probably 3. As a young adult, Boone already was a murderer and already had a reputation as a
if you're gonna be streaming next, just tell me.
Delighting in nothing so much as feats of strength, skill, and
and smite if I feel up to it. Yeah, Kazuto Smith's Secret MILF Hunter. You know what's more fun to play? What? You can play at my heart all you want. Okay, I'm out. Bye, Kazu.
What a nightmare. Too dumb, too prone to violence to be able to reason your way out of an ass whooping. This guy. Dude sounds like a fucking ogre or a troll.
Kazu is a funny guy.
A bully of the worst kind. One writer wrote that he delighted in nothing so much as feats of strength, skill, and hardihood. Activities like reading, spirited debate, noticeably absent from descriptions. In 1850, Boone either kills for the first time or kills again. This murder, pretty heavily documented. Boone heading out to California, packs up his few belongings, rides to Paris, Missouri first to call upon his cousin to come out with him. Once in Paris, Helm invites his cousin named Littlebury Shoot to go with him, and he doesn't want him. He's probably like, again, probably those guys at the bar, he's probably like, shit, Helm's coming. Probably saw it, heard him galloping up. And Littlebury Shoot, man, what kind of weird name is that? Name Shoot, Littlebury Shoot. The hell you say? I do say, I'm Littlebury Shoot, son of Tinkle and Twinkle Shoot, brother of Scoot and Shoot. I have a younger sister, the baby of the family, Little Toot Shoot. There are 2 versions of what happened next. Some versions state that initially Shoot agreed to go with him, but he was drunk at the time. Now then he sobered up and he's like, fuck. What did we say? California? Oh man, I was playing around. And that Boone really didn't like that. The other version is that he did want to go west, but he just didn't want to go where Helm wanted, and they just couldn't agree, got into an argument, and then Helm killed him. He wanted to go to Texas, Helm wanted to go to California, something like that. Both versions do agree on Littlebury ended up, getting killed. According to the most popular telling, the first version is correct. And one morning, mid-1850, after a hard night of drinking, Boone wakes up Littlebury out of bed like, come on, man, let's get going. And Littlebury's like, what? No, I was fucking kidding around. And then Boone said, oh, we're going, or else. And then Littlebury, at that point, he should have pointed behind Helm and be like, whoa, what kind of bird's that? And then when Helm turns around to look, he's just like takes off running. Instead, he responds with, or else what? And you don't say shit like that to Boone Helm. Boone got so mad he stabbed his cousin in the chest, stabbed him between the ribs, right into the heart, rode away on his horse. And, Littlebury died pretty quickly. Then Boone fled for California alone. William Shute, Littlebury's brother, his name unfortunately was not Scootin'. He then organized a vigilante posse, begins pursuing Boone, first of many posses to hunt this man-beast. Boone, though, already around 40 miles ahead. William Shute realizes he needs more help, returns to Paris, where he purchases some faster horses, where he hires two men named Joel Maupin and Samuel Query to follow him. And they try to put out a bunch of information. They get information that Boone is hiding out in a reservation in Oklahoma. Now
Oh, man. No problem, my son.
Native man.
Take care and thank you.
And these men do find Boone
hiding
out in the rereservation.
Nibon go doka wakaran ga gambate no.
The one he'd kept in his own home. It's dead and tied to a tree. Boone's on the ground near it, looking haggard and completely out of his mind.
He very funny, man. He funny, man.
Babbling,
he international,
end up
funny man.
He doesn't seem like the tough guy he'd been before. Man, you're having a rough day when you're sucking on some mud next to your dead horse. Hopefully you're not at your best then. If that's your best, oh man.
One day he will be the funniest man
led to some sort of nervous breakdown.
on
Twitch.
Twitch.
Gets some lawyers with the last of his poor parents' money. They managed to get his trial postponed. Sources say Boone would bankrupt his parents before heading west. Boone's lawyers applied for a change of venue twice. The third hearing, they seek postponement on the grounds of the absence of material witnesses. They're manipulating the courts, not a recent invention. Boone finally does appear before a judge and is convicted of murder, but not hanged. The court determines he didn't seem right in the head. Actually, the quote is, didn't seem right in his head. Sure didn't. He sentenced him to be locked away in an asylum, sanatorium, described as both those terms, for the rest of his life somewhere in Missouri. No sources reveal the exact location of this asylum. Apparently, once in the asylum, Boone gets regular meals, gets some rest, his mind steadily starts to come back to him, and then he quickly convinces his orderly that he's a model calm patient. You know, he rapidly recovers. He behaves perfectly. He's a gentleman for the first time in his life, doesn't cause trouble. In the asylum, Boone's orderly, happy with his progress, soon starts to indulge him with daily walks out into the nearby wilderness. Now, what could go wrong with that? Guy who just stabbed his cousin for not wanting to ride with California with him. Let's allow him to walk around the woods with just one chaperone. One day, Boone asks for permission to enter a willow grove. It's a little further away from the asylum. His orderly agrees. And then, the next day, and the next day, and the next day, he keeps asking to go back to this willow grove. And this guy keeps agreeing, and he keeps going a little further out. But he'd come back, getting this guy to let his guard down further and further. And then just a few weeks after, showing up in this asylum, eventually, he just doesn't come back. And the orderly, is getting more and more used to him just walking around. He just hangs out by the asylum, just chatting up with a buddy. And then pretty soon he's like, hey, oh shit, where the fuck's Boone? It's been a while. It's been quite some time. Yeah, he's gone. He vanished. He took off into the woods in the spring of 1851, just leaves Missouri. The orderly didn't seem to take his job too seriously. Man, if they didn't hang you back in 1851, feels like it was pretty easy to escape justice. You show up in an asylum, you act cool for a few weeks. And then you're just like, hey, can we go walk around the woods? Come on, I'm bored. Come on, it's you and me. It'd be fun. Okay, I guess so, no problem. A week or so later, you're like, hey, can I just walk around alone out in the woods? I just like the woods. I'll come back. I'll see you in 20 minutes. No big deal. You promise not to kill anyone or run off? Yeah, I promise. Totally, 100%. Okay, all right, enjoy yourself. Boone gets lost in the woods again when he escapes. This time, before he has a breakdown, he comes across a lone prospector making his way out west. This man takes pity on Boone. Man shares his food and water with Boone, and then Boone repays him by bashing his fucking head flat with a rock. He takes all his shit and he heads to California. Now he has a donkey,
Jesus,
tent, food,
fucking
rifle,
Boone.
gear,
What the fuck?
Along the way, he will later claim to have to murder a few folks here and there, food and money. He couldn't remember how many. Why that number 18 he'll confess to seems like at least 18 to me. Doesn't seem like he was similar to a modern serial killer who really kind of kept track of things, who had an MO. Who got some kind of sexual satisfaction from killing. I don't think he was keeping a journal, making log entries about his kills, or keeping trophies, putting a few of their teeth on a necklace or something. No, he was just an opportunistic killer. You had something he wanted, and the opportunity came up to kill you, and get that, and probably get away with killing you, well, then you got yourself killed. You encountered a man who was alone out in the woods.
How's it going, steady prism? Nihongo Daiki Roku Do Ukai Waka Ranega Gan Batena
Makes a bunch of jerky. Oh, that's
Ininudo,
funny to me.
ad
Starts calling Wes
revenue,
as much food as he can.
Bayonetta, and fucking
That sounds fucking
God
terrible.
damn.
Donkey-
I think that
donkey
ain't
jerky-
correct.
donkey-
I haven't
donkey
taken it
jerky
in
might be
15 years.
delicious, but it doesn't sound good.
Food equals
I don't know why
legend.
that-
Jesus
I don't know why
Christ.
that animal
You know,
sounds
you
like
just
delicious,
go
but,
into
like,
the
deer
fucking
jerky
woods and
is
you
fantastic.
bash someone's fucking
Cow
brains
jerky is
in and
great.
fucking steal their
Donkey
shit.
jerky sounds like a fucking
Hey, how's it going,
Good,
Steady
yeah,
Prism?
sent you
How's
got
everything been?
nothing but donkey jerky. Anyway, he starts getting real hungry after he runs out of donkey jerky. I bet you're super hungry. Like, I bet you're extra starving when you've run out of donkey jerky. Like when you've been living on pretty much nothing but donkey jerky for weeks, and then you run out of that. Oh man, now you're super hungry. And he comes across another lone traveler and shoots him dead. You know, helm being helm. And then he discovers that this guy didn't have any more food on him than he did. He was hoping this guy had something in his camp. And now he becomes the Kentucky cannibal. He starts a fire, he cuts into this guy, helps himself to some man steaks, and but it's not enough. You know, he's still too exhausted to push on. He's tired, doesn't know if he's gonna be able to make it the rest of the way to California. He'll later say that he laid down at this guy's camp, was ready to die, but then he saw hiding in a corner of the man's tent under some blankets a full case of fucking Whipple. Wash down that man meat with some Whipple. Kentucky Cannibal Edition. Got some idiot's finger stuck in your throat? Choking on some silly asshole's campfire roasted asshole? Wash it down with Whipple. Kentucky Cannibal Edition. What's in it? Dynamite, gunpowder, the tears of beta male.
Donkey jerky. Panata Facir into Flumesic Gottman. I don't know what the fuck you just said. The fuck did you just say to me? The fuck did you just say to me? Nix? The fuck?
Wait, hold on. Everything I just said is true, except the Whipple stuff. He did eat some of that guy. He did not find any Whipple, unfortunately. No, shortly after eating some of this dude, he comes across a group of travelers, and he's able to trade some weapons for a horse.
Just about to start work, otherwise doing good. Hey, sorry, to practice in your stream like this, go man. No, you're okay. No, you're okay, Nix. You're 100% all right.
In a cowboy hat, a character out of some Western horror graphic novel, just murdering, you know, anyone he can along the way. He can get away with it, maybe eating them. His life doesn't feel real. From 1851 to 1858, Boone will live all over California. He'll never stay in one place for long, just moving from one mining camp to another. In boomtown after boomtown, he'll meet a lot of shady characters.
Chair fall
Men a
over.
lot like himself. And I think a tombstone. I don't know. There's just something about him. Something around the eyes. I don't know. He reminds me of me. Nope, I'm sure of it. I hate him. Helm killed several in duels when duels were so common that no one paid a bunch of attention to him. Wasn't known as a quick draw, but he did kill some guys in duels. Historians estimate Boone killed around a dozen men in various California mining towns, maybe more. Partnering up with other bandits, he robbed stagecoaches here and there, robbed miners out on trails, hid out in the hills to rob and or kill passerbys. Yeah, most of his kills, it seems, were, sneaky kills. You know, shooting people who didn't know they were going to be in a fight with him. Or shooting people when they weren't looking, that kind of thing. Hung out in saloons and brothels, gambled, fought, just raised a whole bunch of hell everywhere he went. This is not a guy you ever wanted to cross paths with. Eventually, Boone made his way up into present-day Oregon along the Columbia River with some fellow road agents. Stayed there for around a year, ruining more people's days, months, lives. By the fall of 1858, Boone was hanging around the Dalles, Oregon, where the local sheriff had grown tired of him and his gang's never-ending bullshit. Boone wanted to kill the sheriff for wanting to arrest him, for constantly robbing people, getting into bar fights, etc. But not all his posse agreed they should kill the sheriff. They voted on what to do. Not wanting to draw unnecessary attention to themselves and risk vigilante justice, the group agrees overall to leave the area without killing that sheriff. Boone's disappointed. He doesn't like the decision, but he goes along with it. Around another 6 men decide to head east to Camp Floyd in the Utah Territory now. Camp Floyd's about 20 miles from Salt Lake City. On the way, they think, maybe they'll swing through the new boomtown of Virginia City, Nevada.
Latin is setis un
A lot of new
Adahi Mortes est, Nick, would you love our 40K stream? Nothing but high Latin. None of them is that work I was looking for, not isn't. Oh, okay.
Due to some fundamental misunderstandings regarding the practice of polygamy, apparently Boone and his gang
Latin isn't Cetus.
thought they were heading towards a land of
Yeah, I'm
sex
trying,
trade,
man.
some kind of
It's all.
Utah women.
I just use Google Translate and then I'm like, there we go. 100%. Thank you, Google Translate. Yeah, get ready for work, Steady Prism. Thank you for coming in. I do appreciate you.
Boone and his gang with members of the so-called Snake Tribe band of natives to attack
Latin.
Camp Walla Walla tribe members who owned about 4,000 horses.
Yeah, I don't know anything about Latin except that I use it imperfectly, and people will fucking know that.
Salt Lake City, roughly 600 miles to sell them. One Helm Party member, a man
Just everybody calm down.
He rode off back to the Dalles, and he double-crossed Boone and the others for reasons never made entirely clear. Sent the news of what they were up to the chief of the Walla Walla tribe. Boone's horse-stealing plot is foiled. He gets shot at, but not hit. He and the others end up stealing a few horses, but just enough to kind of write off, enough for their personal use, but not enough to sell. Some U.S. Marshals are now going
and
after
then
the gang.
a trickle of blood will be coming down her face when she smiles.
With Boone and the others. I find it funny in the Wild West, trying to steal horses or stealing horses would often get you in more trouble with law enforcement than, say, some random murder.
And then a guy comes.
One night around this time, sitting around the campfire, Boone tells his group about this dude he'd eaten on the way out to California. Allegedly, he told him, "Many's the poor devil I've killed, and one time or another. Many's the poor devil I've killed at one time or another, and the time has been that I've been obliged to feed on some of them." So maybe he'd already tasted, more than one fella. When they asked him why he did that, why he ate human flesh, he said it was because he refused to go hungry. He warned them that he would then warned them that he'd eat human flesh again if he needed to, and that had to have been a uncomfortable campfire moment. Imagine those dudes having a little sidebar later. You see the way he was looking at me when he told us that he would eat human flesh again? He kept staring at my chest like he was eyeballing a filet mignon. When you turned around, I swear a bit of drool dribbled off his chin when he gazed upon your hindquarters. We're sleeping in shifts now. I ain't turning
Google loses someone in translation. Optium Capre.
The other 5 or so guys ended up somewhere west of the main mountain range in eastern Oregon. Sorry, there's hesitation on some of this. The Western authors, that is one thing I alluded to it earlier, but Wild West authors, notoriously tall tale tellers. So, and a limited number of sources. I love Wild West stories, but I think part of the reason they're so cool is, it's mythology mixed with fact. And, in some of the stories, it's like, 15 guys headed out there and Boone killed 14 of them. And another story might be like 2 guys headed out and they both made it alive. Kind of varies. So you just try and like synthesize all the stories and be like, I think this is the most common. They seem to have been the best sources. So the number of the people he was traveling with here, I had a real hard time figuring out what that number actually was. Some sources would say 6, some sources would say more, and some sources would do weird stuff like they would say that he told these guys this story that apparently like got out and spread his legend, but then that all the guys he traveled with died. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. Well, if all the guys he traveled with died, how were any of those guys able to spread his tale? So that's why I've gone over it so many times, but even this time for the record, I'm like, a little hesitation moments. Okay, so when they reach the area of present-day northwestern Utah, this band of however many, 5, 6, 7, 8, they get into a fight with some tribe members, retreat into the wilderness of the Wasatch Mountains. 2 of the gang are killed in this fight. The remaining members get lost further, trusting to fortune to bring them safe into the settlements. Fortune not at on their sides. Sounds like a few maybe split off, to make it out and alive to tell the story of the Kentucky Cannibal. One stayed with Helm. That year, the thermometer consistently read 30 to 40 below zero up in the mountains. There was about 20 to 30 feet of snow in places, allegedly, and these idiots were not equipped with any special gear to survive these harsh conditions. This happens to Helm a lot. He'll just like go way out in the woods.
Yeah.
For a guy who spends a lot of time in the woods, he just doesn't seem to ever fucking have equipment. It's like you see, very impulsive, which makes sense for a guy who kills a lot of people. Not a planner, Levi Boone Helm. He's just like, let's go.
No, I hate the Capra Demon.
I said we're going to the woods. Okay.
I just realized in Dark Souls you'd be considered a Capra Demon. I believe that. A Capra Demon in Dark Souls? Well, let's look. Let's see. What is a Capra Demon? Hold up. Let's see.
An area in present-day Idaho.
Capra Demon.
And they survive starvation by eating these horses.
Capra Demon in Dark Souls.
Stuck in the area for weeks.
Capra.
The men made a hut in the valley, ate their
It's
horses,
Skullface.
dulled
It's
meat
a
and
goat
out.
head Skullface, man.
He's eating
It's
fucking
those shitty
concrete
ones
jerky
that
areas,
that
not even
they
horse
make
meat.
into a boss and then later make into a regular fucking enemy for no reason other than fuck you. Hey, did you, were you having fun? Oh man, one day we will have to play those games. I will probably hate every second of it. I love watching people play it because I like people actually progressing in the game. I don't know. I think it'll take a lot of fucking streams just to get past the first part of the game. And my opinion of the games will probably not change from my opinion from now. I love the lore of Dark Souls, Demon Souls, and also Bloodborne. I love the lore. I love the way that they tell the story through items and really, like, you have to really search for the story. There's a deep well of the story. You have to fucking look for it. I love that. That is such an amazing way of storytelling. I love it. I think I hate Dark Souls. And every single one of their games, I hate it because I suck at it. And no matter how much I play it, I do not get better, and I do not progress. I love the ideas of the game. I love the idea to make it better, and that you are supposed to grow as a player. It will never happen, and I suck at the game, and I just will, and I'm just going to give it the review that I always do, is that the game is not meant for me. I will never be good enough for it, so why try?
For the whole month of April 1859, Boone, wandered to the mountains of Utah alone on foot to make it to Salt Lake City. A rancher, John Powell, finally found him, took pity on him, gave him clothes, and then he was the one who took him to some settlements around Salt Lake. Powell noticed that Boone carried a bag containing apparently $1,400 in coins, but did not ask him for
We
payment
could play
for
on
services.
stream?
Good
Yeah,
call.
I know.
I wouldn't have gone over well. Boone apparently never thanked him, abandoned Powell as soon as he reached the Mormon settlements.
Capra is a goat man in the Latin ergo. Kime is pretty close, yeah. I've demoted them to regular. I beat the game. Okay, well that's good. I'm glad that you beat the game, Nix.
Langford's description of Helm,
The game can get coup, but then you can get invaded on third one while you progress. Get used to dying simulator, they say. I agree, but I have the first one memorized. It's how you can get better seams. Yeah, no. I totally understand that people are not going to like that opinion. They're like, you should play, and you will, if you play it long enough, you will get better, and you will enjoy the game. Hey, I was pretty shitty at Hollow Knight, and I slowly progressed and got better. And I enjoy the game. It's one of my favorite games of all time. Like storytelling, everything else, like it's so good, and it's supposed to be in the same realm as Dark Souls. But where Hollow Knight, all of the deaths that that happen in the game are because I am not paying close enough attention. You can, if you play the game, you could, from the very beginning to the very end, actually beat the game first time. That is not a lie. That is not a joke. That is literally, literally, you can beat that game one try. Dark Souls, you have to literally die to make progress. You have to, you either know what's coming and you're a wizard of intelligence and you know it's gonna happen, or you die 30 times and then you're like, now I get the boss. Now I'm getting it. That's Dark Souls. And hey, it's totally fine. It's just not for me. And I want to play it eventually in my career to actually just sit down, play it, beat it, and see if my opinion changes.
And under the guise of the badge, or under the protection of the badge, she did all this kind of, heinous shit. And then,
I can talk you through it if you like. Yeah, we can. Yeah, totally. I don't mind having multiple people go through it. I just don't think it'll fucking change a goddamn thing. Look, and also, there's probably going to be people who say, you can't review it unless you've beaten a game. You know what? That's fair. I am probably going to play the game, see if my opinion changes, and I will beat the game no matter how long it takes.
Lewiston barely just was getting going in the spring of 1861.
And if my opinion changes, good on it. If my opinion is literally, nope, it still sucks, it was difficult as balls, and I don't feel like I accomplished anything. Because that's how I feel like Dark Souls is. Like, that's what started it all, is that my experience with Dark Souls is I feel I lose all the time. I don't feel like I learn from any of the situations, and I win out of sheer dumb luck, it feels like. It doesn't feel like I legitimately figured out a boss. Doesn't feel like I figured out any of the mechanics of the game. It feels like, oh, the monster died, and I just shrug my shoulders and I'm like, oh, okay.
Dude really had to travel. Make it wet.
And no, I don't shrug my shoulders. I'm like, oh, thank God. Every time. And I only get to the first boss, and then I beat the first boss, and then the enemies in the second area suck so much balls, I literally can't get further. So, we'll see. It'll be a long time coming, but we'll see. Not gonna lie, death is either your best friend or that one person you smash into a wall. I just don't feel like where Hollow Knight, you feel like you learn every time you actually go down. You have the mechanics to win. And it feels like Dark Souls, I must be playing it wrong.
Usually took months.
Like, and why I'm comparing the two is because everybody else has compared the two.
Also,
so just do what they were going to do anyway.
Once in San Francisco, the eager youth first took a job at a bookstore. After a year, he'd saved enough money to buy a ranch and mine.
Like, everybody else compares
a year later, he traded some mine
the two. Why don't I just do it already for them? Do you prefer miracles, magic, or pyromancies?
Since Nevada City, another town,
whatever beats the game is what I prefer. Whatever the game was intended to be beaten, because there is a way to just beat it, and I must be doing it wrong. I don't really care what it is at that point. I should play Hollow Knight on stream. I've heard it's more of a Metroidvania. It's definitely a Metroidvania, but it's still Zhander. BRB. It's all good, General. Thank you for coming in.
Future possible gang leader didn't cause trouble as a young man like Helm had done. He wore the fabled white hat before he put on the black one, if he ever put on the black one. In 1857, Plummer handily won re-election. Recognizing the colorful 24-year-old as a rising star, Democrats now chose him to run for state assembly. Considered a shoo-in, he seemed destined to become the youngest man sent to the new California legislature. But in a twist of fate, the Democrats argued and split, one faction launching a devastating smear campaign against the other. That's crazy. They used to attack each other then, too. And then Plummer went down in a humiliating defeat. Reeling from his first real setback in life, other than having consumption, I guess, now the man who's still the city marshal becomes involved in the marital problems of John and Lucy Vedder. Got himself in the middle of somebody else's marriage, and it didn't work out well for him. Not overall. John was an inept gambler who not only abused his wife, but also at times abandoned her and their sickly daughter. Desperate because he could not find housing in the overcrowded town, John heard that residents in trouble could go to Mr. Plummer for advice. Listening to John's plea, Plummer vacated his own home, allegedly, and allowed the Vedders to rent it from him. Maybe he really was a very good guy at this time. Or, as some suspect, he really wanted to fuck John's wife. And probably was fucking John's wife. Soon after, a passing pedestrian hears cries coming from the house.
You can beat it with all three. I like magic, but main pyromancies and rarely use miracles. You can beat it with just strength or dexterity build too. I know you can. I just want the easiest way, because the easier it is, the funner it is. The more fun I can have in feeling like a super cool badass, I'll take it. I'll fucking take it.
Somehow calms him down temporarily. Then Plummer helps to arrange.
I do not. People. I don't even care if it's fucking cheating. If it's if they have it in the game, fuck them.
Swung open the door, points a pistol at him.
They fucking put that shit in there. Fuck them.
Misses. Then Plummer fires back and kills him. Then Lucy dashes out into the street crying hysterically.
From what I've played so far for all of their fucking games, anytime that I can just get a leg up on them and piss in the fucking designer's face, it feels good.
A little suspicious.
Because I genuinely never feel good about playing those games unless I see a broken build. And where they're like, yeah, this game's real easy once you do this, and it's like, oh shit, maybe I should go back to this game and piss in their fucking cereal. Miracles and pyromancy are cheating. No, they are not. Pyromancy doesn't scare with any stat, but pairs well with dex build. You must struggle roll to victory. Scale. Spare? Not spare? You sure?
Less controversial grounds of imminent dangers of death from consumption. Now the disgraced and ailing ex-lawman.
No, I just want a way to literally just play the game and cheap ass my way to victory. Yes, it will definitely feel like cheating. I do not care. I don't have the time, and I hate them. I hate the designers. I love their world building. I feel like the story creators are wonderful people, and they make wonderful D&D like content. I would love to experience their D&D like content. So fuck the game designers. I will fucking take every bone I get. And if I can, I will piss in their cereal.
Technically in Washington territory at that time, he dissolved a...
Because they want you to struggle and feel pain, I will make sure they will get none of that from me.
But we shall not be less guilty if we put them to death, other than by the due process of law.
Good. If I can cheese every fucking boss into it, I will definitely do it. With the pro-vigilante faction mining camps. Here's the thing, I think also Neo might be an easier game, even though it's harder in some places. I think it's a way easier game to get into if you're actually going to get into Dark Souls-like games. I actually love Neo. Neo's real good. I do not care, I do not have time, and I hate it.
And when later Hang is an innocent man swept up in a wave of vigilante hasty and not often good decisions.
If that is my final review of like, what do you think about Dark Souls? What do you think about Demon Souls? What do you think about all of the Sekiro? I do not care. I do not have time, and I hate them.
Soon after, he'd bounce around to other mines in northern Idaho, after Lewis in like Florence, where he may have linked up with Helen.
That's my IMDb page. Neo is a Ninja Gaiden game first, a Souls game second. Yeah, but it is a good Souls game.
Plumber and his friends to a horse stable, fired at them with 2 guns.
Yeah, just because it is also a Ninja Gaiden game does not stop it from being a Souls game. Neo is a very good game. If you are not into the genre of Dark Souls, but still want to get into it. It is not a Ninja Gaiden game because also I can beat it. Which I cannot say much about Ninja Gaiden games because I fucking struggle at those too. I might just suck at video games,
No, I haven't seen how things
but
been.
I don't
Not bad.
know.
Let's see, past year had to flee from only 2.
I might
mobs,
just suck.
So a little better than the year before.
Top L first, Top L second, then talk to Frampt, then just collect the Lord vessels at your leisure. Okay, cool.
He decides to return to Maine. Done with the West. But he's not done with the West.
Cool.
He heads to Fort Bend. Makes
Sweet.
Fair, second oldest settlement in Montana.
I will definitely take any bone at the end. I know to kill Patches immediately. I know he will kill me if I do not, so fuck him. Kill Patches every chance I get. I will kill Patches. I know that. I know that much in Dark Souls lore is to kill Patches. He will kill you.
Farm, the community of Sun River by present-day Great Falls, rushes into the fort, begs for volunteers to defend his family against an anticipated native attack. Plummer, still a good guy maybe, agrees to ride back to Sun River with Agent James Vale.
Patches. I never kill him.
A rowdy horse trader who, unbeknownst to Plummer, had trailed him all the way from California. Why was he trailing him? Well, because Cleveland had gotten into trouble in California, and the law officer had trailed him. And a law officer had trailed him. Henry Plummer had. So weird here. So now inside the walls of a small stockade in Sun River, both Cleveland and Plummer fall desperately in love with the same woman, Electa Bryan, delicate and pretty sister-in-law of Agent Vale. Shit's reading like a Western pulp fiction romance novel. Electa falls in love with Plummer. Cleveland not happy. You know, her love rekindles Plummer's dream for a lofty career on the frontier. The two enjoy an autumn courtship. Plummer promises to head to the boomtown of Bannock, Montana. Gold was just struck there in 1862.
Let him live death is a release he doesn't deserve. He comes back! He comes back, so it doesn't matter! He just gets out of my way, and it makes me feel good. Even though I know it doesn't matter.
As we all do.
Cleveland then tries to kill Plummer. On January 14th, 1860,
I'm glad I am so glad that I fucking found that. Like, it's very funny.
Even after
Come on.
warning shot
Here we go. Alright, where are you? Here it is.
Twice he goes for his revolver. Twice
Here it
before he
is.
shot, he takes a ball from Plummer's
Yeah.
pistol.
This
Cleveland
is
dies from his wounds.
the style I'm going for. Is shit like this.
Self-defense is judged according to who first goes for a weapon. A minor's jury honorably acquits Plummer, so he's now killed his 4th guy. Then in May of 1863, these same miners elect Plummer to be the sheriff of Bannock.
And I'm gonna grab this fucker.
Young man now
All
became
these
the law.
buzzes
New mines
inside
had
of
received
my
majority far
hand.
surpassed that of any other official.
But if you're gonna
No
play,
man,
play
Sacramento
next.
Union reporter stated, stands higher in
If you're gonna
estimation
play
of the community than
Bayonetta, go
Henry
play
Plummer.
Bayonetta.
Newly elected sheriff
Don't
organized
let
the
me
Deputy
stop you.
Network
Go play.
throughout the
Go
camp
play your
triumphantly rode
Bayonetta.
to Sun River for a June wedding. After
Then
settling
stab him.
pride into their
I
log
shall.
farm in Bannock,
I
he
shall
convinced
stab
citizens of the
him.
need for a detention facility and the current practice of immediate hangings. Raises money to construct the first jail in what is now Montana. Bannock would briefly be the territory's first capital city. The Union League, Bannock political group, even now votes to unanimously recommend Plummer as
By the
a
way, I
deputy
gotta
US
make.
marshal.
I gotta.
Won't become one, but you know,
I
they
have to
think it
copy.
should be. Some miners will later
Shall
recall seeing
save.
the genteel-mannered peace officer Plummer wearing an elegant
And
overcoat,
then I
patrolling
shall.
Bannock streets at dawn. His supporters will say that during the final months of 1863, when a rash of crime sweeps Bannock and the surrounding area of the Alton
Duplicate
mines,
page.
he was not the leader of the gang known as the Innocents. He just got swept up in an insane hanging spree. Lasted a month and eradicated 21 men suspected of belonging to the outlaw gang. Plummer, before being hanged, had publicly stated that he intended to put a stop to territorial lynchings. Was he killed by the mob? Because, again, angry mob members just don't like him talking about putting an end to angry mob justice.
I keep getting. I love talking shop. That's okay. That's totally fine. I've got to go pee, so I will be right back.
Langford, one of our sources.
I shall be right back. Don't worry, guys. I shall.
But other sources state that Plummer was residing in California for most of that time. And preserved documents suggest Plummer spent just 3 weeks in Lewiston. So, Some sources also attest that Langford and Plummer were rivals. They really didn't like each other. Langford was jealous of Plummer becoming Bannock sheriff. That, Langford had his own aspirations, political aspirations. Or Langford and his fellow businessmen established freight companies, a sawmill, and other businesses in Bannock, and they were sick of being robbed by Plummer and his men. Who the real Plummer is a mystery. You know who definitely was not innocent? Boone motherfucking Helm, the Kentucky cannibal, guilty as shit. So much. Let's back up to 1862 and reconnect that cannibalistic lunatic with Plummer. In 1862, or I guess not reconnect, we'll reconnect with his story and then connect him with Plummer. There we go. Words are hard today. 1862, Boone arrives at the Boone town of Florence, Idaho to try his hand at gold mining. Well, kind of. He came there to rob miners, beat people up, maybe kill a few fellas. So less mining, more beating up miners. Settled in 1861, Florence only 14 miles as the crow flies from my hometown of Riggins, Idaho. I used to camp in the area of what was once Florence as a kid all the time. Literally have panned for gold in old ponds created by old, long-closed mines there. Once found a bunch of mica. Thought I had made my fortune. Then my mom pointed out it was only fools.
I will fucking kill you, AVG antivirus free.
No cool ghost
Did you fucking restart my goddamn computer, you son of a bitch. You fucking animal. You fucking animal.
Two building foundations and an overgrown cemetery remain. Florence allegedly became the established headquarters of Plummer's gang in 1862. Helm didn't join him in Florence, but became a...
I don't know anything about what you're saying. It sounds like you're saying nothing. Nix, it seems like you're saying absolutely nothing.
The town did have a sheriff named Charlie Harper, but according to Langford, he was stained with the darkest crimes. But can we trust Langford? I think so. Most historians seem to hold him in higher esteem than Plummer. Florence was a perfect town for Plummer's gang to target miners. Right? The innocents able to commit crimes apparently in broad daylight. Get away with it. Langford wrote of Florence, "Woe to the unfortunate miner who entered the town. If it were known or believed that there were any treasure on his person, if not robbed on the spot or lured into a hurdy-gurdy saloon or cheated at a gambling table, he was waylaid by disguised ruffians on his return to camp, and by threats and violence, or when these failed, by death itself." This guy's writing style is so weird. It's Wild West tales. "Lured into a hurdy-gurdy saloon. Beware the hurdy-gurdy saloon. The roughest type of saloon." Imagine walking into a place. "Excuse me. Are you the owner proprietor of this saloon? Is this a hurdy-gurdy saloon? Well, I'll be taking my business elsewhere then." June of 1862, now 34-year-old Boone kills a man in Florence named Dutch Fred. Like fucking every single person had a nickname. No one was just like Bob. I got Dutch Fred. Got the Texas Red. I got
Dark Souls. It's double-edged sword.
Malcolm,
It sounds like you're talking about nothing. Sounds like you're talking about
a man of reputation as a fighter.
Sounds like you're
Friends called
talking
him
about
Chief.
nothing.
He was an honest man. He liked to drink and gamble. When he was
no, I'm
drunk,
fucking with you.
fight. So he sounds
Yeah, I'm
like a
fucking with you.
typical Boomtown, just ruffian. Man, the West, not for the weak. They're like, you're not going to come across all these people like, "Oh, what did Dutch Red or Dutch Fred want to do?" Well, he liked to read. He enjoyed poetry.
Now I'm fucking with you.
Liked to knit.
Sounds like a
Really
bunch of
baking.
dumb bullshit.
So now Boone, who we know,
Sounds
also
like
liked to fight,
you're
straight
trying
up
to
like Dutch Red
make a
fight.
dumb
Instead of a fist
bullshit.
fight, he goes straight to gun duel. A witness later said Helm, with many oaths and epithets,
Merge
his
with
revolver, challenged Fred to an immediate deadly combat. The bystanders of the saloon broke up the fight, confiscated Boone's gun. Boone apologizes and leaves, but then he returns a few hours later. Dutch Fred's still there. Boone asks the saloon keeper to return his revolver to him, promises he'll leave. Just give it back and I'll leave. And then this idiot gives him back his, well, not idiot.
Sounds like you're talking about a bunch of bullshit.
And then Helm immediately heads over to Dutch Fred and then just guns him down while he's
Man. I
Apparently he
love
missed the
how
first shot, the second
Noah
pitch,
redeemed
catches hard.
ramp, but we got
Boone then
a
looked at the
free
crowd of witnesses and
6,000
yelled,
for
"Please
me.
tell me you want more of this."
Shut up.
No one did. Everyone stayed quiet because he was fucking crazy. And then Boone just walked away. Don't you ever put your hands on me, see? Don't you ever try and manhandle a cowboy? We'll cut your goddamn pimp's heart out. Understand me, pimp? More Ike Clanton from Tombstone there. Virgil Earp, he'll do as he pleases. That's why this is like, the more I got into the research, the more this suck made me like Tombstone. And I already love Tombstone so much. Fearing some type of revenge later for shooting an unarmed man that was not acceptable in the Western Code of Honor, Boone now flees Florence next day. U.S. Marshals would be alerted to his crimes. Helm now rides a horse all the way back down to San Francisco, which is quite a ride. Holy shit, this guy spent a lot of time by himself out in the woods. And he caught a ship back up north to Victoria, British Columbia. Not long after making it to San Francisco, he probably committed more crimes, lost to history, had to run from somebody else. I don't know, maybe ate a couple motherfuckers down there or something. Had some San Francisco sourdough and cowboy leg steak Sammys. In Canada, he and two partners stay in Victoria for a week.
I have 6,600. Nice. Do you really not have a name, though?
With the Fraser
Do you really not have a name, though? Trying to get us.
All these towns popping up.
Or is it one for a name change?
Popping up in so many of them. How much would it suck if you were just an honest
Let's
prospect,
see. What is it? What is the donation? What
right?
is it? Let me see.
Moving from boomtown to boomtown.
Let me see. What is it?
And then time after time, right when things are going okay.
Let's see. What did I put as that expensive shit? Let's see. Give me a name. Yeah, no, you're putting a name in your comic. In my comic. What do you mean, your comic? My comic. You are putting a name, a name that you have come up with that is not just a fucking curse word, because I know you're children, and you put it in, and you put it into my comic, and it'll be a big thing.
Can't be Bob again. Can't be Candace. Can't be Dutchy. Dutchy Lewin later moved north to the Caribou area to sell cigars and fresh fruit.
When our tab combines, I have a comic. Oh, so you put you give me a name that I'm going to name someone in the comic, some place, anything like that. So like if you're like, oh, I really love this name, and we'll work on it together to put it in the comic.
A stopping house near the bridge advised the group to take the North Trail because it was easier to travel than the South Trail.
It's supposed to be like you have spent that amount of time just hanging out with me. You deserve something for it.
Because Canada Wild West. And the area's only constable, literally too drunk to work that day.
But my character's name is Fuck. He's my OC. No, he isn't, Big Battle. Do not fucking lie to them. The Redeem made me think you had no name. No. It's that give me a name is like, just name something. We'll name something together. You know, you'll be a part of this. You guys are just as much important to this project as it is to me. Like, it would not be as special without viewers, you know, coming in here all the time, making my time special.
Boone Helm loved to flee into the woods. On October 12th, 1862, Boone travels down to the Fraser River and is quickly, quote, reduced to the danger of a starving foot march in the wilderness. He's starving in the woods again. That's not good for whoever he sees, or whoever he's with. And he's with this other fugitive.
Like, you guys are what makes this this whole thing special.
If you played that game, the Murphy Brood, those characters supposedly based on Helm, I guess. Soon afterwards, this backwood monster makes it to Victoria.
I can make a bunch of pictures look nice and stuff like that, but without you guys, it just wouldn't be the same.
Or when I can help it, I ate him, of course. Fair enough. He later pulls some sort of JK. I was just joshing and is not charged with murder. Actually, the only charges they could get for him at the time was for stealing apples from a fruit stand and refusing to pay his tab at a bar. Police Sergeant George Black wants to keep him in custody until he can inform Idaho authorities that they'd captured a fugitive wanted for killing an unarmed man in Florence. That story had made it to some U.S. Marshals, but the Marshal didn't make it to Canada fast enough to get him. Boone pled guilty to the charges for fruit and whiskey. He's fined $50, sentenced to 30 days in prison, spends his 30 days behind bars, then gets on a steamer and heads
But my character's name,
Colombia, and now a U.S.
Yeah.
Marshal arrests him.
but you
And
guys
that marshal will get him all the way
make
down,
this special.
through
You
a couple
guys
little
make this
shenanigans.
comic,
They're
and
two kind of
like
all over the place
don't
to,
feel
Bob
like
incorporated
you
here,
you aren't
in
a
Boise,
part of
Idaho.
this.
In Boise,
Like that's
Boone
the
goes
biggest
text-
thing is
text
that
now, old text shows up. Text happened to be
I'm
working in
willing
mining
and
industry in
ready. And if
Boise
you guys
when he
just want a
finds out his
sketch
bro's in jail,
of your
tried for
character,
murder.
you
He
know,
sets out on a mission
you
to buy
guys
out all
got
the
you
witnesses'
guys
warrants.
probably have the
What he does is
points.
Wild West. In the day of Boone's trial
You
comes,
know,
Boone is
put
transported
a
up to Florence, none
you
of the
know,
witnesses show up to meet his witnesses.
don't feel
That had
frightened.
to have been a good thing to be a criminal too, with these boomtowns popping up quickly and leaving, and people just keep scattering and scattering. If you could delay your trial long enough, well, then there's not going to be any witnesses. Boone's free again. Good for no one but Boone. He heads back to Boise with his brother. Allegedly, Tex tells him, "Now, Boone, if you want to work and make an honest living, go down to Boise with me. But if you must fight and nothing else will you do, I will give you an outfit to go to Texas, where you can join the Confederate armies and do something for your country." Boone tries to live in Boise and become an honest miner for a couple days. And then he's like, "Fuck this." Tells his brother he does want to go to Texas. Tex gives him clothes, a horse, and food. And then Boone leaves Boise, but not for Texas. He heads to Montana instead and joins the Innocents. In December of 1862, Boone shows up in Bannock, joins Henry Plummer's gang within a few days of showing up in town. Plummer, if we believe that narrative, leading the Innocents. He was planning robberies in Montana, just like he'd previously planned, robberies in Idaho. Innocents are looting pack trains, killing pioneers. Plummer's making outlaws as deputies. One of them is Boone, Kentucky Cannibal Helm. Every successful miner and business owner in town are targeted by these robbers, according to some accounts. One old paper reported, if one of them needed clothing, ammunition, or food, he obtained it on credit, which no one dared refuse, and settled it by threatening to shoot the person bold enough to ask for payment. That's fun. Residents walking the streets in fear every day is some new act of violence or murder. Then an outlaw named John Long, he's captured by some vigilantes near Virginia City. Wild West author Henry Plummer, Hader, and first Yellowstone National Park Superintendent Nathaniel P. Langford on that committee. In return for clemency, John Long implicates Plummer, Boone Helm, and others in a string of robberies and murders. Boone making quite a name for himself in Bannock in Virginia City, where he's likely robbing and killing unsuspecting settlers left and right, also doing weird shit like getting drunk and riding through town on his horse late at night, shouting, quote, "Look out! Boone Helm is coming!" Again, what a fucking weird time and place to be alive. Imagine you just laid down for bed. You hear a
Not
galloping
quite
horse,
yet. Still
maybe someone firing their
saving
gun,
up for one.
and
Though
some
I did
known
redeem
murderer,
some
asshole,
earlier. You did.
yelling,
You already did.
"Look
Hell
out,
yeah,
Boone
Steady
Helm is
Prism.
coming!"
People
You
fucking
don't
love
complain.
that shit.
You're just like, "Yep, this is what I have to live with. If you complain, you're as good
I
as
can't
dead."
wait till
I think Boone Helm
Christmas
is like
when I'm gonna set up my
I feel like
my
he
little
would love that
thing,
old time stuff joke, 'cause I feel like he would
so
have
that
fixed
people
the
can
world.
pay
He would have made everyone
and
else around him
get their
lives
characters
even normal,
drawn and stuff like
right?
that.
Middle of the night, yelling something
It's
like,
gonna be
"Look out,
it's
Boone
gonna be
Helm is
way
coming!"
cheaper.
Maybe hops off
You
his horse,
know, it's
rips
gonna be
out some
$10
riff.
bucks,
Bet you didn't know,
and it's gonna be
musician.
just a
Did ya?
headshot.
Reckon you fuckers listen up.
It's just gonna be a headshot, the way I do all my headshots, as you guys have seen. You guys have seen a bunch of my headshots of characters.
How about ding dong dong ding 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 pling 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 pling? Maybe just walks into the middle of a Sunday church service. That'll be enough, Pastor. Boone Helm has a tune for your congregation. I've tweaked out my air banjo for this here occasion. Bang,
Let's see if I can find it.
Anyone upset? I'm more than happy to pistol whip you or your family until you appreciate my musical skills. Boone spent most of his time in Montana, being a huge asshole, tormenting folks in Virginia.
The fuck is it?
Principal settlement of the Alder Gulch
Here?
region, over 10,000, people in cabins and tents.
Let's see.
Scattered in the area, as we talked about earlier. According to one
Yeah.
source, every third cabin in town
Like
was a
stuff
saloon
like
or bar.
this. Like
The crack of the revolver,
I had
soft bell,
a
merry
face
notes,
shot like
violins.
this
Street fights were
for
frequent,
$10.
and as
That's
no
it-
one knew
that's
when or
cheap.
where they would occur, everyone was
Of
on
your
his guard
character.
against a random shot. God, that sounds like a stressful
You
place
know?
to live. Go out and get a drink. Imagine that. You're
It's
there's
nice
a
and
bar down the
cheap.
street from where you live, and you walk in and it's just full of dudes with 6-shooters who will use their weapons on you if an argument escalates. Imagine some of those being some of these other dudes being psychopaths who just want to stir up trouble, all fucked up on whiskey.
Yeah.
Not the best
Like
place.
something
to
like
head out with your
this.
lady
Nice and
Unless
cheap,
you're not afraid of a
just for
fist
you
fight, it might
guys.
turn into a gunfight. No, 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 no. I was just trying to order a drink. Come on, come on. How do we get here? I just want to
So,
have an old fashioned.
you guys can, you know, get ready for that holiday spirit.
Let me just concede victory, please. Stagecoach robberies happening constantly. It's anarchy. I guess the stagecoach robberies were happening the most on the route between Virginia City and Bannock. This was the Innocents' prime loot territory. The road had streams, canyons, mountain passes, ledges,
Roadhead.
willow thickets, and valleys for them to hide in and attack stagecoaches or pack trains. On old account, the robbers had their established points of rendezvous on the road and worked in concert by a system of horseback telegraphy, as unfailing as electricity. Whenever it was known that a person with money was about to leave by coach, a private mark was made upon the vehicle, which would be recognized whenever seen at. Several ranches where the coach horses were changed. When the approach of the coach was perceived at either of these changing stations, the herder in charge mounted his horse and rode hurriedly off to drive up the horses for the next route, which were generally feeding in sight of the station. Sometimes they strayed off, and the coach would be delayed until they were found, but this was of infrequent occurrence. A lot of people, not surprisingly, getting sick of all this madness. December 1863, a final robbery frustrates the citizens of Virginia City enough that they decide to really take action against the innocents. The actions of a man named George Ives was the final straw for the settlers of Virginia City, and what led to the formation of the Vigilance Committee. Ives was a road agent, innocent, one of those gang members. He liked to patrol the main road on horseback, threaten anyone who even looked at him the wrong way, apparently. Virginia City residents found Nicholas Thibault's body in a field along this road. He was an innocent man, not that innocent, innocent, not capitalized, who had been robbed and murdered. Just a few days later, residents spotted Ives with Thibault's stolen mules. Allegedly, Ives said Thibault will never cause anyone trouble again. On December 21st, 1863, 25 men pledged their support to each other and to rid the area of crime, and they set out to capture and publicly hang Ives. This is the Vigilance Committee, right? There had been vigilante mobs previously, but not organized like this. This is some Wyatt Earp and his Immortals posse shit from, again, Tombstone. The last charge of Wyatt Earp and his Immortals. Sheriff Henry Plummer refuses to assist this mob. Why? Because he was worried that the road agents would then come after him, or because he hated mob vigilante justice. These 25 men set the stage for a larger Western vigilante movement to follow in other mining areas. Wanted to capture all the road agents and bring them to justice to set an example for future criminals. After executing Ives, the committee makes it their mission to identify and arrest all the road agents in the area, many of which, of course, now flee. In early January 1864, the Vigilance Committee sets out to find 9 men they know are road agents. 1 couldn't be located, 1 escaped, but 7 were tried. 5 of the 7 eventually found guilty and immediately hanged.
Got too many ideas to choose from, though. Some of them being variations of earlier ones, for example, harpy versions of them. While some completely new, yeah. I mean, you've got a lot to decide on. And since I changed the price to actually being expensive,
January 13th, 1864,
actually being a price that people,
plot against them about their members being hanged. Gang member Jack Gallagher and his friends sat in a saloon drinking and
really shoot up the price, but I feel like it's a decent price. I feel it is a decent price. I think $10 for a headshot of your character, a really well sketched out one with shading and all that, I think people will pay, but they may not. A lot of people don't like my commission prices either. They're like, I don't have that kind of money, and it's like, yeah, well, I understand, completely understand.
Party sent out to arrest Boone Helm and fellow outlaws Jack Gallagher, Frank Parrish, Hayes Lyons.
It is decent. Yeah, see? I was hoping it was.
On January 14th, 1864, Boone and the other innocents hanged in
Mr.
Virginia
Man.
City. He was 2 weeks shy of 36 years old when he was executed, bringing about his short life full of violence to a violent end. The Vigilance Committee had arrested Boone earlier that day. 3 men closed in on him as he was standing.
Where can we find your commish? Where can they find my commissions? Well, you can go on my Discord and you can ask me. You can go on my Twitch, my Twitter, and ask me. You can also go here and private DM me and stuff like that. I don't have a commission page. I need to actually make one up.
now because that was a big deal at the time. They bring out a Bible and they make
and show people exactly how much each one is. They are not fucking cheap. As much as a lot of people are like, oh man,
free. After a few hours,
they're pretty expensive. A basic sketch is pretty expensive. Like, it's about $20, like a basic sketch.
18 murders, including 3 minors and another feller up in Canada.
Like, I would say, like,
Salt Lake City. Said he shot
a basic sketch of your character and doing an action is pretty expensive.
He was not.
$20.
Ridiculous. Around 4
And then you start getting into lining, line work, and a few other stuff. Like, it's not free at all.
6,000 people come to witness their executions. Front of the building is open, giving the audience a full view, like a full show. Vigilance Committee executes Boonhelm, Hayes, Frank, George, and Jack, the guys I just mentioned earlier. Each man, excluding Frank Parrish, who seems to have been probably innocent, had a long history of crime. These men are all charged with various serious crimes. Boonhelm was charged with being a road agent, Confederate sympathizer, public nuisance, murderer, and cannibal. My favorite charge is public nuisance. Man, was he ever. He was a walking pile of mayhem.
Yeah.
He does not protest any of these charges in the end. When he's given a last request, he simply says, I want one more drink of whiskey. Perfect. As he stands on the box, Jack Gallagher beside him starts to weep, becomes hysterical. According to a witness, Boonhelm looked around at his friends placed for death and told Jack to stop making such a fuss. There's no, my God, there's no use being afraid to die. Probably never lived a man more actually devoid of all sense of fear. He valued neither the life of others nor his own. He saw that the end had come and was careless about the rest. Boone actually grew impatient waiting to be executed because the executioners were delayed by some men who wanted to pray. And witnesses say he told the executioners, for God's sake, if you're going to hang me, I want you to do it and get through with it. If not, I want you to tie up my finger for me. Apparently, when he got arrested, he'd injured his finger. Boone then watches George Lane jump off the box. He's supposed to be next. He calls out, there's one gone to hell. And again, according to witnesses, Boone's final words are, every man for his principles. Hurrah for Jeff Davis. Kick away, old fellow. My turn next. I'll be in hell with you in a minute. Let her rip. And then this crazy motherfucker jumps off the box before they could kick it. Cold-blooded, tough as nails, right until the very end. And just crazy. Jeff Davis, by the way, everybody assumed, he's talking about Jefferson Davis, president of the Confederacy at that time, the whole Confederate sympathizer thing. What principles was he talking about? Who knows? I bet that guy had a real interesting moral code if you were able to get him to talk about it. After he was hanged, he was cut down, and then when no one claimed his body, it laid in the street for hours, and then finally dragged off and buried. Boone and the road agents with him buried at Boot Hill Cemetery in Virginia City. Cemetery still there. The inscription on Boone's grave reads, Boonhelm, hanged, January 14th, 1864, and that will take us out of this timeline.
Haven't been able to pay for proper commission yet, despite working as still living in rent, and thus can't save as much as I want, but at least that will change soon, hopefully. Looking to buy an apartment will be cheaper in the long run. Yes, it will.
Hope it was entertaining.
What would you have character? What would you charge for, say, a BBB banner? I would fucking charge $120 fucking dollars for that fucking thing. That's how much I would charge for. If it wasn't for my best friend, I would charge $120. I've seen people charge up to a ridiculous fucking amount.
I mean, they weren't just picking anybody. They weren't making people up.
I would not be surprised if people said that was worth $200. I would not be surprised that if people would say that
compared to Billy the Kid or Jesse James or some of the others,
that I should that is worth.
He just sounds like
that's worth every fucking penny.
Like where everybody's hanging out at the saloon and they're having a good time,
but
and then just like
I don't charge my friends.
Psychopath
so
turns around and the whole vibe changes. Just that
I don't charge my friends.
Just that asshole, pushes people out of the way as he's walking up to the bar. demands a drink, insults the bartender, maybe slaps
I didn't
him. Nobody does
charge.
anything about it. It was like the town bully. Like a lot of those spaghetti westerns.
I didn't charge Pat for his picture. I didn't charge a lot of people for it, for theirs.
But a more exaggerated version with cannibalism thrown in. And it's just crazy that his whole adult life, there's no account of him and he mined for a while. And he got a job at a saloon and just kind of, dated some lady. Like once he left Missouri, he was just an unabashed, just piece of shit, just nonstop for the whole rest of his life. Just everywhere he went, he just stole, just held stagecoaches up, just, mugged people, it sounds like, just killed people out in the woods. And I think when he wasn't, just killing and doing that kind of stuff, he was just gambling and just being drunk and just like fighting people in bars. Like just
Most certainly would be at least 200. Yeah, shoves money at you.
Like a bunch of tough people scurrying west across the American interior. For the most part, back when it was so wild. No railroads back then to make it across the country. Only a few wagon train routes. Not everyone took those. Long boat ride would get it done, but most people couldn't afford that. They didn't live near a harbor where those boats would launch from, so it didn't make any sense. Various tribes still living out in, much of America as they lived for hundreds or thousands of years. Gold nuggets laying at the bottom of creek and riverbeds waiting to make somebody's fortune, hiding in the mud of the banks of these creeks and rivers, laying intertwined with quartz and big veins underground. Just a bunch of rugged-ass men like Boone Helm, bouncing from town to town, camp to camp, looking to steal somebody's fortune. We're looking to make theirs. Saloons, brothels popping up quickly wherever miners found gold. So many boom towns popping up so fast, right? I can just picture it. Maybe just watch some of those movies.
It costs that much because it takes me fucking hours. Yeah, no, agreed. Like it costs that much because it's very expensive, and like you've seen Big Battle's. Have you seen Big Battle's picture that I did for him? Like that took me a bit. Let's see if I can find that. Let me see if I can find that. Let's see.
All those miners,
let's see.
Next boomtown. Just such a chaotic time.
Let's
no one waited for a
see.
bank or a sheriff's office to be established before opening up their businesses.
No. Which
Most worked all
means
day
right
mining
here.
and stayed up late, drinking, gambling,
Like-
paying for sex, fighting, sometimes killing. Brawls, duels,
Yeah.
robbery, just part of the chaos.
Like this is
All
what
this
I did for
wildness,
Big
this,
Battle.
human sea,
Shoot, I
tough
know my
folk.
numbers.
Some separate themselves from the masses
They
by
ain't seen
being tougher and
jack.
wilder than most, and
Yeah.
one of those men was Boone Helm.
Oh, don't put
See,
yourself down.
yeah,
This is
that's
what I
Joe
drew
Fluke,
for him.
you know?
This is what I did for him.
Kentucky cannibal. Thrived
So,
for years in a
like,
lawless environment.
this
Born in
took me
Kentucky, raised in
quite a
Missouri,
bit.
Boone fled after
So this
murdering
is his
cousin
banner.
over dispute about travel to
Took me a
California.
bit, but
He caught
like
serving some time in an
you
asylum,
see
Boone
what
escaped to
I did
California to
for
get some
him.
gold, other people's
So you
gold.
need to pay for
Murdered,
my
robbed
skills
along
because
the
the
way to fund
exposure
his
doesn't
journey.
pay the bills. It
Murdered,
costs
robbed
that
along
much
the
because
way
it
to
takes so
California,
many fucking
Oregon,
hours.
Washington,
Yeah, it does.
Utah, Idaho,
It 100%
Montana,
does.
all over the Wild West. Montana's where he spent his final years, where he joined a gang of robbers called Innocents, perhaps led by Bannocktown
Yeah,
Sheriff Henry
this
Plummer.
this took me a bit.
Montana was home to Alder
It's
Gold
not
Street, an area
perfect,
full of mining towns, rich in
but it
gold and
looks
other
pretty
resources.
good.
Easy targets for outlaws like Boone Helm.
Looks pretty
By the
darn
end of
good to me.
1863, the residents of Bannock and Virginia City had enough of his shit and the shit of those like him, and they formed the Vigilance Committee. A group of citizens decided to take justice into
Pretty
their own
darn
hands.
great to
They
me.
made it their
True
mission to
that.
identify
Yeah.
and locate each member of the Innocents and execute them to set an example to any other outlaws.
So
Justice was
like
finally served for Boone Helm.
that took me
He was
a
hanged for
hot
violent
second.
end for a violent man. Time now for today's top 5 takeaways.
Time suck. Top
Yeah.
5 takeaways.
I think it looks good.
Number 1, Boone Helm. Born in Lincoln County, Kentucky, grew up in the small settlement of Log Branch, Missouri. Monroe County. From a young age, he exhibited rebellious and dangerous behavior, like to drink, fight, shoot guns, cause as much chaos as possible, and he never changed. It's one thing you could say about Boone Helm. Man, you haven't changed a bit, Boone Helm. You are still a scary piece of shit. Number 2, the Wild West truly was wild, because most of the land was territories, not states. Towns were popping up so fast thanks to gold strikes. There was a serious lack of law enforcement. Roadmen, robbers, outlaws, murderers, prowling around the mining towns and settlements frequently springing up. Outlaw gangs.
What is that? Time suck. What is that guy's name? What is his name? Yeah. There he is. This fucking psychopath.
Ed Kemper, the co-ed killer, a giant murderer and necrophiliac who stands 6 feet 9 inches tall and weighs around 300 pounds.
How much would you charge for some kind of reference sheet for character? Just curious. Like I said, can't get one yet, but possibly in the future. I would charge... Depends on how many angles you want and how many different pictures you want. So, since it's 2 characters, technically, since you want front and back, I would say, and you want the colors on the side and stuff like that, and you also want, you know, it to have its own unique background, I would say 50. Probably $50 to $52, something like that. No shading or anything like that, but it also comes with a custom background and stuff like that. So I paid like $150 for mine. Well,
says he feels guilty about some of it.
Well,
I'm guessing he feels guilty about none of it.
Okay.
The FBI's behavioral science unit.
I mean, if you think that it costs that much.
Interviewed Kemper after he turned himself into authorities.
I mean, if Nick's Husky is giving me the quote here,
how to track and catch
how much for a PNG? Oh, that's fucking 200. 200 probably. Just for the PNGtuber, because I'm animating it and making it move and stuff like that, not be a still image. And I'm gonna shade it afterwards, which is multiple images being shaded at once.
The crazy deeds of Ed Kemper today on Timesuck.
Yeah, probably 200. I would say 200 would be a good price for a PNGtuber. If it's just 2 images. If it's 2 images, and I'm just making 2 different images flip between each other to make the PNGtuber, and a basic one that has blinky eyes, which blinky eyes is not as difficult as you think,
thank you to everyone who got little Timesuck onesies.
You could get away with, I would say,
little suckers, little ones too.
I would say around 70. Around 70 to 80 for a 2 image non-animated one. I would say 70.
I'm Dan Cummins, he who sucks but still may be lost. Camp counselor of the Cult of the Curious. Hail Nimrod, hail Lucifina, praise Bojangles. He's such a good boy most of the time. I write suck so often that in my notes it's he's suck a good boy. Timesuck is brought to you today. Let's get to that. By the Bro-Om podcast. Bro-Om is a new podcast brought to you by fellow Timesuckers and space lizards, Joe DeMeo and Ben Ferguson. There's nothing wrong with being a traditional dude and liking God. Only believes one side of the news. He won't. Ed Kemper, not Happy Murder. My tour is Happy Murder. Check dancummins.tv to check where the Happy Murder 2009 tour is taking place. Chicago,
basic, nothing fancy, darling. Okay, so probably $80. $80 would be my price. Like, in all honesty, around 80 with 2 pictures. You're literally asking for 2 pictures. You're not asking for the mouth moving. You're just opening it. Up and close. Up and close. Num. I would say that. That's not a bad price. That's not a half bad price. What is this? Oh, that's clowns. I forgot. I was like, what the fuck?
Orlando in August, Phoenix in September.
Oh yeah, also I got a rubble brush. I think it's pretty fun.
The 2018 live show.
I love it. That's pretty great.
Being released on the Secret Suck for Secret Suck Space.
It's pretty fun.
This week. And the Denver show being released this
well, front and back, 2 outfits, so additionally 1-2 extra art from front, depending on main reference, has clothes or not. Ooh, Nahame, Namama, Nama Nama. Nama Nama.
Darkness with Ed Kemper.
That's not bad. Yeah, it's not bad. So yeah, she's like, no, don't.
Provided by Heather Knowledge Ninja Rylander again. I was in the Suck Dungeon.
Chair falls, and then she goes up, and she's like, guys, can we all calm down? Trickle blood.
A lot of content to build every week, and I'm trying to stay focused and avoid a lot of conversations at the time. I kept bothering Joe because I couldn't. I had to share what I was reading with somebody. I just kept saying out loud, the most since the Toy Box Killer episode. I just kept saying, "What the fuck? What? Are you serious? Why?" I can't believe I'd never heard about Ed Kemper before Time Suck. I know he's yeah. Well, actually, I was going to give something away for later. Never mind. Dude is cartoonishly evil. The research I did for this suck reminded me of the research I did on the Chikatilo episode. Like, it's just equally just so strange. And actually, with Chikatilo specifically, there's a certain dysfunctional penis relationship between the two killers. Found a lot of moments of dark laughter. And I wasn't laughing because what he did is funny. Nothing he did was funny as far as the heinous stuff. Far from extremely tragic, but it's just it's so dark and so ridiculous. It's just that kind of like nervous laughter, like, oh my god, no, what? And then the way he would talk about what he did, or the way I guess he's still alive, the way he talks about
Yeah,
it,
man.
so ludicrous, it almost feels
Steady
fake.
Prism, definitely a like
He's been convicted of
for
heinous
multiple
crimes twice.
outfits. I would say like
what he said he has done.
also that's an expense as well
Caught twice.
and
No,
stuff
caught
like
twice.
that.
Turned himself in.
So that does raise the price
Both
slowly
cases,
but
he
surely.
assumed he would just get caught
So
anyway
like
if he didn't. I think that was the main motivation.
70,
Still
80,
unusual for a serial
90.
killer to turn
So
himself
like
in. Not once,
something like
twice.
that.
Also
It's something
crazy
to
that he
think
got out
about.
after the first time,
And if you
first
and
season.
also
Strange twist.
don't forge on your last
Ed
bill,
Kemper.
you know,
Let's
just
dig
save
into
up
his
the
life
money
today.
and stuff like
Time.
that. You'll get to it eventually.
Strap on those boots, soldier. We're marching down a time suck timeline.
December 18th, 1948, Edmund Emil Kemper III is born to Edmund Kemper
Sounds
Jr.,
pretty reasonable,
Clarnell
Sam.
Strandberg
Good.
in Burbank,
Thank God. I
California.
just don't want to
Edmund
overcharge
and
people.
Clarnell.
I don't want to
Hoping they went by
overcharge
Edmund
people and be
Clarnell.
like,
Edmund Clarnell
hey,
sounds like
you
the name
know,
from
it's
the
gonna be this
Munsters.
amount and
Anyone
stuff like
remember the
that.
Munsters? My
I don't want
Tennessee
people to
boys, very
feel
old
like
references.
they got
Addams
gypped.
Family, be like an Addams Family type situation. Just hello, I am Edmund, and this is my darling wife, Clarnell. Have you seen our boy, Edmund III? He will grow to be a powerful monster. He will make the Kemper family proud. He will be an incredible force for darkness. Edmund and Clarnell had gotten married in Great Falls, Montana, my neck of the woods. 1942, while Ed was in the Army, he's a World War II veteran. They either moved to California shortly after getting married or were already living in California when they got married and just came to Montana, for the service. The couple already had one daughter when Ed Kemper was born, Susan Cuny Kemper. Susan was born 5 years prior to Ed in 1943. And Ed and Clarnell would soon have another daughter, Alan Lee Kemper, who would be born in 1951. Susan would grow up and go on to have a happy marriage, raise a family, live a long, fruitful life in Montana. She'd have two sons, Donald and Roy, a daughter, Christy, end up with 7 grandchildren. She died in 2014. In her obituary, her sister is referenced along with other surviving family. Eddie is not. Ed didn't even get mentioned. Alan is still alive out there somewhere. She, not surprisingly, hasn't exactly volunteered to do any interviews about her murderous and psychotic big brother. According to some interviews I found with Ed, Susan, and Alan's half-brother, a man who goes by the fake name of David Weber in interviews because he doesn't want his real name known. Can't blame him. Ed's sister Alan thinks of Ed as a good person who did bad things. I question her really thinking that after this suck. I doubt you'll feel the same. Edmund would be his parents' only son, at least the only one they would have together. What a son he is. He was a huge baby, 13 pounds at birth. Could not wait to start hurting women. First thing he does coming into the world is to violate a woman, violate his mother.
Not
I can't
bad.
imagine you have an easy delivery when you give birth to a
Was
giant
thinking
13
about
pound
having
vagina.
one made of
I'm guessing some stuff
Millie
is shredded.
that Otter
The
character
average birth
had,
weight for a newborn baby, by
but
the
like
way,
I
is under 8
said,
pounds.
that will
That is
be
over
in the
50%
future once I
bigger
can
than the
afford
average baby.
extra
And he was growing into an
expenses.
equally
Yes.
disproportionately huge man.
Do not
By
forge it
1952,
on
at age
art.
4, he's
I know
already
you
head
guys
taller
like
than
my
other kids
stuff.
his own age.
I'm glad
Science
that
trouble
I
tells
have
you a
found
birth
an
early
audience.
for young
It has
giant
taken
babies.
me a while. I'm glad that I
This is gonna be one of
found
those
you
things, like,
guys.
was this dude born
But
evil?
guys, do
Like,
not
this is
fucking
very,
make
very
yourself
interesting to me, this stuff
destitute
in the terms
trying
of
to
the
make
nature
me
versus nurture.
happy.
By the
Please.
end of it,
I don't.
I ended up
You know what will
leaning
make me
more
happy?
on the nature
Is when you
side.
guys eat
Not
a
everyone
nice
agrees.
meal,
Looked into Kemper.
can afford
Actually, I think most people end up thinking it's
your
more of like a
food,
nurture,
your expenses, and
situation.
everything
Mama,
else. You're
I
making
think this dude
such
maybe
good
was
money.
born
And
fucking
then you
psychotic
have
maniac.
enough money to be
He has a
like,
dark
oh,
fantasy
go?
life, sometimes
Oh,
dreams
yeah,
about
I
killing
love his stuff.
mother.
Let me just
He
what?
cuts off the head of his
And throw
sister's
me some
doll,
money.
talks to his sisters when they're very young and playing a
Like,
game
that's what
called
I
Dad's
want you
Canker,
guys to be. I want you guys to be like, oh,
in
man.
which he has his
Oh, I
sisters
love his stuff.
blindfold him
He's
and
so
lead him
cool.
to a chair,
Oh,
and he
man.
pretends to die
Here
in
you go.
agony until he dies.
I
Young
let me
child
make sure
dies.
that I paid my bills,
Tells
make
the
sure I
place
paid
another
my
fun game.
gas,
Sisters called electric
paid
boogaloo.
my
That's very similar
food
to
and
James
expenses,
James,
and there you
slightly
go.
different name. When he was in second grade. Second
Like,
grade.
that would be
He'd
great,
sneak out of his house.
you know?
He would get his dad's World War II bayonet. I don't know if he used bayonets in World War II, but his dad was in the military and his dad had a bayonet. That's what I call it. He would get his dad's bayonet. I know that for sure. And he would sneak out to his second grade teacher's house, watch her through the window like a tiny, well, I guess he was big for his age, but still a young, super young fucking lurker creep, and fantasize about murdering her. Second grade. Second grade. None of this is good. My God, if you have a kid playing murder games who is sneaking out to watch their teacher through the window while essentially holding a fucking spear, you're gonna want to put that kid in counseling ASAP. Maybe not let him touch anything sharp. Maybe get good, solid locks installed on the doors of every other family member's bedrooms. Maybe also take your little monster's door completely off the hinges, so they can't be doing anything creepy alone and unwatched in there. I don't care if they're only 7 or 8. You might want to put like some kind of ankle monitor, GPS monitor on them. So glad I don't have a kid like that, peeping on a teacher through the window at night, second grade, while holding a bayonet, mixing sexual thoughts with violent thoughts at that age. I peeped when I was a kid. I'm gonna full disclosure. You guys know I'm pretty transparent. I peeped on a neighbor lady taking a shower. I was a sophomore in high school. I was 15. And if my dad and stepmom at the time would have caught me, they should have put me in counseling for that. You know, that's pretty creepy. Luckily, I was not doing it holding a weapon. I was not holding a spear. I would think about the incident later while holding a spear of sorts, a trouser spear, if you will. I would think about how exciting it was to see a real-life naked woman. I was a creep, but I was not an Ed Kemper level of creep. Thank God. Okay. 1957. Ed Kemper's 10. He starts to kill now. Not humans, but this disturbed me almost as much as the humans we talked
The
about.
Merper has come back to tell me he's drinking.
React more strongly to tales of animal sadism than humans.
The
So,
popcorn is live. Nice. Nice.
If you're a cat lover,
Cheers!
this is not gonna be fun.
Is returned.
If you're a cat hater, like a sadistic sociopath cat hater,
The fated man.
take off your pants
He
now,
has
because you're probably
returned.
This one is going to be, it's bad. Okay, so Bojangles, who is not normally terribly fond of cats, he even growled when I first told him this little tale. 10-year-old Edmund buries the family cat alive. Buries it alive. That's not the most fucked up part. Not even close. Once it's dead, digs up the family. I'm not laughing because I think this is funny. It's just so ridiculous. He digs up the family cat.
Ugh. Oh.
He cuts its head off.
Oh,
And then he
no.
puts its head on the end of a spike. Like a little...
Fucking Ed Kemper.
Stick. His first trophy, and it's a model he would use for later trophies. So fucking messed up. He's walking around with his little cat head on a stick. Why did he do this? Turns out he had severe mommy issues. Turns out there's a very good chance that mommy, as we'll find out soon, may have been, if she wasn't a vicious man-hating woman who made Eddie's life hell, that's how he perceived her. There's a big debate on that. He, at the very least, he perceived his mother to be against him very strongly, and a man-hating woman who hated him. and Eddie both loved, or I guess still does. Both he's alive. Both love and hate his mom. So and that might have something to do with the holding the bayonet outside his female teacher's window. Ed, from a very young age, was super intimidated by women. Grew to have both a lot of reverence and a lot of hatred towards women. And his mom loved the family cat. It was like his mom's cat. So I'm thinking that is why he killed it. I don't believe he. Well, actually, he did speak to that fairly directly. So yes, I think that is exactly why he killed the family cat. Most of the reason. I just picture this little psycho walking around his yard in Burbank, the family's cat head.
Fucking psychopath.
Do you want to pet me now, mother? Why don't you want to pet me, mother? Oh, look at me. Look at your sweet
Murping
kitty.
all around. Yeah, the biggest murper. Murping and lurking.
Later 1950, even as a child. Later 1957, Ed parents they get divorced. When asked why, years later, his dad would say, "That spooky kid creeped the hell out of me at 10."
Murping and lurking.
Talked to Clarnell about killing him, but she was against it. I thought we should at least try and maybe break his spine or paralyze him.
Pat the rabbit, he needs pens, he's a pretty boy. I love him.
Irreconcilable differences.
Have you ever petted a rabbit and then just enjoyed every second of it?
What he basically
Because that's what's happening to me.
Because she was
if only you guys could have such
does give a little bit of credence to the people on the side of nurture with Edward. He said that Clarnell constantly complained about his menial job as an electrician, said that suicide missions in wartime and the later atomic bomb testings he did were nothing compared to living with Clarnell. He also said that she affected him as a grown man more than 396 days and nights of fighting on the front did. Okay, so pretty common for people to not like their exes. Not liking your ex makes sense. This guy definitely took it further. Dude said World War II combat was easier on him than getting along with Clarnell. Okay, all right. So, that's pretty strong evidence on the side of Clarnell not being a great woman. There are other people later who would have very different thoughts on him. I will say that the people who seemed to really like Clarnell tended to be women. So maybe she really did just hate men. Maybe she really was fine with women. There is that chance. After they split, Kemper's dad stays in California. Clarnell takes Big Ed and the girls to Helena, Montana.
How many pages so far in the script? How many pages of the script is done?
He did later report to being neurotic.
Let's see. Of the script? That is a good question. I mean, how many pages so far from the script have you done in art? That is a good question. That is a good question.
I watched the alcohol intake increase. I watched her social life,
let me grab it. Let me grab the pages.
She had a terrible life with my father. I'm a constant reminder of
now, understand that there's going to be a bit of cutting here and there, but not
killed anybody like her son,
not
but
by
it does appear
too much.
She may have helped drive him.
Where are these pages?
1961. He's 13.
Oh, right.
Kills another family cat. Is going to get back at mom again. Taking out another one of mom's fur babies again in brutal fashion.
Let's see, where are these pages?
He holds its legs while slicing off the top of its skull with the machete. He doesn't want it to be able to run away. The blood spurts all over him when he does this, and apparently he loves that. He loves the feeling of the carnage.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 pages so far.
I can't imagine him doing
9 pages of the script.
He's already a sadistic fucking maniac. He's extremely angry, demented young
9
man.
pages of the script so far have been drawn out, and this is the small little bar fight that's happening.
Killing those pets. Kyler would be
like just a little bit of a bar fight.
Buried our dog Penny Pooper alive.
Oh.
Penny Pooper's head. I can't even imagine if I came home and Kyler was in the backyard with Penny Pooper's head on a stick.
Do you like me more than Kyler now, Father? Do you like Penny Pooper more than Father now?
And then later, after he took a machete to Ginger Bell. What the fuck? How could you ever look at your kids?
And how many pages of the script you have done? How many pages of the script? Around 80 I have written out. So a lot of it will be burned down. Of like things of it are descriptors to me. Understand that they are also descriptors of like how the characters are supposed to look, how they're supposed to see, and stuff like that. Of like, what's the scene? Trying to remind myself of like what I remember
To
of
another
the
female
scene and
teacher
stuff like
around
that.
the stage, one of his sisters teases him and asks him,
But
why did he try to kiss
genuinely,
her? He replies
it
something that
is
disturbs his sister that she
80
remembers. And
pages.
years later, he says, if I kiss her, I'd have to kill her first. Okay. Loves women, hates women. Years later, he recalls one of his first sexual fantasies from around the time as he entered puberty. He said he would masturbate to mental images of killing everyone in the town he lived in, which was Helena. Masturbated to kill everyone in Helena, and then having sex with her corpses. Whew, not good.
Yeah.
How do you react to something like that when you're
So, you know, it will be a while, and don't you worry. That's why. Now that's content. Yeah, it's a lot of fucking content. I just wanted to make sure that the characters' emotions and all that and stuff like that meant something to people, and like.
I would just be thinking.
I wanted to describe the small town and also do world building as well, a light bit of it, and also try to describe this hovel, how like.
Why can't this fucker be next? Don't take sweet kids anymore. Don't take the good ones. Take the Kempers. Take the other future murderers. Around this age, Kemper's mom starts to lock him in the basement at night because she is afraid that he is going to rape his sisters. Some sources say, in some fashion, there was never charges, not a lot of specifics, but accusations of him molesting to some level his sisters. Fuck. That's when you know, man, that's when you really know your kid is super duper fucked up. He's already killed some pets, and then you have to start locking him in the basement so he doesn't rape your other kids. Ed would later claim that getting locked down in the basement at night would become a regular occurrence, gave him further fuel to hate his mother, which I do get. Man. 1964, when he's 15, he runs away from home, which makes sense. That's almost inevitable. When you start locking your kid in the basement, even if they deserve it, they're bound to run away, I think, at some point. If you're also letting them out of the basement, which she was. You know? You're like, hey, kid, why'd you run away from home? I got tired of my family locking me in the basement at night. Oh, all right. Well, I was going to take you to the police, but that actually makes a lot of sense. Carry on. Kemper made it all the way to Van Nuys, California, to his dad's place. Dad didn't make it very far from Burbank. Burbank and Van Nuys only about 7-8 miles apart. Kemper makes it all the way there. Upon arriving at his father's house, little Ed discovers that his father has remarried. They clearly didn't keep him in great touch, and now has another son, his half brother, the guy with the fake name we heard from earlier, that David Weber. He also finds out that he is not welcome to stay with his dad, and is devastated. Years later, his half brother David Weber will say that part of the reason Ed was not welcome to stay was that he, quote, creeped out his father's new wife. Yeah, I bet he did. Kemper got big quick. By this age, he's already close to the full 6'9" he'd become, already weighs around 250 pounds. And yeah, he's a creepy, creepy dude. Kemper would later say, Dad didn't want me around because I upset his second wife. My presence gave her migraine headaches. So maybe she had some kind of evil detector in her brain that was sending off constant alarms when Kemper was around. But this has to be crushing news for Kemper. You know he was thinking when he's locked in the basement at Mom's, if only I can make it to Dad.
Sweet content. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Do not forget to keep on saving. Yeah.
Mom who never locked me anywhere.
Shit.
Mom who didn't.
Just gotta fucking save, you know? Just gotta make sure that.
I didn't see my dad very much for a while, and it's just easy.
Gotta save. Gotta save that content. Don't wanna have a repeat of one of those times.
I'll have mac and cheese for every meal. You know, do nothing but just.
Don't want to have a Photoshop
and
backlash.
How much more intense that was for Ed. If rightly or wrongly, you know, he thinks his mom is psychotic and hates her, and just, man, if I can just make it to Dad's, and then he gets there, and then Dad is like, nope, you're not going to stay here. That's got to be, and he's fucking psychotic, you know, so he probably put extra insanely irrational expectations on what would happen when he lived with his dad.
Can't wait to live with Father. Oh, man, when I live with Father, maybe we can kill cats together. We can put cats' heads on sticks together with Father, have some fun times with Daddy. Walk around the neighborhood, father and son, finding cats, whacking off their heads with machetes, talking about what ladies we'd like to kill with bayonets, doing father-son stuff. Everything will be perfect with Father. Man, I hope the neighbors hear that upstairs. That'll be fun for them.
all they hear.
Fruit pudding, cat's heads on sticks with father.
Edmund Jr. allows his son to stay with him briefly until he's made arrangements for Ed to live in North Fork, California with his parents, little Eddie's paternal grandparents, Edmund Sr., Maud Kemper, on their 17-acre ranch. Kemper would recall later that he was shipped off to his paternal grandparents to live in complete isolation on a California mountaintop with my senile grandfather and my grandmother, who thought she had more balls than any man and was constantly emasculating me and my grandfather to prove it. I couldn't please her. It was like being in jail. I became a walking time bomb. True or not, Ed thinks he has another woman in his life controlling and emasculating him, another woman hurting him. Not sure this is true about Grandma, and this was part of the reason I started to question his feelings about his mom. I mean, I guess he could be just projecting his vision of his mother onto his grandma, but nothing anywhere says that his grandma was anything like this. To me, it felt like he was very much reading into this. Dr. Joel Fort, a San Francisco-based specialist in social and health problems.
Okay, so one, no, and two, here's why. They have no guarantee you'll finish paying them for their work, yeah.
Just like his mother. That's even interesting wording with him. He found
I saw something on Reddit about someone asking an artist if they could pay in installments for a commission and get the piece upon payment of the last installment. Alright, big battle, lurk away. You know the command is exclamation mark lurk, but okay.
Were shot on those acres. Just a giant
so
with a rock hard erection, because he would later say these killings made him sexually excited.
Yeah, exactly. There's no fucking guarantee that you'll fucking pay them for their work.
Based on what I know about Kemper, I'm pretty sure that something went on similar to this kind of scenario.
There's absolutely no fucking guarantee that you'll pay them for the lurk. See? Will you pay them for that?
Oh, wish I could send a rabbit head on a stick to mother. But post office don't let me send stickheads. Why is everyone out to get me?
While Kemper may or may not have used his rifle to kill lots of little animals, he definitely used it to kill some humans. August 27th.
He should have picked something else. It's very hard to catch a little baby rabbit.
56-year-old grandma Maud Kemper sits at the kitchen table typing on a typewriter, not paying attention to Ed. He shoots her 3 times in the back of the head. He later said he killed his grandmother, quote, just to see what it felt like. That's when you know you are truly dealing with somebody who has no empathy, like a true narcissistic sociopath or psychopath. When they tell you they...
I mean, I would totally honor the payments, but not everyone is me. Yeah, like, not fucking everybody is me. And also, like...
Anyway, if they feel like they can get away with it. To make sure
that's such a like, oh, don't worry, I'm the honest one kind of thing. It's like, yeah, they don't fucking know you. They don't know you fucking personally. It's so fucking stupid. I don't understand where people are getting off on this of like, there's nothing that that tells you that they're ever gonna fucking come back.
Smiles at his grandson. Hey, Ed. Before he gets out of the car, he's gonna grab
and being used by people is something that artists are told, like, that shit will happen all the time. Like, as an artist, I'm gonna tell you right now, people will try to fucking scam you out of fucking art all the goddamn time. Like, they'll be like, oh, I just want this, oh, no, I'm gonna challenge you to draw my character.
He would later say he didn't want his
grandfather. Or, like, they're gonna say, oh,
ding, 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 a little bit of truth there.
I could see that working if artist starts work after last payment, or second last and finish only after last one has been paid. Yeah, it could work if, like, yeah, you start paying me, and then we'll talk. You start paying me, slowly give me all my money, and then once the final payment is done, I will work on your work.
Starts thinking that he's gonna have to kill all
that would work. That would 100% work, but I'm pretty sure that's not what they fucking meant. I'm pretty sure they meant like
I would have to blow their brains out.
You draw
If
my
I had been in the
picture,
city, I would have been
and
a
then
mass
I
murderer at 15.
will,
And then
I will pay you
I
later.
was scared to death and I felt violence. I
And
was a
then
rabbit,
their
I always
response
ran.
could also
I
be
was burned
like,
bridges,
well,
there was
I don't,
nowhere else to run.
what if
My
they
back
don't
was
have
that
to
wall, I
fucking
came out
draw my
screaming, kicking and
artwork? It's
shooting.
like,
I was
yeah,
raging
that's why
inside.
they ask him
Finally,
full
unable to live with
for
the
fucking
people
money. Like,
That's what
it's
he did.
people
I
over
just
the
think he was
internet
worried about,
that could literally
God,
just say,
maybe he just wanted
I
to
don't
commit
have
murder.
to do
He
this.
calls his mom, Sabi, confesses to the horrible crime.
Like being like, well, they didn't respect our commissions. Here's all the statements of stuff like that. It's like, yeah, and
he waits patiently on Grandpa's front porch for the authorities to arrive, and then he doesn't put up a fight at all.
I don't see a contract in there.
Confesses to everything. I'm thinking he probably just thought he would get in less trouble if he confessed, and he didn't end up getting in much trouble. After his arrest, he underwent a barrage of psychiatric testing. He was found to have a near genius IQ level. He tested out at 136 the first time and 145 the second. It was also determined that he suffered from paranoid schizophrenia. Kemper ended up being placed in the Atascadero State Hospital for the Criminally Insane in Atascadero, California, halfway between LA and San Francisco off Highway 101. It's still there today. Kemper became patient number B52453, housed among approximately 1,600 other murderers and sex offenders also there. Not sure what his sentence was because his sentence was sealed due to his juvenile offender status. And oddly, he thrives in this place. The psychiatric staff at Atascadero found him both to be very intelligent and very personable and very likable. They liked him. He soon gained privileges that others didn't have. Ed is a bright fellow. That was obvious when you were talking with him, said Dr. William Schonberger, one of the staff psychiatrists at the hospital. He added, he was kind of a model patient. Kemper spent 5 years at Atascadero after he murdered his grandparents.
Right. Artists taking commissions take one many at a time. You can't just back them up like that. There's a risk of being screwed over. No artist should take unless they feel they know the commissionee well enough. Like, I mean, really rando. Yeah, like why the fuck would you do that?
I have a lot of fond memories of that place. He was entrusted to help the hospital staff administer psychiatric tests to other patients.
Like, I don't know you from Adam Duder. Yeah.
Chamber of Commerce. that cracks me up. What kind of business ideas is he cooking up?
Hey, what do you guys think of this business idea? Cat head sickles. It's like a popsicle, but instead, hear me out. Instead of frozen sugar and water and other sweet, syrupy flavors, it's a frozen cat's head. Cat head sickles, where the pets are the treats. During his trial, he wore his Chamber of Commerce membership pin on his lapel with pride. Because of his intelligence and ability, he apparently was a valuable aid in psychological testing and research.
I don't fucking know you, dude. Like, the whole point is that I don't fucking know you. And it's very easy that you could just say, well, you know, I got my art. That's all that I really need.
He's a smart guy. It's actually pretty ironic.
Like, it's so dumb that some of these people are out there. Because it's just like, you're fucking...
Let back out. 21. And then because the parole officers were really busy with other caseloads, and they just were so not concerned with him, he claims that he didn't end up even having to check in with his parole officers. He said he went to check in the first time. They told him, like, do you feel like a lot of rage? And he was like, no. And they were like, well, we're busy with some other stuff. As long as you feel good, just, you know, you're good. You don't have to come over. You don't have to check in. Mike Johnson, a former reporter for the San Jose Mercury News,
like that obviously fucking pisses me off. Like,
check this out.
People expecting free fucking art, it makes no sense to me. It's like, why do you expect... No one fucking knows you, dude. Like, it obviously, it makes me mad, but, like, I don't know, like, how it affects, like, everybody else, because, like, if some guy was like, oh, you know, could you draw my character? I don't believe you could. And it's like, I fucking hate you.
Just beginning this pattern of manipulation that he really kind of mastered in the walls of this facility. He just became a better manipulator there. he had so much
Like
access
being
to the records
like,
of other
you
patients
don't
and
know
test
me,
papers.
but
Just
you see,
learned all
I
the
work
criteria for all the
for a
diagnoses,
big
tests,
business, and I just
what
want to
they
make
would be
sure
looking
that
for to find out if
you
a
are
person
the
was
right
truly cured.
right for
Science
me.
that they were faking it. He just learned
So
to
like
master
there's something
behaving
in
that way. Like, he
certain
knew
things like
exactly
comic books.
and then did
There's
that, and then they thought he was totally cured. That's some Hannibal Lecter
like
Silence of the Lambs
there's
type shit.
obviously like tests of
You know,
like,
I
hey,
knew
we
what
want
they
to see how
were. He
fast you
was
are and stuff like
gave
that.
the answers.
Could you
He
draw?
didn't see.
Could
I
you
enjoyed knowing
draw
it.
these
Tremendous
panels
shame delayed to killing.
and these pages to get it?
After he was released,
And that's totally understandable as long as you know in the contract what you're getting into.
Parole officer, so he didn't have to check out, really with parole officer. But he did. He was.
No, it's not a
put in
rant.
care. And that move would set off a tragic chain of events. I mean, maybe they would have happened anyway, but probably not as quickly and as severely as either because of his anger towards mom. Almost immediately, he claims the verbal abuse began anew. Kemper recalls his mother saying, "For 7 years, I haven't had sex with a man because of you, my murderous son." It might be true. Probably a little harder to get laid when your son's fucking grandpa-killing maniac. For his part, he almost immediately reverts back to the angry, frightened, damaged boy who'd been, trapped in that Montana basement. Kemper's mother had since left Montana.
There are just ways for making you to draw art for free. I love the passion in what I'm saying. Yeah. Well, you can't tell them maybe later and move on what you want to do. Yeah, exactly. I totally understand that art is expensive. And it feels expensive.
Santa Cruz County. Yeah, it's an attractive area to these kind of people.
But you're paying someone for a lot. You're paying someone for their time and investment into whatever you got.
Michael Alufi, a local police officer who later became part of the Kemper investigation, said people were coming from across the country to live that free and liberating lifestyle. And Kemper wanted to meet
misses with the chair and then
start a new life, make some regular friends. But he just
collapses into it.
And his murderous personality was simmering just beneath the surface. He felt particularly inadequate around women. He was lonely. He attempted to date, but after one disastrous first date, he shied away from trying to have any further intimate encounters with these girls. He'd later say, "My first date was an absolute disaster. It was a terrible tragedy." His first date, his only real date, took a girl out to eat at Denny's and then to watch a John Wayne movie. Dude! What the hell? Yeah, that's a terrible date. Denny's on a first date. And listen, I like Denny's. They have great pancakes. I like solid pancakes.
And then 2 and 4, which I think I know what numbers they are. Let me see.
Lovers are usually open 24 hours. Spent many a late night in a Denny's. I like them way better than IHOP. Sorry if you work at IHOP. Denny's fucking crushes you. But Denny's not a first date place. It's that's like taking a lady to Taco Bell or White Castle.
Hi, my name is Ed. I have no originality or concept of romance.
Dude, you don't have to go someplace expensive, but find a little mom and pop diner. Just as cheap, but has some charm. And then movie, no, take her out for a drink, a game of pool, something where you can interact a little bit, not have to rely on conversation, but not totally quiet either. Not John Wayne? That's a dude flick.
If somebody is very insistent, then you could say money first, and yeah, like what you said, we can talk on it. Yeah, exactly. Give me money first. I dislike people who are just like, hey man, do you want to do a collab together? And you're clearly just trying to get free art.
Apparently, it was very small.
So what's the collab? What's this stuff for? And it's to draw your character and stuff like that.
So the contract.
Man, how much is a sketch of my character and doing all these action poses?
His grandparents.
I don't know, doing all of those action poses? A sketch? It depends how many hours we're working. So I could bill you for the hours. Bazinga.
Let me tell you a little bit
All
about
the ones.
myself. Okay, all right. I used to get locked in the basement quite a bit for trying to rape my sister. that made Mother very angry. I can only imagine how much trouble I would have gotten in if she would have found out about me putting some cats' heads on some sticks. I would have never gotten out of the basement. How are your pancakes? Are they good? Let's see, what else about me? crazy, killed grandma and grandpa. That was very naughty. That was very naughty. And I know that.
Good
because I
choice.
spent formative years in the state mental hospital
Yeah,
for
go fuck
criminally
themselves.
insane. Anywho, do you like John Wayne? I'm sure having fun at our Denny's date. Hey, one last thing. I hope this is not a deal breaker. I have a tiny penis. Like a little teeny tiny peen that makes me very angry.
Tiny pain
Kemper,
problems.
He was in a shitty situation as far as
Lord.
paperwork
I'll miss you, Steady Prism.
is,
Will
terrible
miss you,
past,
Steady Prism.
you know,
Deep down in my heart, I will
still no
miss you.
positive Female role models like he's a psycho. He was nothing like the free-spirited young women who were.
Yeah, just let the guy smash into it himself.
He would later say all of these kids were like aliens to me. You know, he'd been locked up. You know, for the beginning of the hippie era and America's entry into Vietnam. He missed those crucial years. During that time, you know, the world had changed significantly. He said regarding you know, the other kids and this first date, he said they were totally different from the kids I knew. That's all he knew were people locked up for being fucking monsters. He said, plus, I've been locked up since I was 15. I couldn't tell her that. When I got out on the street, it was like being on a strange planet. People my age were not talking the same language. It's almost, you know, I met almost no one who'd killed their grandparents. No, he didn't say that. He said, I had been living with people older than I was for so long that I was an old fogey. Ed Kemper, man, so smart but so dumb, so fucked up. It does seem like he tried to live a normal life for a little while when he got out. I will say that, like a little, like for a few months. Kemper got his GED at a local community college, almost immediately. He hoped to become a police officer. He tried to become a police officer, but he was too tall. It does seem like that's the reason he was not allowed to be a police officer. It wasn't about his past because his juvenile records were sealed. As far as I can tell, that's no longer a reason.
But it says games and demos that
it is crazy to me also that the reason
that Big Battle's playing, and I'm like, I should tell him there should be a version for the game he's playing. But maybe I'm crazy.
Like,
He's playing on the PS4, so I don't know.
Should always be able to unseal your juvenile records. Like if you kill your
Who
fucking
knows?
grandparents, I don't think you should ever be allowed to be a cop. Like not ever. Or work at a nursing home, or be put in charge of bingo night. Instead of joining the police force, he landed a job with the California Division of Highways, working as a road construction flagman. Mike Johnson, that San Jose Mercury News reporter, said, I really like that paper, by the way. It's come up another, like the Golden State Killer. I think they do a hell of a job. He said, he was as strong as a horse, and I think he liked the culture of the job, the physical work. That's scary. Very strong for being a big guy. He saved his money, eventually earned enough money to buy himself a motorcycle, but then he crashed it and suffered a head injury in the process. Great. Violent psychopath with a head injury. That does not bode well historically for people's behavior. As we learned, another serial killer sucks. And then he wins a settlement. He wins a settlement after the accident that allows him to purchase a car, yellow 1969 Ford Galaxy, and he will use this car to begin a reign of terror on the unsuspecting surrounding community. The highways around Santa Cruz became killers' stalking grounds at this time. As we learned, another sucks. Hitchhiking was still common. Remember that way back from Charles Manson? Everybody's hitchhiking around there. A lot of college girls chose hitchhiking as their mode of transportation. Kemper was happy to give them a ride, and then soon, more than happy to do horrible things to them. He said, I traveled a lot because I've been locked up for 5.5 years, so I was driving around. The driving around was a way to demonstrate that freedom. It was a way to get the cobwebs out of me. His mother made the mistake of giving him a university staff parking sticker for easier campus access, and she accidentally picked his future victims. When she told him to leave those co-eds alone, she told him apparently over and over that he was never going to attract the pretty co-eds at the school and to stay away from them. He would later say, my mother works at the university, but my mother wouldn't introduce me to any of the young ladies at the university because I'm like my father, and I don't deserve to know any of these young ladies.
Mother thinks I have a bad peen. Mother wants me to keep my angry little ween away from the women, ladies.
This relentless ridicule eventually led him to decide that he was going to kill these girls that she, thought a lot of to get back at mom. You know, his new two-door car would be this weapon. Yeah, these poor college girls. They would replace his mom's cats essentially. Soon after getting his car, he starts picking up hitchhiking college girls. He said, at first I picked up girls to talk to them, just to try to get acquainted with people my own age and try to strike up a friendship. He would tell investigators that later. Again, I think it's bullshit. I think he was just figuring out what he wanted to do to them and how he would get away with it. And he did make allusions to that later. he found himself sexually attracted to the girls he picked up hitchhiking, which were as many as 150. You know, the overwhelming majority of he let go. And I'm sure they were horrified, you know, later when they learned that they had nearly met a violent end at the hands of the maniac.
Yeah, getting that drink.
You know, started
Getting
having
that drink
fantasies,
in.
and after a while,
Cozy.
You know, he wanted to romance them, didn't know how. And he started just thinking about, well, I'll just rape them. And then he's like, yeah, but if I rape them, I'm going to be easy to identify. He said, I decided to mix the two. He started thinking about killing him. He goes, I decided to mix the two and have a situation of rape and murder and no witnesses and no prosecution. If I killed them, you know, then they couldn't reject me as a man. It was more or less making a doll out of a human being, carrying out my fantasies with a doll, a living human doll. I'm sorry to sound so cold about this, but what I needed was to have a particular experience with the person, to possess them in a way I wanted to. I had to evict them from their bodies. That's all. Just making some human fuck dolls. No big deal. Just evicting people from their bodies.
Look, I did not want to kill those girls, but I did want to be raping them. And I did
Big
not
Metal
want to be caught
Barracks.
for raping them.
Oh shit.
So, as one does,
That was
you make
a
doll
very
out of
short
them.
stream.
You just
Was
evict
that?
the person and make a doll.
Very short. It's me. That was a very short stream.
His doll making process, I hope. You know, man. But yeah, he realized, like, you know, if I do this and don't kill them, it's not going to be hard to find the guy who looks like an NBA center with a teeny tiny wing. What Ed is going to
Hope
do
hope it went well.
Many of you have been asking to bring back
Were you
super
playing
scary
a
stuff
game?
segment a little more often. I think this next
I-
murderous section. of the
I'm so
timeline calls
sorry.
for it.
I don't understand
actually,
why.
it's gonna get a little worse than what we've already done.
I hope it went well.
First, a word from one of today's sponsors.
That's
Today's content is
that's
brought
a
to you
very
by
short
Pampers
stream.
Petsickles. You like pets? Like popsicles? Well, if you just said yes twice, then there is a very small chance, and I mean very, very, very small chance that you will love Kemper's Petsickles. Listen, Kemper's Petsickles come in the following flavors: Tabby, Siamese, Persian, hairless cat. They come in just about every flavor of dog, doodles, terriers, chihuahuas, Dobermans, Rottweilers, and more. They also come in rat, python, pig, ferret, parrot, iguana, goldfish. Basically, any kind of pet that has a head is.
I played Necromundo, but I'm getting super sleepy. Well then, it's okay. Yeah, go get some rest, man.
But no one's put more time and care into the pet head removal process.
Dude,
than Ed Kemper.
don't
Of course,
ruin
that's
your
not
sleep
fun.
schedule, man.
Thank God.
Don't be like
That's not
me,
what we live in.
where
That's
I've
fun.
ruined it so
This
much
time
that
is brought to you by Kemper.
that now I'm on a clock
I'm really into him
in my
putting
head.
wrinkle cream recently. So much so that the smell of it makes me sleepy now because I've associated putting.
Well, the frustration is real.
wrinkle cream
No,
in my
I
face
totally
every night.
understand.
For a
Sleep
few months, it
finally
smells so
gets.
good. It just part of
Sleep
my
I
bedtime
finally got
process.
set up.
Doesn't give me any pimples.
Yay!
Yeah, I got so into it.
Lurk.
I actually just recently ordered just a couple of days ago the Morning Glow Vitamin C Serum. Hims is doing what Lindsay has been trying and could not.
I ruined
getting
mine as
very,
well.
very into
Yeah, I
lotions
know.
and
I
serums.
know.
And there's more
I
Hims,
understand,
in
General.
Forhims.com is a one-stop shop for men's health. They also have sexual performance products, which I
Took
get
some.
good and highly
It
related to
took
lotion.
some really.
I do know that for years my sex life, at least my early sex life, relied almost exclusively on lotion. Hims connects you with real doctors and medical-grade solutions to treat erectile dysfunction. Also, Hims sells well-known generic equivalents to name-brand prescriptions, not weird-ass gas station counter supplements. You're not going to get Spanish fly, right? They're not selling 5-hour energy. So stop waiting at the doctor's office and try Hims for a month today. Get started for just $5 while supplies last. See website for full details. This will cost hundreds of dollars.
No,
to
I
the
don't
doctor
like
or
this.
pharmacy. Go to
That's fine.
forhims.com/timesucked. That's forhims. That's forhims.com/timesucked. So TIMESUCKED. Forhims.com/timesucked. Link in the episode description or push the For Hims button in the sponsor section of the Timesuck app. And now the timeline will continue with this section of super scary stuff.
I love that he got rid of this, because it's nothing but scary stuff
Early
sometimes.
1972. Within a few months of being released from the state psychiatric hospital, Kemper purchases and packs his car with items he would need for his crimes he's been fantasizing about. All right, so all that stuff we talked about, the motorcycle, the getting his Jeep, it all happens very fast. And then I remember he is a genius. He gets plastic bags, knives, blankets, handcuffs. Starts driving around in search of the perfect victim. Let's say I saw a lot of people out there and I picked anybody up who wanted a ride. And he actually got the handcuffs from a police officer buddy of his. He had manipulated local police into thinking he was a great dude. More on that in a few minutes. Kemper soon became unable, after picking up these girls and giving them their rides, to control his murderous urges.
Damn.
He called these murderous urges little zapples, by the way.
Took some time.
Murder spree begins. Little zapples.
Now you are wide awake, and you get to be wide awake with me. You get to be wide awake with me.
Sorry, lady, you just got zappled. Ha ha.
Yeah.
Little Zapple's gonna get mother one of these days. I like my little Zapples.
Kemper talked about his growing urge to kill later. He said, "I'm picking up young women. I'm going a little farther each time. First, it's, he goes, it's a daring kind of thing. First, there wasn't a gun. I'm driving along. We go to a vulnerable place where there are people watching, where I could act out, and I say, no, I can't. And then a gun is in the car hidden, and then this craving, this awful rage, eating, feeling inside, this fantastic passion, it was overwhelming me. It was like drugs. It was like alcohol. A little isn't enough. At first it is, but as you adjust, you need more and more and more. So he's building his urge. He's taking things a little farther, making the rides a little more uncomfortable every time, planning this out. And then on May 7th, 1972, Kemper picked up two 18-year-old Fresno State students who were hitchhiking to visit friends studying in Berkeley, California, Marianne Pesci and Nita Mary Lucchesa. In newspaper stories from the Santa Cruz Sentinel, 1972, Pesci was described as being 5'1", wearing a maroon sweatshirt and faded blue jeans. She had blue eyes and dark hair. Lucchesa was also 5'1", blonde with gold-rimmed glasses. She was wearing a white shirt beneath denim bib overalls. Both girls, 18 years old, easy targets for Kemper, who had learned to make people, including the police officers he'd recently became chummy with, feel safe in his large-sized presence. He told one French interviewer later, "They're not going to get in your car if they can see you from a half a block away drooling." Instead, he would check his watch, making himself seem casual rather than too eager. Then, combined with a specific pair of glasses Kemper wore to make himself seem more studious, he would ease people's apprehension, including this Marianne. He said later, she was a haughty young lady, stuck up, a valley girl. She was playing Little Miss Distant with me. Fuck this guy. She had hitchhiked through Europe. She'd done it in the United States. She was good at it. She didn't want to get in the car, though. Her roommate, Anita, however, much more open. And after asking Kemper where he was headed, jumped into the front seat. Eventually, Marianne
Nick Susky is live.
Kemper kept a close eye on him as they drove.
Oh my God, Nick Susky.
Marianne Kemper initially found most attractive.
Hope he enjoys his game.
Sealed her fate as his first victim.
Hope he isn't up too late.
Anita at one point gave me a sexy little look.
You know.
I smiled back at her, but
I want to make sure that you guys don't stay up too late.
But I was getting caught up with the girl in the backseat. She had pretty blue eyes and beautiful black hair. As they watched each other in the rearview mirror, Kemper was formulating his plan. He drove these young women to a remote area, like he'd been doing recently, turned off his car, and then brandished his gun. The slight women were no match for Kemper. They wouldn't have been able to escape because Kemper had jimmied the door. He's essentially prevented it from being opened from the inside. According to police reports and taped confessions, Kemper began his co-ed murder spree by tying up Anita at gunpoint, forcing her into the trunk. He then turned his attention to Marianne Pesci in the back seat, intending to rape her. But even after he'd taken off her clothes, he was unable to complete the act because he had no previous sexual experience. He was embarrassed about his little ween. He was inept at his first attempts. His inability to perform sexually enrages him, so he stabs her to death with a knife he had purchased at a pawn shop.
Damn.
Echoes of Chikatilo here. Same anger over a uncooperative penis, except this one a tiny one, you know? I feel like Chikatilo would love to hear this story. Just, what is big deal? So he have limp shamecock. It's nothing to worry about. It's a little stabbing take care of that. A little bit of wrestling. Of course it's tiny. Kemper American capitalist. His tiny peen. No compared to giant limp Russian shamecock of Chikatilo. Finally, I have better penis than other monster.
Stop it, Chikatilo. It's not that tiny. It just looks small because of my body. Please don't make me zapple you and put your head on a stick. Show it to mother.
Sorry, new listener.
I've enjoyed ruining my sleep schedule.
One there real quick.
Yes.
So this is the first time Kemper has used a knife to kill someone. He said, I stabbed her and she didn't fall dead. They're supposed to fall dead. I've seen it in all the movies. It doesn't work that way. When you stab someone, they leak to death. He's so fucking disturbing. He says, it wasn't working worth a damn. I stabbed her all over. When she turned around, I couldn't see stabbing someone in the breasts. I was that affected by her presence. She ended up getting her throat cut. And I learned the term ear to ear because that's the way it went. He then backed up out of the car and said, shit, now I've got to go kill the other one. This grandpa all over again, you know?
Please don't make me zapple you. Do not sass me today, Mother. I had a very hard day. I had to zapple 2 ladies, but I only wanted to zapple 1. Ugh.
Kemper then headed back to the trunk. He finds a terrified Anita, who had just listened to her best friend and roommate screaming. Ugh. She's back there. Her hands are cuffed behind her back. He said, listen to his verbiage. This guy's so narcissistic. He said, I just gone through a horrible experience with her roommates, and I was in shock because of it. Oh, poor you. Oh, man. You just were victimized with this horrible experience having to stab someone to death or trying to rape. You piece of shit. He goes, I was walking back to the car and thinking, I can't let her go. Everyone's going to know. She sees the blood on my hands and says, what are you doing? And I said, your friend got smart with me. She got really smart with me, and I hit her. I think I broke her nose. You'd better come help. Anita began crawling out of the trunk, and Kemper went in for the kill, again using that pawn shop knife. When I attacked her at first, she didn't know what was happening, he said. Eventually, however, Anita fell back into the trunk, died of her injuries, and Kemper slammed the trunk shut. After regaining his composure, he deposits Marianne in his trunk as well. His plan was to sneak the girls' bodies into the bedroom of his Alameda apartment. He had temporarily moved out of his mom's house, just for a little bit, under the cover of darkness in order to dismember them. On the way home to his place, he stopped by police due to a broken taillight, gets away with the warning. Oh, my God, he came so close. He later said had the officer asked to search his vehicle, he would have killed the officer alongside the remote stretch of road. I was playing a dangerous game, he said. Kemper later told a reporter that he liked Anita, thought she was really pretty. She best represented the kind of girl he was attracted to, the kind of girl his mother told him he would never have. I was really quite struck by her personality and her looks, and there was almost just a reverence there. In a way, she epitomized what drove me. Okay, so I guess he liked the other girl more when she was alive, and now he's really into Anita. Once Kemper arrived at his apartment in Alameda, he waited until dark, then took both bodies to his bedroom, where he decapitated them and placed their heads in plastic trash bags. He then cut the girls' bodies into pieces in the bathtub. He said, you know, the head's where everything is at. The brain, eyes, and mouth. That's the person. I remember being told as a kid, you cut off the head and the body dies. The body is nothing after the head is cut off. That's not quite true. With a girl, there's a lot left in the girl's body without a head. Of course, the personality is gone. Holding a severed head in my hand, I'd say, this is insane. Yeah. You think? I love that it took until you got that far to think that. The whole fucking thing is insane. Kemper might not be technically criminally insane, but he is batshit crazy. Just semantics at that point when you're referring to somebody as insane or not. Like, you cannot do what he has done and not be what I think of as just out of your fucking mind crazy. As Ed cut the bodies into pieces, he took photos as each piece was removed and constantly masturbated throughout the gruesome activity. Echoes of Jeffrey Dahmer now, right? Just getting turned on by these macabre body pieces.
Just grab that guy, slam into the other guy.
Which was apparently, it's easier to do when you didn't have to worry about his lack of sexual experience with these, in this situation, or his ironically minuscule-sized penis. My God. Kids, if you're still listening to this episode, let's cover your ears up for a minute. I know it's already been beyond dark and terrible, but it's going to get a little worse. When I heard he used the heads for sexual acts, I thought like what part of the head? Like where is he fucking, essentially? Turns out, not just the mouth. He also found it more satisfying to sexually penetrate their windpipe. Basically, he would just push his penis up towards their head he would fuck their necks. I wonder if he thought that was insane. When he's doing that.
Oh, man, this is real crazy. Oh, you Zapples are some real perverts. Even I know that. Mother would be so mad if she caught me fucking a neck.
My God, his story. I've gone over it so many times, and it's just so crazy. Kemper slept with the girls' heads for a few nights, as a monster does. Then he returned the bodies to his truck. He dumped some parts into a grove of redwood trees alongside a remote highway, others in a brushy area that was also fairly remote. Marianne's, the trunk of her body, minus her arms and legs, was buried. Authorities said Kemper kept both heads in his car for a while. As he'd drive around, he'd take one out of the bag and use it on himself to simulate oral sex. My God, he would just occasionally get roadhead from a literal head. In due course of time, the heads began to decompose, and so eventually he threw both of them into a ravine. The kids were considered missing persons. And again, I'm not laughing. I know how fucking terrible this is. I'm not laughing at the victims. It's just, I don't know how else to react to this stuff. It's so beyond insane to me, all of these details. The heads, when they were found, were so badly decomposed, they had to be identified by dental records. Later, after his arrest, Kemper showed investigators where he buried Marianne's torso. Unfortunately, Anita's body was never found.
Grab
The
that.
girls were listed as missing persons for months. Kemper visited the remains of Anita for months before turning himself in and later leading investigators to the grave where he had buried her. He would say, sometimes afterwards, I visited there to be near her because I loved her and wanted her. That's what he would later say on the witness stand, actually. I loved her. Again, but not crazy, but not insane, not criminally insane. He just, misses his head that he's literally been fucking and is in love with it. All right? Let's talk real quick about Kemper's cop buddies, the ones that gave him the handcuffs he would use on some of his victims. Kemper had always wanted to be a police officer, or at least for a long time. But his imposing size, had made it an impossible dream. So instead, when he got out of that state mental institution, went to go live with mom initially, he befriended the cops in the neighborhood and ended up hanging out with them at a bar called the Jury Room, which was the local cop bar. I remember Ed being there on many occasions, especially when the homicides were going on. He would come in and have a few beers with the guys and talk to us, said Jim Connor, a former City of Santa Cruz police officer who would later play a role in Kemper's arrest. He had a great personality. He was very friendly, very outgoing, and he was a real likable guy. That's apparently why officers unwittingly gave Kemper a pair of handcuffs that he used to control some of his victims, along with a police training badge, although there is no evidence he used this badge to coerce or ease the minds of his victims. When he was with them, he was able to think about, here I am, an ongoing murderer, and they don't know anything about it, and they fully accept me. I'm just one of the boys, said Dr. Joel Fort, that San Francisco-based specialist, in social health and health problems, including crime and violence. Fort described Kemper as a police groupie, which other psychologists have said is a common marker for sexual sadists as well as serial killers. Many serial sexual murderers have a fascination with police, says forensic psychologist Louis Schlesinger. That's part of the psychology. And they do that for a number of reasons. They can hang out with them for one, but they can also follow the investigations and see if they're being talked about at all. This is very stimulating for them. The conversations in the jury room were heavily focused on missing co-eds, which likely added to Kemper's thrill. Son of a bitch, man. This creep is killing and defiling these women, then going to hang out and have drinks with the cops who are trying to catch him. Okay, September's next victim was 15-year-old dance student Aiko Ku, who he picked up while she was hitchhiking, after missing her bus on the evening of September 14th,
grabbing one dude, slamming him into the other.
Was on her way to a dance class. She was excited to have landed a chance to appear at the St. Louis World Trade Fair performing Korean ballet. This talented young kid. Because her family had no car, her mother, an employee at the University of California Library, was unable to take her to this event, so Ku planned to ride the bus. But the petite dancer would never make it. The night before Ku was to leave, she and her mother put the finishing touches on her costume. Her mom was concerned about her trip. She said later, I didn't want her to go. It wasn't that important for her to go to that class. But when my daughter wants things, she wants them very bad. I'm no psychic, but I was afraid for her. She was so beautiful last night. I finally told her she could go if she took the bus, but she didn't hitch a ride. Ku missed the bus, however, then made a sign to alert other drivers headed in the direction of St. Louis where she was going that she needed a ride. Oh, man, Mike, I hope my kids never hitchhike. Please never hitchhike, especially Monroe. Do not hitchhike. Oh, my God. That could be the subtitle for this suck. Do not ever fucking hitchhike. Koo, despite being young, was used to hitchhiking, which I still see people do. The Suck Dungeon is actually right by a freeway entrance exit. I still see people every once in a while, especially in the summer, wanting to catch rides places. Hitchhiking was common again in the early 70s around Santa Cruz. Camper sees her, gives her the last ride of her life, says she got in the car and he drove, he didn't say this. Tom Honig, a reporter for the Santa Cruz Sentinel at this time, said she got in the car and he drove across the bay to San Francisco. But unfortunately for her, he kept going. The little girl was terrified, obviously. Once Koo was in his car, Kemper told authorities he drove her to an isolated location in the mountains above Santa Cruz, where he said, I pulled the gun out to show her I had it. She was freaking out. Then I put the gun away, and that had more effect on her than pulling it out. At one point, he locked himself out of his car, but he talked a hysterical Koo into letting him back in. He then taped her mouth shut, pinched her nostrils together until she blacked out, and then he raped her while she was unconscious. Then before she regained consciousness, strangled her to make sure she was dead. Kemper took Koo's body back to his apartment where he dismembered her and cut off her head. Of course he did. This guy loves cutting off fucking heads. He said, I remember it was very exciting. There was a sexual thrill. It was kind of an exalted, triumphant type thing. Like taking the head of a deer or an elk or something.
Fucking psychopath. Jesus Christ.
I was the hunter and they were the victims. This is how he rationalized it. You know, Aiko wasn't a human being, wasn't a 15-year-old girl, with the whole life ahead of her. She was a fuck doll and a deer. And he was a hunter. Kemper disposed of her body, but kept her head, which he stashed in the trunk of his car. It was there the next day when he attended a psychiatric parole hearing, so he did have to go to this. He didn't miss a beat, telling the mental health professionals exactly what they wanted to hear, keeping his depravity a well-hidden secret. He saw 2 doctors that day. The first he saw no indication that Kemper was a danger, while the second called the depraved serial killer both normal and safe. Both doctors recommended his juvenile records be totally sealed. He has made an excellent response to the years of treatment. I see no psychiatric reason to consider him to be of danger to himself or any other member of society, one of them wrote. The other suggested that Kemper's motorcycle had been more of a threat to him than he was to anyone else. Meanwhile, kid's head in the trunk. Kemper was given a clean bill of health, went back to his car, 2 severed heads there. He then goes to the jury room, have a few celebratory drinks with his cop buddies. Before, though, in the parking lot of the jury room, this son of a bitch, he opens his trunk to take a look at her fucking head. He says, I suppose as I was standing there looking, I was doing one of those triumphant things, admiring my work and admiring her beauty. And I might say admiring my catch like a fisherman. I just wanted the exaltation over the party. In other words, winning over death. They were dead and I was alive. That was the victory in this case. He later buried Koo's head in his mother's garden, joking about how his mother always wanted people to look up to her. The rest of her body, minus the scarf he saved as a trophy, buried in his mother's backyard. All of this has happened within a year of him being released from that state mental hospital. And then he somehow ends up becoming eligible for parole after getting caught for killing these girls and more later. How does this stuff happen? Kemper's records were sealed a month later, despite the objection of District Attorney Hanhart. But it said that when he tried to be a police officer, they were already sealed. So maybe there was like I guess it doesn't specify, but it sounds like there was a portion of time while they were deciding how they were going to seal them or if they would be sealed when you couldn't look at them. But District Attorney Hanhart argued that given the nature of his crimes, his records should have been kept open for at least another 10 years. Yeah, life. They should be kept open for life. He should not be let out. I don't know about you, but I need a quick break from all this darkness. Time for another quick announcement from another kick-ass sponsor. Time Suck is brought to you today by Chicken Joe's Chicken Skin Condoms.
Oh, Chicken Joe.
Chicken skin is the most effective prophylactic on the market today. I didn't either. But then Chicken Joe educated me on some science. Bye-bye, Playboy. Bye-bye. Chicken skin for the win. Put that chicken skin on. Stick it in. You won't feel better than chicken on your skin. You feel me? You dig? You follow what I'm trying to get you to swallow? What skin do? Keep diseases from getting to you. See a cold sore on a chicken beak. See a chicken with stiffened soles, you freak. Chicken dinner, chicken winner, chicken dicks, chicks, tits, dicks, please. Please on your knees, fingers, butts, little chicken nuts. Yeah, motherfucker. Take that beak. So what Chicken Joe means is, I don't know. We don't know what Chicken Joe means. But he has condoms. We know that. He has condoms. We know they're made of chicken skin and that they might work. So please buy some of Chicken Joe's chicken skin condoms at www.ihopethesework. Probably not. That is, of course, not today's spot. Time Suck is not brought to you by Chicken Joe. It is brought to you by Lisa. Resolve to rest this new year. A quality night's sleep helps you recover from distractions faster, prevents burnout, make better decisions, improve your memory, make fewer mistakes, not put stuff on sticks. Maybe if Ed Kemper would have slept on a Lisa, he would have popped out of a cozy bed, not locked in a basement, saying something like,
I love mother. No more Zappos with a Lisa mattress. I'm gonna pet some kitties, and I'm not gonna put nothing on a stick today.
We don't know. Could have happened. Lisa's mission is to provide a better night's rest for everybody. Through their 110 program, they donate one mattress for every 10 they sell. That's more than 31,000 mattresses and counting. Lisa strives to leave the world better than they found it. And that doesn't stop with mattress donations. Together with the Arbor Day Foundation, Lisa plants one tree for every mattress they sell. Do I still love my Lisa? Yeah, still do. Is it still soft? Mm-hmm. Very, very soft. Is it still not too hot? Yes. Still sleep very sound. Still love not sinking in too far with that memory foam, but sinking in far enough to get some snug. Right? You want a little snug.
Little snug.
Overdo your snug.
Little snug.
So they nail it. So
Bitty
start
bitty snug.
2019 well rested. You get $160 off at Lisa mattress at lisa.com/timesuck. Get that $160
Snatch.
off a Lisa mattress.
Grabbing four.
Lisa.com/timesuck.
Grabbing four.
I said it right.
Buy
Use
his
promo
shirt.
code timesuck at checkout.
Huh?
One more time.
And then slamming him into two.
/timesuck. Nailed it. Stuck the landing. Promo code timesuck.
Just step
Nailed
back.
that. Link in the episode description. Lisa button in the Timesuck app and on the Timesuck website to make getting that deal so easy. Now back to the fall of 1972. Kemper's been out of that state hospital for less than a year. He's been killing again for a few months.
And then have him slam into his own stuff.
Another serial killer he will eventually meet when they're both incarcerated.
And then have these two come in.
Another serial killer.
Her grabbing four, slamming him into
police when they're trying to establish
two.
modus operandi for these who they think is one person initially. They thought for a while the killings were attributed to the same killer, not to two different men who didn't know each other. This other killer did kill some hitchhikers. The other killer was 25-year-old Herbert Mullen. Today, Mullen resides at Mule Creek State Prison in Ione, California. Back in late 1972, Herbert was beginning a killing spree that would take the lives of 13 victims. He'd be caught in February of the following year. He confessed that he killed them to prevent earthquakes. As crazy as Kemper is, we probably want to do a suck on Herbert Mullen down the road because he is even crazier in his way. He'd be caught killing people. He confessed again. He killed people to prevent earthquakes. Like Kemper, he'd previously been committed to a mental hospital. Mullen believed that the Vietnam War had produced enough American death to forestall earthquakes because of some sort of blood sacrifice to nature, he believed it. But that with the war winding down by late 1972, he had to start killing more people in order to have enough deaths to keep the earthquakes away. Unlike Kemper, he did not target one specific victim type. On October 13th, 1972, for example, Mullen beat Lawrence Whitey White, a homeless man, to death with a baseball bat. White, 55 years old, had been hitchhiking on Highway 9. Mullen struck him down after tricking him into looking at the car engine. He later tracked down and killed an old high school buddy who had sold him marijuana once. He blamed some problems on his life around the time on some drug use. Felt this guy was responsible. This is a guy who was voted most likely to succeed by his high school class. At one time, he was a popular, intelligent student. Some think that experimentation with LSD made him paranoid and delusional enough to kill his victims, which also included a priest and two young kids. People also think that this LSD helps maybe bring out or at least intensify paranoid schizophrenia. And like I said, police at the time believed that the same person was responsible for all the murders. Tough to establish a pattern, given the difference between the violent co-ed killings and the seemingly random, murders that would eventually be attributed to Mullen. And then years later, in a strange twist, Kemper and Mullen would be arrested around the same time and would end up in adjoining cells. According to Kemper, Mullen had a habit of singing and bothering people when someone tried to watch TV. So I threw water on him to shut him up. Then when he was a good boy, these are his words. When he was a good boy, I'd give him some peanuts. Herbie liked peanuts. It was effective because pretty soon he asked permission to sing. That's called behavior modification treatment. This fucking... how scary is Kemper? He's intelligent enough to just casually manipulate other serial killers into behaving how he wants them to behave. Well, he's like a Hannibal Lecter at some level. At the University of Santa Cruz, a warning is posted around this time to try and stop, more COVID killings. It says, when possible, girls especially stay in dorms after midnight with doors locked. If you must be out at night, walk in pairs. Which, not good because he would kill in pairs. If you see a campus police patrol car and wave, they will give you a ride. Use the bus, even if somewhat inconvenient. Your safety is of first importance. If you are leaving campus, advise someone where you are going, where you can be reached, and the approximate time of your return. Don't hitch a ride, please. Not enough people listen. Despite all the local press, 19-year-old Cynthia Ann Shaw made the terrible mistake of accepting a ride with Kemper on January 8, 1972, the same day he'd purchased a .22 caliber Ruger handgun. I went bananas after I got that .22, Kemper would later say in an interview with Front Page Detective. Cynthia was babysitting to earn money from college. One of her regular babysitting gigs was for Santa Cruz police officer Jim Connor, who regularly had drinks with Kemper in the jury room. What a weird connection. Connor would say of Cynthia, she was young, needed money like everyone else, and she was a pleasant girl. Knowing she was a student at the university, we felt safe and knew we could trust her with our children. Cynthia was on her way from her home in Santa Cruz to class at Cabrillo College in Aptos when she accepted Kemper's ride. He drove her from Santa Cruz to nearby Watsonville, where he shot her with his .22 caliber weapon, drove the body back to his mother's duplex, where she was once again living. The next day, while his mother was away at work, he has sex with her dead body, dismembers Cynthia, packs her remains in plastic bags, boxes he stashed in his closet. Her head, he buried outside his bedroom window as a way to keep her close. January 10th, a highway patrolman driving on Highway 1 spots two severed human arms along the side of the road. A few days later, a human torso is found floating in a lagoon near Santa Cruz. 2 days after that, a surfer catching some waves south of Santa Cruz finds a left hand. Later, soon after that, a woman's pelvis washes up on shore. Each of the parts belonged to Cynthia Ann Shaw. According to fingerprints and chest x-rays, only her head and right hand remained missing after detectives had pieced together the body parts they'd found like a macabre horror puzzle. How would you like that to be your job? Have to arrange her body parts back together. My God. Police determined she had been sawed into pieces with power tools. February 5th, 1973, Kemper and his mother get into a fight, and the serial killer heads out, enraged from the incident and looking for a kill. He says, later, he tells investigators, my mother and I had a real tiff. I was pissed. I told her I was going to a movie, and I jumped up and went straight to the campus because it was still early. This guy's language kills me. He's talking about doing the most heinous things, but he rarely curses. Uses these odd word choices, Mother and I had a real humdinger of a tiff that night. Man, did she get me peeved. She got me all riled up and ready to zapple. Mother makes me want to zapple.
Going to bed. Night, everyone. Night, big battle. Go to bed.
Instigate a tussle with her.
Get some rest.
Tomfoolery. Mother's tomfoolery makes me want to fuck some necks.
God. Ed stated that he left his home knowing that the next good-looking girl he would see would die. I might not have been much to look at myself, he would say, but I always went for pretty girls. And I was so pissed I would have killed anyone who got in the car. Unfortunately, two students who had stayed late to study, missing the last buses to leave campus, were the ones to accept his offer for a ride. 22-year-old Rosalind Thorpe was smart, usually took the bus from her apartment in downtown Santa Cruz to the university and back, but on this day, she spent too much time studying. She was a good student, spent too much time studying in the library. When it closed at 9, she headed to the bus stop, arms full of books, hoping the last bus hadn't already passed her stop. Another person who could have
Get
went on
some rest.
It was a rainy night when Kemper spotted her standing at the bus stop, illuminated by a street light. It was easy for him, especially driving his 1969 Ford with the university staff parking sticker, to entice the unlucky girl into his car. Kemper rolled down the passenger window, leaned out, telling Rosalind, "The bus is gone. I know. I've missed it before, too. Can I give you a lift? It's pretty late." The two drove a few blocks before Kemper noticed Alice Liu, 21, who had also spent too long at the campus library, also studied too hard. She was wondering how she was going to get home from school. When Kemper's car slowed down, Lou noticed the university staff sticker as well. Also noticed Rosalind in the front seat, so she climbed into the back seat with no worries whatsoever. I went on down a ways and slowed down, Kemper later recalled in interviews. I remarked on the beautiful view. All the while, still driving down the road as if he was taking the girls to their desired destination. He's holding his gun, from near his foot to his lap. He then picked it up, quickly pulled the trigger, killing Rosalind, who slumped against the passenger door window dead. In the backseat, Alice, unsurprisingly, is freaking the fuck out. Frantic, panicking, struggling to try to escape. He starts firing at her. He says, I had to fire through her hands. She was moving around, and I missed twice. He finally hits her in the temple. She wasn't yet dead. He shoots her again. According to some accounts, she may have still been alive and moaning loudly as he approached the entrance to the university. Even if she was still alive, he didn't stop Kemper from driving the girls through a security checkpoint. Guards who saw Kemper's university parking sticker believed his story that the girls were drunk and he was just taking them back to their dorms. It was getting easier to do, Kemper said, and I was getting better at it. So he, instead of taking them back to their dorms, he takes them back to Mother's house, where he takes Alice's body inside to have sex with it, and Rosalind's in order to remove the bullet from her head to reduce his risk of detection. Then he dismembers and beheads both girls. Despite taking precautions to not get caught, like taking the bullet out of the one head, around this time he also starts getting more reckless and cocky with his behavior. He loved the adrenaline rush of flirting with getting caught but not getting caught. When he dismembered the girls' bodies in his mother's house, he didn't even close the curtains. He intentionally left them open. He said one of his neighbors was right there in their window. All they had to do was turn their head in order to see what he was doing, but they never did. Next morning, Kemper tosses body parts of both girls in the ocean in the surrounding hills of Alameda County, tosses the heads separately from the rest of the bodies. Almost 2 weeks later, after a storm had struck Alameda County's Eden Canyon, a road crew checking for damage from the heavy wind and rain saw what at the time they thought were mannequins. Instead, they found two decaying, mutilated corpses, both missing their heads. X-rays and descriptions of the girls, their families would later determine that the bodies were those of Alice Liu and Rosalind Thorpe. God, their poor families having to identify their dead daughters, especially in that way. Less than 2 months later, Kemper would kill his final two victims, kill them in the same day. On Good Friday, 1973, April 20th, Kemper worked half a day and before coming home, contemplated his mother's death, which he'd been planning for a week. He came home late, stopped in her bedroom to let her know he was home, hoping that she would say something nice to him to stop what he felt was her inevitable murder. Instead of greeting him kindly, the woman who was tucked into bed with the book said, "Oh my God, now I suppose you're going to want to stay up and talk all night." That's all he said that she said. "Oh my God, I suppose you're going to want to talk all night." He said, "I was hoping that she would say something that would stop this, but instead the last words we shared were a fight." Fight? Really? Dude, it's late. She's not young. She probably has worked a long week. So your mom doesn't want to listen to your big, creepy, crazy ass ramble on about your little fucking ween problems. That's not a fight. It's someone just not being in the mood to deal with someone who's been a constant cat-killing, grandparents-killing, hoping to rape their sisters, pain in their ass. I really expected a harsher interaction to set off the murder. Something more dramatic, like, "Oh my God, now I suppose you're going to want to stay up and talk all night, you stupid fucking piece of shit. I hate you so much, I wish you were dead." Nope. Just says, doesn't want to talk.
Mother's always so quick to start a fight. Man, she gets my samples in a real humdinger tizzy. She's always saying hateful stuff like, "Eddie, I'm tired. I don't want to play Battleship anymore. Oh, Eddie, it's 3 a.m. I have work. Eddie, I don't want to watch another episode of I Dream of Jeannie. Mother makes me so angry I want to cut her head off and put my peen in her neck."
So hurt. He's hurt. Kemper leaves the room, goes to his own bed, lays awake for several hours, and early the next morning, stewing over this final insult. He decides this time he's had enough, and at about 5 a.m., before the sun is up, he gets a claw hammer, bashes her fucking head in. He goes, I walked in there with the hammer, caved in the side of her head, cut her throat. He then beheaded her. Then he fucks his own mother's head, puts it ceremoniously on the mantle, and uses it for a while for a dartboard. Jesus. He bashes his mom's head. He cuts his mother's head off. He fucks his mom's head and then uses it as a dartboard. I have never been angry enough at anyone to even comprehend something to that level. Like, that level of rage is beyond my ability to comprehend. And I can be a pretty angry guy. And this guy can still be paroled. He is still eligible for parole. Can we please pass a new, very specific law where if you ever cut anyone's head off and then fuck it and then use it as a dartboard, at the very least, you never get to get out. You never get to get out. He yells and screams at her head while he's throwing darts at it. Says he threw darts at her face. He's still not done. Then he cuts out her larynx, he cuts out her tongue, and he tries to put him in the garbage disposal. The machine, the garbage disposal, kicks back remnants of tissue and blood back into his face. He would say later, that seemed appropriate. As much as she'd bitched and screamed and yelled at me over so many years. Fuck! He can admit and talk about this calmly, like what he did was the equivalent of just a harmless little spat. You know, just father...
Mother and I, we got in a lot of little fights over the years. Usually I could just brush things off, but one time I had to cut her head off, have sex with it, play some darts, and wouldn't you know it, when I put her tongue in the garbage disposal, it kind of screamed back at me. That's so mother. That's so mother to shoot your tongue filth at my face, even after I've fucked your head.
Despite all this violence, Kemper felt like he still couldn't get his mom's voice out of his head. He said, even when she was dead, she was still bitching at me. I couldn't get her to shut up, he said. To take his mind off his mother, he heads to the bar, where he tosses back a few drinks with his cop buddies. Still doesn't help. His sadistic urges still not been satisfied. So then that evening, he's killed his mom early that morning. This evening, he does something else to hurt his mother. He kills someone else his mother cared about. He calls his mother's best friend, 59-year-old Sally Hallett, invites her over for dinner less than 24 hours after killing his mom. She comes over that night, April 21st. This is how he kills his mother's best friend. He says, I came up behind her and crooked my arm around her neck like this, he tells the reporter later, demonstrating, he bends his arm up to his chin like a chokehold kind of position. He says, I squeezed and just lifted her off the floor. Remember, he's 6'9", very strong. She just hung there, and for a moment, I didn't realize she was dead. I had broken her neck, and her head was just wobbling around with the bones of her neck disconnected in the skin sac of her neck. It's a quote from him. Kemper then spends the rest of that night fucking the dead body of his mother's best friend. Then drives away from the bloody scene and in Hallett's car. He leaves behind a note for police near his mother's body. It says, approximately 5:15 a.m. Saturday. No need for her to suffer anymore at the hands of this murderous butcher. It was quick, asleep, the way I wanted it. Not sloppy and incomplete, gents. Gents, he says. Just a lack of time. I got things to do. 5 exclamation points. He's just writing his drinking buddy's little note. Hey guys. Hey, fellas. Here's the deal. Sorry about the mess. But, I got a jet. You know how it is. After you kill a couple people, fuck some heads, you got to get out of town. So now Kemper's on the run, briefly. Kemper began downing caffeine pills before ditching Hallett's car in Nevada, where he rents a Chevy Impala. He drives for hours before landing in Pueblo, Colorado. Once there, on April 23rd, he pulls over, calls the Santa Cruz police from a telephone booth, and confesses to murdering his mother. I guess he just didn't feel like living on the run.
Floofy Snow! My God, it's a Floofy Snow. How you been? How's the snow and how's the floof? Is it cute? Is it snowy? Is it floofy and snowy?
And confessing all this, at first the police think he's joking.
Hope you've been adorable. Hope you've been staying adorable. That's good. We're listening to True Crime. Ed Kemper, who is a fucking monster.
And the police just, they just write it off as a prank. Ha ha, Ed, come on, man. Why'd you fucking say that, you jokester?
I don't like the positions of the heads, and then
another officer, Jim Connor,
headbutt into this dwarf.
And he says later, knowing
slam into his fucking head. And then a spin around town.
He said that he'd killed his mother and a friend of hers. Said they were at the house.
It's very cute. Thank you. Thank you.
I killed those college girls. I killed 6 of them.
As you can see, step And then come in, grab this guy, slam into this.
Shortly after they arrive, they find Kemper's mother and the middle-aged best friend hid in a closet.
And then Dwarf jumps up. She grabs him by the suspenders, picks him up, and then starts spinning him around.
Santa Cruz police contacted their Pueblo counterparts who dispatched officers to the phone booth where Kemper was waiting, still telling his story to the
And then guy comes after her with the chair.
Kemper had been warned about Kemper's size.
I like the this is very like a little fun thing. I did this, I fixed this, I feel real good about this one, where it feels really good, and then smash with the bottle, which I might make the bottle way bigger.
Preparing to be handcuffed, he was asked to put his hands up. He's so fucking big, he puts his hands
Or
up.
I could elongate it across her face.
Police asked where his weapons were. He tells them in the trunk of Impala, and then just starts talking about the gory specifics of his crimes. He talked and talked and talked, said an officer who had been sent to Pueblo to escort Kemper back to Santa Cruz. He said a lot of things that were kind of disturbing. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I bet he did. He apparently talked about how satisfying fucking someone's head was. That was disturbing. They travel from Colorado back to California. Kemper sits in the backseat, shackled and handcuffed. At night, he'd be housed in local jails along the route. During the day, they would stop for lunch at local drive-in restaurants. At one lunch spot, two young women walked by the car, causing Kemper to vomit, a reaction he would say he had often in response to attractive women, at least attractive women who were not under his control. Such a strange relationship psychologically to women. Once they were back in Santa Cruz, police impounded Kemper's battered yellow Ford, where they find human hair, some blonde, some brunette, some
Thank you so much, Flippy Snow. Hope you've been doing well. How's your art been doing? Hope everything's been going good. I saw you were streaming earlier.
Tools of his, including a shovel, raincoat, water bottle.
I saw you were playing the Minecrafts.
Fucking murdering people in an enamel-coated dish
Hope the
pan.
Minecraft's been going well. Hoping crafting in the mines. What you been working on? Any big projects in the mines?
Lived for a time in his own apartment. Took them to several sites where he deposited the decapitated heads and other parts of some of his victims. All the bodies were within 20 miles of Kemper's mother's apartment. That's not a coincidence. All this death, man, all of it seems to always, get traced back to the rage he feels towards mother. And that is enough. We'll continue with the timeline, but that is enough of today's super scary stuff. So now let's jump up a little bit to May 7th, 1973, when Kemper is indicted on 8 counts of first-degree murder. He's assigned the chief public defender of Santa Cruz County, Attorney Jim Jackson. Due to Kemper's explicit and detailed confession, his counsel's only option is to plead not guilty by reason of insanity to the charges. Kemper twice tries to commit suicide in custody, survives both attempts. His trial goes ahead on October 23rd, 1973. During his trial, he claims
hopefully soon an art stream. Hell yeah!
And admitted he only said it to try to get
Flippy Snow, I can't wait.
On November 1st,
I cannot wait till you get the art stream. That'll be radical.
And attempted to convince
just tell me when and I'll fucking watch.
That his actions could only have
I will be there. I just need to sketch a thing, or I might work on my biggest project. Ooh, big project.
It wasn't that kind of insane. He said 2 beings inhabited his body.
What's the big project, or is it a secret to everyone?
Do his samples that make him do things.
November 8th, 1973, the 6-man, 6-woman jury convenes for 5 hours before declaring
Have her leg like this.
He asks for the death penalty, requesting death by torture. I mean, he knows he's not going to get that. However, with the moratorium placed on capital punishment by the Supreme Court at the time, we've talked about this in reference to other California serial killers, he instead received 7 years to life for each count. Can't be given the death penalty. These terms are to be served concurrently, and he's sentenced to the California Medical Facility. And then, this part blows my fucking mind. In 1979, Kemper is up for parole for the first time. He's up for parole 6
It'll
years
be in a
later.
weekend. It's my model in a maid outfit. Working on it since October. Nice. Nice. It's a model in a maid outfit. Oh man, I should. I've got some maids to draw. I've got. I've drawn a few maids.
can't believe I hadn't heard about this dude before. This story is so crazy. If you found yourself like me, darkly fascinated with Kemper, you're far from alone. The FBI was so fascinated by Kemper, he became a major part of the early studies done by the FBI.
If you want, you can show it in the Discord.
This unit figured out
I'd love to see it.
Serial killers.
Are you even on the Discord?
Came up with the idea that by visiting prisons and talking to horrific serial killers, they could learn
Let's
more
see,
about their motives.
purpley.
Kemper was one of the serial killers they
I would
talked
love to see it.
One of the ones they ended up talking to the most. He was such a
Yeah, just let me know when you're in, and I'll let you in because I need to fix the bot. I need to fix the bot.
He was able to provide a lot of insights as to why these offenders commit these crimes.
I have to fix bout. Bout has been bad. Ah, there you are. There you are. Bot has been bad. Let's see. Let's add a role. Let's do red rules and time regular. All right, there you go.
Pass the time in jail for one thing. It's definitely not about helping the police. They're not doing this out of any kind of goodwill.
There you go.
Bullshit. They're doing it to feel important and special. They're narcissists.
Hey, Haven. We're doing where Elma kicks some major fucking ass to these poor drunken sods.
You know, they just feel
where she kicks everybody's asses because she gets hit in the face with a fucking bottle. Smashes against her fucking face. Just put it in the whips. I'll look at it, Fluve. But we were listening to Ed Kemper and how fucking psychotic the monster is, and deeply disturbing what he fucking did. He was a monster.
Over 1.5 million views.
Which is good. It's good to know that I'm not weird for liking like true crime series. Elma kicking ass, yeah, love it. Let's see, working progress.
His sister said his mother was a saint who was never abusive. Co-worker said she was a pillar of the community and had a vibrant social life and a network of friends. Only Ed ever said she was abusive.
Yeah, give it to me good, Floofy Snow. I would love to see it.
Criticism as a great injustice. Anyone consider that? She never sexually or
true crime is definitely something I love. It's good to know that I'm not weird for liking it. I'm not weird for loving the macabre and stuff like that. Like, they're fascinating people because I just do not get it. Like, I get like angry at people, but I also have those moments of like, no, like if they stopped existing, that would be horrible. Like, I hate some certain customers. Like, I hate them so fucking much. But I would never like think of like ending them. Yeah, let's see.
Videos that are out on YouTube.
Let's see it. Ooh.
And I'll get to that in a second with some other idiot internet comments about how people like seem to really like this guy still. User hostile narwhal did what I expected to happen. It still made me laugh. He puts the inappropriate joke poll right on the T, posting, "I want to get into his head," and then user Spinata Dentro takes a swing, saying, "That's what he said about his victim."
So
cute. Too soon.
So
the Joker swings too, saying like he wanted to get into his
see if I can find a big ol' heart.
Attempt a little bit, posting hopefully not as deep as he got into his mother's head. And then Chuck Bradford closes it out with, "He wants in your head too." Cynthia Snowden harmlessly posts. It just shows how just gross some people are. All she posts is, "Aiko Ku, my friend, was the one who let him back into the car." And then Bella Sweetie Pie replies with, "You sure seem to want the whole world to know she was your friend. Are you not getting enough attention in your life?" Wow, Bella, you don't seem sweet at all. You don't seem like a sweetie pie. You seem like a shithead pie. You sure want the whole world to know that you're an outspoken fucking asshole who needlessly attacked somebody who may have actually lost their friend to a serial killer. Are you not getting enough attention in your life, Bella Sweetie Pie? And then a lot of the comments on the YouTube video are just very positive towards Ed Kemper. He's so good at getting people to like him. They talk about how intelligent, interesting, charming, and likable he seems. Talk about he seems like a good... A lot of comments take this angle of he seems like a good guy that just got screwed over by his mom. I don't like it, and neither does user Kabir or Akai, who posts. The people sympathizing with him are some of the most naive dumbasses in today's generation. It's sad. Oh, he's so interesting and intelligent. I kind of understand where he's coming from. It's his mom's fault. I wish I could move away to another galaxy. And then one of the people he clearly is mocking, I dead ass had a dream B, replies with, kill yourself, and you won't have to be around anymore to hear these people. Okay, well, if we're going to go there, throw that on the table, you could also kill yourself, Dream B, and then you wouldn't have to be around people like him who think rationally, people who don't like your fucking shitty view of the world. I mean, again, if you're just going to throw suicide on the table, another option to consider. You could also do that. He was a piece of shit, Dream B. Ed Kemper was not a victim. I hope he dies soon. He has lived far too long already.
Yeah. She slams into his fucking head. Yeah, no. We're just listening to this podcast. We're enjoying it. Hope you're are you getting ready for work, Haven?
He has some very memorable quotes.
By the way, love it, Floopy Snow. Looks amazing so far. Already looking good. I love it.
I'd like to talk to her, date her. The other side of me says,
I can't wait
wonder what her
to see the rest of it.
On a stick. He says also, I remember there was actually a sexual thrill. You hear that little pop and pull their heads off and hold their heads up by the hair, whipping their heads off their body.
Yeah. It's kind of my best. I can't wait to see it. It looks so good.
Me as a man.
Work until now. Yes. I get you. I get you. It's okay. No, I love it. No day off today. Been working all week, so that's why I've not been here. Sorry. No, it's okay.
But he wasn't like a 6-year-old kid.
It's all right.
He killed both grandparents, 2 people who didn't have to take him into their home, 2 people who didn't physically abuse him, 2 people who may have not have even ever verbally abused him. He kills one to see what it feels like. He kills the other to not get caught. Should someone like that ever be let out again? I would love to see some stats on the amount of times someone like that has been released from prison or released from psychiatric care and know what the recidivism rate is. Like, has anyone ever done something that heinous, then been released, and then just, been fine? Then just, lived a long life, outside of incarceration, never doing anything horrible again? Has that, ever happened? Has that ever happened to somebody young and still formidable? Like one thing to release a murder when they're 85 and they can't get around too well to kill. Different when they're 21. If it happens all the time, then I guess I may have to think my thoughts on rehabilitation. Currently, I think there are limits on what you can come back from. Certain crimes, thefts, like barroom brawl type of assault, arson. I'm sure plenty of other crimes I'm not thinking of right now. I'm sure you can mend the error of your ways, and come back. I know you can. But when you murder your grandparents, that's crossing such a different line, in cold blood, no less. I don't think you come back from that. And this is, I'm not even talking about should you be able to should you have the option of coming back from that? I'm just like, is it actually possible? Could you kill a stranger, cut their head off, literally fuck their head, and then 10 years later just be working at Jamba Juice, enjoying your life, not being a threat to anybody? I just don't see that as a possibility. I actually ended up Googling, can a serial killer be rehabilitated? And the first link that popped up was a Psychology Today article posted on August 11th, 2014 that says psychopathic criminals cannot be cured. Scott A. Bond, PhD professor of criminology, writes, contrary to popular belief, psychopaths are not considered to be mentally ill. The 5th edition of the Diagnostics and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, DSM-5, released by the APA, the American in order to satisfy their own selfish desires, man describes Ed Kemper to a T. It is estimated that approximately 1% of the adult male population in the U.S. are psychopaths, which is fucking scary. Men are more likely than women to be psychopaths. And then it says, can psychopathy be cured? According to mental health experts, the short answer to the question is no. Dr. Nigel Blackwood, a leading forensic psychiatrist at King's College in London, has stated that adult psychopaths can be treated or managed, but not cured. So basically, like when they're incarcerated, you can use like incentives, like, hey, if you're good, you get a fucking TV to watch every once in a while to get them to, modify their behavior. But if you put them back out into the wild, when they're not supervised, they're going to go fucking bananas again. Blackwood explains that psychopaths do not fear the pain of punishment. They are not bothered by social stigmatization. Psychopaths are indifferent to the expectations of society, reject its condemnation of their criminal behavior.
Yeah.
According to Blackwood and others, callous and unemotional
Oh man.
psychopaths
But I
simply
can't wait
do
till you
not
get done,
respond to
Floofy
punishment
Snow.
the way the rest of
It'll
us
be
do.
nice. And
Consequently,
Haven,
adult
you'll be
psychopaths in
back.
prison are much harder to reform.
You'll be
and
back. I know
rehabilitate
you'll be
than other
back.
Criminals with milder or no antisocial personality disorders and other things I found said that they cannot be rehabilitated. So there you go. They cannot be cured, not in any way that we currently know of. So can we please stop giving monsters like this piece of shit the option of parole ever? I mean, I'd like to have them killed, but short of that, can we at least make sure they can never, ever get out? Man, I wish, not that he would care, but I wish I could say that to Kemper. Not that he would care, though.
I strongly disagree with your statement. You're sounding a lot like Mother. Man, you're getting my zapples riled and in a tizzy. I wish I could cut your head off and make sex with it to teach you to be more tolerant. Time now for top 5 takeaways. Time's up. Top 5 takeaways.
Number 1, serial killer Ed Kemper killed 10 people between 1964 and 1973. Killed his grandparents in 1964. Killed 6 hitchhikers, mostly co-eds, and then his mother and mother's best friend in 1972 and early 1973. Number 2, Kemper, a huge man, adds a level of terror to him, another level of terror. 6'9", before he was caught, around, 280 pounds, strong, incredibly physically intimidating killer. Number 3, smart guy. His IQ
looks very cute so far. Yeah, see? Everybody loves it.
At 145, the genius level. Number four is early FBI profiler spent a tremendous amount of time with Ed Kemper, studying the association between serial killers and childhood sadism. That association, of cruelty to animals with serial killers largely comes from early talks with Ed Kemper. Number 5, new info. The second episode of the hit Netflix series Mindhunter, largely about Ed Kemper. And from what I hear, it's a very accurate portrayal that features a scene where FBI agents try not to vomit when Ed talks about how pleasurable it is to fuck someone's head. So if you haven't gotten your fill of head fucking, I don't know, go check it out.
Time's up. Top 5 takeaways.
Kemper has been sucked.
See, everybody loves it. So we have a few ideas. What do you guys want to listen to next? We got cults. We got stuff. What are you feeling? What you guys feeling? You think we should go a little bit lighter? It's totally fine if we go a little bit lighter after that. We could go with something scary, spooky and scary. You guys want to do something spooky, scary? I say we go something with spooky and scary. That it's not about like Ed Kemper, a real monster. So we'll go with this.
The Vanishing Hitchhiker.
Called it the imposter.
Southwestern U.S.
You know I don't mind. Hey, Haven, I know you're the biggest creeper. So you're just like, oh man, a real serial killer? Sounds fun to me. Yeah, we'll listen to serial killer podcasts all fucking day. She slams it into that, and then what comes up? 6 comes in the jab Elma in the face. Elma spins around and knocks the legs. spins around with her tail, and then I want it to go like this. Like, it goes like that. You would watch true crime podcast all day. I'm not trying to call you out, but I'm pretty sure that if I listened to all of the true crime podcasts, you would be there with me the whole time through. And we'd be like, let's see what these guys' opinion on this monster. Oh man, what about this monster? Ooh. What do these people say about this monster? Like, going from different podcasts, you actually, because they go over the same topics.
Exactly.
They all agree that they are monsters, but they have different opinions on like why this killer did what they did. Like, they're like, man, he is such a monster. Why do you think that is? Well, it could possibly be this or that. Like, everybody's got their own opinion.
Yeah, good.
But here we are.
Here we are.
Let's talk about my socks.
Okay.
Okay. I think that they're chickens. What do you think?
I think they're chickens too. We were thinking chickens or ducks. I think chickens.
I think chickens. I think Chicken Joe has made his guest appearance and scared to death.
Oh man, he's morphed into a pair of socks over from Time Suck.
What a sad ending to his exciting life.
Oh man, what a weird arc he's had.
Oh, poor guy.
Not much setup on this first story.
Okay.
You ready?
I'm ready. Let's do it. Let's get into it.
Mexico's well known for its legendary hauntings, from La Llorona to the Isla de las oh my gosh, Isla de las Muñecas.
Is it Isla
Island
or
of the Dolls?
is it Isla?
But there are thousands of stories of other lesser-known spirits that many have claimed to encounter haunting the country. Veracruz claims one particularly strange urban legend, that of a vanishing hitchhiker. She's said to appear to men, most often cab drivers, as a frightened young woman asking for a ride. Only some let her in, and then the seemingly real woman asked to be dropped off at a specific address, sometimes even suggesting a meeting with her driver the next day. This is a story about one of these exact encounters. A cab driver who worked the night shift in downtown Jalapa in Veracruz claims to have seen and interacted with the spirit of this vanishing hitchhiker a couple years back. Time now for the tale of Forever Young. Armando stared impatiently at the red light in front of him. He was eager to go home after another long shift. Friday nights were always extra busy for him, with all the people requesting rides to bars and restaurants, but this one was especially bad. Lots of rides, and almost no one was in the mood to tip. By the end of the night, all he wanted to do was go home and sleep. And now getting home was taking forever. It seemed like every line he drove past was red, and his irritation increased each and every time he was forced to stop. Even the radio was annoying him now. He was grumpy. Normally, Armando loved to sing in the car, but today, he turned it off and stewed in silence. Another light finally turned green, and Armando listened to the sound of his engine as he accelerated down the street. For a moment, he thought he was going to beat the next light, and then nope, it also turned red. He sighed. He was on the outskirts of downtown, the beginning of the residential streets. It was almost 5 a.m. The bars were finally closed, and the last of the late-night drinkers were all home or almost home. The streets around him were empty. Armando's cab was the only car at the intersection. Turn green, turn green, turn green, turn green, he chanted in his head. Bang, bang, bang! Startled, Armando jumped in his seat, putting a hand on his chest to calm his now pounding heart. The noise came from a small woman, frantically beating on his passenger side window. Help me, please, she cried. Heart racing, he rolled down the window. Miss, what's wrong? Please help me, they're after me. Armando scanned around the intersection. Who was after her? There was no one. He also had the flickering thought of, where did this woman come from? He should have seen her moving in his periphery. Please help me, she pleaded again, snapping him back into focus. He pressed the unlock button. Get inside. Thank you. Armando could hear the relief in her voice. She sank into her seat, hunching her shoulders. Long black hair obscured her face from his view. The light turned green. Armando pressed the gas, giving a final look around to search for these mysterious attackers. What's going on, miss? Who's after you? Her voice shook as she again referred to some vague they, saying, they're after me. I need to get home. Would you like me to take you to the police station? No, please just take me home. Armando nodded. He was still shaking. When she pounded on his window, he was mentally already home and in bed.
The streets seemed so quiet, and she'd really startled him. He still couldn't get over the fact that she seemingly came from nowhere. As a cab driver, he felt like he was a pretty observant person, always looking out for dangers in the road, wandering pedestrians and animals, eyes habitually scanning for potential fares. He should have seen her coming, but he didn't. Then he wondered, was he in danger now? Were the people who were after her now following him? He checked in his rearview mirror again. No cars or people in sight. Armando worried that he'd soon have people after him, though. Would he need to request a new license plate or even lease an entirely new cab? No, he was being paranoid. And even if he did have to do all that, should he have done anything differently? Sped away from a woman in distress? He wouldn't have been able to live with himself had he done that. Where's home, miss? He asked as he rolled to a stop at yet another red light. As he looked in his mirror, the woman straightened and now looked directly at him for the first time without any hair in her face. Now Armando's heart pounded for a different reason. She was the most beautiful woman he'd ever seen. Her long black hair flowed down her shoulders and onto her back. Her skin was flawless. It almost seemed to glow in an odd way. She had high cheekbones, full lips, a perfectly symmetrical face, and her large brown eyes seemed to stare directly into his soul. Laberinto ten las animas, she answered. His mouth opened and closed, trying to form a response, but nothing came out at first. He felt like an idiot. He was stunned by her beauty. She smiled as if she was familiar with this reaction from men. Of course, he finally blurted out. I'll get you home safely. No need to worry. He'd have to turn around. Los Animas was in the opposite direction from his apartment. He wasn't getting to bed in a few minutes after all. Oh well. He couldn't back out on his promise now. He even decided he wouldn't charge this woman for the ride. It didn't feel right to do so, with her fleeing for her safety, and well, it wouldn't win him any favors from her, which he cared about a lot more now than making a bit of extra cash. Oddly, she didn't seem at all like the terrified woman he'd met just a few minutes ago. It was like that had never happened. Now she looked relaxed and happy. He wondered, how could someone go from screaming and begging for help to acting like any other passenger so quickly? Something about her felt very strange. Armando was unusually intrigued by her, and her beauty didn't explain all of his interest. Thank you for taking me home. Her quiet voice broke the silence. Not everyone would have done that. I appreciate it. Of course, I would never leave someone who needed help. You're a kind man, Armando. Not everyone is like you. Well, thank you, miss. Wait, how did you know my name? She smiled. It's on your name tag. Oh, of course, he thought to himself. He reached his hand up and patted his chest and... Wait, he wasn't wearing his name tag. What was happening? Had he met her before? He didn't recall ever seeing her. She was certainly memorable. He didn't think there was any chance he would have forgotten her face. So how did she know his name? Was she running a scam of some kind? Armando was beginning to get uncomfortable. Perhaps she was into brujeria, and she had some kind of secret knowledge. Armando believed in such things. His superstitious mind, influenced by a strong upbringing and the syncretic faith that we in the States know as folk Catholicism, left him worried she could possibly cast spells, that she could somehow curse him if he offended her. Better not to press her on how she knew his name, he thought. He'd just bring her home and then hurry home himself for a long overdue night of sleep. They were now well within the residential streets of Jalapa. He'd be at her house in less than 10 minutes. Despite his concerns with this woman, was she scamming him? Did she have occult knowledge? It was also sad that soon she would be out of his car. He kept sneaking glances at her every few seconds. Her beauty mesmerized him every time he looked. What's your name, miss? Esmeralda, she said. Armando smiled, looking over at her fully now that he didn't have to pay as much attention to traffic. She smiled back, locking eyes with him. He mustered up some confidence he thought he'd lost and decided to try his hand at flirting. That's a beautiful name. Thank you. My mother named me a long time ago now. Not that long ago, Armando chuckled. You're still so young. She sighed. Yes, I suppose. But time passes so fast, doesn't it? Armando made a noise of agreement, not sure how to continue the conversation. He now spotted the road sign for Los Animas. He only had a few moments left with her before she possibly disappeared forever. He passed house number 8, 9, finally stopped at number 10. The house was small and no lights were on. From what Armando could see with his headlights, the grass was overgrown and the home was in disrepair. The place was a dump. Not at all what he expected. His concern for the woman's safety returned. This is your home? He asked. We should meet again, Armando, she responded, ignoring his question and giving him another beautiful smile. I'd like that. He completely forgot about the dark, dilapidated house outside his car. He forgot about how odd it was that she transformed immediately from a frightened woman being chased by people she never explained, or about how she seemingly appeared out of thin air. None of that mattered now. A beautiful woman wanted to see him. It was after all. And all he could think about was how he wanted to see her too. How about tomorrow? Would you like me to pick you up here at noon? He gawked at her. She was, oh, sorry, that was her. How about tomorrow? Would you like to pick me up here at noon? She asked. He gawked at her. She was actually asking him out. He couldn't believe his luck. He considered himself an okay-looking guy, but he knew that she was way out of his league. Esmeralda waited for his response, her eyes questioning. Yes, I'd love to pick you up tomorrow. Would you like to go to lunch? Instead of answering his question, she said, I should go. My mother will be waiting for me. Of course. Good night, Esmeralda. Without another word, she smoothly exited the cab, leaving the passenger door open behind her. Instead of entering the front door, she strangely went around to the side of the house, disappearing from his view as she turned the corner. He sat in silence, waiting for some sign of confirmation that she was safely inside. Minutes passed and there was nothing. Armando checked his clock. Almost 6 a.m. He needed to go home. He decided she must be okay, and that he didn't know her nearly well enough to go knock on the door and check. So he closed the passenger door and drove off into the night, excited at the possibility of a date the next day. The next day, Armando urgently searched for a coworker to take his shift. Thankfully, his friend was willing to help him out, leaving him free to take Esmeralda to lunch. Armando drove as fast as he dared to Esmeralda's home. The lights were in his favor this day, all greens. He took that as a good omen. He soon rounded the last corner and pulled up to house number 10. In the sunlight, it looked even worse than the night before. The grass was tall, full of weeds, the paint was chipping, the glass on the front windows cracked in places. Again, he didn't see any lights on inside, any signs of life. And there were no cars in the driveway. Didn't Esmeralda say her mother lived with her? Shaking off his curiosity, Armando hopped out of the car, straightened the collar of his shirt, jogged to the front door, and knocked loudly. And the door creaked open.
You need to get ready for landlord visit. Oh no, landlord!
Suspicious eyes.
The lord of this land!
Can I help you?
How dare thee!
He peeked.
You deign a visit from your landlord?
No signs of Esmeralda.
I must say, a
It's
landlord
wonderful to meet you. My name is Armando Suarez.
should be
I'm here to see your
treated
daughter,
with
Esmeralda.
respect
She invited me to lunch today and
and
asked me to pick her up here.
dignity.
Her eyes widened. You saw my
You know
daughter?
them landlords.
Yes, ma'am. I picked her up downtown. She came to my cabin and asked for a ride home. Is she ready? I'd love to talk with her. Esmeralda.
He's
not
coming to
here.
fix the heater, so I'll let him off.
Well, does she have a cell phone?
You
number
see,
I
the
can reach her?
landlord must
One
come
side. She
and
looked tired,
take
defeated, shrugged
care
her
of the
shoulders.
heater.
Come
He
inside for a
must
moment. Armando
help
obeyed,
his
stepped inside behind her as the woman
subjects.
shut the door behind him
You
and
see,
moved to a bookshelf in the
he
living room.
must
Armando looked around the house.
provide
Everything
for
in it
the
was dated.
little
It
people.
looked like a time capsule from the 1970s. The woman cleared her throat in front of him. Then she held a picture frame in her hands. Wordlessly, she flipped it over and pried it open, pulling the picture out and handing it to Armando. It was a picture of Esmeralda, just as he'd seen her last. She had the same hair, the same smile. It even looked like she was wearing the same outfit. The picture was a colored photo, but slightly yellowing on the edges, like it was very old. Flip it over, the woman ordered. Esmeralda, 1975, written on the back. Armando did a double take. That was over 30 years ago. This couldn't be real, right? He had just seen Esmeralda a day ago, young, beautiful, not a single wrinkle on her face. No plastic surgeon was that good. If she was really a 20-something, 1975, she'd be in her 50s or even 60s by now. I don't understand. He ran his thumb over Esmeralda's face in the picture, comparing it to his mental image of her. Maybe he'd met Esmeralda's younger sister or daughter. She gave a fake name, he told himself. Her mother was confused. Maybe she had dementia. Come, sit. She took the picture from him and gestured toward the couch. Hesitantly, he obeyed. You're the 10th man who's come here asking about Esmeralda. Armando asked.
If
"Your daughter
he
is very beautiful, ma'am.
doesn't, he will
I know I'm
freeze
not the first
and
man who's taken her
not
on
be
a date,
able.
I'm not surprised.
We will freeze and not be able
She
to
was
pay
very
rent.
beautiful, wasn't she?
Yes, you
What?
see, the landlord must
What
protect
was she like?
his
Tell me, Esmeralda, what did
subjects.
she do?
The
Armando hesitated. The woman
landlord
had a sad look on her
has
face.
decreed
She seemed
that it
desperate for
is too cold
Well,
and
he
must
decided to tell
protect
the
his
full truth.
subjects in
She
any
ran
way
to my
he
cab
can
asking for a ride.
provide.
She said people were after
All
her.
their
What did they
taxes
do?
and tariffs
I agreed to drive her home,
cannot
and she
exist
gave
if
me this
they
address.
are dead.
On the drive, we got to talking, and she asked me to pick her up here. She said she wanted to see me again. The woman nodded. That's what every one of you has told me. Armando chuckled nervously. I don't understand what you're getting at, ma'am. Is Esmeralda here? Could I speak to her? Her mother must be confused. He would just talk to Esmeralda and clear all this up. Esmeralda is dead. Armando's eyebrows shot up in disbelief. What? What happened? Did she get into an accident? Esmeralda died many years ago. She was downtown, walking at night. I don't know many details. I've never asked. But from what the police told me, I know a group of men came after her. She tried to beg a taxi driver for a ride, but the driver sped off and left her in the street. Those men, I don't know exactly what they did, but they killed my daughter. Armando was speechless. He couldn't believe this. I'm so sorry. When did this happen? 1975. But I just saw her. She was young, so alive. I know what you saw. You and all the others have seen the exact same thing. I don't understand what you mean. I've spoken to a priest about it. He believes Esmeralda's spirit may be stuck here for some reason, repeating the day of her death over and over. Not everyone gives her a ride, I assume, because for so many years only 10 people have ever shown up at my door. The first time I heard this story, I couldn't believe it. I thought it was a sick joke. But when it happened a second time, a third time, I started to believe it might be real. Armando hesitated for a long while before answering. So you're saying the Esmeralda I saw was dead? A ghost? She nodded. They sat in silence for a few minutes. Armando tried his best to wrap his head around what he just learned. Tell me, what did she look like? The woman finally asked. Armando thought for a moment. She looked just like the picture you have, exactly. Same clothes, too. Her voice was soft. She had a kind smile. Same eyes as you. The woman smiled, tears filling her eyes. Thank you for taking her home. Armando patted her hand. He still wasn't sure exactly what to say. I'm sorry to keep you so long, Armando. This was the only way to explain it to you. It's no problem at all. It's a lot to take in. It must be so hard for you. I'm so sorry for your loss. She nodded, holding the front door open for him. Armando stepped out into the yard. Before he left, he turned around, looking at the woman one last time. Have a wonderful day, miss. Call the cab company if you ever need a ride around the city. Ask for Armando. I'll take you wherever you need to go for free.
Only 41 degrees Fahrenheit here.
Beautiful Esmeralda.
Damn.
Ever again.
So scared. It's
interesting.
so cold.
It's like not scary. I don't think, but just like, what?
10 times.
Mm-hmm.
That is actually more kind of creepy to me. Like she's in a loop.
Mm-hmm.
She's just stuck.
Yeah, what a sad loop.
Oh, yeah. Doesn't sound good.
Mm-mm.
Big old rabbit.
Okay.
This one is.
It's It's too cold for rabbits. 41 degrees is just too cold. It will still get a lot colder here, lol. Oh yeah. It's
name, but associated, with the same legend.
Sure.
And then this is how Esmeralda may have looked.
I was gonna put out the dog, Maury tonight.
Maybe
I was gonna put out my mom's dog.
I mean, whew.
And it's 51 degrees, and I don't think it's. I think it's still too cold for him.
No one's kicking her out of bed.
No, never.
No one in the right mind.
I mean, I guess there's someone for
It's
everyone.
going down to 51
There's
tonight.
not someone for everyone.
And I was like, that's still way too fucking cold.
I do love that, like some dorky single guy being like, "Get out!
You're disgusting.
Get out of here!"
I think that it's too fucking cold for an old dog.
Yeah.
That would be so sad for the mom.
Oh my
actually,
God,
I
yeah.
mean, on the one hand, yes, so sad because you're
Yeah.
constantly, however many 10 times over the
Right.
course of all these years, you're having that memory brought up. Not that you ever forget, right?
No, but brought up in such an unusual way.
Yeah, and you're trying to heal and move forward with your life in whatever way
Yeah.
that you can. So to keep having that happen, but then also, I feel like maybe there was some weird comfort in knowing that like her daughter was trying to come home to her.
Yeah.
Just like oh, she's so beautiful. She was kind. Like she's not haunting
Fahrenheit.
anyone. Like maybe there is something bizarre.
I'd want.
Yeah,
I'd
she talks to me in Fahrenheit.
Just to see even her.
We'll get down to about
Yeah.
21
Yeah.
at least.
I know, I'm just trying to
Jesus.
stage it.
She talks to me like I'm
with
stupid,
Armando.
so that's why I
At this
appreciate
time,
her.
What time was it? Okay,
Yeah,
go
keep
there.
She's like, oh yeah, he doesn't
Doesn't
understand
sound
any
like
of
he has
this.
much money. Doesn't sound like
Here's
he can
something
go
that
home,
that you'll remember.
kind of pay him or bribe
It's like,
her
ah,
somehow
thank
to
you.
go back there and try and
Mm-hmm.
close
Thank
the
you
loop,
so much.
Yeah.
let her go.
Too sweet.
Yeek.
A little bit sad.
You're a bit sad.
A little bit sad.
Typical
Are you ready
page.
to move on? Ready to head to Scotland, or do you have more questions on this one?
I've no
Fight
questions, but it did make me think about
where
that
she
haunted
spins
Uber
around,
situation
knocks
we had a while ago,
knocks
like,
these dick
a
holes,
passenger getting in
knocks
with a-
the
Five
dick
seconds,
hole
yeah.
over,
that was a good one.
and then
It made me very
trips him
uncomfortable
over,
getting into
which I don't.
Mm-hmm.
because there was like was it a ride
Which
share
I
one?
might just
That
get rid
one?
of this one, just
Passenger
because
got in,
there's no need for
and the
this.
passenger was the haunted
If
person,
Yeah.
or was it the driver?
I think it was the passenger.
Yeah, for some reason I thought that there was a second passenger.
she trips him and then
I think there
move
might be two
that
different
over.
stories
Okay.
That circle
You know what I
around
mean?
that.
I
Like,
thought
there's
the
no
driver knew
point
about it.
to it.
Like, he laughed at the passenger that was freaking out. Remember that kind of? Like he was
Oh,
maybe
yeah.
that story.
seemed like
yeah.
he kind of knew about it. The passenger was weird and quiet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think we had that, and then I think we had another one that was a
And
really short
then
one where it was
guys
just
coming
a
after
ghost
her,
passenger.
she
Yeah.
trips him,
Interesting.
You're not stupid.
what
You've
the heck
just
I'm
been
thinking
taught
about
a
right
different
now.
system.
man,
That's all.
having doubt
I
with
know.
us.
I am. I'm thinking
And
about
instead
last
of
time Saturday, and
taking
what
the
you
time
what,
and just
and doing
literally
right
being
there.
like, okay, what
Yeah,
it is,
you must
what
be
is
mad at
it
me
in
still.
Celsius?
I was gonna be like, hold
I'll
on.
bring out the Google
wants
calculator.
that.
Nobody wants that.
Nobody wants that. Oh, Joe
Oh
Paisley.
man,
Sure,
Joe
tonight.
brought in some
Yes,
dots.
Joey.
Well,
Do
Well,
so.
well, I have a
you
mute.
have a mute
I
button
have
on
a
your
mute
side.
button.
Alright, and
Yes, I'm
then
so excited to see what
like
colors I got.
Okay. So if you find out what
51
color,
degrees.
you
It's
got,
10.
what, the orange,
So
I can see.
it's gonna be
Orange,
10
red. Yeah,
Celsius
there's stuff in there.
tonight
Something else,
for
something else.
Maury,
Oh,
and I
well,
think
orange,
it's too.
reds, and
I
pinks.
think it's
Alright.
still too cold
Baby one.
for him
Okay,
to be
it's 2,
outside.
4, 5. I got gypped. Normally they're 7.
So while you begin to enjoy one,
Okay.
He's an
we'll head
old
to Scott.
man dog.
Not a lot
I
of
think
setup on this one either.
he needs to
Pretty
stay
quickly, we're just gonna
inside.
get into a wild night of
Yeah.
driving.
Okay.
I think a wilder night. A75 is what's called a trunk road in Scotland, aka a main road.
Oh.
It's been connecting
And then throw and stuff like that. And then next comes in.
And the section of this road running through Kinmont and Dumfries is said to be perhaps the most haunted stretch of pavement in all of the UK, with a wide range of ghost sightings and other paranormal encounters. For a select number of drivers, and no one seems to know how or why they are selected, driving on this highway at night is said to be like driving into another world, a world of nightmares. Reports have included screaming hags, phantoms, even aliens. The hauntings go back to the
You're a
point that
busy
road
boy
was created.
drawing,
The
so
soldier station near
I don't
Dumfries in
mind
World War
covering
I.
it.
Once planned, the area had previously been used
Fun
by
for me to
locals
learn
conduct
too.
black magic rituals.
Yes.
The A75 encounter story I'm sharing today, the most known encounter, was reported back in 1962. Time now for a tale called Nightmare Road. Two brothers, Derek and Norman Ferguson, had just enjoyed a tour of Scotland in their father's car for Norman's 14th birthday. They were heading south, home to Annan, where they stopped for fuel at a little petrol station just outside of Dumfries.
So, which one is 5 and which one is 8? Let's see. Character design. 5.
Final 15 miles.
5 and 8. So,
on this trip or any other.
comes in trips the stick.
Save for the odd street lamp.
So, bam,
orange light.
and then
It was
bam.
also quiet. For several minutes, they'd been the only people on the road. Just as they
Let
hit
me
Dumfries,
remember
both
to
men were
write
startled out of
numbers
the
on it
quiet,
because it's
relaxing
better
night
that I
ride,
do that.
And they jumped bolt upright in their seats as they heard a scream.
Alright, so
Some chicken-like bird,
2,
which was flying straight for their windscreen, causing
so
Derek to
look.
swerve. Windshield.
2
Not that's a
and
local term.
4, and then this
At
one
20 years old,
is
he had
which
never encountered
one?
something like that while driving before, and he struggled to catch his breath and get the car
10.
back under control. Scared the hell out of him.
10.
After checking to make sure his little brother Norman was okay, he got himself driving straight again, only for a moment later to have an old woman appear out of nowhere. Seemingly terrified, screaming, running straight at the front of the car with her long gray hair flying behind her, her arms outstretched in front of her as if she were trying to stop the oncoming
10
vehicle with her hands. What in the world? Derek almost screamed
6.
as the car hit
Nope.
the poor woman's head.
10.
Both men felt the
3
bump
and
as the woman went
6.
down, and both men were panicking,
3,
visibly shaking after Derek slammed on the brakes
6.
and brought the
Grabs
car to a screeching halt.
10.
Derek felt like he was about to start crying as he tried to compose himself before getting out of the car. He reached a hand over to his little brother to try and somehow comfort him. Seconds later, the two scrambled out of the car and onto the side of the road to check on the woman. Derek was sure he'd killed her.
10.
And any hopes he'd had for his future before this moment would be dead along with her. Running around in front of the car, the two were struck with another kind of terror altogether.
6.
When they looked for where she had
Nope.
been,
Wrong
found
again.
absolutely nothing. The road was clear both ways. There was no one around, and there was definitely no one under the front wheels of the car. There was no signs of blood or any other indication that a terrible accident had just taken place.
Nope.
Derek began to look around frantically, running over to
6.
the roadside,
3.
checking in amongst the trees and shrubbery a bit to be certain there was no one. Norman pulled at his own hair as he tried to fathom what could have just happened. There had definitely been a woman. They both saw and heard her clear as day.
Then throws.
Norman called for his brother. Let's just get back in the car. There's no one here. Yeah, I guess there isn't. As they got back in the car, both men took a minute to confirm that they weren't indeed individually losing their minds and comparing what they had just seen before Derek nervously began to drive again. Within minutes, more noises could be heard, and now a goat ran out into the road, once again causing Derek to swerve, gripping the steering wheel as if his life depended on it. At this point, he was almost certain it did. As soon as the car screeched to the side, the goat, like the woman, seemingly disappeared into thin air. It's trying to kill us, Derek thought. Something out here is trying to kill us. It wants us to swerve off the road and crash.
6. And
It's trying
then
to
6
make us go
comes
off the road and
in
crash.
for a jab.
Later, several years later, He would find out that there was he would find out that there was an
Six.
extremely abnormal amount of fatal crashes along this
And
particular
then
stretch of road.
6
Almost
is
all of them at
tripped.
night. What the hell's
And
going on? Derek
then
shouted through tears, asking no one
which one is
at this point.
6?
They got back in the car.
6
and
is
drove more
Elf.
slowly now.
Elf Man.
More creatures
Elf Man
kept
gets his
appearing in the
shit
road.
kicked.
Derek did his best to not
Lady
swerve
gets
to avoid them,
lady
but it
gets
was instinctual.
tin
He kept
thrown
wondering,
into
what if
her.
the one time he doesn't
And
swerve, what if
then
that's the
who
time
is
to breathe?
this?
His white knuckles gripped the steering wheel so tightly he felt like he was making permanent indentations in it.
7.
Glancing over at his brother, he could see Norman
So
clutching the
7
bottom of the passenger seat,
is
looking
that
as
one.
hard as a ghost. Norman would
She
later
tripped
tell him
7.
the same. They still had around 12 miles to go. All of this had occurred over just a few miles.
Yeah.
Both of them now felt overcome with feelings of dread and despair. They began to wonder if they were going to make it home alive. As thoughts of impending doom passed through Derek's mind, once again he was bracing himself for another collision and jerking the steering wheel as a man now ran towards the car, just as the old woman had before. His arms also
Let's make
outstretched in
sure
front of
that
them,
that's
screaming so loudly the brothers
correct.
could feel the
Okay.
noise ringing inside them.
So
Just as with everything else before him, after they felt the car hitting him, after even feeling the thump of
3,
running over his body in both the front and rear
6,
tires,
and then
the man vanished. Again, they stopped the car just to make absolutely certain they hadn't killed someone. They got out and again searched, although this time they didn't expect to find a body.
pops
The road
him
was so
first,
They
and
hadn't
then
encountered any
spins,
other
pops
drivers in the last
6,
several miles.
and then
Not
throws
since it
into
had all
3
began.
again.
It's like they'd driven in some parallel dimension.
Yeah. So I'm
After they
just
got back
making
into the
sure that the
car,
fight
Derek decided
actually
to
makes
just
sense in
stay
my
parked on
head,
the road and let it idle
so it's
for a
not
few
just
minutes.
a jumble,
He desperately needed to catch his breath,
a big old
slow down
word
his
jumble.
heartbeat, and try to clear his head a little. Norman
This
was
is very.
sorry now. The poor kid was
I just
scared out of his
clearly
mind.
want to make the first
They
fight,
both waited for
the
something
first
new
bar
to roll out
fight,
to the
even
road.
though
Something
it's
paranormal
between
that
some
would
drunkard
vanish before them.
assholes, look
Yet, just as
good,
they were hoping, maybe
look
they'd already experienced
good,
the worst the road had to throw at them.
looking good,
The air became
Gouda.
so dense around them, you could cut through it with a knife. And an invisible force could suddenly be felt. It felt like something in between a strong gust of wind and a big breaker wave crashing onto the beach.
By the
As if
way,
the
thank
air
you
was
for the
somehow
lyric,
dense as
Flippy
water.
Snow.
The force did not disappear quickly as the other phenomenon had. It suddenly hit the car hard, both men holding on to whatever they could as they felt the impact. The car flew up into the air several feet, then violently crashed back down, and then this happened again, and again, and again. A series of unseen waves rocking them towards some distant shore they couldn't see. Both were now hysterical. They felt like they had lost their minds. After the strange sensation ended, and they'd been swept back down the road 50 or 60 feet, they considered getting out of the car and walking home, but the horrors of the road seemed so much more terrifying outside of the vehicle than in it. We just need to push through, Norman finally said to his brother. Just drive, and just keep driving until we're home. Derek knew his brother was right. It was their best option, their only real option. So he lifted his shaking hand back up to the key, turned it into the ignition, pressed his foot down as hard as he could. The speed limit was the least of his concerns now. There had been so much on the road this night, but another vehicle still hadn't been one of those things. But then about 5 miles down the road, right when Derek was starting to relax just a little bit and began to let his guard down, thinking it was all going to be okay, he saw what seemed to be a large van up ahead. And it looked as if it was driving in their lane, right towards them. He veered over into the oncoming traffic lane, and then the vehicle up ahead mirrored his movement. He hoped it was another phantom, another illusion that would pass through them, but what if it wasn't? What if the driver of this van was every bit as scared as he was? What if the same malevolent energy of the area was manipulating the other driver as well, just like it was manipulating him? What if it was intentionally putting both vehicles on some sort of collision course? He veered back into his lane again, and again the van mirrored his movements. "We're gonna hit it!" he screamed at his brother, and then he hit the brakes. "Hold on!" Norman put his head in his hands and tried to brace himself for impact. Derek slammed on the brakes, and then boom! A jarring jolt passed through both young men. But it was not accompanied by smashing metal or broken glass. Nothing. No collision, and now, no more van. Again, it was just the two of them in their father's car,
5
sitting
and
in the
8.
center of the highway in the middle of the night. Neither could even speak now. They didn't have the words. Both were so close to their breaking points, Derek had no idea how he'd still be able to drive the car. Once he regained some semblance of composure, he sped up to somewhere around the speed limit and now drove the final 3 or 4 miles, Derek clutching the steering wheel in his death grip again, Norman grabbing the edge of his seat with the same fear-based intensity as before. A few minutes later, finally, they were pulling into their parents' driveway. They stumbled out of the car, walked into the house on shaky legs. Derek considered calling the police, but then he thought, what would be the point? Either they wouldn't believe him, or they would, but then what could be done of it? He knew that what they'd experienced was undoubtedly something supernatural, but he called anyway. Even if nothing could be done, he just needed to tell someone. To his horror and amazement, the police officer he spoke with ended up informing him that this was not an isolated incident. Others had reported similar events. Another driver had called just before he did. The driver of a van. A van exactly like the one Derek had described driving straight through. Derek's stomach sank. And the officer said that the driver had reported his van passing through a car that disappeared. A car described as looking exactly like Derek's father's car. Derek felt sick when he got off the phone. He wanted the cop to think he was crazy. He wanted to believe he and his little brother just experienced some kind of group hallucination, but it was real. Whatever it was real. He and his brother had both questioned what actually happened that night ever since they lived through it. What strange forces surround that stretch of A75 and why? Derek doubts he'll ever get the answers they crave.
That is so weird.
Mm-hmm.
That there was another driver
Mm-hmm.
of the van, or like there was someone driving a van rather,
Right.
and that they had like a similar feeling that they drove through Derek's car, and then vice versa.
Mm-hmm.
Then it made me think like, are Derek and his brother dead?
No, I mean,
no, I mean they're not, but
right.
like some weird like premonition, or it's so bizarre. How is that possible? If both cars were real, how could they drive through each other?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Like, just like who knows what's going on there?
I don't even think that's a hallucination. It's almost like if you told me that like spirits could take on other forms, I would
Right.
feel like it was a weird like car doppelganger.
Right.
Right? Like what a bizarre thing. I've never ever thought about a haunted vehicle.
Mm-hmm. And was it a haunted vehicle? If the other driver was real, was it just like this thing was just messing with them and somehow and just making them see things that were real, but not as they
Not as they are.
are in that moment,
I
and
know.
making them see things that are not real? I don't know.
I don't feel like that's a concept we've really explored. Like can the spirit world, could I just be driving down the street and then the spirit world is like, watch this trick we're gonna play on Lindsay. And then they like put just another car in the road that is not really there, but I see it and it looks real and it is 3-dimensional and all the
Mhm.
things, but then like it just poof disappears.
And this is even like a layer beyond that, where this is making you see a car that looks real and is real, but you're not seeing it where it is in like the right
Right,
space and time.
Right. Is it like is that a space-time continuum? No, that's like
Yeah,
a,
it is
like
like
a glitch in the Matrix
Yeah,
kind of thing.
it is like this place is bending space and time. If the story is to be believed, like that there is something just warping.
But they drove
when things
through the
happen.
car. Like
They thought they did. They drove
so
through
did the
it.
other people.
Right.
So that's where I get more of
Yeah.
like it feels like the spirit world made something.
Mm,
What's to say that they can't?
true.
I mean, they don't have to only play with the things that exist already.
Mm-hmm. Just weird that the other car also called in.
Mm-hmm. Ay.
Yee.
And do you think that all of those spirits are just in a weird loop?
Or even is it spirits? Is it even spirits? Is it just something else? Some other thing? Some other mystery? Like the people running out into the road, are those even like spirits? Or just more kind of like manufactured hallucinations or something? I don't know.
What if in the spirit world, in this other plane,
Yeah.
they can just create whatever they want to mess with us?
Yeah. What if they? Yeah.
What if they're like, oh my God, this is so fun?
Mm-hmm.
This is like their form of entertainment. This is them going to the movies. Like,
Mhm.
okay, on tonight's showing, we're going to put out like one donkey, one lady,
Right.
2 scary guys, invisible car. Like, what?
I know it does make me think of that. Those people who have those theories about like the Matrix, about we're living in some like virtual reality simulator, and there's some big controller
Yeek.
who is just like tweaking things.
Yeah.
And then when people go to investigate it later, he's like, "Nope, I'm gonna leave it on normal setting now." Or when people take out their cameras, like, "No, I'm just gonna leave it on normal setting now." And just to just give little hints of things being. I don't know. Just lots of
Yeah.
weird thoughts.
So many weird thoughts.
A few pictures.
Okay.
This first one's a picture of that Kinmount Strait section of Scotland's A75, where the sightings are, where they happened. This one little 50-mile stretch of the road.
And they happen at night only? Is that kind of the theory?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'd just be talking to my ass if I guessed. Yeah.
Okay.
This next one, cool picture featured in an article on Scotland's haunted road.
I don't know if that's a cool picture. I mean, obviously that's like some reenactment, but
Just reminds me of like the people he was hitting and then not hitting, and
that would
Yeah.
be so terrifying.
that would be.
I was in a car once with someone who hit a dog.
I've been going
The dog was
for
fine.
almost 5 hours,
But it is like
which
a
is my
very
normal cutoff.
impactful sound and very specific feeling. A very kind of like,
But that's probably
I
not
just
going to be a
getting
cutoff.
out of the car to check.
So
I
I'm just
we
telling
asked the
you,
first time.
I'm going to go use
I was getting
restroom
back out of the
and
car.
grab
And also, why not turn around and just
something
go
to
back?
nibble on.
Right.
I'll
I
be
was also
right
wondering,
back.
like, you don't actually have to
Promise.
press on.
I was not laughing at the.
Put a
dog
big
that I was
old
laughing. I just remembered. I almost never remember dreams.
Uh-huh.
Last night I woke up in the middle of the night, had trouble sleeping. The dogs were they were like pinning the blankets on me. It was so hot. So I went to cool down. Then I was like a little hungry, so I got a granola bar,
Mm.
one of those little Nature Valley.
And also,
just
just
one forever.
to bring
Went
up,
back, went to bed, and then I woke up again. And this
just to bring up,
almost
just to
never
be
happens
like
me.
there.
You wake up out of like a kind of
There you
bad
go.
dream nightmare.
Yeah.
There you go.
And it wasn't
I'll be
like
right
a
back.
crazy nightmare. It was I was driving. Maybe the story was in my head because I was working on this a little bit last night. But I was driving, and dreams are so weird.
Yes.
All of a sudden, there's a bunch of toddlers on the road, and they're and like just playing as they would on the floor of a daycare.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I was in a hurry in the dream, but I was like, oh, this is annoying. And I was kind of like weaving through them, but I was driving too fast. And then at the end, there was two little toddlers, and they were like laying on the ground. I'm like, I think I can just drive over them, but like in the middle of the car.
So that like your tires going
My
either
tires
side
go
of
either
them,
side of them,
and then you didn't.
and then I heard the thump,
Oh no!
and then I saw that one of the toddlers wasn't moving behind me, and I was like, oh my god, I just ran over a baby, and then I was like, I should just keep driving, and then I don't want to get caught, and then I woke up being like, you're such a piece of shit, you just did a hit and run on a baby in your dream,
Oh my god!
and then I had to then I woke up and had to tell myself in real life I wouldn't do that, I'm not gonna, this isn't a reflection of who I am. I never remember dreams. It must have been something with the story. That's a weird coincidence.
But also toddlers.
Yeah, why were there a bunch of babies in the road? And
Why are you dreaming about babies, you creep?
then I just thought, like, why didn't I slow down? Why was I in such a hurry? Why?
Because you're always in a hurry. It's a metaphor for your life.
Oh my God, maybe.
You're in such a rush.
But I should have stopped and be like, hey,
You should
somebody
stop.
get these babies out of the road.
You should stop and smell the roses.
Should have stopped and moved those babies.
And you should stop and high five a toddler.
Stop and get the babies out of the road.
Wow, how weird.
But yeah, it's so weird. I totally forgot about it just now.
Okay, well,
Yeah, it actually woke me up.
we are watching You, and so maybe the combination of this season of You.
That's what it was.
I don't want to give anything away, but there is death. I mean, if you watch that series, you know that there's murder.
Yeah, there's no secret that in the show, it just says in the trailer and stuff like that, the main character is a murderer.
Right.
And is constantly, trying to get away with murder.
Right. And in this
covering
season,
things up. So I wonder, like, maybe that was in my head too, because we watched it right before we went to bed.
right. And in this season, Joe and Love have their baby now. So, and there are like,
Oh yeah.
they were at a toddler's birthday party.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
it could just be like a weird.
Or maybe I want to run over some babies
I mean,
secretly, and I'm just not willing to accept that about myself. Maybe some dark subconscious part of me is like, God, I wish I could run over some babies.
you wouldn't run over a baby.
I don't think so, but maybe.
Like, do you just want to like see like its head pop off, or like what?
Why did you have to take it there?
Because I want to know what's wrong with you.
No, I don't want to rip a poor baby's head off. I just want to cleanly run it over.
Oh.
In a not gross. No, I don't want to run over babies. I don't know why any of that came to my head. But I think you figured it out. I think the combination of this story and the episode of You we watched
Yeah.
sunk into my head. I feel better now.
You're welcome.
One last photo.
Okay, sorry about that.
This has nothing to do with the story. This is groundskeeper Willie from The Simpsons. I just love this character, and often when I'm in Scotland in a setting, I just think of Willie.
Wait, I was like, you're not in Scotland. What are you talking about? Often when I'm in Scotland,
No, when I'm thinking about Scotland, like
I
in a
know I
setting,
know. Do you think that if we go to Scotland,
Hmm?
that they would appreciate you dressing up like that?
I have Scottish heritage. Maybe I can get away with it. Maybe but probably not.
Are you gonna put I or die on your chest?
I or die.
Get like
No.
a big fat tattoo.
I just remember there was some episode where he got.
He's like,
framed, and
I
then
don't
think he
like
had to go
it.
to prison or whatever, and then it was like,
I like
he
the
was "Yeah, we were
carrots.
joking." He's
Don't like that.
Everybody knew it was a joke. Everybody but women.
He says no to it.
His life is ruined.
Are you gonna talk
My
about
rabbit
that
is so
Scotland?
fucking
Probably.
picky.
Oh, boy. I
He
know.
turns
You
his
talk about
nose to
the
vegetables
kids
that my
love it. They love
dad
it. God,
was
it's so
like,
funny
oh
how
yeah, rabbits
they got
love this.
weird
Our
accents.
rabbits
Like,
love
he's like
this stuff.
bad. I won't do it
Fucking
correctly.
sticks his
No,
nose
no,
up to it. He's
You
like,
don't
ugh.
mean to.
Right.
I think
Give
that
me a
you're just
carrot.
I'm
trying-
trying to be respectful.
You know
I'm trying
that
to
this is
pronounce the word
not a
as they
carrot.
pronounce
They're
it.
trying to mimic it back, and it's the kids.
I'm like, you're so fucking picky. You're so bad.
We're like, we would be nudging each
You're
other.
so
trying not to
bad.
try.
Remember to
We're
save.
So hard. But you were like, what? I didn't even know.
What
I
am
was doing that.
I'm on vacations when we got places. Yep, I just I didn't even realize I did it.
I wonder what would happen if we were in
Remember to
France.
save all of
Man,
these.
that's
That's
a
not-
little bit of a French accent. I don't. That's not even
Oh.
French. I was like Russian.
That's what I mean.
I didn't do the fingers. Oui, oui. Oh, would you like to do a sandwich? I would like some cheese and wine. I don't know. I can't.
What is happening?
I don't know.
I love it. I love it. Oh God, you're funny. You're a funny
Yeah.
guy. You're a funny guy.
This is just the bar
about that.
fight.
Oh God. Okay, I was just envisioning you with like a beret. It's just like really
Yeah.
taking it too far.
Like, I do have to
love how,
state
like,
that this
okay,
is just
if
a
you're
bar
not
fight.
super cultured about one country. Like, there's a few things of every country that will have like their calling card for somebody who really is ignorant about the country.
Right.
And I love with like France, it's just like beret, and then like the long cigarettes,
Uh-huh.
and then the white black striped shirt. Like, I'm sure no one has dressed like that in 50 years
Mm-hmm.
over there, and probably no one ever did. It was probably like from a movie or something.
Right.
And then like baguettes
It
and
was probably
wine.
from like an American in Paris or something.
Yeah, and like
Yeah.
baguettes and wine and cheese. It's like,
But there is a lot of
there is some of
wine
that.
cheese bread.
but I'm sure that's a sliver of their overall culinary. And it's like, but like, I love how in Americans, kind of like with Germans, it's like, sausage and sauerkraut
And beer.
and beer. And then in France, it's just like wine and cheese and some baguettes, and then the little finger, thrown a wee wee.
What is it for Americans? I want to see what you say, and then I'll tell you.
For Americans to be like, I like my guns. That would be like the European mocking us.
Okay, so my friend Poppy,
Yeah.
she would.
And I know that just from going to school over there a long time ago. It was just like that was their stereotype was.
Yeah, well, my friend Poppy, who is British, born and raised there, and then moved to America.
What?
Yeah.
She would go, "I'm American. I like cheese. I like guns," and like that was her.
I'm American. Okay. All right.
But not.
Well, what's Haven? What's yours? Because I have an idea of your country, and it's just Harry Potter. It's just Harry Potter, which isn't bad. Harry Potter's cool. I know that's not your whole country, but that's what I think of when I think of like your country, Haven, and I love it. I'm like, man, Harry Potter's cool. I like Harry Potter. I don't know what you guys think of America Land or even Alabama.
American. Like
American,
it was
yeah.
so funny to me.
Why would you
'Cause
like cheese and guns?
There would be like her like British accent kind of
Yeah.
popping through. So great. It's like, oh, okay, that's what you think of us.
Yep.
Yeah.
Everybody does it.
I know. Yeah, it's like there's
Yeah, it's just silly.
it's
It's
a
fun.
stereotypes exist because there's some thread of truth in it. Like,
yeah,
yeah.
often. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's like we fucking do like guns and cheese.
Yeah, culturally, exactly.
Yeah. Oh God.
We
Okay.
like it. We like a cheese casserole.
Oh my God. Casseroles are really more of like a Midwest thing.
Oh,
They're
I
not.
thought that was just America in general.
No,
Not everyone grew up in casseroles with lots of cheese in them.
I don't think so. Joe, did you grow up on casseroles?
Hell yeah, I did.
Yeah, sometimes.
Okay,
My mom would go through phases.
is it a poor thing? Because all three of us were poor.
Tater tots and cheese.
Hell
and-
yeah.
Okay, that's the difference. So, like Idaho, because the two of you are from Idaho, tater tots, cheese casserole. Our casseroles were like, oh my God, my mom, I could still eat this. I could throw down on some chicken in a garden. It's like,
What?
yeah, exactly. It's chicken and bags of frozen vegetables and like a cup of mayonnaise
Okay.
and some cream of whatever. And then you throw that in the oven and then you pull it back out and then you put like those French's onions on top.
Oh yeah.
Delicious.
I'll match your recipe with one more right before you get in the story.
Okay.
This is quick. If you want the casserole, probably Joe's talking about the one that I definitely had.
He-Man?
Yeah, you just get a frozen bag of pound of tater tots. It's either a pound or 2 pounds, depending on how many tots you want.
Mhm.
And you get 1 pound of hamburger, and then you just put the hamburger on the bottom of a casserole dish, one of those rectangle.
Pyrex dish. Oh, I know it.
Yep. And then you just put salt and pepper on top of the hamburger, and it's thawed. And then you put
But you put it in there raw?
raw. Yep, you put
Oh.
it in there raw, and then you put salt and pepper on top, and then you put cream of mushroom soup on top of that, and then you put green beans, French cut style. Hold on, French style cut green beans on top of that 1 can. Then the tater tots frozen on top of that, and then you bake the whole thing in the oven at 400 degrees for 45 minutes.
I am guessing
Yeah.
that the meat is cooked
Nope.
first.
I've made this many times, and it's
Have you
definitely not.
Have you gotten sick?
Nope, because it's cooked by the time it's done. Don't fuck with my recipe.
I am gonna call your mom after this because
Well,
that
she
is
will
like
back me up.
that is some weird version of shepherd's pie, actually cottage pie. I think
Mhm.
shepherd's, I believe, is lamb and cottage is beef. But you cook it first, and then the reason that you're putting it in the oven is to meld it all together. But the beef is cooked, and then you
Nope.
put it across the bottom. I'm
Nope.
calling your mom. I gotta
Well,
figure this
it's all,
out.
It's all.
That would
We
be-
simplified it.
That would be weird.
No, it's not weird. It's good.
No, because like that, I think you would get sick.
Nope.
All that like meat juice runoff would end up in your tater
Yeah.
tots.
Just
The
little
raw
flavoring.
the raw meat isn't supposed to be on top of the potatoes.
It's not. It's on the bottom.
Well, the potatoes are on top of the meat. Whatever. It's still like
It's all cooked. It's fine.
It's all
I don't
cooked.
think so.
I've eaten
It
turkey
all
so many
cooks,
times.
sir.
I'm calling your mom.
Okay.
I don't
His
think
mom's
so.
gonna back him up. The casserole's also gonna back him up. Am I right? You guys get it.
Funny guy. Well, I will never make that for you.
Okay.
I do make you tuna noodle casserole.
Yes, it's
I think
delicious.
that's universal.
Mhm.
All right. Starving. All right. Okay. Well, now, are you ready to talk about some scary stuff?
Yes,
Are you ready to focus on scary stuff?
I'm ready.
Okay, great. Do you think the smiling man likes casseroles?
Probably. Who doesn't?
I don't-
Communists? I don't know.
Oh, okay. Well, we haven't talked about this spoopy character in a really long time. And so when I saw that our fan, Anthony, who wrote in, had 2 stories of the smiling man, I thought that was a home run. What would you do if you saw the smiling man?
I'll lose my mind.
I think
I'd
so,
lose
too.
my
I think
mind.
it would break me
Oh, well,
immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
well,
Here we go.
I wouldn't say that
He says,
'cause
that's what I said. My name is Anthony B, and I know Dan
I
doesn't
have
like
him.
pointless details in a story, but I should first preface this with I'm just starting binging all of the podcasts after starting with Is We Dumb. Now, not only am I a dummy, but a creeper and slowly getting into Time Suck, which I believe are space lizards, right? You are right.
There are space lizards in Time Suck. Yes. It's a secret group within Time Suck, within
Okay.
the meat sacks.
I heard that there are other stories. I heard that there were other stories about the smiling man, so I had to email in. Now, with all that said, it's time for me to tell you about my 2 encounters with the smiling man.
Yep, I got
Encounter
a
1.
smiling man.
It was probably about 10 p.m. as I was leaving my friend's house, driving home alone. My friend lives in the middle of the woods, like the closest neighbor is about 5 or 10 minutes driving away.
Mhm.
No one should be out walking at any hour of the day. So, anyways, I'm driving home and I could see an outline of a person in my headlights up ahead, which I already was thinking was weird. I slowed down just enough so that I could get a good look because mostly, what the fuck? But also fast enough that I didn't let this person get anywhere near my car. As I got closer, I noticed that his head was down and he was wearing what looked like a brown suit or a suit with a brown coat or something over it. And as I started to pass him, he turned to me and continued to make eye contact with me as I drove by. And that is when I noticed his smile, almost ear to ear, white as teeth, just grinning and staring at me.
Mm.
As I passed by him, he's now in the pitch black. I put my foot ever so lightly on the brake so that the way behind me was illuminated so that I could see if I had just imagined this or not. I didn't, because now he was standing in the middle of the road,
I
arms
smell
at his
something.
side, smiling at me.
I smell something, and I need to make sure.
I may be a creeper, but I've listened to enough
If I am
scared
crazy,
stories to
that
know
is fine.
that Lindsay would tell me to get the
Oh,
fuck out
he's
of there.
eating it.
I immediately called my friend and asked him where his closest neighbor was and explained to him what had happened. He thought I was playing some kind of trick on him because he confirmed his closest neighbor was a short drive away and they were on vacation. I thought this was the only time I would see the smiling man, but I was wrong. Encounter number 2.
Hmm.
After about 3 years from the first encounter with the smiling man, I had entirely forgotten about it. I was driving home from a different friend's house. This person thankfully lived near the downtown area, and so there were plenty of people around. As I'm driving through downtown, I look to my right, and there he is again. Same smile, ear to ear, same clothes, same eerily white teeth, except this time,
The smiling
isn't
man.
just staring at me.
Fucking
This
Christ.
time, he's
But we got
waving at
one.
me, as if he's happy
We
to
got
see me.
one!
The light turned green, and instead of continuing home, I decided to do a loop back around to see if he was still standing there waving. Maybe it was some kind of mascot outside of a business or something. It took me maybe 30 seconds, no more, to loop back around to our small downtown. As I made the loop, I almost stopped breathing because the smiling man was nowhere to be seen. There was nowhere he could have gone that I wouldn't have seen him going. Even if it was down one of the alleys or into a building where he had stood waving at me, he would have had to either vanish into thin air or be faster than light, because I would have seen him at any point as I made the loop. That was about 2 years ago. I thought he was all a figment of my imagination, some anxiety, or something my brain conjured up, and I always just laughed it off. Until I was at work today, and I heard Dan tell the stories he had found about the smiling man. I'm a creeper, loud and proud, but to this day, I've never felt more uncomfortable than those 2 times I encountered the smiling man. Now I'm going to be worried I'm going to be abducted by aliens or something. If I do, I'll be sure to follow up with another email. Keep creeping and peeping. Best spooks, fellow creeper, Anthony B.
Anthony B. Yeah, thank you for those stories. That was an early episode of Scared to Death.
Really?
Smiling Man, the Grinning Man, sometimes called, and it's like it's kind of like akin a little bit to like Black-Eyed Kids sightings, where it's like it's this entity that like where like Black-Eyed Kids, the identifying feature is always obviously the black eyes,
right?
And then the Grinning Man, the consistent identifying feature is always the like crazy grin, where it's like it's not a normal mouth, it's like too big. Yeah, like a caricature of kind of a mouth on someone's face, and people who are really into the kind like this type of lore, some of them speculate that they're both possibly like extraterrestrial origin.
Oh,
they're two separate little creatures or related creatures. So I don't know.
Where does the Hat Man play in? Because when I think of the Grinning Man,
Hat Man is related to Shadow Men or Shadow People.
But I think, I guess I go more that way, where I'm like Hat Man, Shadow People, Smiling Person. That feels more connected to me. But I guess
I think with the Grinning Man, they tend to be seen like.
Can I remember what my plans are later?
Like
what are your plans? What are your plans? Hard.
Kind of like out in public.
Is it being amazing? I know that's a easy one.
Nobody knows a whole lot about.
Well, if somebody has a story about seeing the Smiling Man or Grinning Man at home with them, that would be potentially fascinating.
And
entity, which is just that I'm flashing on pictures now that we posted.
I have something going on around 11 a.m. and I have no clue what I meant to be doing or with who. Well, I mean, that's not good. Do you have it on your calendar or anything like that? Have you set it up on your calendar, or did you? My mind was like, oh, you should probably remember those plans for that time.
When he started telling the story, Anthony was talking about
nothing.
A person like his friend living way out in the middle of nowhere, like a 5 mile.
But I didn't take in any other information. Great.
Of this kid, Alan Damon.
No, you're right.
Where Riggins is obviously very rural, and he lived like 12 miles outside of
Riggins,
you're
right.
A neighborhood called Pollock.
That was a good plan on your end.
Areas like up in the hills, and he just would. It didn't matter like if it was like 15 miles, he would just walk to places, or he'd get mad at good luck, friends or whatever, and then just leave, and then just start walking home or walking to the place, and so it could be like late at night. But I remember some other friends used to, just
appointment.
I never actually saw
2:40
several times. Some friends of mine were, like driving to a party, whatever, and it'd be like 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning,
and then
she like, out walking with the road, or even better, running. Sometimes full on sprinting on the side of the roads. And just how jarring that would be if you had no idea who he was.
Right, if you for some reason were just passing through town.
Well, you know what?
Yeah, if you're just like driving through that. Like,
well, at least you remember that
kind of little, seldom used highway at night, especially. Get some like 18-wheeler traffic a little bit during the day, but it's very quiet at night. And then all of a sudden, in some lonely corner, there's no houses around.
Oh God!
And you just see some dude just running along the side of the road, like not hitchhiking.
No, just moving along.
The 11 a.m. plans are not in my calendar.
Like, what is that guy doing?
Well,
a couple weeks ago, I was driving Monroe home from softball, like 8:30.
You'll get a phone call,
and this guy's out running with his dog. So I'm like,
from someone.
Say if it gets really dark around here.
Does it have anything to do with the university?
Like, I'm like, what are you thinking?
I know. I had that happen on the road the other morning when I was coming to work early, and it was raining, and it was really like heavy rain.
Are you
like
working on a
clouds,
project with somebody?
Visibility was poor, and this guy dressed all in black on his bike in the road, no reflective stuff, and I'm like, do you want to get hit?
Right.
Like if you get hit, it's gonna be hard to feel sorry for you.
I know. What are you thinking?
It's like you're trying to. Yeah.
Well, and also, like, I get it. You're dedicated to whatever you're training for, but also maybe you want to wait till like the sun comes up, or like maybe you skip today because it is so fucking torrential and you don't own any reflective clothing.
Right.
People make me bananas. Okay. Well, I mentioned before that I wanted to give a big trigger warning up top in this story. It kind of happens right at the top of the story. So if you, it's an animal death. So I just want to say that
no joint projects. I'm doing great.
A lot to take in, but I felt like it is important to the story because it explains this character in the story. Like
you fucked, then I guess I don't know.
And the difference between who they.
I guess somebody's gonna be mad
versus who they are. So it seemed relevant, and obviously the person who wrote in the story thought it was pertinent. Otherwise, they would not have included it. So if that is something you want to skip over, I would say.
I mean, I'm just saying.
You could skip.
You probably met it with somebody, and they're gonna be a bit miffed at you. They're gonna be like, "Oh man."
Now, when we talk about stories about like possessions and all of that, the outcomes
I
are
can't
always
believe he
a little
forgot.
up in the air. Like, is the person okay? I mean, we had a story a couple weeks ago where that woman was possessed that you told, and then she was like cured. She was fine.
Yeah.
She went on to live a normal life.
Down in
And
the Philippines.
yeah.
Trying to remember her name right now, but yeah.
Yeah. So I find that taking that thought into this story about like what happens when you're no longer possessed or oppressed by something, because it's hard to tell what's going on here. And then so we have that element, but then also we have this weird like doppelganger-esque thing in this house, but it's like a shapeshifter.
So I've got enough room over here.
Follow closely about what is going on here. I'm curious to hear your thoughts at the end.
Okay. And I just want to get out of my head. Clarita Villanueva. Maybe that was the person who was possessed.
And then that's not the one who solved her own case. That was like that was a murder.
Yeah, that was a long time. Yeah. Before, yes.
I feel like her name was similar.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, this story is entitled The Imposter.
Okay.
Your majestic king and queen of the suck. I'm a big fan of y'all. I'm a huge creep, but even my mother, who abhors horror in all forms, has become a little bit of a peeper due to Scared to Death.
Oh.
I'm very grateful to you folks for scaring the pants off each other so I can finally enjoy some good spooks with my mommy. I thought it couldn't be done. I come to you as a chronic skeptic. Not even my own eyes are enough to convince me of the paranormal, though they've seen enough. I've lived in a very strange house for most of my life, so I've got a
Might have been my landlord.
My parents and siblings moved to the house before
They'll message you for sure.
By all accounts, they were an ordinary family. 2 girls.
I've just asked them. Okay.
As soon as they got to the house, though, strange activities began taking place. Routine poltergeist stuff. My father witnessing balls of paper being thrown down the stairs into the living room when he was the only person home. A cordless phone flew across the room once. My father saw a specter of a little girl, and a plastic bag was ripped out of my mom's hands by some spectral force, and this was witnessed by a room full of people. Once, while folding laundry, my mother saw my father come up the stairs and walk toward the bedroom she was in. He stopped at the door, she greeted him, and then he dissipated. She said, I guess it wasn't you, and resumed folding laundry.
Oh my God.
Finally, one day when she was doing dishes alone in the house, she had to leave to take a phone call, and when she returned, several of the spoons were bent. This was the final straw for my mother. She yelled, I don't care if you're here, but you can't wreck my shit. The poltergeist activity ceased permanently. Normalcy did not resume, however. My father was no longer the man I've heard he once was. He became incredibly violent, beating my siblings and mother, throwing her down the stairs and choking her. The family dog growled at him once, and so he taped its muzzle shut, tied it up, and beat it to death. Hardly typical behavior from what was known as a once kind, family-oriented man. But that was before my time. I only ever knew him as this monster. There are bad people in the world, people who have latently abusive tendencies. I don't mean to excuse this by implying possession or some malevolent forces are the only possible explanation to this scenario, but the demonic realm of voice that I grew up with makes me wonder if he was
ADHD
more than
sucks.
just your average
Potentially.
abuser. Let's skip forward to my teenage years. I'm in my upstairs bedroom.
Switch to Smite soon. Smite it up, boy. Also, you can self-promote on Discord now.
I can hear her slowly ascending.
You now have a self-promote button if you want it.
And then comes to stand
It's in my
I
Discord.
greet her cheerfully, but she does not respond. She only glares at me.
It's under the bar, and it's promote yourself.
I ask her if everything.
If you guys ever feel like you want to just, you know,
she starts shaking.
come in there
she's having some sort of seizure or fit. But her
promote
eyes
yourself.
never leave mine.
Totally.
She takes a step forward as if
Dude, and also if you want to play Smite, go play Smite.
Invisible barrier or force field.
Go play
Then
Smite.
she turns and runs down the stairs. My barely
What now?
grandmother.
If you want to promote yourself, like when I'm streaming or something like that, totally do that, please. Well, I'm going to get my eyes tested later. It's often the case that it's could just be the stress or something else causing the loss of focus or memory issues, but I'm pretty sure that's not the case. And I need to provide an eye test to the people at university who are meant to help me towards getting an ADHD diagnosis. Got you.
She asked.
Totally understand.
Had me worried. I replied uncomfortably. Oh, I don't run, honey. She laughed. My mother confirmed that she'd been sitting in the kitchen the whole time and had not gone to the bathroom at all during her visit. The next experience I had was in the middle of the night. I was asleep and woke up to see my mother in my room, watching.
Oh, man.
It
It's going to
wasn't
be a
long
hard
before she poked her head into my room to
diagnosis.
make sure I had actually gone to sleep and wasn't secretly reading through the night. I just laid still and watched her through half-open eyes. She continued to watch me for at least 20 minutes before leaving and going to bed herself. It struck me as abnormally long time to be checking on me, so I asked her about it the next day. Hey, did you come in my room last night? I thought I heard something. I didn't want to betray how long I had watched her watch me. Was I naked? She laughed, because I slept naked last night. I can tell when my mother is lying, and her casual, flippant answer convinced me that she was not lying. I had sort of gotten it into my head that whatever this thing was that had previously masqueraded as my grandmother couldn't enter my room.
My mind went, when I'm trying to remember something, it's free real estate. Then just shoves other information instead. Yeah. Sometimes it does do that.
To destroy all my possessions. Later, my sister described a similar
Sometimes
encounter.
brains
She
are
slept in
not
a large armchair in my living
the
room and woke up to see me bent
steel
over her,
casket
close
as
to her
they seem
face,
to be.
staring at her, smiling ear to ear. She said I stared at her for a long time, and she felt afraid to fully open her eyes or confront me. When she asked me about it the next day and described to me the manner in which I stood, I demonstrated to her that I couldn't have done that even if I wanted to. The armchair in question is very large, and to stand the way she claimed I was standing, it would have required me to be about a foot taller than I was.
She
Now, at this point,
kicks.
3 different people have had 4 different encounters with something imitating someone else. We had all spoken to each other about what we experienced, and we'd begun to refer to this entity as the imposter. One night, some friends and I sat at my kitchen table. We heard footsteps coming down the stairs. One of my friends turned to ask me, "Do you know who that is?" "We're the only ones here," I answered. Listen to the footsteps," she said. "It's you."
What?
I listened, and she was right. The sound coming from the stairs matched my very distinct step pattern. When we went to look, there was no one there. We returned to the table only to be shocked a little bit later by the sound of someone running down the hall.
I've been loving
towards
your
us.
art
We
recently,
all
by the
heard
way.
it. We felt the
Seriously
footsteps
nice
move the
work.
floor.
Oh,
And there was
recently.
creaking
Oh,
as if
okay.
someone
All
was
right.
dragging
I guess
something
it
heavy and metal
recently
across the
has
piece of
gotten
floor
better.
that came
All
from
right.
downstairs. Now, at this point, my friends and I
Okay.
were
All
all
right.
frustrated.
Thank you,
We
Hart.
walked
I
anxiously
guess
outside and went.
nice
Instead,
back.
we all took a seat at the counter
Yeah,
where
just
we would have a clear view of every window and every door in the room.
backhanded piece
We
of
sat with
shit.
our backs to the cabinet and tried to stay calm. And then we heard 3 clear,
Past 3
purposeful
months,
raps
it's been
from within
shit.
the cabinet right behind our
I knew
heads.
it.
We fled the house.
I knew it. You
I
son of a
found an
bitch.
apartment as soon as I was 18. Although I visited home, I never experienced
Man, I
any
really
further
love
activity.
I really
My
love
father
it
moved out
recently.
shortly thereafter,
It's been
and he
really
told me
good
my siblings could still
recently.
speak with him
Everything
when he
else is
returned to the
up till
normal man
now
he once
has
was.
been
A man who raises
garbage.
rabbits and teaches children how to fish and trap and hunt. My mother and younger
Thank you.
brother live
Thank
in
you,
the
Hart.
house now. I thought to myself,
I'm
offhandedly
just in the
other
middle
day,
of trying
I
to
wonder if
get
the
all this
imposter does,
sketched
now
out,
that it has
all
no one to
these
harass. I
fight
hope it
scenes
isn't getting
sketched
bored.
out, and once
Then my
they're
mother told
all
me this
sketched
story.
out,
Thanks to their new
the
home,
chapter
there is an
ends with
abandoned
her running
barn
out of the
that
bar,
the landlord
about to
instructed them
puke.
not to go into.
You know what I meant.
She was
No, I know
babysitting
what you
her
meant.
new neighbor's young son.
I'm fucking with you.
When his mother came to pick him up, he asked my mother why she went into the bar. She said she did not. The boy became frustrated and emotional. He said, "I don't care that you went in. I want to know why." My mother continued to deny it, and the boy asked her why she was making him look like a liar in front of his mom. He said, "I saw you go in. I watched you go into the barn. I don't know why you're lying
76.
to me." My mom and my brother both thought the same thing after seeing how he reacted.
Well,
But there was no point in
Nix
explaining to
doesn't
this child
know.
that they've probably just brought some paranormal hitchhiker from their old
Nix
house
doesn't
that
know
likes to impersonate people.
How
It wasn't
amazing
until I listened to this
76
David
is.
podcast that I considered the possibility that multiple entities were in the house. The harmless spoon bending and trash throwing that my mother scared off with a firm scolding doesn't seem like they were on the same malevolent level as the imposter. It's hard for me to speak seriously about any of this, though, because like I said, I'm a chronic skeptic. The further I move away from these experiences,
Where's mother?
the easier it is to convince
Where's
myself that
mama?
there must have been some other explanation I just didn't see for all of the things, and to brush off witness accounts as unreliable. But I can't explain away those 3 knocks that my friends and I heard together. And for this boy who
They
has no
crave
knowledge
dicks.
of our home's history to witness the imposter also gives me pause. Thanks again for giving me a reason to look forward to Wednesdays, and thanks for reading my tale if you've made it this far. MC.
MC, man, that was a spooky tale.
Yeah.
That one made my hair on my arm stand up multiple times.
Yeah,
And that one, I think you were working on that one last night when you got spooked and came over and sat by me on the couch.
I did.
That's a scary story.
It's a scary fucking story. And of course, then I was hearing all sorts of weird noises in our
You
kitchen.
were.
And I kept like looking over my shoulder and
I
you're
know.
like, it's just the house settling.
And I think it
I'm
was.
like,
But yeah, but I get, because I
weird,
was
it's
not at that point. I was working on a cult episode of Time Suck, so I was not in that like heightened, spooked kind of state of mind. And then you were, so it was easier for me to just be like, it's just a dishwasher, it's just a
the dishwasher.
table,
The
whatever.
dishwasher wasn't running.
Things settle.
Tables don't settle.
Yes,
What
they
are
do.
you talking About?
Sure, they can.
Hmm.
Everything settles. It settles and it resettles.
Hi,
and it
Haven.
resettles.
Oh, it lifts up.
I'm
it's
about to
lifting
get
it
my
up.
What
food
are you talking
back
about?
to my
It's
stream.
nonsense.
Yes.
Did I tell myself?
D20. Will I remember my
It was
11
expanding
a.m.?
contract.
Well,
11.
kind of.
Hey,
Well,
that's
we
pretty
make noises.
good.
Houses do make noises. Houses do settle. Expand and contract. I think like
I'm
what we're
back.
kind of saying is, like, there's, like,
Hey,
big fluctuation in temperature.
Haven.
Yeah, it gets warm during the day, colder at night, and the wood kind
Oh
of.
my God.
And moisture and different things.
But we
and,
have-
Oh my God. Nix,
But there was
get back to your fucking
there has been
stream.
no recent weather
Get
event
fucking
that would
back.
cause that.
Jeez.
And it definitely, like, one of the signs
Or
is
hang
definitely
out
the
with me.
refrigerator,
I
you
don't
hear, like,
care
the cycle
which.
go on for it to make
Make
ice
up your
and to,
mind.
whatever, filter the
Eleven,
water, like,
11.
you hear the water
Oh
running.
no.
There were other
It's
sounds
the
in that
number
kitchen.
of a
And
m-
if you
entity?
recall, when our witchy friend came to our house, she stood in the kitchen, at
Elbows to the
stove,
back of the
and said
head.
to me, "Do you sometimes feel like you feel something here? Do you sometimes feel like if you looked out of the corner of your eye, you might see something?" Yes. And I felt that all night last night when I was sitting on the couch. But not
Hang out
necessarily
with me.
that. It's
Yeah.
just-
Hang
it's
out
hard
with
not to have,
me.
like, a
I
knee-jerk
am
reaction with fear. It's the fear of the unknown. What if I did look over and
Who
see
would
something?
stream?
Then
Oh
doesn't
my
necessarily mean
God.
it's bad. And
That
that's
fucking
what if I'm sitting
man,
at the
Doug
couch and I look
Doug's
over and
fucking
nothing means
video
something
of
suspicious in the sink?
literally
That's not
the
the house.
robot wrote
Okay,
I am
I
a god.
Thank you. I appreciate that one.
The
Very
fucking
welcome to the dishwasher.
text to
I would
speech
be- if I
robot
saw
fucking
you
he's
with
like,
laundry,
hey, I
would be
worked at
"Please,
this,
who are you?"
like he was writing his
Helpful. No, but, yeah,
like the
kind of just waving at me.
god damn it, the
That's
the
not-
thing that you
Yeah.
send to
Them
people that literally
man,
tells
I mean,
them
that,
like
like-
this is what I do so you can hire
Think
me.
about her grandma.
He rewrote it with a text to speech bot that literally stated one of the text to speech prompts was literally
Think about grandma
was
back.
like,
mobile
I am so
phone, but,
cool,
like,
I am
she's not running
amazing,
fucking
I am a
anywhere.
I
god.
know, and I think about like I picture Grandma in like 5 years.
Resume, yes.
Zipping down the stairs, and, like
A
and then-
resume.
I was never up there.
Ugh.
And then when you add that with all the other things,
And it's
first seen
so
mom,
funny.
her sister
It's
seen
so
her,
fucking
your
hilarious.
dad's
It
personality,
gets
and then
me.
that thing
And I'm like,
crazy
what the
thing where,
fuck?
like,
CV
the
stands
dad's
for
apparition coming up the
curriculum
stairs or whatever,
vitae.
and then just disappearing.
Vitae?
Well, I guess that was what she said. Like, I guess that wasn't
I
you.
guess
or-
that wasn't you.
Vitae?
I'm like, are you insane?
Basically a
Oh my
resume, but
God.
UK.
And then the thing about the following them at the
So,
end, with the mom,
it has
and how
to-
bad
I-
the dad in that story, because it's like,
Why
what if
does
that
it?
was some
Why
kind of,
is it like
affliction,
that?
Mhm.
some kind of like
Oppression or
yeah, exactly. It's demonic, like infestation, but it's like not necessarily like, I guess it is oppression, but it's not like a full on possession. But they're
because it oppresses who you are.
yeah, they're like
so that it can.
yeah, it's affecting your nature and changing your personality, and like
Yeah.
it's attached to you somehow. And if that was happening to him for years, how
I
how's
mean,
that?
Well,
we're
now
also the
raising
weird people
animals?
who are just
Right,
like,
exactly.
we've got to
Like,
use
is that
miles
fish? Is that
instead
guy?
of
Yeah, but
kilometers
he's
and
got
shit
the
like
house, and he's
that.
nice
So,
and
I
full,
mean,
stuff crazy
I
stuff happens.
really have no room
I
to
mean,
fucking
Hear his
speak,
perspective
but
and all that.
I
know,
want to speak,
know. Well, it
so I'll
sounds like
speak
MC.
anyway.
She doesn't talk
So,
much,
bleh.
and some of her siblings do, which like. I feel like
Basically,
blame her.
a
You have a
resume,
lifetime
CV
of
is
fucking life. You
easier
have a
than
lifetime
resume.
of abuse.
No one calls it
No,
by
no,
its
no matter
full
what,
name.
you're still an
Okay,
abused
so
person,
just
and
say
you still have
resume.
trauma, and you still don't feel safe. and you've
Resume.
got, you know,
Mhm.
to work through like your felt safety issues, and man, but like for her siblings to still talk to the dad, definitely would love to hear what he
Yeah.
thinks and like what his
Yeah.
take is on it. Because it all, I mean, we don't know their family history. It could also be parents split up, he moved out, he stopped drinking. Like we don't know if there were other
Yeah, the other factors.
extraneous factors. Yeah.
And you were talking about things in our house. Have you heard Joe's updates on what's been going on in his house?
No, we haven't had a chance to talk because
This is
Yeah,
insane.
she's
so
pulled all
do we wanna
around,
talk
and
about it
then
now?
she comes back
I mean, it's up to you
and
guys.
she
Yeah.
knocks
We did talk
the
about it,
back
it
of
was
this
pretty
guy's
crazy.
head.
So,
Joe gave me some details, and this is my hair was standing up.
Okay.
It creeped me out.
Okay, so before we go forward,
And
where we're at
then
today,
she
moving
spins
forward,
around and
Joe,
pops.
you had a ghost in your house previously. We kind of talked about this, but tell us from the beginning because there might be people who've never heard
Gotcha.
what already transpired.
Okay, crisscross applesauce. So this was about 2 years ago
Mm-hmm.
when I was getting home with the kids after some after school stuff. And I'll just say right now, if you do follow me on Instagram, I made a video about it, and you can see the videos I posted of the sounds that just happened a couple days ago.
And will you give your handle just so people can find it?
Oh, Reverend Dr.
No, because it's a CV.
R-E-D-R.
Curriculum vitae apparently
Anyway, so
means
it's on
course
there.
of
Once I
life.
got the videos that
So I
I
guess
mentioned,
it
but we're not
makes
gonna play it
sense
here.
it's
So 2 years
the
ago,
showing the
I got
course
home
that
from
your life
after
has
school
taken
stuff.
so
I forget
far.
what it was. I was just picking
Okay.
the kids up from Boys and Girls Club.
Mm-hmm.
And we got home, and my wife was not home. I knew that she was still at work. And we're walking through the kitchen, which, back door, goes to the kitchen. My son Ezra runs ahead, so he's out of the way. No pets are around, and me and Pepper are walking through. And right over the top of my stove, I hear this super friendly woman's voice go, "Hello." And I just stopped in my tracks. I was like, what the fuck? And then, at that point, I'm hoping I was just hearing shit. And then Pepper stops right in front of me, and she turns around and looks at me and goes, "Did you just say hello?" And that's when I was like, oh, shit. I was like, no, I didn't. I didn't really know what to say. And she goes, "Oh, well, mommy's home. Mommy." She starts running around the house because she's so convinced that somebody's there.
Yeah.
So I play along, and I help her SWAT team clear the house, knowing that Aaron's not there. We're just trying to figure out what to do. And luckily, she kind of forgot about it. She wasn't too freaked out, and she moved on because kids have ADHD. In a way, she went to watch some videos. I went back in the kitchen. I was staring at the stove, trying to figure out what just happened. And then I felt like little fingertips on the back of my neck. And so that froze me. I called my wife. She was like, "No way," all this kind of stuff. And so I decided I was going to call Zach's wife because she's the only one. Well, she's super connected with that mom. And
Yay!
so,
Apparently
that was my
there
first
are
instinct. And
differences.
So I reached out to her, and the first thing she says to me is, "I knew you were going to call."
Oh, I forgot.
And I'd never talked. I'd always call Zach. Like
Right.
we had talked plenty of times,
Right,
but
but like you
never
wouldn't
just
pick up the
reached
phone
out.
and call her.
Exactly. She goes, "I knew you were going to call." She goes, "I having a dream or a vision. It was you and Aaron's face, and you guys kept repeating the same name, just Max, 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 over and over again." And she goes, "Do you know anybody in your life named Max?" And she doesn't know my family, and it's like, "Yeah, my brother's name is Max." So that was creepy.
Mm-hmm.
But reached out to him. He's like, "Nope, everything's peachy here."
I'm
We're like, "Oh,
alive.
okay, weird. Dead end lead." So we moved on. It was a couple days later, but Zach's wife had another vision, and she drew a picture of this woman. And she said, "I don't know. She just came and talked to me, and I think this is the spirit that was at your house." I showed the picture to my wife, and she goes, "Oh yeah, that was one of the patients I had." And then come to find out, her name was Maxine.
I
Uh-huh.
remember all
So there's this Max, these Max correlations going across the board. Turns out, just to draw this first part out, or not to draw this first part out any longer. Maxine, she did pass away at the hospital.
Difference. Most resumes in the United States are competency based. They are personal marketing documents intended to showcase the candidate's skills, notable achievements, and work experience to the greatest advantage. U.S. curriculum vitae submitted for jobs in academia, scientific research, and medical fields, and are credentially based, providing a comprehensive and often lengthy listing of one's education, certifications, research experience, and professional affiliations and memberships. Yes, that's where I was like, no, I'm pretty sure it's a resume. And that's where it's like, that doesn't sound like a resume. But okay. It's like, oh, they're vastly different. Yeah, a resume is like, I did this, I got this, I was awarded this, and here's what I can bring to the table. That seems like, oh, we did this research, and this research, and this research, and this research, and also I did this, and that, and all that. It's basically a life story put into a small thing. But in the UK, we don't use the term resume at all. Everything is a CV. Oh, okay. That's but at least you know what a resume is, and you're not like me, who is just kind of dumb. I'm not dumb. I'm not dumb. I need to stop putting myself down. I just don't know things that are international, which I feel I should. That's all that it is. I am also kind of dumb, but humans are fairly dumb at times regardless of who it is. Yeah, but putting yourself down does not help anyone. It does not me saying I am dumb. Does that help me in the long run? No. It kind of says, well, it's okay. I'm stupid. That's okay. I don't have to grow. I'm stupid. No, it kind of limits me, and I don't need to limit myself. I am smart in my own way. No. I'm smart in my own way. I just need to, if I feel like I don't know enough, an easy way to fix that is literally to just keep learning. If I feel like I don't know enough, the easiest thing to do is to learn more. Right. Yes. Making yourself not understand that you made a mistake. There's a difference between, hey, I made a mistake. I don't know enough and I want to learn more. To, I'm stupid, so it's okay if I make mistakes. It's alright. It's okay. It's alright. It's okay. I'm stupid. I won't have to learn. Like, it feels like that. You know what I mean? Like, there's so many people that are just like, well, I'm just a stupid dumb man. I don't need to figure it out.
Not know that they had gotten like in a fight, and there was some speculation that maybe she was come to save. So
Crazy, yeah.
That's the first part of all of this. Nothing really happened for a couple years. Some things here and there where I think I was hearing stuff, but I just move on. So yeah, a couple days ago, kids were in bed, animals were not moving around the house, no horses, nothing like that. And I'm sitting on the couch going through my socials, and I hear a woman's voice again, which I can't say for sure it was the same woman, but I heard, "Hey, soft," which doesn't make any sense, but maybe I just misheard it. But it was very clear. "Hey, soft." I got the same chills, and I was like, "No way." I was like, "Not now.
Not today.
I'm tired." So I go back to the kitchen to basically see if I get the same feeling, and I did. And that's when I started filming, and I caught some noises on camera in my living room, kind of like something fell off a shelf. And then I started like joking around because my wife told me to sage, and then just being the slap ass that I am, I sent her a video of me just doing it like all goofy. I knew she was gonna yell at me like none of the windows were open, doors weren't open. I was just like talking in a weird voice, being a jackass. And while I'm doing that, then there's a big stomp on the floor behind me in the kitchen. Again, these videos you can go look them up. Scared me enough to get in contact with Zach's wife again. And she came over after the Scared to Death live that we did.
Yes, okay, what happened?
Okay, so here we go.
This is crazy.
So she walks in, and I got the babysitter out of there. And then first thing she says, she goes, "Well, someone is here. There's a woman here." And I was like, "Okay, wonderful." And she's walking through my kitchen, and she's just kind of staring at stuff. And Zach and his wife, like I used to record his band. She has never been over at my house since our house had been remodeled.
Okay.
So we remodeled it, and she would have never known where anything was before we remodeled it because they had never been over. And she's walking through the kitchen, and then she just spins around and points kind of up towards the ceiling. And she goes, "Were there cabinets there at one point?" And I was like, "Yep." And she goes, "Oh, she kept something important up there." And I was like, "Okay." Like,
what?
yeah. And then she went over to the stove, and she goes, "I'm guessing this is kind of like where the dinner table was, right?" And I was like, "Yep." She goes, "Yeah, she's going back and forth between the cabinet and the dinner table, not really knowing what to do." And there was no like, it was just the same woman. She didn't know for sure, but she said that she did keep something really important in these cupboards. She doesn't really know what it is right now, but she is curious to find out more about it. So she walks into our hallway, and this is where I have felt other stuff, where I've seen or heard voices while I'm in the bathroom.
Elma gets punched in
or
the
whatever it may
fucking
be.
face.
And then she stops and she points through the wall and she goes, "Someone's there." She goes, "There's someone right there." And at this point, I'm not sure if I've ever shared this on Scared to Death.
God.
But
I meant more
between
you
the
got
2 years,
annoyed
there was
at
a
yourself
period of
because
time, it was
you
one
put
night
yourself down.
where Ezra,
Yeah, I shouldn't put myself down. That's all that needs to be said, is that I am growing and I am getting better. My art is improving every day since I've been drawing every day, instead of, "Oh, I'll put it off later. Oh, I'll do it off later." I have gotten way better by just doing it. Even if it's just sketches like this, my art has been improving. And I'm not stupid or dumb. And it's okay. So yeah, it's gonna be alright. And I'm gonna save, because that's what smart people do. Yes.
woke up and he came into our room and he goes, "Mommy, Daddy, I see Jesus."
Yep, you told me about this.
And I'm like, "What?" He goes, "Yeah, there's a little girl floating in my closet. She's glowing in the closet." And I was like,
my God.
I was like, "Where?" And so he goes and shows me. And at this point, Ezra and Pepper shared a room. And so Ezra were like, "Okay, that's weird. You know, it's a crazy dream you had, blah, blah, blah." He goes out. And then about 2 hours later, Pepper comes out and goes, "Oh my God, I saw a floating girl in the closet last night." And they had not talked to each other. I had no idea any of this had happened. And me and Aaron are like, "Oh my God." So I was like, "Okay, show me where." They both pointed to the exact same spot.
Oh, shit.
So I've never shared this story with Monique, right?
Right.
So she has no idea. She's in my hallway. She points to the closet. She goes, "There's a little girl in the closet."
Oh my God.
And so she goes in and she's, checking it out and doing the feels. And she goes right to that corner and goes, "Right here," and points to the corner of the closet where she says the little girl is. And she goes, "There's actually 2 kids here." She goes, "One's little girl, I think she said 7 years old, and the little boy is 4. And I'm like, "Okay." And she goes, "And they're scared."
Oh.
And she goes, "Not scared of you." She goes, "They're scared of what happened to them." And then she goes over and she touches their dresser and goes, "Where'd you get this?" And I was like, I don't know. And we just got it from like an antique store.
Oh shit.
So she's thinking that the kids came with the dresser is attached to it.
The fuck?
And I didn't have her get them out because I don't know what that means. And I feel bad the kids are stuck in the closet, but I don't know where they're going to go. Like, I don't want to banish them into somewhere. Like, get out of here. They're not doing anything mean. There's been nothing since then.
Mm-hmm.
And then she, explored more of the house and went to basically went to these hot spots and then went down in the basement. And this is where the story gets super crazy, okay? So all of these details that you have right now, I have not told Monique any of these.
Right.
So what happened 2 days before that, Pepper came upstairs out of nowhere.
It's free
and said,
real
"Hey,
estate."
can you guys sage
It
the
is free
house?"
real estate.
And me and Aaron had no idea she even knew what saging meant.
Right.
She's like, can you sage the house?" I was like, "Oh yeah, sure, whatever." I leave and go to work. Aaron tells me later that Pepper, she asked Pepper why, and she goes, "I'm hearing whispering and knocking
I'm the
in my room in
trash
the
man.
basement."
I come
So
out,
again,
I
she
throw
doesn't
trash
know any
all
of
over
this.
the
Like, it's not
ring,
threatening.
and
She
then
doesn't know
I
any of
start
this.
eating
Monique goes
garbage.
to Pepper's,
Yeah, you do.
bedroom door.
Yeah,
and
you do,
says,
Days
like,
Dies.
she won't go
By
in
the
there.
way, everybody,
She's not gonna go in here, but she will try to get your
amazing
attention by
streamer
whispering and
and amazing friend,
Which is exactly what Pepper said. Basically,
Days Dies. If you don't know him, you should. He plays a variety of games. He used to play a lot of a game that he used to play 76 a lot, but now he's playing a variety of games right now. So hopefully, he's enjoying himself. Hope you've been doing good, Days Dies. Just fucking freaky, spooky shit right now. Boo, Bethesda, boo. It doesn't just work. Boo. You're a lovely person, talented, and you have a good understanding of where you want to be in life. Hell yeah. I burnt my finger while making iced coffee. Wow. Wow. That seems like it sucks.
Oh my god.
So all
Well,
these
you're
things
here.
started connecting.
So
nothing
let's,
has happened
let's-
since. She did some. She walked around and I forget the name of all the things because I'm an idiot. But
Well, she probably did like a Palo Santo.
yeah, and so she did something. Nothing has happened since then. The emotions in my house running high because of some other things, which could be feeding the energy.
Yeah.
But all of those things pieced together makes for a pretty interesting story.
Yeah.
Ay, ay, ay.
man,
So
that
that's
is
where we
crazy.
are right now.
Yee.
Are you?
Yeah.
But are you uncomfortable at home?
No, not really.
Okay,
Okay.
that's good.
Like I didn't want to. She left before, and maybe she left again. Like the last
Yeah.
time we stayed, she, no woman stuff for years.
Right. And you don't remember finding anything in the cabinets when you were?
No, I mean it would
When
have
you
been way
moved
before
in,
we were
or-
there.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like there was a whole wall and cabinets that we ripped out.
Got it.
So
got it.
there was nothing really in there. Just we kept whatever things you would keep above a refrigerator,
Right.
like
right.
candles and old like dishes that you use only
Once a
on
year.
Thanksgiving.
Exactly.
Yeah, stuff like that. But that was all we kept up there. But we have no idea what
Man.
was there before we ripped it down,
Man.
which could have created, two different instances. One with Maxine, which
Mhm.
that with the paint, the drawing that she drew, and
Yeah.
that matched up. Aaron was like, "That looks like a younger version of the patient." So we don't know if it's the same one. It could be a different woman, which kind of makes more sense.
Yeah.
Maybe one has come back when the other one left. So
Would you consider doing like some research on like the title of your house, like seeing
Yeah.
who previously owned it, and then kind of try and see if there was any like story or news
Yeah.
stories about them?
I think
Mm.
I think I will. There has been it switched hands. rel-
Yeah,
relatively
hopefully
quick
that's
before we got
that
it.
heater's
Okay.
I
fixed.
think
Fuck
that was
yeah.
from a break-in.
Hopefully that
Like
heater
someone
is
broke in through
fixed.
the back door and scared the whole family, and they moved.
Wow.
Like that type of thing. But I don't
Would-
think it's anything related to this.
Okay.
I wonder. Well, but she thinks the kids are attached to the dresser.
To the dresser, and that came in around that exact time when the kids
okay.
would have showed up. So it's been a wild ride.
Yee.
Well, keep
But
us
nothing yet.
posted.
Nothing yet.
Thanks for sharing that. That is
Yeah, that's an intense story.
that's a creepy story.
I'm glad it's happening at your house and not mine.
I know. They feed off tater tot casserole.
There you go. There you go.
So we
raw
gotta be
meat,
careful.
Raw meat casserole.
Man, do you want to share some Annabelle shout outs?
Oh yeah. I was like, sorry. I'm just
Hopefully,
I don't know,
hopefully you'll
bye.
get some
I'll start.
heat in there.
Woo, it's too much.
I would like to thank the following Annabelles for supporting us on Patreon: Mish, Roxy, Sammy Koss, Sam Schweigert, Titus Earl.
All right. They're thanking their wonderful Patreon. One day I will get there, and I will be like, I'm thanking all of my Patreon. I'm thanking all of my Patreon. And Dean.
When murder investigators entered the rural farmhouse of Loner Ed Gein, just outside the tiny town of Plainfield, Wisconsin, on November 16, 1957, what they found caused the first man to walk into the home to immediately run back out and vomit into the snow. It was like nothing they had ever seen before. It was unlike something any police officer in American criminal history had ever seen before. A scene of outlandish, unimaginable horror. Various body parts stored in various containers, especially skin. So much skin. Human skin crafted into the stuff of nightmares. How could all of this horror come from a slight, soft-spoken, middle-aged local loner and farmhand? The rest of Wisconsin and then the rest of America would be riveted by the ghoulish deeds of the man who would become to known as the Butcher of Plainfield for the rest of his days. The will of Lucifina is strong in this dark, disgusting, and captivating edition of Time Suck.
You're listening to Time Suck.
What's going on, Time Suckers and Space Lizards? Happy Friday. Thanks to all of you who voted for, any of the 3 topics that ended up being the bonus suck vote for today's topic. And at Time Suck Podcast.
Patreon. Oh, more ways to give you money. Love it. No! I've set up my Ko-fi, but I've got to actually put content on there. And yes, I do want to put up stuff for my Patreon. And it's definitely going to be comic book stuff.
Cartoonish first choice I had in mind, and that was the Lucky Charms commercial cartoon, right? But us did Lucky Charms, the magically delicious. I should have just went with that dude. But I tried to get more legit, and it ended up coming out as Crocodile Dundee or some shit. Got to put more work into that accent. Yikes. Just know that when Bojangles listened to that episode, I was beaten severely. I bite marks. I pinned me down on the floor. Put me down on my back, made me submit. Even used a mace on me at one point. Beat me with a mace. Not modern, spray it in your eyes, stings for a bit mace. No. Medieval, spiky metal ball on the end of a chain tied to a stick type of mace. Where did he get it? I don't know. He doesn't tell me. Bojangles hated that Irish accent. A recording from the Suck Lair.
But yeah, I hope you are doing well, by the way, Days Dice. I hope everything's going well for you if you're still here, and we hope to see you more often. Hope everything is chill and amazing for you.
Make the Secret Suck a lot of fun already as we figure everything out. You guys are the best. So yeah, just check your Patreon for updates on troubleshooting situations and just everything. Email the app guys at timesuckapp@bitelixir.co for any issues. Time Suck is now officially on YouTube. Some fan already posted most of the Time Suck episodes on YouTube. Thank you, mystery uploader. Now all of the episodes are there if that's where you would like to listen. That's what does it for you. No video for now. Hopefully in the future, working towards that. Just audio out there on the interwebs. Give you more places to suck. Both shows in Detroit tonight at the Magic Bag are sold out. Thank you, and hail Nimrod. Minneapolis next weekend, March 2nd and 3rd at Sisyphus Brewing. Some of those shows sold out, so get your tickets fast. Brea, California, Cleveland, Ohio, coming up quick in March. Brea Improv, March 8th through the 11th. Hilarities in Cleveland, March 22nd through 24th. More tour dates at dancummins.tv. Big Southern tour in April. Excited for that. Give me some fucking sweet tea and some biscuits. More announcements at the end of today's show. Now, let's suck on some gain. Where does a monster like Geen even come from? Let's talk about Plainfield, Wisconsin. Plainfield, the name seems particularly well suited for a place so flat and featureless that even an official state guidebook characterizes it as completely nondescript. That's pretty sad. When, the state guidebook is like, nah, just skip it. Wikipedia also doesn't have much to say about it, other than population, geographical location, demographic information, which is every town. The only thing said about Plainfield is parts of the Werner Herzog film Strosic were shot nearby. Herzog used the Plainfield area to shoot characters staying in a winter-bound barren prairie near the fictional town of Railroad Flat. So basically, it was used as location shots for a place that nobody would like to go to. It's not good, man, when your town is used to film, in film to depict a barren location. There's a list of notable people coming from Plainfield. On that list is Ed Gein, several Wisconsin state assemblymen, and Frances Hammerstrom, naturalist and author. Again, according to Wikipedia, Frances is an ornithologist known for her work with the greater prairie chicken in Wisconsin. For somebody who's not a bird watcher, that seems super boring. What is your specialty again? The greater prairie chicken. Huh.
Thank you, Floofy Snow. Thank you for the lurk. I totally understand. Thank you for being here when you can be, and thank you for being amazing. I know it's easy for you.
Or the tuna cans in the grocery store. What am I talking about? Nothing. Old Atlantis episode, time suck reference. I'll show myself out. The name of Plainfield was bestowed on the town by one of its founding fathers, a transplanted New Englander named Elijah Waterman, who settled there in 1849, put up a 12 by 6 foot shanty, which served as both his home and the area's only hotel, and christened the town in honor of his birthplace in Plainfield, Vermont. 12 foot by 6 foot shanty hotel. It's only 72 square feet. I double-checked the measurement on that in my primary source for this week's Suck, which is Deviant, True Story of Ed Gein, the original Psycho by Harold Schechter. Schechter. There we go. And it doesn't list feet. It just says a 12 by 6 shanty. But what else would it mean? 12 rooms by 6 rooms? That makes no sense. 12 inches by 6 inches? How tiny was this Elijah, son of a bitch? Gotta be feet. Talk about a shitty hotel. Where's my room? I reckon your room is the space there between the wall and Ned. Don't wake him up. Oh, Ned gets fighting mad if you disturb his peaceful slumber. 30 years after that first horrific shanty was thrown up, again. And he lived there too. I sleep between Ned and the other wall. You sleep between Ned and the corner wall. And then we have some other guests coming to lay as best they can around and amongst our feet. What a fucking terrible time to live. Anyway,
thank you for the lurk,
30 years
Nix.
after that first
I
shanty was thrown up,
appreciate
Little Village
you.
of Plainfield boasted several churches, a bank, a weekly newspaper.
If anybody needs to lurk, I totally understand. No hard feelings. I know you're still there, deep down inside, deep in your heart. In your heart, you're there for me.
What the hell did they have to talk about in a weekly paper? How could they come up with new stuff every week? Now, what would be the headline? Breaking news.
And I hope the heater is a good situation right now.
Also, Elijah's hotel is the fucking worst. And, as always, keep an eye out for greater prairie chickens. They are ferocious, and they are everywhere. Yeah, and the guy who runs that paper is a Southerner, apparently. The population remains small, always remaining under 1,000 people. Sounds like my hometown. Most Plainfieldians have been poor, struggling farmers, toiling to rest, even a marginal living out of the dry, stony soil. Growing a little rye, raising a little livestock, according to one source, cultivating potatoes that often turned out to be too inferior to sell his food and had to be hauled by the wagon load to the local starch factory. It just sounds terrible on all fronts. Even what they named the local lake is sad. There's a big lake on the southeast corner of town, and its name reflects the sterility of the surrounding countryside, Sand Lake. Now it's called Plainfield Lake, which is not much of a name upgrade, really. The town has a website, plainfieldwis.com, and it's also very sad. There's a section for restaurants and taverns, and only one of 3 restaurants and or taverns listed on the website are actually in Plainfield. Buddha's Bar and Grill. Not Buddha, Buddha. And the bar there is open from 11 a.m. to 3 question marks each day. Swear to God. I guess it just shuts down when Ned and Buddha have had their last lager for the eve. You want another old Milwaukee, Ned? No? Well, I reckon it's closing time then. See you in the morning, Ned. See you in the morning, Buddha. There's another section of the website called Recreation, and when you click that, only one business is listed, K&M Sales and Service. And it's not even in Plainfield. It's nearby Hancock. And they sell and service ATVs, snowmobiles, snowblowers, and lawnmowers. And somehow that is offered up as recreation for tourists. So what's fun to do around here? Any ziplining? Nope. What about snowmobiling? Any place to rent a snowmobile? Nope. You could buy one from K&M. That's all the recreation around here. The option to buy a snowmobile. Nope. You can buy a lawnmower too. Yeah, not much happening. In the sleepy little burg about 65 miles west of Appleton, fires raged through the town on a few occasions, one consuming most of the buildings on Main Street. Cyclones, blizzards, savage Midwestern thunderstorms have taken lives over the years. Again, really paint a picture of a great place to live. Thunderstorms have killed cattle, occasionally destroyed entire farms. Men have been shot during hunting accidents, maimed by farm machinery. One man even left paralyzed when his pickup went skidding off an icy road. So I'm kind of like laughing to myself now. I just started picturing myself like, instead of a Time Suck episode, like what if I had just been hired by like the Plainfield Tourism Bureau, and this is what I sent back to them. Suicides have occurred in Plainfield, as they have in a lot of towns that are horrible to live in. There was even some murders before Ed Gein showed up. One incident in particular was especially violent and occurred long before Gein was born. For many years, the nice little community of Plainfield was identified in local history books as the site of a particularly vicious feud that occurred back in 1853. Here's some old Plainfield lore for you. In 1853, just 5 years after Elijah built the world's shittiest hotel shed, fucking garden shack, a local squatter with the last name Furman was on a trip to Milwaukee, where he met a New Yorker with the surname of Cartwright. right, who was looking to migrate with his family to the Midwest territory around Plainfield, desperately needed more settlers. And Furman was willing to give Cartwright 40 acres of his own property to entice Cartwright to the area, and Cartwright accepted. Cartwright and Furman got along for a while, but then Furman got pissed off about something or other, lost to history, and tried to take his property back from Cartwright after the man was living there with his family already. Tried to renege on the deal, right? Accused Cartwright of trespassing now. Well, the matter ended up in court, and the case was decided in favor of Cartwright, in favor of the newcomer. And Cartwright decided to celebrate by popping into the bar room of the Boynton Hotel in nearby Watoma. And Furman went there as well and found him. And the feud got going for real. There was an angry exchange of words, and then the bitter Furman leapt upon a seated Cartwright, knocked him out of his chair. Cartwright jumped to his feet, fled the building, where he's chased by Furman, who caught up with him, grabbed him, threw him to the ground. They struggled, they wrestled. Furman dug his thumbs into Cartwright's eyes, and that was the last straw for Cartwright, who apparently decided he'd taken enough abuse at the hands of Furman, pulled a pistol out of his back pocket in the days when men, I guess, just casually walked around with pistols in their pockets, as if that's a normal thing to do, and he shot Cartwright 3 times, killing him. Cartwright was immediately arrested, taken to jail at Oshkosh, where he was released on bail. So feud over, right? I mean, one guy's dead. No, not even close. This feud, this story is just getting going. Well, Cartwright sits in jail. Some friends of Furman, gather together, promise to lynch him if he ever comes back to Plainfield. Cartwright is told of the threat, ignores it, returns home. On the second night following his arrival, Furman's old buddies make good on their promise. They form a lynch mob, break into Cartwright's house, and Cartwright's waiting for him. He's armed with his rifle, ready to fire. Then the first of the mob to make it inside the house gets a bullet for his troubles. And, he kills that man instantly. So now it's over, right? Now 2 guys are dead. The mob retreats but doesn't give up. They decide to try and burn Cartwright out. They're going to smoke him out of his house. Remember, his wife and kids are in the house as well. I don't even know if I mentioned that. The whole family's in there. They begin to kindle a fire, the lynch mob does, at one corner of the house. Cartwright immediately pokes his rifle through a little chink in the logs of this house, shoots and kills another man. Now they've lost 2 guys. Body count of this land disputes up to 3. You'd think they'd cool off. Not at all. The mob retreats again, still isn't done. One of their members, local lawman, Constable, goes to the nearby home of a local judge named Walker, who resided in Plainfield. Walker's convinced that if he could persuade Cartwright to turn himself over to the constable, the lynch mob would disperse. Cartwright would be escorted under the constable's protection to the Oshkosh jail, where he would remain until he could be tried for Furman's murder. Walker agrees to do that, what he can to get him out, and he proceeds to talk Cartwright to come out of his house, convinces him to disarm. And then the mob double-crosses him. They surround Cartwright immediately and take him to the center of town in Plainfield, where a pole is run up out of the upper story of a tavern's hay barn. The judge, Walker, is told, he's told basically that he can just, he can stay and just enjoy the scene. But he was, he was told to get out of there, or he's going to be hanged himself. That's right. He's not allowed to stay. So under fear of death, he leaves, and then they just hang Cartwright right in the middle of the town in front of whoever feels like watching. And then his body is brought back home, dumped off at the door front where his wife and kids, are waiting inside. Can you imagine that as a kid? Seeing your dad
fucking
graduate by
psychopaths
trying to break into your home, and then a few hours later, your dad's dead body is just dropped off at your door. It's gonna fuck your life up. Do you ever really recover from something like that? I don't think so. I'm seeing humanity at its absolute worst. And then adding insult to death, no member of the mob has ever tried for Cartwright's murder. And for years, until the crimes of Ed Gein, is what Plainfield was known for a crazy feud and an even crazier lynch mob. No winners in that war. So that's Plainfield. The site of Ed Gein's heinous crimes, deviant behavior, small, nondescript farming town, known only for a few more murders, committed decades before Gein's birth. And little Wisconsin prairie town. It gets too hot in the summer, too cold in the winter. Averages a high of 25 degrees Fahrenheit in January, low of 6. Quiet little town off the beaten path, almost 90 miles from Madison, far from the interstate, where everyone knows everyone else and thinks they know everyone else's business. But no one knew the business of Ed Gein until everybody did. Let's get into that business with a time suck timeline.
Strap on those boots, soldier. We're marching down a time suck timeline.
Ed Gein is born on August 27th, 1906 in La Crosse County, Wisconsin. Second of 2 boys, George Gein and Augusta Wilhelmine. Ed's father, George, was an orphan who lost his parents and older sister when they were swept away in a flood while trying to cross the Mississippi River in a wagon. Damn old-timey accidents, man. How did your family die?
They were heading to town in for supplies, and the river took them. Jesus, man. George was raised by grandparents living nearby, and following an elementary school education, he dropped out, as people did back then often, and became a blacksmith apprentice, spending several years laboring over the anvil and forge. As a young man, George was a down on his luck drifter, bounced from job to job, sold insurance for a while, tried his hand at carpentry, worked in a tannery, worked at the city power plant, and on the Chicago, Milwaukee, and St. Paul Railway. Also developed an early drinking problem, blowing most of his paychecks at the tavern. Well, Ed's mother, Augusta, couldn't have been more different from his father. Opposites attract, I guess. She came from a large and industrious family whose dour, demanding patriarch had immigrated from Germany in 1870 and settled in La Crosse. Devoutly, even fanatically religious, she had been brought up to obey a rigid code of conduct, which her father had not hesitated to reinforce with regular beatings. She was, in the end, her father's daughter, a stern disciplinarian, self-righteous, domineering, inflexible, never doubted for a moment the absolute correctness of her beliefs or her right to impose them by whatever means necessary on the people around her. Despised laziness and drunkenness, and somehow ended up with George. He was, a real joy to be around. You're going to find out in this suck. Highly judgmental, religious zealot parents. Man, they always seem to raise the best kids, don't they? God knows what these two saw in each other. A depressed, unambitious drunk and a hard-working, judgmental zealot. But they got married anyway in 1899. A lot more pressure to get married back then, and to kind of, make a lot more compromises. It's not like La Crosse had some bustling single scene. It was a match made in hell. George drank too much. He was lazy, couldn't hold down a job. Augusta walked all over him and despised him. So it was true love. He was a big man in size, broad-shouldered, with the big old blacksmith muscles, but he was weak in spirit. So Augusta's domineering tendencies grew unchecked. She had full control of the household and wielded her power ruthlessly. She'd viciously verbally abuse George, and occasionally he'd physically abuse her, slapping her across the face, dropping her to the floor. They hated each other, but they stayed together during a time when hating your spouse but staying married was fairly normal. And like people who hate each other often do, they decided to have some kids. That'll fix everything. Hey, you know how you want to kill me and I wake up every morning praying for your death? Hopefully a slow, painful death? Yeah, so fuck you. Want to fuck off and die. Exactly. This is exactly what I'm talking about. I was thinking, what if, now hear me out, what if we have some kids together, right? Worst case, it's a few more people around the house to also hate. It'd be kind of nice to break up the hate, spread it around a bit. I yell at you yell at the kids. The kids, they yell at you. You hit the kids. I hit you. You knock me out cold. I mean, well, it sounds fun. What do you say? Well, even though she found sex disgusting and the work of the devil, hail Lucifina, she wanted kids and reluctantly let George stick it in her. Their first child, Henry, was born in 1902. And then, of course, Ed was born 4 years later. And Ed would be Augusta's baby. And not being close to her husband, she'd become very emotionally close to Ed. And she basically was especially determined not to let the world corrupt her sweet baby, which is incredibly ironic considering how corrupted he would become. This relationship would become the basis for the relationship between Norman Bates and his mother in the famous Alfred Hitchcock horror film Psycho. And honestly, their relationship reminds me a lot of my own mother and myself. I mean, my mom used to tell me all the time as a kid, she'd say, Danny, stay away from the wickedness of women, especially their trampy filth holes. You might think you're just putting your evil little meat stick in there, but really you're putting your soul in that harlot's sin tunnel, and you'll never get it back. Damnation. Mom would say all the time, just damnation. You'd say eternal damnation is what awaits in that trip. So you tell those hussies to keep their legs shut. Keep their sin slit away from my sweet, innocent baby boy. And then she'd hug me for a long, long time and weep. And then she'd really press my face deep into her cleavage, so I had a hard time breathing. And then we'd both sob for a while. And then we'd snuggle up in bed and we'd fall asleep. Man, memories, It's been months since we've done that, really. God, moms, huh? What a silly bunch of goofballs they are. Anyway, enough about my mom. Let's talk about Augusta, especially since the stuff about my mom was nothing but lies and drivel. 1909. In 1909, Augusta's husband, unable to hold down a job, she gets a family job for him. Two of her brothers had opened up some successful grocery stores in La Crosse, and she talked them into letting George open up a new franchise. So in 1909, George Gein becomes a proprietor of a small meat and grocery shop at 914 Caledonia Street. And within 2 years, George has bucked up enough to go from being listed as the owner of this new store to being listed as a clerk. Augusta is now listed as the owner, highly unusual for the time in the area for the wife and not the husband to be listed in this manner. Says a lot about their relationship. Ed would later remember her mom doing everything at the store. She waited on the customers, handled the cash register, kept the books,
Meanwhile, Ed's father shuffled about the store in a shrunken, defeated way, rearranging the goods on the shelves according to Augusta's directions, occasionally delivering some groceries. Ed thought of his mother as more God than woman. He claimed many years later, after being captured for his crimes, to still think she was perfect. When she yelled at him as a child, told him only a mother could love such a dreadful child, he'd cry, not because he was verbally abused, he'd cry because he was so disappointed in himself for letting such a good, virtuous woman down. Why couldn't he be a better kid for his amazing mom? But somehow, he just always seemed to fail her. From early childhood into his middle age, Ed placed all his reliance on Mama. She and she alone could be counted on to rescue him from life's many evils and dangers. Mama knew best. Mother always knew best. By 1913, Augusta had managed the store well enough to save up some money to buy a farm, so that's what they did. There was a good living to be made from dairy cows and rye, and Augusta also wanted to get herself and her family, particularly little Eddie, far away from the evil influences of the big city of La Crosse, Wisconsin. A metropolis full of taverns and whoring harlots trying to tempt her husband George into doing more wrong. A city that would corrupt her sweet boys for certain, Eddie and Henry. A city of over 30,000 people. A regular Gotham, so urban and full of big city problems. Late that year, the Gaines moved into a dairy farm in the lowlands near Camp Douglas, about 40 miles east of
Oh,
Detroit.
that's what you are.
And in 1914, the Gaines clan made their second and final move, for reasons unknown, to a 195-acre farm in Plainfield,
You're not
known to locals as
stealing.
the old John Greenfield place. Now, John Greenfield was a chicken rancher who gained a little local fame for having a high percentage of two-headed roosters.
There.
So he opened a little tourist stop in 1907 called John.
You can chill out right there.
He lost the business in a card game, in a poker game, to two brothers.
There's a bug.
Who were both named Richard, and they
So
renamed the
it's a
establishment
little
Double
bug.
Dip Cookops. And then they were given some money by an investor by the name of Hans Balls, and the establishment was rechristened once again, Double Dicks Two Cock and Balls. And if you still believe any of this, God bless you. Just know that you make me happier than any of the other listeners. Everything about that was horseshit, other than the Gain family really did buy a farm known as the John Greenfield place. I wish it was true. I wish it was known as Double Dicks, Two Cock and Balls. There was a bunch of two-headed roosters. That'd be fucking amazing. Okay. At a time when property ownership was almost entirely in the hands of men, land records show that the Plainfield farm was purchased by and deeded to not George, but Augusta Gain. Why they moved again is unclear, but probably because the land was cheaper in Plainfield, they were able to get more of it. Maybe they were able to get one of the nicer homes in the area. They did get a pretty nice house, maybe just to get further away from sinners. The family of four moved into a trim two-story L-shaped white frame building with a parlor, kitchen, a pair of bedrooms on the first floor, 5 more rooms upstairs. The outbuildings included a fair-sized barn, chicken coop, where John stored all those two-headed roosters I made up earlier, an equipment shack. There was also a shed-like summer kitchen that had been built onto one end of the house with a connecting door opening into the regular kitchen. A summer kitchen. I'd never heard of that before. I'd look into it. At its most basic level, a summer kitchen physically just separates hot kitchen activities from the rest of a home during the warm summer months. It's a great way to survive the summer before the invention of modern air conditioning. Summer kitchens also reduce the risk of house fires and provide a private place for parents to teach their kids to both construct and wear masks made out of human skin. 2 of those last 3 statements about summer kitchens are true. You decide which 2 to believe. In addition to being a nice home, Augusta also liked that it was, isolated. The farm was actually situated 6 miles west of Plainfield, a significant distance in the days of dirt roads and wagon travel. Their nearest neighbors were the Johnson family, whose farmhouse was located a little less than a quarter mile down the road. During the fall of 1914, little Eddie began attending the Rocha grade school, a tiny one-room building with a dozen students. Later, Rocha Cree merged with another country school, the White School, and it was there that Eddie Gein completed his formal education at age 16 after graduating from the 8th grade. I guess maybe not a quick learner. 16, 8th grade, that doesn't sound great. He was a capable of unexceptional student who managed well enough in all his subjects. Years later, when he was captured, his IQ would be tested and reported as average, kind of low average. I keep wanting to take an IQ test out of curiosity, but honestly, a little worried about the results. I don't know if any good can come from it. What if I took it and the results came back way below average? Is that a terrible day or is that a great day? Do you feel terrible now that you know for sure that most of the world is smarter than you? Or do you feel great that you've been able to make your own way in life despite being a moron? Well, Eddie did okay in school. Didn't have much of a social life, though, and Augusta was to blame for that. Little Eddie would come home and tell his mom about some new friend he made, and she would immediately just raise objection. The boy's family had a bad reputation. There were dark rumors about the father's past. The mom had questionable virtue. Augusta wouldn't have some son of hers associating with dirtbags like that. How could Eddie behave in such a way? She'd scream at him. Was she raising a fool? So Eddie became a bit of a loner. He also got labeled as a bit of a weirdo as well. Classmates would later recall that he was much more effeminate than the other boys, laughed at odd times, kind of in his own little world. Of course he was. Creeped girls out with the way he just intently, quietly stare at them. Now that's strange to me. I thought girls liked to be quietly stared at. So I don't know if I'm right or wrong, I guess. I tell my son Kyler that if he likes some girl at school, just quietly stare at her. Don't talk to her. Just stare at her. Just very, like a lot, often. And intensely for long periods of time. If she notices you staring, then smile, and just keep staring. Now, when she tells him, or if she tells him to look away, don't look away. Part of the game. Just lick your lips like you're a hungry dog, and just keep staring. And then later, when she is doing something else, I told Kyler he should sneak up behind her and just quietly sniff her hair. God, girls love it. You sneak up behind them and quietly sniff their hair. Don't touch them. Don't touch them. Just gently sniff their hair. And just whisper something fun like, "Oh, that's nice. So pure. So clean. So pure."
No, we don't like being quietly.
Bad advice. I don't know. Live and learn. I guess I'm suck. Live and learn. Anyway, young Dean always had a little grin on his face.
Oh my god.
He cried easily. Couldn't take a joke. He occasionally teased, like, all kids
Oh,
are
fucking Dan giving bad fucking advice. What if someone did believe him for 5 goddamn seconds?
The world was a cruel, wicked place. Full of wicked people.
Yeah, no, yeah. Women love being stared at for no reason. Gosh dang, I cannot believe that those girls were not swooning over little old Ed Gein.
Then he would just get drunk and yell for some shit.
Gosh dang.
Shit cake. The Geins were also
If I know anything, it's mostly girls love it when you just stare at them quietly or are sniff creepily. I think women sniffed my hair when I was younger.
Do his share of the work. By the time Eddie stopped going to school after the 8th grade, he was cut off from all social contact.
Is that weird?
Life in town.
Like I've had my hair sniffed by women, by older women.
Two highly dysfunctional parents. Eddie, not emotionally.
Is that weird?
Retreated further into a private world of fantasy, which is we will find out.
I don't know, like
not good
an adult male, yes, very weird. I can say that without that. But like an older woman, where she has a few kids, and she's like, your hair looks so great. Let me just make sure.
Newspaper photos and magazine illustrations. She knew that.
Just what I thought.
With their short skirts and their powder,
nice hair, and you smell lovely. And I'm like, thank you.
The women of Plainfield,
but I never I don't get that. Like,
so she'd read to them
what's up with that?
On a regular basis.
Because older women love sniffing kids' hair. I'm not kidding. It is a thing.
She would just read to them from
and I don't understand it.
Fun moms like to do. She'd read stuff such as chapter 10, verses 3 and 4. And the angel carried me away in the spirit into a wilderness where I
and then you have drunken Elma, just like, I'm fucking done with this shit. And then, pow, right in your face.
Purple and scarred and adorned with gold and precious stones.
Fucking, she's just standing there just being like, fucking intense.
And the impurities of her sexual immorality.
And then,
good times on the farms of mom, huh? Nothing like a little fire and brimstone. We'll talk about sin, turn his house, into a warm, cozy home. Warmed up by the very fires of hell and eternal damnation. She'd also committed some of Proverbs chapter 5 to memory. This is, I guess, one of her favorite things to recite. She'd say this: the lips of a strange woman drop honey, and her mouth is smoother than oil. But her latter end is bitter as wormwood, sharp as a two-edged sword. Now, therefore, my sons, hearken unto
people
me.
Start shit in bars, you fucking fight them back.
Remove thy way far from her, and come not near the door of her house. For why shouldest thou, my
I love
son,
that
be
intense,
with a strange woman,
that intense stare she got.
Bosom of a stranger? What, my son? And
You
what,
really
O
look
son of my
nice.
womb,
And I can-
and what, O son of my
I don't
bow,
know.
give not thy strength
And
unto
then
women,
also, I
nor
forgot
thy
the
ways to that
got the
which
blush on her
destroyeth kings.
lips. Yeah, like that.
Not sure which Bible she used for that. It's not
Or
the King James version.
The
That message softened up a
the
lot.
red that is
But
normally
it does
on
still
lips.
say that adulteresses still lead men to death and ruin.
Oh my god,
I say, sounds like a fun way to go out. Sounds
I was a
sexy.
bouncer
Well, anyway,
in
wanna have
nightclubs.
some,
Damn.
good times before you go. Hey, Lucifina. I mean, be gone.
Hell
Lucifina or
yeah.
something. You and your
Yeah,
sexy
that must have been a
temptation.
pain in the
Yeah,
ass.
God, this sucks, damn it. Anyways, Augusta, obviously a serious Debbie Downer. So not fun at all. I don't know how you ever learn to date with a mom like that, where just all women are whores and harlots. After the Proverbs prayer, Augusta would reach down and take each of her sons.
By the way, thank
by
you,
the
Nick's
hand.
Husky.
She would make
By the
them
way, if
swear
nobody
to her
knows,
they would
Nick's
keep
Husky is
themselves
a lovely,
uncontaminated by women.
smaller
Their lust
streamer.
became
He
too
is
pressing to
amazing
resist.
and
She would
stupendous.
say,
If you
"Even
want
the
to
sin of Onan
enjoy
was preferable to
fun,
violence,
exciting, and
fornication."
different games,
There's been a lot
go
of
check
debate
him
over
out
what sin of
sometime.
Onan is,
He's got a great personality and a
but lot of Protestant
wonderful
Christians, have
sense of
interpreted
humor.
it as masturbation. Some have interpreted it as pulling out, the old coitus interruptus, contraceptive technique as well. In this context, seems like Mommy Dearest is just telling her son she would rather have them jerk off, even though that is gross to her, than to have them, shacking up and
So,
defiling themselves.
can't wait
some
to
low
see
girl.
more
Again,
of his
what a
streams.
lady. What a lady. Telling her filthy pig sons she'd rather have them disgrace themselves by tugging their little shame cocks than by sticking it to some town whore. Why you say shame cock in these suck? What's a big deal?
It's mostly me yelling at games. Yes, also, Chikatilo definitely did have a shame cock.
This sucks sweet bedtime story for Chikatilo. Think about the childhood environment. For you, man.
But
again,
yes, you do yell
it
at
does remind me of
yell at
hometown.
games.
It reminds me of
I
because
can't
grew
wait
up,
till I
with
yell
around
at games
Idaho.
as well.
They weren't just living in a tiny Idaho town. but they were,
Gloomhaven, I
like,
yell at.
alone, just isolated. Like some
Soft
farm or
Shamecock.
ranch outside of this tiny little town of 500 people.
That's what Chikatilo
I've
had.
never seen one kid. I only
It was
saw him
a
2
soft
times.
Shamecock,
One was at a
which
sleepover, and he was
people
the one kid who, of course, got picked up,
suspect is the reason why he
by
was a
his-
fucking
by his
murderer.
mom because he couldn't take
Is
the horrible
because he
things we were talking
couldn't.
about.
He was impotent,
We were
as
talking
they
about something
say.
naughty, and it just disgusted him that the sin that was happening, and he had to be picked up by his mommy and driven home, which of course made all of us hate him forever.
But a bouncer?
Yeah, these kids no
Yelling
internet,
at
no TV,
games is
not even
fun.
radio.
Yes,
And, same thing with
yelling
games,
at
man.
games
Just,
is
they
fun.
had nothing back then. No internet,
She
no TV,
knows.
no radio. Just brother, mom, and dad.
But a
lot about
bouncer,
the
I
same.
mean,
Sounds like
I
hell.
have
Sounds
not
like
met
hell on earth.
any
kid that deals with this kinda
bouncer.
shit, Henry apparently struggled a
Yeah,
bit more against
limp dick
Augusta's
syndrome.
and
It
on a
is
few occasions
actually a
during late
thing
adolescence.
of
He
impotence.
actually made,
Is a
some
thing,
attempts to socialize
and
with girls that were, of course, doomed by
he
mama.
definitely had
He
it,
did
and
have a
that's
few,
why
like,
he
buddy
killed a lot of
potential
women.
romances at least.
Is because he
Lineages that
blamed
was no
women
match
for
for
his
others.
impudent
Finally, he
shamecock.
bachelorhood, condition that was,
He also had a
very
kid,
characteristic of
which
Augusta's
is
male relations.
weird.
Several of her brothers never took wives, never dated.
Well, now you have.
Augusta's 2
I've
sons
known you
would
for
remain
so long, and
forever,
you've never told me you
unattached.
were once a
Found no other
bouncer.
woman but their mother
I don't know, like,
as
that
long
kind
as
of
they lived. That
explains
is so fucking sad.
a little bit,
Between 1940
but not
and
that
1940,
much.
Not a lot happened in Ed Gein's
You know
life.
what I mean?
Worked
Like,
on
it
farms,
explains some
stayed
of
at,
your
home
personality.
all the time. Got lectured a lot on sinfulness. Listened to his dad yell
But
about
not-
this or that.
not
watched his
really?
dad get drunk and try to beat his mom.
Yeah, I don't
Sold
like
enough
it.
crops
I
to
don't like
survive,
that.
Now thrive. In over 25
Don't-
years, they
don't
didn't
overdo
ever make
it.
enough
It's
money to
fine.
add a single
It's
renovation
fine.
to their home.
Move
Paint's
on.
peeling now, the wood's looking rough. And then on April Fool's Day, April 1st, 1940, Ed pulled a
What
joke
the-
on his mom by wearing his brother's face for a skin mask. Ha ha, Mom, look, it's me and Henry on the same face. April Fools. I'm not really Ed. I'm Henry. Get it? This is his face. I killed him for the joke. No. On April 1st, George Gein, the father, died of heart failure caused by his alcoholism. Nice obituary was written up for him in the local paper. Then life went on. Ed is now 33. Henry is 38. Still live at home with mama. Still no plans to ever leave the nest. Deadbeat, drunken dad dies, and life is no better. You know, I get living at home to save money in your 30s if the plan is to leave soon, or if you're taking care of like a sick family member, or if you're sick, and being taken care of by a family member. But if you just never left the nest, and you're living, there with like a sibling or siblings who've also never left the nest, that is fucking creepy. That's creepy with a capital F. Get out. Make your own way. For God's sake, get one shot down here on Earth. Now you're
Haven.
going to use it. living with
I'm
mommy
not
and
trying to
daddy,
tell
some
you
weird
tell you that you're wrong,
Ugh.
but you're wrong.
Henry and Ed are
You
physically in their
have
30s,
just
clearly emotionally around like 10 or
gone
11.
from
Now, they don't
bouncer
even date. They do
to
start hanging out in
bouncer.
town. Ed and Henry pick up the
But
occasional
you
odd
are
job.
protecting
Dad dies, help with
someone
some
very
gardening here,
different.
help patch a roof or install a new window there.
Like, you're like,
Painting,
get the
repairing fences.
fuck out of here.
For a brief time, Ed and Henry
Or you're
opened up a
like,
little
get
rub
the
and tug
fuck
massage
out of
parlor.
here.
It never really took off.
Now
Kinda
you're a
typical practice.
bodyguard. You've turned from
1942, Ed
you've
is called by
turned
Uncle
from
Sam to sign
bouncer
up for
to
World War II,
bodyguard,
even though he's
which
36 years old.
I gotta
Ed
say,
travels to Milwaukee,
I
130
would
miles
say
away,
in
doesn't
some
pass
regards
got a small
might be an
stroke in his left
upgrade.
eyelid, which causes his eyelid to slightly sag.
But I don't think you get
During
any
his
days off
bid,
though.
that was enough to make
So,
him ineligible
you
to
know.
go to war. He returned home, and the next time he'd venture that far from home would be when he was finally arrested for murder, another crime. Oh, and I should mention that Ed and Henry never opened a rub and tug massage parlor. He was never giving happy endings, never giving hand jobs to freshly
Which one is
massaged
9?
farmhand. That's nonsense. But not actually as creepy as what he would get up to. Not even close. And then on May 16th, 1944, Ed may have committed his first murder. That day, he and his brother Henry were battling a little marsh fire on the property, just burning some grass. You know,
Nope, no days
part of the
off
farming
in
process,
10
totally normal
years.
thing to do,
Damn.
and then after putting out the
Any
fire,
any
Ed claims he couldn't find Henry, and he went to town to
any
look for his brother. That night, Ed leads,
raises?
local deputy
Any
sheriff Frank
monetary
Engel
raises,
directly
you
to
know?
Henry's
This
boss
seems
about
like a
his supposed
full-time
murder
job, you
his
know?
brother couldn't find. You know, very odd. Henry was laying face down over a patch of burned grass. There was no
More
burn
than
marks
40
on him
hours
at
a
all.
week.
He also had some unusual bruising on his forehead. Maybe Ed accidentally killed his brother because he thought Henry was some kind of trespasser. Maybe he couldn't see right. Maybe he just mistook him, you know? Maybe he never went to an optometrist because he lived in a desolate shithole. They didn't have, proper doctors. If only he had access to today's sponsor. Today's Time Suck is brought to you by Simple Contacts. You guys know how busy I am doing this suck. It's hard to find time to even go to the doctor. Now my vision's getting a little fuzzy because I spend way too much time, way too many hours in front of a computer screen. So I have to tell you guys about my newest time-saving trick. I got my contact lenses prescription. I got it from the Suck Dungeon just the other day in under 5 minutes using an awesome new app called Simple Contacts. Simple Contacts lets you renew your prescription and reorder your brand of lenses from anywhere in minutes through an online self-guided vision test even I was not too dumb to take. Every test is designed and reviewed by real doctors. So they're literally bringing the doctor's office to your home. Better yet, the contact lens prices are
Nope,
unbeatable.
costs
Vision test
more
for $20,
now than when I
shipping is free.
started. Damn.
Hail Nimrod. Just remember, this isn't a replacement for your periodic place for him to die of the smoke. Did they have some kind of fight?
Damn.
Cain and Abel type shit? Although he still also lived at home, Henry did find Eddie's relationship with their mom to be unnatural. Even Henry thought it was odd. And this is a guy who's almost 40 living at home with mama. Even he thinks it's weird how strange the relationship is between his brother and mama. Did they argue about sweet Augusta? No one will ever know. Shortly after Henry's death, no doubt brought on by grief, Augusta suffered a stroke and spent some time in a local hospital. Eddie was at her side every day for as many visiting hours as was allowed. He was discharged eventually into his care, took care of his mom at home, nursed her back to health. He was actually exhilarated by the chance to prove his worth to mama. By mid-1945, Augusta had regained enough of her health to get around on her own, which wasn't good for her health because it enabled her to get back out into the world and see some more sinning and get so stressed out that she had another stroke, and then this one killed her. She wanted to go with Eddie to a neighbor and buy some straw to use as fodder for feeding some cattle. And apparently, as Eddie would later recount, we just have only his word for this story, when they arrived at the neighbor's home, some dude with the last name of Smith, this guy is beating a puppy to death in front of the house. Seriously, like to death. That's not even one of my outrageous shock value side roads. Eddie claimed that he and Ma showed up, and then their Smith literally beating a puppy with a stick. And then some woman, leaving with Smith, runs out, starts screaming wildly for him to stop. And this woman was living with Smith, but they weren't married. And Augusta became so distressed, not by the sight of an actual puppy being beaten to death in front of her. She is so distressed by the sight of carnal sin in front of her, represented by the sight of this woman living out of wedlock with her neighbor. She called this woman Smith's harlot. And she spent the next week ranting and raving about hell and damnation. Smith and his harlot were earning themselves a trip to hell, last forever, and then she has a stroke and dies. shit you not. She dies at the hospital at the age of 67 on December 29th, 1945. How fucking crazy is that? You witness some poor little puppy being beaten to death with a stick, and what outrages you is that the woman begging the man not to kill the puppy is having sex with that man out of wedlock. Side note, you beat a puppy to death with a stick, you are the worst. Truly a disgusting human being. Do it as a kid, maybe there's hope for you. Do it as an adult, a puppy? Not sure you're capable of sliding back into the good person, human category. Unless, of course, you're stomping Cocker Spaniels to appease Nimrod. Hail Nimrod! Nimrod demands what he demands, and we are only left to obey his will. Who are we to question Nimrod's Cocker Spaniel puppy stomping wisdom? Anyway, Augusta was given an obituary in the Plainfield Sun. A real sad one. Mrs. Augusta Gein died at the Wild Rose Hospital on December 29th of cerebral brain hemorrhage.
Damn, isn't it sad whenever you you think you're getting an upgrade?
She is survived
It's just another cost in life.
Farm southwest of here, and it's creepy as shit. I added the creepy shit. Wow. Guess there must have been a lot happening that week in Plainfield for them to give her such a tiny obituary. You know, they just didn't have room to write anything else. You know, with all the weather stuff and weather related stuff going on, they had to talk about that week. Picture Ed. Hey, how come my mom didn't get a bigger write up? Well, Ed, we had a real busy week here in Plainfield. It snowed on Tuesday, supposed to be 4 inches, but we got closer to 5. So that took up a lot of the paper right there. And, well, there was an incident at the Schoenheit ranch. What incident? Well, you probably didn't hear about it with your grieving and all, but they had a heifer damn near get loose. It almost knocked a fence post out of old Blaine McAllister, his ranch, his fence post, almost
gets more expensive every year. Oh, yeah.
He got some kind of cramp in his leg, and he thought he had a stroke. Oh, that's terrible. Did he have a stroke? No, he didn't. He didn't have a stroke. He was just dehydrated. Turns out, but he could have. And you know that. I mean, that story alone took almost both whole pages of our paper. The obituary was painfully short for someone who lived in that tiny area damn near her whole life. In contrast, check out George's obituary.
Well, you know what?
Before, also
you're a good mom.
In the Plainfield Sun.
You're a good mom, Haven.
George Gein, 66, was born on August 4th, 1873, and passed away on April 1st, 1940. His mother and father and little sister preceded him in death. They were gone to town, and he was staying home because of the high water as it was raising in the Mississippi River. The father, mother, and sister never returned, leaving him an orphan boy. This flood occurred in Vernon County a good many years ago. He lived in La Crosse until 1914, then going to Plainfield, where he has since resided. He is survived by his wife and 2 sons, Henry and Edward. He has suffered considerably for the past 3 years, but his sufferings were eased by his faith in God. He was a good husband and father and will be missed by all who knew him. A lot of nice things to say about George, who couldn't have been that well liked, right? He was a fucking angry, drunk loner.
Yeah.
But compared to Augusta, much more well liked. Clearly, the old self-righteous battle axe was not a welcomed member of the community.
Yeah.
Now Eddie Gein, who has spent his entire life under his mother's watchful, judgmental eye, is alone, a man-child, strange mama's boy, left utterly by himself. And shit starts to get real weird at the old Gein homestead. Outwardly, to the community, Ed Gein doesn't change much after his mother's death. He's still a bit awkward, still shy, but he's also still willing to help a neighbor split some firewood, bale some hay, fix whatever anyone's asking him to fix. He's there to help fix a broken-down car. Does a fair amount of babysitting, which looking back is super creepy. Clearly, though, if locals were letting Eddie babysit their kids, they had no idea at all what was really going on within a home. Ed's hygiene did take a noticeable dip after Mama's passing. He was never a looker, never a ladies' man, but he was at least clean-shaven when Mama was alive. At least didn't stink. Shopkeepers would later state that he stopped shaving regularly and that he smelled like he could definitely use a bath. After Mama's passing, the local barber, James Severns, regarded Eddie with disdain, later describing him, after his mother's passing, as a filthy thing. The few people who stopped by at the farm noticed things had gotten even more dilapidated there. While Augusta never had money to fix up the place, she at least kept it clean. Now that she was gone, Eddie stopped doing pretty much anything at all to make it look nice. Just imagine like a 12-year-old boy just left alone to run a house. Imagine what that would look like after a couple years. He stopped doing pretty much anything at all to make it look good. Stopped mowing the lawn, stopped farming land, just stopped putting anything away inside the house. Stopped putting food away. Equipment, sits out in the yard and rusts. Fucking kitchen stinks. Eddie supported himself by leasing some of the land of his families to neighboring farmers, doing a little odd job here and there around town and collecting some government assistance. And when harvest time came, he'd pick up a little extra work that way as well. And apparently, not everyone looked down on him in that regard. Local named Floyd Reed later would describe him as the most dependable person in the county when it came to doing some farm work. That he was hardworking, quiet, never cursed, never spoke out of turn, and was well-mannered. Other workers, though, did think he was odd. He was described by others as girlish and squeamish, didn't like hunting, which was atypical for men of the area at that time. Said he didn't like the sight of blood, which is hard to believe considering what he started getting up to at home. Couldn't stand to see an animal dressed out, which is also hard to believe considering what he'd be doing at home. He was reading a lot about violence at home. Got real into true crime magazines after Mama passed. Remember how the Iceman, Richard Kuklinski, time suck topic for episode 51, was also into those crime mags? Well, not only did Eddie start reading these, he issues of magazines called Inside Crime and Startling Detective. He also started talking a lot about their tales of lust and murder to whoever would listen, and it creeped people out enough to have them recall this fascination of his when he get caught, a couple years later. After his mother's passing, Keen began to leave home a bit to socialize for the first time in his life. He became a regular at Mary Hogan's cabin.
Hope the heat's working for you right now.
Blink and you will miss the community of Pine Grove. Doesn't even have a Wikipedia page, unincorporated. He wasn't interested in the beer, but he was very interested in the middle-aged German lady who ran the place, Mary Hogan. She was a stocky, formidable woman who reminded Ed of his mama. She was also very different than Augusta. She would have never been caught dead in a bar. She was rumored to have a shady past. She was twice divorced, rumored to have run a brothel in Chicago years before where she supposedly had mob connections. And then when he's not at Mary's Tavern, Eddie's home alone, beginning to obsess over some very peculiar fantasies. He becomes fascinated with the World War II veteran he's read about who had traveled to Denmark to have a sex reassignment surgery. Eddie fantasized about what he'd look like as a woman. He'd been fantasizing about that since he was a small child, but never was able to indulge those fantasies. He also never even knew exactly what a vagina looked like when Mom was around. Dude in his 30s has no idea what a vagina looks like. Now he's able to buy essentially some very soft porn in the form of these.
It's on a timer, so we'll be a little bit before it comes on.
He also
damn it!
becomes obsessed with
If only it could be war. You must be snuggly buglies and ruglies.
Putting out the obituary section of local papers and saving the cuttings. He reads pulp tales of cannibalism, any kind of murder he can find. Searches the paper for tales of car accidents and for tragedy. He has few visitors and feels increasingly alone in the world. He starts to become a little mentally unhinged. Starts hearing voices around the farm from time to time. Starts to feel like he's being watched here and there. His mind is playing tricks on him. Misses Mama terribly. Nothing has seemed totally real since she's passed. And then on December 8th, 1954, that tavern owner, Mary Hogan, disappears. A local farmer named Seymour Lester walks into the tavern that afternoon, is immediately struck by the eerie silence. He notices a pool of blood on the floor and rushes off to the closest farm where he recalls Villis Waterman, the sheriff of Pine Grove. And Villis and the sheriff of Stevens Point both arrive and find a spent .32 caliber cartridge on the floor next to some blood. The patch of the blood has been streaked as if a body has been dragged through it. A blood trail leads to the parking lot where it stops abruptly as if the body has been dragged to the car and then driven away. The state crime lab in Madison is contacted. They come and dust the tavern crime scene for fingerprints and other clues. An alert is transmitted to Chicago police, where Hogan used to live. Nothing generates any leads, and a year goes by with no developments in the case. On December 8th, 1955, the one-year anniversary of Mary's disappearance, the front page of the Plainfield Sun reads, "What happened to Mary Hogan?" The paper runs the same headline a year later in 1956, and the 1956 column in the paper reads, "After 2 full years, complete mystery surrounds the disappearance of Mary Hogan, who apparently was shot and dragged from her town of Pine Grove Tavern on December 8th, 1954. Nothing, absolutely nothing has come to light, and the questions concerning the whereabouts of Mary Hogan's body are as unknown today as they were on that bleak December day when a neighbor stepped into the tavern to find a strangely silent building and a pool of blood splashed on the floor. Following the disappearance of Mary Hogan, a series of crimes took place in the Almond area, some miles to the east, but along the same highway. Other crimes were committed at Wild Rose and at Plainfield. Some of these crimes were partly solved by the confessions of a town of an Almond man. But insofar as the Mary Hogan case is concerned, it is still a complete and deep dark mystery. Speculation is still rife about what happened to her, and people still talk about Mary Hogan. Was it something out of her past that caught up with her? Or was it just plain local hoodlums who perpetrated the crime? Was the body of Mary Hogan taken away and cremated somewhere, as people surmise? Or does the body of Mary Hogan lie rotting in some lonely town of Pine Grove or some nearby area grave? The authorities don't know. No one knows. That is, except the murderers themselves. Dun, dun, dun. What happened to Mary? Well, turns out she would not be rotten in the ground anywhere. It was much, much more disgusting than that. Some locals Eddie worked for at a farmhand as a farmhand on little odd jobs knew he liked Mary, knew he liked to visit her at the tavern, and a variety of locals would later recall him saying some creepy shit when they'd ask Eddie about her. He would say, "She's at the farm right now." And he'd grin his odd, crooked little grin. "I went and get her in my pickup and took her home." Pretty ballsy, or pretty insane, considering he did actually pick her up and take her home. Weird rumors began to circulate about who was at Eddie's home around that time as well. Various local kids who stopped by to visit would later claim that Eddie had some preserved human heads at the house. They assumed they were fake, some kind of Halloween getup. Some said the heads were shrunken. Others said they were full size. And like with Mary's disappearance, when local adults would ask about him, he'd admit it. He'd say, "Oh yeah, I keep him in the bedroom," just shit like that. But he was just so strange and odd. People just thought he was joking. So the Gein home began to gather a reputation amongst locals. As
Yeah, isn't that funny?
And then on November 16, 1957,
people are like, "No, he's just weird. He's just weird, guys. He's just weird. He just says weird stuff all the time. This is just another one of Eddie's silly games and stuff like that." She's at the barn right now. I got the truck and I'd get her. It's like, oh, Ed, you're such a card. It's like, no, he fucking did it.
Store owner and widow Bernice Warden disappeared. She was last.
How to Get Away with Murder? Just being weird.
Frank heard from another local that he'd seen Bernice's truck leave town that morning and that she hadn't returned since, but that she'd left the lights on in the store. He was instantly concerned. And then he checked the store and found a similar scene to the one at Mary Hogan's tavern. Right, a pool of blood on the floor, trail of blood, like a body's been dragged through it that led to the back door where it abruptly stopped after, a few feet outside.
It's not a bad
and then
excuse.
Out to a vehicle and driven away. Again, just like Mary. So Frank called the police, and as soon as they arrived, he blamed
just be fucking weird,
saying he's done something to her. And he explained to the police that Ed had been creeping out his mom recently, hanging around the store a lot, asking her to go roller skating with him or to go dancing, go watch a movie. The day before, just weird stuff. When Ed had come by, he'd asked Frank if Frank was going to go hunting today, and Frank told him he was. Now he realized that Ed was trying to figure out if Bernice would be alone, and he was right. Bernice's last sales transaction was also still laying on the counter, and it was a receipt for some antifreeze sold to one Ed Gein. The local authorities immediately want to find Ed, and question him, and he makes their job incredibly easy. He just shows up at the crime scene right after Frank gets there. Before they even had to take off to find him. Some child of one of Eddie's neighbors heard about the Bernice disappearance, heard there was a bunch of cop cars in town, there's a big fuss going on, and he wanted to come into town and check it out, find out what the uproar was about. And Ed happened to be having dinner at that farm neighbor's house. They were just, doing a kindness for him, letting him have dinner with him. And when the kid asked, he wants to go into town, Ed offers to drive him in. And when he gets there, he is immediately taken in for questions. And then some other investigators take off to search his house and his property for the body of Bernice. And what they find inside Ed Gein's home is truly some super scary stuff.
Super scary stuff.
Okay. If you have kids and let them listen to the show, I love it. I let mine listen to select episodes. And you're letting them listen to this episode, you may want to let them tap out for this segment. This segment is the stuff of nightmares. It is truly horrific and utterly disturbing, even by Time Suck standards. Ed Gein's home was a preposterous house of horrors, like something out of an over-the-top B-horror movie. In addition to the movie Psycho being based on / inspired by the life and crimes of Ed Gein, the movie The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, also inspired partly by Gein, particularly the character of Leatherface, wears a mask of human skin. Character of Buffalo Bill in Silence of the Lambs, partially based on Gein. That whole "would you fuck me" I'd fuck me. You know that guy? The one dancing in front of the mirror with his wiener tucked between his legs, the one who wanted to create a woman suit out of human skin. Well, investigators, they first walked into the door in that home. They found that the only door that was unlocked was the one leading to that summer kitchen. You know, it was dark outside now. And when they panned their flashlights around, they found Bernice's body, but it took them a second to recognize it was her. Her head had been cut off, and her body had been hung upside down and dressed like a deer carcass, right? Just like fucking skinned. Can you imagine walking in and seeing that shit? These were not hardened Brooklyn detectives. They'd probably seen, the worst they'd probably seen before this was like a car accident. Well, the first detective who saw, what remained of Bernice immediately runs back outside, throws up in the snow. And they had just begun to uncover the outlandish horrors of Ed Gein's home. A crude wooden crossbar had been sharpened to a point at both ends, had been shoved through the tendons of Bernice's ankles. Her arms had been tied to her sides. Wooden cross hooked to a ceiling crossbeam, and then she was just hung up, like that from the ceiling. More investigators arrived, and the men began searching the rest of the house by flashlight, and kerosene lamp. One of the officers first notices an odd-looking soup bowl on the kitchen table, and it was an odd soup bowl. It was a sawed-off, boiled clean top of a human skull. Turns out it was one of several skull caps scattered around Gein's house. There was also several other complete skulls in the home. A pair of human skulls had been stuck onto Eddie's bedposts. Noticing an odd-looking kitchen chair, one of the detectives realized that the woven cane seat had been taken out and been replaced with strips of human skin. It was one of 4 skin chairs to be found in Eddie's house. Detectives also found lampshades, bracelets, a wastebasket, the sheath of a hunting knife, and even a tom-tom made out of human skin. Fucking tom-tom, a human skin drum. A portable generator was brought in to light up the place and light up this death house with some floodlights, give it a proper inspection. They find a belt made out of women's nipples.
Ugh.
Yep. And a shade pole fashioned out of a pair of a woman's lips. Holy fuck. They find a belt made out of human nipples. At one point during the search, Alan...
I love that people come in at the best times of Time Suck. This is the best part.
Of female
God.
Inside. That was how it was described when I read. A sizable collection. There were 9 different vulvas. Most... Makes me want to throw up.
This is Ed Gein.
I put this together. I already know what's coming, and I still want to throw up. They found 9 different vulvas. Oh, most of them are
fucking
old, dried,
psychopath.
Daubed with silver paint, trimmed with red.
Sorry about this, Bound. Hope you're doing well, by the way, Bound.
The fresh one, they noticed had been sprinkled with.
Hope you're doing well. Hope everything's going well. Hope you're not too scared of it. Thank you so much for coming in. By the way, everybody, if you don't know, Bound's an amazing streamer. Check him out. Amazing streamer. Check him out. Only. Am I the trash man? Oh no. Hello. Oh man, it didn't play on my end. I don't know why.
With salt? I'm guessing that person threw up too. Hopefully he did. What if he did? What if he didn't throw up? What if you opened a shoebox full of vulvas and you got a boner? That'd be bad. That'd be bad for your mental health. Like, you are fucked up for life. You open a shoebox of vulvas and immediately hard as a rock. Another box contained 4 human noses. The old nose box. Hey, put that nose box on the shelf over there next to the vulva box. There was a Quaker Oats box filled with chunks of human scalp. He kept everything. Waste not, want not, I guess. Probably some advice Mama gave him. The nose box was strangely labeled Bojangles Good Boy Treats. Oh, no, Bojangles. Eating noses with Eddie Gein? What the fuck? Bad dog. Bad dog. We can't have our one-eyed, 3-legged pit bull mascot of the suck showing up in some nasty-ass episodes, eating some noses. Oh, this is also terribly creepy. Super messed up. Remove a bunch of vulvas from women's bodies. Way creepier to keep them in a somewhat organized fashion. You know that he debated what kind of box he should use for the vulvas. I was thinking about a cereal box, but it's cool, cozy, and not smelling like Ed Gein, as backwoods skin masks can look. Or of the skin.
Yeah. Also, he had skin mask and everything else. I'm doing great. I'm doing wonderful. I'm so sorry that you had to that's what you came into was literally Ed Gein's murder fucking house. Is fucking horrifying. Let's see, sounds.
I'm the trash man. I come out, I throw trash all over the ring, and then I start eating garbage.
Yeah. Just wanted to make sure that it was playing. I don't know why it didn't play for him. No, it's just that it's in the worst spot. I'm doing good so far. I have sketched out a bunch of this. I'm putting it all together. I really love this. Like, just slowly sketching it all out. And this is all of the tavern fight. She gets smashed in the fucking face. And then she's like, calm down, everybody. And then they go in and try to fight her. And she's like, nope, not having it. People coming at her, and she's like, oh, well, bam, bam, bam. Tigriner art. I made it. Yes, you did, Tigriner art. How are you today? Hope everything's going well. So sorry about this.
In masks had been stuffed with paper and mounted on the wall of Eddie's bedroom like hunting trophies. I like to listen to the sounds of waves crashing or yoga-type kind of spa music to help me fall asleep. Maybe the steady hum of an air conditioner, the drone of a fan. Ed apparently preferred a couple of skin masks mounted on the wall. And one of these masks, one crumpled up and placed in a bag, was the facial skin of former tavern owner Mary Hogan. Mystery solved. Mary has been found. She's no longer missing. She was hiding this whole time in a burlap sack at Ed's house. Another mystery was soon solved.
Yeah,
what
Ed
happened to
Gein.
Bernice Warden's head? It was found in a garbage sack on the floor of the summer kitchen. Other than being removed from her torso, her face was undamaged. Except for a 10-penny nail sticking out of each ear, twine wrapped around the nails and tied together above her head so it could be hung like a fucking macabre Christmas ornament. All the human remains recovered thus far were contained in either Eddie's bedroom or the kitchen. The rest of the house was actually boarded up. Investigators were nervous what they might find. What did Eddie feel it was bad enough to hide if he was leaving the rest of the shit out in the open? The rest of the house was immaculate. Looks like no one had set foot in there for years. Basically looked like as if, after Mama dies, Eddie just boards up nearly the entire home and just left it as she had left it. And then set up his little weird death factory in the bedroom and summer kitchen. How fucked up was this guy? Mama wouldn't like the mess left in the kitchen. Mama wouldn't approve of the carnage, so I felt it proper to remove myself in my twisted ways from the rest of the home. Mama didn't care for most women. I don't think she'd be too terribly upset with me.
Good job. Good job. I do love that sound clip of good job. This looks awesome. Thank you. I know it's sketchy and stuff like that, and people probably don't know what the fuck is happening in the sketch, but I'm literally just trying to sketch it all out. Once it gets sketched all out, and then I'll fucking actually put faces and stuff like that. This is what I'm kind of going for the rest of the comic, is the detail that you get in this. That I get in my faces, the detail that I really get into my faces. Try to get that with the rest of the comic.
The hardware store lady hung like a deer in the summer kitchen. Mama, she don't want to see that.
So, yeah. Thank you so much for coming in. How's everything been? Have you been streaming? Let's see.
Would your mama want to see you wear
Let us see. Let us see.
I felt it best to reduce my
Oh yeah, you did stream. You streamed for an hour.
Shit.
And you were working on your game stuff.
Made up by me that Ed Gein's nipple belt may have actually been a Bojangles collar.
Soon
I
after
am
crime
the
scene
trash man.
went public, dark Gein jokes.
I don't know
started being
why
told
it's
all
not
across
playing
the
for
continent.
you,
Psychologists
bud.
who studied this phenomenon said it was a
I
healthy
don't
coping
understand why it's
mechanism,
not playing for you.
people's way of dealing with pure
I
evil.
don't get it.
The pure evil of Gein's crimes. And it's also what we do here on Time Suck. It's what I'm doing right now. So hey, I'm not fucked up. I'm psychologically healthy. Here are some of those old jokes that have been written down. Why did they have to keep the heat on in Ed Gein's house? So the furniture wouldn't get goosebumps.
Yeah, well, I hadn't streamed in like 5 months because of my ISP has been garbage. Yeah, you told me about that. That fucking shit sucks ass.
What did Ed Gein say to the sheriff?
Dude, you gotta fucking fix that, bro. But I know that's not on your end, so you know it's gotta get fixed eventually. But I love your art. If nobody knows, Ty Grenier art is an amazing artist that I can rarely say the name of. Great art, much better than mine, I would say. It has a way different skill than I do. I don't think that, not putting myself down, he's just got a better understanding of a lot of this. I am flying on the seat of my pants at almost all times.
How they twinkled, ever so gay, and her dimples, oh, how merry were they. Her cheeks were like roses when kissed by the sun, and she let out a scream at the sight of Ed's gun. Old Ed pulled the trigger, and Mary fell dead. He took his old axe and cut off her head. He then took his hacksaw.
Well, not better. I have things I do well, but I can see already there's some good stuff I can learn from you. Oh, okay. That's it. Just shrug.
The hours were short and much work must
big.
He looked for the grave where the fattest one laid and started in digging with shovel and spade. He shoveled and shoveled and shoveled some more till finally he reached the old coffin door. He took out a crowbar and pried open the box. He was not only clever but sly as a fox. As he picked up the body and cut off her head, he could tell by the smell that the old girl was dead. He filled in the grave by the moonlight above, and once more old Ed had found a new love. He let out a yell as he drove out of sight. If I don't get caught, I'll be back tomorrow night. Wow. That takes us out of the super scary stuff.
Yeah, we're all learning artists. We're all trying to learn from each other and stuff like that.
Thanks, Gein. Unless you lived in Plainfield itself, then it wasn't so funny.
But
Plainfield had become the laughing stock of Wisconsin. The reaction there to his crimes was
that's a good thought. Maybe if
their relatives, of course, they're a little bit upset. Literally wearing their aunts, sisters, mothers. For a long time, the community experienced a sense of collective shock, and then people did their best not to talk about it. Always funny as long as it doesn't happen to you. Isn't that the way comedy works for many of us?
Just move it right here.
Until it hits on something
like right there, and then I can just get rid of this. Deselect. Get rid of this.
Actually, really quick.
Paneling is.
The song.
It's a process. Just trying to get the panels to look right and put like how the characters are supposed to look and move and stuff like that. So
no sexual interest even apparently. Okay, November 16th, 1957 though.
But I'm glad you came. I am definitely glad you guys came. I'm glad that you like the stuff.
Christmas capital of the world, locked in the county jailhouse. Trio of guards watch over him. And then at 2:30 Sheriff Art Sheely arrives and is so disturbed by what he'd seen previously at the Gein farmhouse and is so angry that Gein has not already confessed to the murder of Bernice Warden that he grabs Gein and starts slamming him into the walls of the cell, demanding that he confess. Gein will not, and then he reportedly assaults Gein further by banging his head and face into a brick wall, doing enough damage that when Gein does finally confess, his initial confession is ruled as inadmissible. Sheriff Sheely was so traumatized by Gein's crimes that when he died of heart failure at the age of 43, just 6 years later, a friend would say that Gein had killed him just as sure as he had killed Bernice. Well, Gein does finally confess to the murders of both Bernice Warden and Mary Hogan, and as much as Ed Gein, as much as he could or would confess. He remembered dragging bodies to the truck and holding a gun, but not really pulling the trigger.
it's kind of one of those kind of confessions, and it would not actually land him in prison. On November 21st, 1957, Gain is arraigned on one count of first-degree murder in Washera County Court for some strange budgetary reasoning. They decided against pursuing a pair of murder charges, and they did not pursue a charge of murder with Mary Hogan, the tavern keeper. And Gain
But
pleads not guilty by reason of insanity.
I do
He'd been
hope that
diagnosed with
everybody's having
schizophrenia.
a wonderful
guilty of
night,
murder
a
of Bernice Gordon
wonderful
on the grounds
evening,
of
a
insanity.
wonderful time so far.
Of course he did. He was
I've been
clearly
going for
batshit fucking crazy.
almost
Unable
7
to stand
hours,
trial, he was sent to a mental
so,
hospital for the criminally
you know,
insane, where he would spend
I'm
the
doing
next 11
well.
years. And during investigation after Gein
And this is about to be the
basically
end of the
answered
bar
any and all
fight,
questions about what was going on in his household.
so
He ended up telling authorities
let's try
for
to
a
finish it.
5-year period beginning in 1947.
Let's try to finish
he
it.
made as many as 40
If I
visits
don't
to
finish it,
local
I'm not
cemeteries.
going to be mad. I'm not going to be salty at myself. I'm just going to be like, okay, I guess I didn't finish it.
Then on later
7 hours,
occasions,
you're a
felt
beast.
compelled to pick up the body and take it home. He only took home,
I've seen
newly,
artists do
freshly
this
dead women,
daily, so
middle-aged
it's
or
not.
older,
I've
whose
seen some
obituaries
artists
spread
that
about
are just like,
location.
yep, this is my
As you know,
day-to-day
some
life,
women
man.
were alive. He also confessed to wearing the skin
So,
mask.
I
wearing
mean,
the torso skin suit,
take the small
wearing
victories as you
leggings
can.
made from actual leg skin. This is the scariest part of this episode to me, the creepiest part. Once he had all that on, he would also strap on one of those preserved vulvas over his penis. And then on warm nights, out under the moonlight, he would just walk around the farm in his skin suit, pretending to be a lady. Holy shit. What a picture that paints. Especially when you look at photos of this guy, this middle-aged country bumpkin-looking motherfucker. He looked more like Elmer Fudd than a drag queen. He's just walking around the farm in a skin suit. Imagine if you're some local kid who snuck out of the house and you ended up running across that. God, you would never sneak out again. You'd never be the same again. That would traumatize you. So how did it get to that point? How did Gein go, become a monster? You don't wake up, fairly mentally healthy one morning and then strap on a homemade skin suit, put a vulva over your dick before you go to bed that night. That's a progression to get there. Well, Gein would later confess that he spent a long time brooding after his mother's death in 1945. Old fire and brimstone's passing really bummed him out. Who was going to make him fearful of the world now? Who was going to tell him that he was going to go to hell? Who was going to warn him about harlot sin tunnels? Well, then a strange compulsion emerges in him to visit local cemeteries. Then after, a first, couple exploratory trips.
Yeah, I don't
initially
understand
began
how
to
they
dig
can
into
do
fresh
that.
graves.
I have
He'd
to
been
take
wondering
so
if
many
it was possible
breaks.
to become a woman
Yeah, I mean, some
since
people
before his
just
mother
do it.
died, and now he kinda wonders if
There's
he
some
basically
people
changed his
that are
sex.
like,
Maybe he
bam,
could get
bam,
Denmark
bam, bam.
over for that surgery.
I, on the other
Could be,
hand, am just
he'd
like,
do
I've been doing it
himself.
for
For a while,
4
he
hours a
actually
night
avoided the idea
sometime,
of
and then
performing.
I'm like,
Gender
I'm done,
reassigned
I'm
him to
burnt,
surgery upon
I
himself.
gotta
Yeah.
go,
He was
can't
almost
do it
insane enough to cut
anymore.
off his own dick and try to glue on a vagina or some nonsense. But once he abandoned the idea of surgery, a strange fascination with creating a weird sort of woman suit emerges. If he couldn't become a woman, he could at least dress himself up in the skin, scalp, and genitalia of a woman, right? Because, that's not the scariest fucking thing ever or anything. But the old skin he was taking out of freshly buried corpses, just wasn't good enough. Felt he needed fresher skin. And this is how he came to kill Mary Hogan, the tavern owner. If he physically resembled his mom, it would be perfect. He'd create a fresh skin and genitalia suit, and, you just become his mom. Ta-da! This was actually a plan of his. Not sure he thought of it exactly, these terms, but it's what he did try to do. His fascination with his mom is what makes it all that much, weirder. He didn't try to just become any old woman. He wasn't transgender. He wanted to become his mother. He wanted to become one woman. He wanted to physically transform into her. He was a very sick man. His crimes were not sexual. They were somehow even more perverse, though, And this need to become his mother is why one day he snuck up on Mary Hogan when no one else was at the tavern, and he just shot her in the back of the head with a .32 caliber Mauser. And several years later, he killed Bernice Warden for the same reason, in much the same fashion. She reminded him of his mom, and he wanted her skin. No big whoops. He just wanted to turn the hardware store lady into a mommy skin suit. I'm sure she'd understand if she could. The trial of Ed Gein became national news. Of course it did, especially back in the 1950s when gory details were not part of our kind of everyday internet-based lives. You didn't have time suck to listen to. People were morbidly fascinated with the highly unusual details of this case. There had never been another criminal quite like him, at least not in U.S. history. He made a fucking skin suit. He had a nipple belt. He dug up the bodies of women, killed women, looked like his mom. Gein's crimes made the cover of Life magazine. House of Horror, Sons Nation. The case also received national coverage in magazines like Time magazine.
Psychiatrists and criminal psychologists especially fascinated.
Everybody's different. Some people can, just keep going on and on.
He was the strangest manifestation of the Oedipus complex they'd ever heard of. They believed him to have a highly unique combination of violent hatred towards his mother.
I'm falling asleep in my chair, and I'm like, I don't. But I guess this is what I want to do with the rest of my life. So eventually, I am gonna have to do it. A lot of people have standing desks, which I don't know if I could do.
He was a ghoul.
My back starts fucking hurting if I stand up in a certain way all day.
He possessed a strong feminine identification, bizarre religious beliefs, a tendency to project blame for evil on some other person, a strikingly immature level of sexuality characterized by strong feelings of guilt. He was a very suggestible person who appears emotionally dull. Beneath that lies aggressiveness that may be expressed by inappropriate reactions that are followed by remorse and mild-manneredness. He is an immature person who withdraws and finds forming relationships with others difficult. He has rather rigid moral concepts which he expects others to follow. He also tried to blame his neighbors for his crimes, adamantly stating that if they just would have visited him more, he would have led a normal life. Yet no, he wouldn't. He said he would have married if only the morality of Plainfield women wasn't so terribly low. I mean, Mama really twisted his screws, didn't she? Claimed his two victims had terribly low morality. Mary Hogan had a filthy mouth and may have been involved in immoral business dealings in Chicago. Mrs. Warden was a homewrecker, and her husband's ex-wife killed herself when he left her for Bernice. Mother despised these type of women, and he felt his mom would have
Dave Greco has a nice one, yeah.
Of him killing him.
Yanni Goat, yeah.
They deserved it.
Well, I'd love a standing desk, but I'd have to have the ones that I can easily put up and down. Yes. It's just I have such a weird thing in my back that just sucks. I have a weird place in my back that just kind of sucks. I'm gonna move this up. Actually, I'm gonna delete it. There's no point in it.
He denied any feelings of angst.
There's no point in it. I'm gonna cut it.
Part of him despised and hated her. According to the psychologist and psychiatrist, she had tormented him and ruined his life. And it was just that part of him
so that I have an idea of where going.
He was somehow declared fit to stand trial. Some doctors determined that he had mentally recovered enough to take responsibility for his crimes. He was mentally able to confer with counsel and participate in his defense. So a trial began on November 7th, 1968, and it just lasted for a week. Psychiatrist testified that Gein had told him that he did not know whether the killing of Bernice Warden was intentional or accidental. Gein had told him that while he examined a gun in Warden's store, the gun went off, killing Warden. Oh, whoops. Oh, did I do that? Gein testified that after trying to load a bullet into the rifle, it discharged. He was just randomly putting a bullet in there. It looked like a good place to get his gun ready for some hunting in the middle of a tavern. He said he had not aimed the rifle at Warden. No, of course not. It was all an accident. And did not remember anything else that happened that morning. I'm not particularly sure I aimed it upon her. I may have just been showing her my gun because I thought it was a mighty fine rifle. She probably asked to look inside the barrel to examine it. I cannot quite recall. She may have said, "Oh, Ed, the safety's on, silly." Just pointed at me and pulled the trigger for a nice laugh for the both of us. I cannot quite recall. Gein's trial held without a jury. Judge Robert H. Golmar presided, and Gein was found guilty by Golmar on November 14th, guilty of murder. However, a second trial dealt with Gein's sanity, and after testimony by doctors for the prosecution and defense, Golmar ruled Gein not guilty by reason of insanity and ordered him committed to Central State Hospital for the criminally insane. So essentially, the whole trial was a huge fucking waste of everyone's time, like too many trials seem to be. Interesting note regarding the insanity ruling. One psychiatrist said that if anyone was ever crazy, it was Gein. Agreed. The people of Plainfield, however, were outraged. They felt like he was faking it, man. He went to school with them. He'd watch their kids. He'd work with them on their farms. They felt like he was only crazy when he wanted to be crazy. They also had a cumulative total of 0 mental health theories amongst them. Sane or not, and I think not, Gein spent the rest of his life in a mental health facility. And he appeared to be really, really happy there, actually, for the most part. You got 3 square meals. There were people to talk to. What a sad commentary on your former life when after being committed to a mental institution, you're the happiest you've ever been. He was a content, docile patient who never needed to be tranquilized, never wanted to leave. Not for many years at least. In 1974, he did start to get some cabin fever and petitioned to be reevaluated to see if he could be discharged back into society. He was reevaluated and still deemed a threat. His psychosis believed to be simmering right under the surface and able to be activated under the right conditions. And then on July 26, 1984, Ed Gein died of lung cancer at the Mendota Health Institute in Madison, Wisconsin. He was 77. And that takes us out.
Damn.
Time.
Good job.
Pretty long life.
Barely.
Ed Gein, man, the ghoul, the fiend, the butcher of Plainfield. What a tremendously disturbed individual. I get why he won the bonus vote. There is something darkly fascinating about a man who not only actually attempts to make a human skin suit, but does make one and wears it. And then you throw in the strange mother relationship, the isolation, the grave robbing, the chairs made out of skin. I mean, what a strange monster. Curious what the internet thinks of Gein. Let's find out in today's Idiots of the Internet.
Idiots of the internet.
Under a video of an Ed Gein documentary called Ed Gein, the Real Leatherface, user John Doe gets straight into posting idiot gold. There's gold in this thread. There's gold, great big nuggets of idiot gold. John Doe posts, Ed Gein is a living legend. And to make it better, this is an edited post. Dude, he died in 1984, long before YouTube was a thing. How do you not understand that you have to be alive to be a living legend? I mean, I would get if you posted he was a living legend. A legend in his own time. Like that might work. And you edited this. You had a chance to change it to he is a legend. But nope. It's going to go with, yep, he is a living legend. Okay. User Dirty Blonde posts, he wasn't a bad man. He was just misunderstood. No, I think he was pretty bad. I think murdering definitely falls into the bad category. The thinking that, Mrs. Corden got what was coming to her because she was an immoral lady definitely falls into the bad category. User Sharon Morin goes full Captain Obvious. I love this with her post. It's a horrible thing to kill and hurt people. Oh, incredible, astute observation, Sharon. Way to knock that out of the park. A lot of ambivalence about whether or not he was a good dude before you chimed in, before you showed up at the party. You're right. It is horrible to kill and hurt people, Sharon. Thanks for clearing that up, genius. User Lou goes full misguided social justice warrior, posting, yet people don't realize that the hunters, animal killers, butchers, and animal abusers have a lot in common. People work at dairy farms, slaughterhouses, and leather farms do more or less similar things to those poor, defenseless animals. First off, Lou, shut the fuck up. Second, that felt good to say that first thing. Third, people do realize it is the same. As far as, like wearing a leather jacket or leather shoes go, I guess that's comparable to wearing human skin. But Lou, do you ever think about why we do that? It has historical reasons. Ancient tribes and ancient peoples either wore animal skin or fucking froze to death. And this tradition carried forward into modern fashion. And wearing cow leather is a far cry from wearing human skin, you moron. Humans have not historically needed to eat other humans. We're on the same level of the food pyramid, on the food chain. Right? Food chain, not food pyramid. Cattle, for example, are beneath us. If you're some bleeding heart that does think animals should never be slaughtered for food, what the fuck do you think happens to them if they're never hunted? This is the argument I always use. Do you think they're just bunnies and deer and cows, just play hopscotch and shit, and drink milkshakes and cuddle up together in some Disney version of the woods? No, they just die. They still fucking die. Usually of disease, starvation, being eaten by some predator that gives the prey a death that is far more drawn out and painful than a hunter's bullet or a slaughterhouse's whatever the hell they use to kill animals. So I love animals. Love my two dogs, and I do have two now. Got a little sister for Penny now, Ginger Bell. She's probably going to get a horrible nickname soon, like Penny Poopers. She's a chewer. I have a feeling that she's a bad seed, cute but naughty. Got a little Lucifina in her. But anyways, I love them. But I don't let that love corrode my brain into thinking that animals should live, unnatural lives or could live unnatural lives out in nature. Death is just part of the circle of life. So I always get so annoyed when people are like, well, think about what they do to animals, when hunters, what they do to animals. Yeah, what they do is fucking not as bad as what nature does to them. And I will end on something I don't think is idiotic at all, just including it because I think it's funny.
User Mike Mendio, he asks, an artist at heart, I wonder what a genuine handcrafted nipple belt would run for nowadays. That is so funny to me. As gross as that is, you know that people would pay a lot of money for a human nipple belt. I'm going to answer Mike's questions here, or his question. I'm going to say 25,000 plus. I'm going to say not a lot of bidders for a human nipple belt, not like a tremendous amount, but you're going to get a couple of very serious bidders. Now think about this though. What if you had a nipple belt made from the nipples of other serial killers? Now we're talking six figures, if not probably seven. You get a belt made with the nipples of Dahmer, Gacy, Geen, other. Ooh, buddy, that's some serious nipple belt cash you're going to be pulling in. That's the mother of all nipple belts right there. Or what if maybe you could even make more money if you could have a nipple belt made of deceased sex symbols nipples? Like what if you have a belt like made out of like Marilyn Monroe, Betty Page, Anna Nicole Smith, Jane Mansfield nipples? Okay, I'm going to stop now because I'm starting to creep myself out with all my nipple belt talk. Ed Gein has gotten really into my head. Let's get the hell out of here. So that's Eddie. Not really a serial killer, I guess. You know, according to the FBI profilers, a true serial killer is someone who commits at least 3 murders over more than a month with an emotional cooling off period in between. That's the FBI's definition.
They crave
And Ed
dick.
killed,
As we all do.
some people think he killed
Nicks.
more. There were a couple of the people who went missing.
Scared me.
In the time his mom died and he was apprehended. You know, those crimes were
Oh, thank you.
alluded to in
Oh, man.
that
My God.
article earlier, but none of them looked like
Fuck.
his mom. And
It scared me for a second.
The MO. What a twisted dude, though. What a strange, place the human mind is able to go to. Gotta say, Gein disgusts me, but doesn't
I was like,
inspire
whoa.
hatred the way a serial killer like,
Dicks.
say, Ted Bundy does with me. Like,
They
Bundy
crave
wanted to inflict
dicks.
so much pain on his victims, so
Alright.
much suffering. He was so aggressive, so manipulative.
Not my
just,
fault.
monstrous and
Not my
sadistic
fault.
that way, so evil in that way. Gein just comes across as sad and confused.
What, that they crave dicks?
he just was a
It
weird
is
mama's boy
your
who wanted to
fault.
turn
It's
into
your
his
fault
mom,
that they
and
crave
he needed
dicks
somebody
like they
to
all
pull
do.
it off. I think a killer like Bundy would have looked down on Gein, would have possibly just been disgusted by him. As fucked up as Chikatilo was, at least his motive was a little easier to wrap your head around. It was sexual. He got sexual satisfaction through violence. Super fucked up. But anyone who's had a sexual urge of any kind, hopefully all of us can understand the need to satisfy it. You're horny and you want to climax.
It's your fault.
Chikatilo was a monster and, climaxed in the worst of
That
ways.
they all
But
crave
Gein was a
so
different
much
type of
dick.
creep entirely. He didn't seem like he got any sexual satisfaction from killing. He didn't even really want to kill you. He wanted your skin. He wanted your nose. He wanted your nipples and your vulva. That's all. And that's really all there is to Ed. So let's take a few looks back before we get out of here with some top 5 takeaways.
Time suck. Top 5 takeaways.
Number 1, Ed Gein killed 2 people, but the parts of many others were found in his home due to continual grave robberies.
If I
in
had
final
the
years
power to
before he was
overmend,
apprehended.
I'd be so much
Number 2,
happier.
Gein killed both of his victims because they physically resembled his mother, the woman who dominated him so thoroughly he never left home until authorities took him to jail and never even had a girlfriend. Maybe the only infamous killer to both live a long life and also die a virgin. Number 3, dude made a vest out of women's torso. Made a vest out of a woman's torso, complete with breasts, still attached, tanned like it was an animal mount. Right? Wore it around the farm at night while also wearing a vulva and leggings made out of leg skin and also a human face mask. A
Slam.
real-life leather face without the chainsaw. Number 4, Gein turned some of his home into a nightmare factory after his mother, Augusta, died, but only a few rooms. His mother had such a powerful hold over him, that even in death, that he cordoned off most of the house to leave it as she had left it and to separate his sick obsession with the memories of sweet, pure mama. Number 5, new.
That would have been a great
March
one to
20th,
get me at with,
1958,
though.
while
The,
Gein was,
screaming
in
goat
detention while he
would
was
have
in
gotten
jail,
me.
His house burned to the
I
ground.
know what I'm going to do for
The person
Christmas,
was
though.
suspected. The belief is that some local residents did it, and I bet you they did. To prevent
I've
the home
got to
from turning
draw
into some
a
kind of
Yule
morbid
goat.
curiosity museum. Good for them. Protect the town from further embarrassment. Between the murderous
How does that
rivalry,
look?
Ed Gein,
I look alright.
Plainfield didn't need to be reminded of any local darkness. When Gein learned of the incident, he shrugged and said, "Oh dang, I was hoping to get out and retrieve the many other nipple belts and titty vests I still have hidden inside." No, he didn't say that. He actually only said, "Just as well."
Time suck. Top
Ed Gein.
And Ed Gein has been sucked. I don't know. I don't know, guys. Christmas goat. Yeah, the Yule goat. I gotta make a Yule goat.
I'm the trash man. I come out, I throw trash all over the ring, and then I start eating garbage.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, Yule goats look so cute. They got big old cute horns. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Yes, the Yule goat. They're also big and fat. They're also very cute, big and fat. And they got big old antlers. They got big old horns. Yule is December 22nd. Ah. Well, I guess I have something to draw on December 22nd then. I don't like it. 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 Sounds like me at Christmas. Or the trash man. Trash man is definitely a lot of us in at Christmas.
Dean Arnold Coral, the Candyman Killer, a Texas mama's boy who first made friends with local kids by handing out candy from his family's Houston candy store like an absolute cartoonishly creepy dirtbag. The man who then groomed a teen boy to be his murder, rape, and torture accomplice. He then convinced a second teen boy to also be his murder, rape, and torture accomplice. A second boy who would eventually shoot Dean dead, but not before Dean killed at least 28 Houston area teens between 1970 and 1973, most dying just about the worst death imaginable on his homemade torture board. We take a look today into the life and times and crimes of someone who initially did not seem destined for a life of sadism and debauchery. His mom opened a family candy store, for God's sake. Despite no history of suffering abuse himself, Dean developed a dark talent for manipulating and abusing others. Over the course of this podcast, I become pretty jaded towards true crime, but this story really pulled me in. It has some strange twists and turns in it, and a happy ending in the sense that the bad guy eventually does get killed. Not as good as the bad guy, dying before becoming a really bad guy, but a lot better than him getting away with it. And a little more satisfying than him just hanging around watching TV in prison right now. Murder, torture, abduction, and some super sketchy early 1970s Texas police work, all examined today in another true crime edition of Time Suck.
You're listening to Time Suck.
Happy Monday, Time Suckers. Hail Nimrod. Hail Lucifina. Praise Bojangles, Triple M. I'm Dan Cummins, a.k.a. the Lord and Master of all suckdom, Master Sucker, and you are listening to Time Suck. Welcome back to a somewhat normal log entry into the annals of the cult of the curious. The last suck was something else, right? Apologies right off the bat for the aggressive air banjoing. So many air banjo solos, so loud. Just know that I know how annoying that was. Whiskey, man. Gets me all riled up. Sorry for all the yelling. So much yelling. I did have a great time, though. Thank Nimrod. Lindsay was there to help me finish the tale. Thanks again for Joe Paisley coming in late to work, for the 10-6 crew catering and supplying the booze. Recorded in the Suck Dungeon and CDA IDHO. Today, Reverend Dr. Joe motherfucking Paisley at the production helm. Lindsay in studio as well. Kyler and Moreau at Sleepaway Camp. Penny Pooper and Gigi Bell possibly currently destroying something I care about. Kidding. They're actually very good dogs. I recorded this in advance of my Chicago shows,
So hoping, those were awesome. Now that you'll be hearing this after those shows. Already hoping I never do 3 shows of stand-up on a Saturday. Again, even if all 3 shows were fun. Too many shows for one day. And I did have a great time in West Palm, for sure, now that has officially happened in my life. Now, since these things are recorded a little out of order sometimes. And I have some Time Sucker update, just so you know, at the end of the show about, kind of feedback from the Drunk Suck. I know it was a hit for many, not as much for some, and I appreciate all the feedback. But for the most part, everybody really loved the difference there, kind of shaking things up a bit. Really hoping to see a bunch of you in Denver at Comedy Works downtown for the Flat Earth Tour this weekend. Really hope I see a ton of you on Sunday for the live Narco Satanist Suck. Adolfo Constanzo, mulleted, leather jacket-wearing leader of a group of satanic drug dealers who sacrificed random people they'd kidnapped, sacrificed them to the devil in exchange for what they thought was magical powers. Drank potions and shit. Wove spells. Sanzo had his followers thinking they were invisible, thinking his potions made him invisible, amongst many, many other crazy things that we're going to dive into at the live
Yule
show
on 22nd.
Also in Colorado, Fort Collins,
Regifting Day 23rd, Christmas Eve 24th, and Christmas Day 25th. Yes. We've got a few things coming up.
1 to 5 players, some of the out of here. Got to kick out some of the elderly moleskin. We possibly did not.
But I think a small little PNG thing of Yule Goat would be cute. I think maybe adding some Christmas. I mean, I've already got some Christmas colors. Re-gifting. Well, I've got gifts for you guys.
Dark and weird, and we joke a lot. We do take suicide.
I'll have a gift for you guys. The gift of the goat. Greatest of all time, baby. Yeah, I don't think of myself like that.
1-800-273-8255. Link in the episode description.
I mean,
call that number if you need to. Nimrod, he wants you to. Lucifina,
I'll think of something for Christmas. I'll think of something for Christmas
and now
for you guys.
Someone who Nimrod did not want to take care of himself.
I don't know. What could I do for Christmas? I mean, I'm doing the $10 thing. Headshots at Christmas, which are going to be nice.
Like the Toy Box Killer, like Andre, what is big deal? Chikatilo. I can't believe I'd never heard of the Candyman prior to this year. I guess prior to this podcast, I wasn't as much of a true crime nerd as I thought it was.
But like $10 for headshots, which is pretty cheap.
America's most prolific serial killer. He took 18 boys that we
but
know
like, that's the question: is like, what else could I do? Like, it's real cheap for a headshot. Like, it's very inexpensive. And like, they're high quality headshots. They're not like, oh man, here you go, like,
or with families who are less likely to look harder into their disappearance.
There you go.
Already run away. He wasn't.
I'm definitely getting one of them. Yeah.
Teen prostitutes. He was taking kids from totally.
But like, what could I do as a gift?
Unlike
a giveaway.
John Wayne Gacy, the Candyman.
A giveaway for one of my followers. Like, I don't know. Something like that. I don't know. Like, what could be a good like Christmas thing for you guys?
Kids their own age. That they were,
this is not like definite yet. This is just me spitballing. I don't fucking know.
Which also makes him unique, as these teen accomplices. You know, these kids would talk him into either getting into Dean's van or meeting back at Dean's place at the party. And then within hours or even minutes of meeting Dean, they found themselves tied to his torture board, being raped, tortured, humiliated in preposterously sadistic ways. And then in almost every case, they found themselves, soon also being murdered. The real Candyman, way scarier than the movie version that I watched back when I was a freshman in high school. Sam River High, go Savages! Back in 1992. And that dude was scary. Let's start at the beginning today with the Candyman, back when a monster appeared to be just a sweet little newborn baby in today's Time Suck timeline.
Strap on those boots, soldier. We're marching down a Time Suck timeline.
Dean Arnold Corll, born in Fort Wayne, Indiana, on Christmas Eve, 1939.
Oh, damn.
Christmas
Christmas.
Eve, Halloween would be so much more fitting. He's the first child born to Mary Robinson and Arnold Edwin Corll. He was shy.Is mother doted on him. His father was supposedly strict, and according to someone close in the family, he did not appreciate children. Not a great dad quality. I guess there was probably a fair amount of that back in like the 40s and stuff. I feel like there wasn't a lot of warm dads back then. Fort Wayne, man, there used to be a comedy club in Fort Wayne.
Smile.
Dump of a club. It's no longer there. I never worked it, but I did stop by. That's what I think of every time I hear Fort Wayne.
26 is Boxing Day.
Colleges in the Midwest.
27th National Fruitcake Day. 28th Holly Innocence Day. TikTok Day. Bacon Day, and New Year's Eve. Yeah. A giveaway would be cool, but it's totally up to you. Your time you give us streaming is more than enough. Oh, thank you.
Like, one square might be.
I just want to give something that's really nice and very festive and stuff like that. I don't know, like what would be.
Would do that just to make some noise.
Would really show my appreciation to you guys for like.
Another square might be
for a wonderful fucking year so far. Like, I would really. Nice bottle of wine, right? Like, I want to do something nice.
Or just jokes that I'd heard
maybe
different comics tell. Like, this is the town. This is a truck stop that got out of hand. Or, man, where y'all keep all the... And then just fill in the blank with any ethnicity. Not
December got a lot going on. Yeah, it does. Nix, it always has something going on. I remember when I was a kid, and right before Christmas, the week before Christmas... we would work with the local fire station, and we would give away presents and whatnot to homes that were
Indiana's tallest building. It would remain the tallest building in Indiana until.
So, like, the local fire department did basically a Toys for Tots. But it was mostly for the local community and stuff like that. Of like, hey, there's a bunch of trailer, there's like a few trailer like parks around the area, and like we knew that a lot of people were. They may have houses, but they were not nice. So what we would do is we would fill these boxes up, these crates up every year. Everybody got a turkey, and we did it for Thanksgiving and Christmas. So Thanksgiving we gave them the toys, and then Christmas we gave them just food.
Dean entered grade school in 1946.
And like before Thanksgiving, we would give them their Thanksgiving dinner, and then we would give them their toys. And like we did, my dad, because he was
suffering from a bout of rheumatic fever when he was 7. He was
I guess he just really didn't want to be at the house at all, because my mom was fucking crazy. He would volunteer me and him for all of them. So we would do the school one, and then immediately we would leave to go to the next one, and then we would go to the one in the town next over.
I got a little fucking excited about 1946.
So like,
Dean's parents, Arnold and Mary, get divorced. Arnold moves to Memphis.
Like we would do the Moody, we would do Trustville, and we would do the local high school. And that was us. We would do that for a week, for a weekend.
Interesting trivia.
That would be our whole weekend, is just doing the toy drives from Friday till Sunday evening.
Sears opened up a new shipping facility, a large one, and Sears didn't have the time to actually properly build a new town for people to work there, so they just moved Pasadena to California to facilitate their gigantic warehouse. That's fucking crazy talk, but please tell me that some of you thought
that's a lot
Sears
of bucks.
once had that kind of pull, that it actually moved a town across the country. No, nothing like that has ever happened that I know of. No, Pasadena is a suburb of Houston still, has over 150,000 people living in there. Living in Pasadena now. Back in 1950, just over 20,000 people living in Pasadena. And a lot of those people were making that sweet oil money. Black gold, Texas tea,
Tina.
lightning juice, coal caviar, diamond
I have no
whiskey,
more fucks to
dirt
gives. Oh
I call
no.
Texas tea are the only legitimate
No more
oil
fucks to
nicknames that
gives.
exist.
Oh
I did make the rest of those
no.
up, but I do kind of like coal caviar.
I'm sorry.
Maybe that'll stick now. The Texas oil boom.
Giving
began way
all
back in
you
1901.
gave all
By
your
1920,
fucks
refineries
away.
popped
I'm
up,
so sorry,
in and around
Nix.
Pasadena. 1928, the town incorporated. Then NASA's Johnson
Nix, you're
Space
so
Center opened
sweet
up
to
about
me.
10, 50 miles
You did.
outside of Pasadena in 1963, further diversifying the still primarily petroleum-based.
I thought you had no more
for
fucks to
the Cole
give.
family. They moved to another town and area just like Fort Wayne that was on the upswing. You know, like Jefferson.
But you gave me a scream.
Moving on up. Other than a few moves and divorce, young Dean, he's having a solid middle-class American child.
No. Oh
Then in
no.
1953, 3 years into their second marriage, Arnold and Mary divorced again. Now,
Damn.
the divorce was, by all accounts, amicable. Mary retained custody, and Arnold
That
received
wasn't a
visitation
fuck.
rights
I
and
know.
could visit the kid.
Got me.
So, Dean, I think still having a fairly typical middle-class childhood. A couple of divorces thrown in, but, shit happens. Shortly after her divorce, Mary then meets and falls in love with Jake West, and then marries Jake West, a traveling clock salesman.
Bazinga.
Bazinga.
In either 1953 or early 1904. I swear to you, this is what he did. I love details like this when sucking into a news story. A traveling clock salesman. Not just a clock salesman. That alone would be awesome and weird. That's not a job that exists anymore. A traveling clock salesman. And what a perfect name for that job. Jake West. Hello, ma'am. Sorry to bother you at home. Lovely home, by the way. I see you went with the mint formica for the breakfast table. Excellent touch. Name's Jake West. I work for the General Time Corporation. May I ask what kind of clock you and the mister keep time with? No clock. Oh, no, that just won't do. Is the mister home at the moment? No? Well, I won't trouble asking if I may come in, but if you do have a moment, I'd like to show you a nice West Clocks pocket watch I imagine the mister would enjoy very much. And I insist that you take this catalog showing the vast and luxurious line of Seth Thomas, Elgin, Lux, and West Clocks wall clocks I am the only authorized retailer of in the entire Houston area. We just got in these wonderful new Roman numeral faces, and for something a little more modern, we're now carrying these glow dials. Ever notice the glow dial at the adorable little diner down the street? Perhaps the one inside the Texaco station. Yeah, yes, it's the same clock. Now available for the first time for residential use. And I and only I, Jake West, can get you 20% below manufacturer's suggested retail price. Well, I can smell the casserole cooking. I don't want it to burn, so I'll let you be, Mrs. What was it? Ryman. Of course, Mrs. Ryman. I thank you for your time, ma'am, and if I'm able to add one of these wonderful timepieces to your life, soon you and your family will be thanking Jake West for my time. Okay, now. Sorry. I know that went on for a little bit, but those little flights of fancy make me so happy. He's a traveling clock salesman named Jake West. Oh, by the summer 1954, Dean's mother, Mary, new stepdad, Jake West.
No more fucks to give. No more fucks to give. I've tried to give. I'm over my fuck budget. And now I'm in fuck debt. No. Don't be in debt. No. No, don't be in debt. Don't be in fuck debt.
That's one of the towns in America.
Fuck debt's hard to get out of.
That African Americans not allowed.
That's real difficult to get out of.
Or lynched. Vidor had a reputation as a safe haven for the Klan for many years. As recently as 1993, still super racist in Vidor. That year, the federal government tried to help change the culture there of racial separation, brought in a handful of black families into some public housing in Vidor. In response, the Klan marched through town, and within months, the new black families had moved back out. Yeah, I bet. Man. 1955, Jake and Mary have a child together. Dean's half-sister, Joyce, another sibling we know very little about. Kind of like with the Green River Killer's family. Dean's family, not big on giving long interviews with the press after everybody knew what Dean had done. Classmates from Vidor High School would later remember Dean as a bit of a loner, otherwise well-behaved. He played the trombone in the brass band like a future murderer would do. But other than playing Satan's slide whistle, pretty normal. Classmates would also.
It's pretty funny because his son.
made him okay in their book.
Damn it! His son also plays the. His son also plays the trombone, which is very funny.
monarchy.
I played the trombone,
Dean's mom married Jake to
so
make candy. She let make him
everybody
pralines.
better watch out for
Apparently, her pralines
me.
were so delicious that Jake West encouraged her to try to, let him sell some.
Who said I
Those clocks
wanted to
going
get
around.
out? Well,
Fucking
you know,
clocks and candy.
you're right.
Selling them door to door.
You're right.
What? That cannot be an easy way to make a living. Hello, Mrs. Ryan.
Trying to make
Jake
sure
Wesley.
that this looks right.
How's the Seth Thomas working out?
Just her
Excellent.
slamming,
Polished brass Roman numerals
just
on a solid
throwing him
mahogany
into the
body.
ground and
You can't go
hitting
wrong with that. Yeah,
Goblin
yeah.
with
In my humble opinion,
Goblin
truly
Man
a
with
work of art on
knife
par with anything on
running
display
right at
in
her.
the finest New York City or Parisian museum. I just popped over to make sure you were still happy with it and to drop off a little
I
thank
play
you gift,
Oh,
the pecan
trumpet.
No.
Oh.
No. I won't take a dime for it.
Uh,
But if you enjoy them, take this card.
I blew a
I'll be more
brass
than happy
horn.
to sell you
Yes,
as many as
yes.
you'd like at a fine price the next time I'm through the neighborhood. Life's
You
too
probably
short
have
not to
great
take the
lung
time
capacity.
To enjoy something sweet. Just be off now. How much do you hate fake Jake West? Ever had a praline, by the way? It's essentially just a chunk of butter, pecans, and brown sugar. Sometimes a little
Planette
sprinkle
here.
of vanilla extract, chocolate all thrown
Hey,
in.
got
I
the
can't beat it. I like
babes,
sweets.
but it's hard to get
That
all the
shit,
babes if they're all
that's like
lesbians.
instant diabetic coma.
Kidding.
Wow.
Band joke.
I had some in New Orleans.
100%
and then,
band
That's
joke.
the first time I'd had them, and then had to immediately eat something savory to bring
What
my
was
blood
it?
sugar
Flutes
back
are
to a
all
not dead
flutes
human
are
level.
all
To be
girly
fair, I do have
girls.
diabetes in my family. I've been told,
Clarinets are
a
all
lot of people have
lesbians.
diabetes as well, so I may be more
Trumpets
sensitive
are
to
all
sweets than most. But God, man, I don't know how people do
what
pralines.
was trumpets?
Anyway,
Trumpets
Jake
are all
does start selling the pralines that Mary and the kids are making in the family garage.
damn it.
Starts selling so many.
I remember it.
People love 'em.
I remember
They
it
call it a
slightly.
celebration, the pecan prints and words.
Wait,
spreads
I'm a
and how good it is
lesbian.
and
Dang.
big spoons.
I
But
know.
How cool is that? Kicking off a candy company.
You
with
get
your
all
family in
that.
the
You
garage
get all
becomes
that
wildly
sweet
popular.
puss.
Such a shame.
You get
This
all
story
that.
ends tragically when it starts off so innocent and beautiful. Family candy business. Starting in the garage. You know, candy being sold by traveling clock.
Oh, hot dang. I can't believe it. I'm a lesbian. Oh, no.
And then the whole
Oh,
family ends
man.
up
Oh,
being,
shoot.
employed and doing well. in
Shoot,
Houston.
all those.
Open up a few shops, and Dean fucks it all up by becoming a disgusting degenerate. 1958, Dean.
Man, all those. I guess I just had to live with it.
Graduates from
Oh,
high
man.
school. Shortly after, the family, including Dean, they all moved to the northern outskirts of
Oh,
Houston, where
no.
Jake had been selling most of his candy on his routes.
Oh, man.
And they opened up a proper candy shop called, of course.
No,
Pecan
it's
Prince.
just an
In
old high school
1960,
thing.
Mary asked her
I don't know
son
if
to
it
go
was
back
in
to
every
Indiana
high
to take
school. I
care of his widowed
remember
grandmother
trumpets
on
are
his
all
father's side,
jack.
which he did for 2 years before coming back to Houston to again help with the candy business. And
Trumpets
he
are
did
all
it again.
assholes
Dean and his
because
family
they can
found
blow it up their
fantastic at this
ass.
point. Running a successful and
I wanted to play
adorable
flute,
family
but
candy
my
business.
school didn't
Then Dean heads
wouldn't
back
let
to
me
Indiana to
because
take care of
it
sweet,
was
sweet
like
Nana.
for girls or
Such a
something.
good boy
Bitch,
at this
okay,
point.
let me blow on a float.
Privately, though, things are starting to unravel.
Well,
Dean is
I'm
clearly
too
gay.
tired for
He
this
knows he's gay.
scenario.
His whole family knows he's gay, but no one wants
I'm
to
too
acknowledge it.
fucking tired for
He's
this
gay in
scenario.
1950 Southern Texas,
Oh,
which is a
no,
recipe for an arguably harder life than being African American.
No.
in Southern Texas. In addition to being a pretty racist culture down there at the time, also
Trumpets
extremely homophobic
are
culture.
all jerks
No one
because
is
they
cool
can
with
blow it out their
homosexuals
ass.
other than other homosexuals.
Tubas
It's hard
are
to find other
all
homosexuals, but almost everyone openly really hates them.
tubas
I mean,
are
if you
all
look up
heavy
1950 Southern
lifters,
Baptist culture, this is a
which
time
was
full of
weird
red
because
belts.
I
You know,
had
the former
3
leader of the Westboro
females
Baptist Church,
that
you
were
know, this
that
is
played
stuff
the
he considered
tuba,
the good old days.
which are very
And Dean's
it's very
mom, Mary
weird.
herself,
And one
especially homophobic even for the time.
big burly
And, time and place,
guy
and she let Dean know it.
playing the tuba.
Would regularly tell him how disgusting homosexuals were and
Trombones
chanting
are
down
all
things she thought of. Making her feelings about homosexuality well known to Dean because somehow
are
he
all
snuck
jerking
out
off.
those
Because
homosexual
literally
emotions
it's just
she had to have noticed in him. All it did was push him towards, self-loathing, to despise himself, the
and then
attractions he couldn't help feel. Now, did it also help lead to a rage he would later take out on teen boys? I mean, it might help.
man,
We'll never know.
it was a
for sure.
whole thing
In
at my school.
1962,
It was very
22-year-old
weird.
Socially pressured to stay in the closet homosexual Dean Coral moves back to Houston.
It's kind of the
After
reason
absorbing
why I
sweet,
love.
Sweet Nana.
I
the
never
doctors
want to
put
go
him home.
back to high school.
While he was in Indiana,
'cause,
the family business relocated
I'm
to
good.
Houston Heights, a neighborhood in northwest central Houston, 4 miles northwest of downtown. Based on what I can find online, with one travel reviewer calling it a mini Austin.
Thank you so much for playing my game.
Sounds like a little artsy, hipstery enclave.
Yeah,
Or at least,
strong
a neighborhood that
ladies.
has Elements of that.
Strong,
It would be
independent
described as being
ladies
pretty run
who don't
down by
need
the
no
late
man.
70s, but in the 1960s, Houston Heights
They
was
just
banging.
want a
A lot of
man.
that candy money to be made. Dean lived in an apartment above the candy shop and quickly becomes known around town as the Candy Man for his habit of giving away candy to young boys in the neighborhood. Ding, ding, ding. Big red flag. Super creepy. Fucking any dude, any single dude, just giving candy around to the kids all the time. Big red flag. He also starts inviting local teen boys over to the candy factory after work hours to hang out with him.
Thank you so much for playing my game.
Red flag. Like super big. What the fuck is going on with this creep? Frantically being waved. Red flag. If there's a
it has been such a good stream, guys. Guys, it has been such an amazing stream.
No other grown-ups present.
And she just threw some jackass into the ground.
Interview those kids. Find out what's happening. Warn them about pervs. If you are that guy, come on, dude. Come on, bro. What are you doing? Why aren't you hanging out with people your own age?
Gnome.
Why don't you have at least a few other
goddamn gnome.
You have to know that at the very least, this looks really bad. Somehow, this activity apparently draws little suspicion in the neighborhood from the neighbors. However, at home, stepdad Jake West knew exactly what time it was. Clock salesman joke. Time to have a talk with the fam about Dean being a creep. Jake didn't think the associations were appropriate. Told his wife he thought his stepson might be gay. Might also probably, I'm guessing.
And the last one is where she gets sick, and she's gotta leave.
And he turns her down.
And that is the end of the chapter.
Come on, Mary, wake up and smell the young dick that Dean also wants to smell. Jake's suspicions of Dean being gay lead to, or at least have a lot to do with he and Mary
are standing there
in 1963.
looking at her as she gives a big old thumbs up.
The Pecan Prince is gone, and she only closed it so she can reopen without Jake West. She wants to cut out that clock-selling, truth-telling son of a bitch. Dean's not a pedophile, Jake. He just likes luring teen boys into his lair with candy to hang out and play peekaboo with their weens. Mary reopens as the Coral Candy Company. Dean is now the vice president of operations.
And then
the CEO of creepiness. Shortly after reopening, a young teenage employee tells Mary that her son, Dean, has made sexual advances towards him. And again, rather than deal with
there's only 4 of them. I don't know why I drew
predispositions at this point.
5 heads.
Fires the boy.
There's only 4 of
the
them.
incident away. Well, then in 1964, Dean decides he needs a break from Mama and bothersome accusations, and he joins the United States Army. Attends basic training in Fort Polk, Louisiana. Later ends up in Fort Hood, Texas, where he works as a radio repairman. But then he applies for a
slept puppy. I go night-night. It's okay, Nix. I'm about to go night-night myself. I'm actually wondering what you guys want to do. Because I am about to send you guys to somebody. We got to figure out who we're going to raid. Who are going to raid Shadow Legends. Because I'm getting real fucking tired. It's 5 in the morning. I've been going for almost 8 hours. We got Nekachiba. We got Screenot Studios. And we got Nigmatism. What you guys think? Simon Red is on. He does chibi stuff. I know Simon. Go sleep good. Of course I know Simon. What do you mean? He's like, oh, he does chibi art. I know that. I know that fairly well. Go sleep good. I know. We're finding out who we're rating. Yes, Simon is awesome. He also has 64 viewers right now. And, he doesn't need more love. We all know Simon. Well, some of the newer people don't actually know Simon. A lot of them know me from my furry stuff. They don't know Simon. Simon's an amazing artist. Stupendous artist. Mr. Mao is just as good. Pretty darn good. He's a bit different. I would say he's very different from Simon. But that's the question. So, I mean, we could just send him to either Mr. Mao or Simon. Vote now. Guys, vote now and let me know. I'm gonna try to finish. I hope I know Simon. I hope to know Simon. Just let me know where you guys want to be sent, and I will end the stream, and I will go to bed. And I want to finish that like that, and then. Vote on what? Which one we're going to? We've got Simon or Mr. Mao. I don't know how to set up a vote, so just tell me. I don't mind at all. I'm going to bed in a minute anyway, so anyone. Who are we? Oh my gosh. Okay, I'll pick. All right. Fine. We haven't rated Mr. Mao in a bit. We will raid Simon Red next time. How about that? I know we haven't rated him. I know we haven't rated Mr. Mao in forever, so I will give him a raid because I feel bad for not rating him in a while. So let's go with that. Great artists, pretty good. So let's go with that. All right, guys. Thank you guys so much for coming in. Thank you guys for sticking around, staying around, making this comic possible, making me happy, making me excited. Thank you guys so much for being stupendous. I know it's real easy for you guys to be stupendous, but it's always good to hear. So thank you guys so much for sticking by and sticking with me, and get some real rest. I love you guys. I really do mean it. You guys are what make this channel possible, and your stupendous support has helped me throughout this whole endeavor. I do hope to see you later, and get some rest, everybody, or have an amazing day wherever, whatever part of the world you're in right now. So I will see you guys next time. Bye-bye. I'll try, Haven. I'll try. Bye-bye. Night. Night-night.